Chapter 1. The heart's voice betrays, severing love and affection. Beast, Sheng is your brother, and you dare to harm him? I will beat you to death, you heartless wretch. As I opened my eyes, a barrage of curses echoed in my ears. Wei Hong found himself in a disheveled state, kneeling on the ground, his back ablaze with pain. The furious visage of his father, Wei Jiaoyong, wielding a wrought-tan rod, left him in a daze. Hadn't he been killed in a car accident? Why was he dreaming of a scene from when he was 17? Wait, this isn't a dream. As the pain intensified, Wei Hong's awareness sharpened. His gaze swept over his father, mother, and sisters, eventually landing on a thin boy whose eyes radiated an astonishing hatred. He realized he had been reborn. In his previous life, the driver, Uncle Li, had perished tragically in a car accident while trying to save Weis' father. Out of guilt, Wei Jiaoyong adopted his only son. The boy, Wei Sheng, was transformed into Wei Sheng, becoming the youngest son of the wealthiest family in Jiangzhou. Thus began Wei Hong's string of misfortunes. He was constantly framed and sabotaged by Wei Sheng. His relationship with his family deteriorated, and at school, he was universally despised. His reserve admission spots were snatched away, he was falsely accused of cheating during exams, and he suffered from various calamities, including being drugged during the college entrance examination. Every time he sought to explain, family and friends refused to believe him. It was only after Wei Hong met a tragic end that he lingered as a spirit in the mortal realm, gradually unraveling the truth behind his plight. It turned out that Wei Sheng was a transmigrator endowed with a golden finger. He could transmit his thoughts to others, using this rare ability to craft himself into a naive and kind-hearted little puppy that he merely needed to voice a few provocative words in his mind, and Wei Hong would be met with disdain and scorn from those around him. Ultimately, he not only had his fortune siphoned away, but also met his demise in a car accident. It was now the 3rd month since Wei Sheng had entered the Wei household. Aware of Wei Hong's peanut allergy, he deliberately consumed peanut butter to frame him. Enraged, Wei Jiaoyong resorted to family punishment against Wei Hong. In his former life, he desperately tried to explain, yet his family refused to believe him, and the more he explained, the harsher the beatings became. Ultimately, he ended up hospitalized for 3 months, leaving him with a back full of scars. However, in this new life, Wei Hong would not be so foolish. As Wei Jiaoyong raised a wrought-tan rod to strike him again, he suddenly seized his father's wrist with ease. Oh, you dare to resist? Wei Jiaoyong thundered in fury. Why should I not? Wei Hong coldly rose to his feet, his towering figure and the experiences of 2 lives lending an intimidating edge to his gaze, causing his biological father to take a few steps. Back in fear, did I tell you to stand? Kneel. Wei Jiaoyong continued to roar in anger. His mother, Du Sihui, wore a face of disdain, scolding, have we not taught you to respect your parents and not harm your siblings? Where is your upbringing? His sisters chimed in, Sheng is already pitiful, yet you keep bullying him. Mom and Dad educate you for your own good. Do not hesitate to kneel and accept your punishment. Wei Hong cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze over his family. His eyes were devoid of the warmth and kindness they once held, now replaced by a chilling detachment. The Wei family had always favored daughters over sons, with Du Sihui having given birth to 6 daughters before resorting to overseas surrogacy to have him. The family patriarch had doted on his grandson, raising him with care, which had led to minimal interaction with his parents and sisters. Since the passing of his grandfather 3 years prior, Wei Hong had become almost invisible within the family. Now, with Wei Sheng's arrival, his position was even more precarious, to the extent that even maids and servants could afford to show him disdain. Having been reborn, Wei Hong harbored no lingering affection for familial bonds. He vowed to reclaim every grievance with his own hands. The chairman of the Wei Group, overseeing thousands of employees, turns out to be a fool who cannot discern right from wrong. Wei Hong scoffed, speaking through clenched teeth. No wonder Grandpa often said you're a lost cause and nurtured me as his successor. He must have seen through your blindness and ignorance. How laughable. What did you say? Wei Jiaoyong trembled with rage. The others in the Wei family were equally shocked. None could fathom that he not only dared to resist, but also to mock them to their faces. Am I mistaken? Wei Hong retorted, tilting his head. You believe every word you hear without bothering to seek the truth, resorting to violence against your own flesh and blood. You are either a fool or malicious. Would you also taste it if someone claimed excrement was fragrant? Smack. Du Sihui lunged forward, striking his face with a vicious slap. You little wretch, who taught you to speak like this? She spat, filled with fury. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. Have you ever raised me? Wei Hong challenged, contempt dripping from his words. Do not forget, I was raised by Grandpa. Du Sihui's face flushed with humiliation as she instinctively raised her hand again. What? Do you still wish to hit me? Wei Hong smirked coldly, questioning, is it not true that your inability to bear a son forced you to seek surrogacy, and because I did not emerge from your womb, you have always looked upon me with disdain, and you lot? He gestured dismissively at each sister. Are you not simply envious that Grandpa bestowed 30 of the company's shares upon me, harboring resentment in your hearts? In the past, I tried desperately to please you all, thinking you were so noble. Do you really believe you are above me? Having once died, he had seen through everything. Now, he only wished to tear away the masks of shame from each of them. What wretched familial affection may it all go to hell. I can overlook the lashes and the slap from earlier, considering it a repayment of blood ties. Wei Hong surveyed the varied expressions on their faces, speaking coldly. However, should there be a next time, I assure you I will repay in kind. Feel free to test me. The day I come of age in a year will mark the severing of our ties. Until then, it is best we coexist peacefully otherwise. I shall not hesitate to expel you all. After all, this villa was left to me by Grandpa. Do you understand? In an instant, silence enveloped the room. My heavens! Wei Sheng's thoughts echoed in everyone's minds. I have long heard that the eldest brother is the true master of the Wei family. Had it not been for the old man's early demise, everyone would have to heed his words. I never imagined it to be true. The expressions of the others grew increasingly ashen. Wei Jiaoyang felt his authority challenged, rage simmering within him as he lifted the rattan rod once more. You have gone too far, you little wretch. Today, I will teach you a lesson, so you know who truly holds sway in this family. Crack. The rattan rod came crashing down. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through him, and blood trickled slowly from his forehead. Chapter 2. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Blood. So much blood. The rattan whip had split open Wei Hong's scalp, and crimson liquid instantly smeared across his face. This scene not only startled Wei Jiaoyang, but also caused others to gasp in astonishment. No one had anticipated that he would resort to such brutality in his rage. It seems you took my previous words as mere wind. Wei Hong chuckled with a hint of madness glimmering in his eyes. What do you intend to do? Wei Jiaoyang shouted in a guilty rage. If it weren't for your insubordination towards your elders, would I have resorted to such extreme measures? This is all your own doing. You wretched fool. Du Sihui berated from the side. This is a lesson in humility. What is your attitude? Wei Hong, stop arguing with Dad and apologize. Keep this up, and you'll find yourself thrown out. His sisters chimed in, urging him on. Yet, Wei Hong only smiled more maniacally and coldly. He had not intended to settle past grievances so swiftly. After all, the other members of the Wei family were also victims. Though they had conspired to bring about his demise, they ultimately fell to Wei Sheng's hands. Given a second chance, Wei Hong had hoped to cultivate his strength discreetly. However, the rattan whip in Wei Jiaoyang's hand shattered the strings of his reason. The pent-up fury, grievances, and murderous intent from 2 lifetimes erupted within him like a volcano in that moment. With lightning speed, Wei Hong's left hand shot out, seizing Wei Jiaoyang's hair and forcing him down to his knees with overwhelming force, while his right hand snatched the rattan whip away. What do you think you're doing? Wei Hong, have you lost your mind? Stop. He is your father. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Yet, Wei Hong paid no heed, raising the whip to strike down upon him. Wei Hong, stop. I am your father. Cease this madness. Wei Jiaoyang cried out in agony, his hands, face, scalp, and ears marred with whip marks, bloodied and torn, his screams drawing the attention of his servants, maids, and bodyguards within the villa. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left speechless. They had only ever seen Wei Jiaoyang publicly lash out at Wei Hong. Who had ever witnessed a son daring to strike his father? Stop, someone. Please stop him. Du Sihui shouted in frustration, hopping on her toes. Are you all dead? Why aren't you stopping him? Control this little beast at once. Yes. Save Dad quickly. Wei Hong, how dare you? Today, no one can save you. You madman. Striking your own father will bring down divine retribution. Our Wei family cannot tolerate such filth. His sisters were equally incensed. Just as the bodyguards contemplated intervening, Wei Hong had already discarded Wei Jiaoyang like refuse, leaving him to wail in blood-soaked despair. With a cold glance sweeping the room, the bodyguards were instantly intimidated into inaction. Quickly, get him to the hospital. Du suivi commandé urgentement. No. Wei Jiaoyang, in a pitiful state, raised his hand to stop her, his expression fluctuating between fury and despair as he gritted his teeth. Call for the family doctor. Du Sihui paused, realizing his intent. The incident of the son striking his own father would undoubtedly lead to the plummeting of the Wei group's shares, rendering them a laughingstock within the affluent circles. How could Wei Jiaoyang dare to visit the hospital? Wei Sheng's thoughts echoed once more. No wonder my elder brother dared to hit our father. It seems he was certain that father would not dare to expose it. Truly ruthless. How infuriating. The members of the Wei family gritted their teeth in collective outrage, their eyes practically ablaze with fury. This matter could not be left unaddressed. If this ungrateful son were not dealt with severely, would he not elevate himself above others to defecate and urinate upon them in the future? Someone, Wei Jiaoyang spoke coldly. The seventh young master is experiencing a bout of mania. Immediately contact the mental institution to have them come and take him away. Oh, how formidable. Wei Hong could not help but chuckle softly. His father was indeed merciless, swiftly branding him with the label of insanity. With the Wei family's formidable influence in Jiangzhou, if Wei Jiaoyang declared him mentally ill, then he would surely be deemed so. This not only allowed him to regain his lost dignity, but also provided a legitimate pretext to seize the shares left to him by the old master, all while having the opportunity to discipline him thoroughly in the psychiatric hospital, a masterstroke of 3 birds with 1 stone. Du Sihui hesitantly interjected, my dear. Perhaps we should let this matter go? Indeed. Second sister Wei Kailon frowned and cautioned. If it becomes known that our Wei family has a lunatic, it would bring us considerable shame. The eldest sister, Wei Linlang, sneered, no way. Today he dares to strike our father. Tomorrow he may poison the entire family. Such a beast cannot be allowed to remain. He must learn a lesson. Sixth sister Wei Xian nodded in agreement. Exactly. He not only dares to harm Xiao Sheng, but also his own father. I cannot acknowledge such a brother. Even if he kneels and begs for mercy today, he must not be spared. The discussion among the family members grew increasingly fervent, their stance clearly resolute against Wei Hong. A smirk involuntarily crept across Wei Sheng's lips as he outwardly attempted to mediate, while secretly fueling the flames of discord, intensifying the atmosphere further. Ha! Wei Hong scoffed, pulling out his phone and dialing a number, coolly stating, Uncle Gong, have you managed to maintain your health after resting for several years? Bring some people to the old residence. Uncle Gong? A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. Wei Jiaoyang, pale with fear, clenched his teeth and exclaimed, You fool! Why are you calling that old ghost Su? Do you wish to rebel? Uncle Gong's true name was Su Mao Gong, aged 56. He was a veteran who had fought alongside the old Master Wei. Not only was he well known in both the underworld and the business sphere, but he also possessed extensive connections in political circles and wielded considerable unseen power, having eliminated many of the old Master S rivals in the past. In his previous life, Wei Hong had indeed been foolish. For the sake of an ephemeral familial bond, he had distanced himself from Uncle Gong, fully aware that he had been specifically entrusted to him by his grandfather to ensure a smooth transition of power within the group upon reaching adulthood. Due to the family's aversion to him, now, with a second chance at life, how could Wei Hong afford to be foolish again? The possession of power was paramount. Familial ties could be damned. Within 5 minutes, the sound of roaring engines echoed outside the villa. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, accompanied by over 20 bodyguards, surged forth, forcefully pushing open the villa's grand entrance with an imposing presence akin to a torrent of mountains and seas. Greetings, young master. The group bowed in unison. A spectacle of grandeur. Su Maogong, leaning on his cane, approached at a measured pace, instantly silencing the atmosphere. Uncle Gong, what is your intention in bringing so many people? Wei Jiaoyang inquired, a hint of anxiety evident in his voice. With a sweeping glance, Su Maogong quickly grasped the situation. He quietly positioned himself behind Wei Hong, a cold smile playing on his lips. When a young master calls, how could this old fool dare to neglect? It is intolerable that riffraff dare to bully the young master. The old man in heaven would certainly be enraged. Nonsense, Wei Jiaoyang retorted defensively. This wretched creature has poisoned his siblings and struck his own father. Do I not have the right to discipline him? Su Maogong scoffed. Just try disciplining him. Chapter 3. If you dare to touch him, I shall consider you no longer my son. The two parties stood in confrontation, with Su Maogong evidently holding the upper hand. Despite Wei Jiaoyang having assumed the position of chairman of the Wei group following the demise of the elder Wei, and possessing connections and wealth that placed him at the pinnacle of Jiangzhou, he was still unable to shake the influence of this venerable figure. This man, now in his 50s, continued to wield considerable gray power. Should a direct clash ensue, it was uncertain whether he could withstand the repercussions. With a dismissive chuckle, Wei Hong casually discarded his rattan whip and confidently settled onto the sofa, his gaze leisurely sweeping over the faces of the Wei family members, filled with rage and malice, provoking a deep sense of irony within him. In his past life, he had encountered numerous betrayals, repeatedly defending himself, suffering penalties, and seeking to appease others. Yet all he received in return was the scorn and vitriol of the Wei family. Now, in this lifetime, as he unleashed his fury, they could only seethe impotently with rage. The thought was truly absurd. It was liberating to cast aside familial ties. Do you see? Wei Hong leaned back, speaking mockingly. If I wish to act against someone, I shall do so directly. If necessary, I could have Uncle Gong bind him and feed him to the sharks, dismissing any need for petty tricks. Your beloved brother truly resembles a woman, resorting to juvenile schemes. Perhaps he's become too engrossed in palace entry dramas? I haven tea. Wei Sheng stammered, desperately waving his hands in protest. Yet the members of the Wei family could not suppress their skepticism. Indeed, Wei Hong had dared to strike his own father. There was no need for subterfuge when he found someone displeasing. I did not frame my elder brother, Mom and Dad. You must believe me, Wei Sheng anxiously explained, while inwardly he chanted, how could I possibly harm my elder brother with my own health? Allergies can be fatal. It is clear that my brother seeks to use this opportunity to turn against our parents. Why must this be laid upon my shoulders? The expressions of the Wei family shifted, their gazes toward Wei Hong, now laced with disdain. A soft chuckle escaped him. It was laughable to think that he had once succumbed to such petty tactics in his previous life. Now, in this existence, Wei Hong could hear their inner thoughts, realizing they were merely trifles. As long as he disregarded familial bonds, Wei Sheng's provocations bore no weight. He could even publicly expose this individual's deceitful intentions, awakening the Wei family from their delusions. Yet what purpose would that serve? They were merely strangers on the verge of severing ties. Who would be inclined to rescue them? Uncle Gong, please serve this Mr. Wei Sheng some peanut butter, Wei Hong commanded nonchalantly, wiping away the blood with a tissue. Yes. Su Maogong responded with an impassive nod. He gestured casually, and two bodyguards stepped forward. What do you intend to do? How dare you? You wish to go mad? Wei Sheng's face turned pale with fear. The members of the Wei family instinctively shielded him, as if guarding a rare treasure. To dare employ such petty tactics before me, naturally, one must bear the consequences of backlash. Wei Hong raised an eyebrow, sincerely stating, did Wei Sheng not claim that I secretly placed peanut butter in the food, causing his allergy? How could I not substantiate this matter? You dare? Wei Jiaoyang seethed with fury. I fear nothing. With a fierce kick, Wei Hong sent the coffee table flying, his face contorted in rage as he bellowed, whoever dares to provoke me shall pay the price. Can you protect him? Pour it down his throat. Yes. Two bodyguards forcefully shoved aside the Wei family members and seized Wei Sheng, yanking him out. Dad, Mom, save me. Woo-woo. Allergies can be fatal. Please, I swear I did not frame my brother. Wei Sheng pleaded in terror, his inner thoughts racing. How can my brother be so cruel? Just because our parents and sisters favor me a bit more? He actually plotted to murder me. Oh heavens! What am I to do? Will I never see my parents and sisters again? Stop it. Du Sihui could no longer contain her fury. If you dare to touch him, I will disown you as my son. You wretched child. Are you intent on destroying this family? Xiao Sheng is also our brother. How can you turn against your own flesh and blood? This is utterly excessive. If you don't cease this madness, don't blame us for cutting ties with you. The sisters chimed in, voicing their indignation and reproach. In the past, Wei Hong would have felt a deep pang of anguish. Yet now he regarded these people as mere clowns. Woo-woo. Under the watchful eyes of many, the bodyguards returned from the kitchen with a jar of peanut butter. A hand as strong as iron gripped Wei Sheng's chin, and an entire jar was poured into his mouth. No matter how he writhed and screamed in agony, he was forced to swallow a considerable amount. The Wei family attempted to intervene, but the bodyguards firmly held them back. Su Maogong had brought only the elite, former special forces and international professional bodyguards, making the villa's security utterly powerless against them. In this moment, the entire family was as helpless as lambs to the slaughter. After Wei Sheng managed to swallow the entire jar of peanut butter, the farcical ordeal finally came to a close. Quick, take him to the hospital. Wei Jiaoyang urgently beckoned the servants to assist in transporting him. Wei Hong merely scoffed, not bothering to stop them. This boy harbored many secrets. Killing him too soon would be uninteresting. Now that he could hear his innermost thoughts, it was far more entertaining to have the enemy in the light while he remained in the shadows. Mr. Wei, Mrs. Wei, will you leave of your own accord? Or shall I send someone to assist you in leaving? Wei Hong inquired lazily. Wei Jiaoyang was nearly beside himself with rage. What did you say? I am your father. What do you mean by calling me Mr. Wei? Are you attempting to expel us? Wei Hong narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile gracing his lips. As I mentioned earlier, whoever offends me will be expelled. You cannot possibly think this is a jest, can you? If I do not cast you out, shall I wait for your younger son to frame me again? It was indeed you who harmed Xiao Sheng. Do you think we are blind? Huh. The Wei family is not yet under your dominion. By what right do you think you can evict us? The sisters voiced their outrage, and Du Sihui maintained a stern expression, sneering. Do not think that just because the old man has given you the villa, you can do as you please. All decisions regarding minors must still be made by their guardians. If you continue this madness, I will call the police. You do not believe that Uncle Gong can shield you from all consequences, do you? Wei Jiaoyang gritted his teeth and remarked, if word gets out that I, the esteemed chairman of the Wei Group, was expelled from the ancestral home, I might as well call the police and escalate the matter. Wei Hong, however, did not press the issue. With a nonchalant shrug, he replied, if you prefer to stay, that is your choice. Nevertheless, in a year's time, we shall sever all ties. Until then, I hope everyone refrains from causing further disturbances, for I would not hesitate to deal with you again. Gong Shu, assign personnel to the villa to oversee security matters and clear out all the rooms on the second floor. No one is permitted to set foot on the second floor without my express permission. Understood. Su Maogong responded promptly. The members of the Wei family were left feeling dizzy with anger. It felt as though they were caught in a dream. Was this truly the once docile and easily bullied Wei Hong? Chapter 4. It is easy to transition from frugality to opulence, yet difficult to revert from opulence to frugality. On the second floor, there are a total of 4 rooms, the finest suites in the villa, basking in abundant natural light. Previously, one served as a study, while the other 3 were occupied by the parents, Wei Hong, and the eldest sister. However, since Wei Sheng's arrival, his room was swiftly usurped. A proud scion of the Wei family was relegated to the servants' quarters. Now that the rift is irrevocable, Wei Hong shows no mercy with a wave of his hand. He commands the bodyguards to dispose of items, casting forth a chaotic array of belongings from each room. The second floor is to be solely his domain. This wretch, Wei Jia, was nearly driven to a heart attack in his fury. As the family doctor tended to his wounds, he administered quick-acting heart medication, fearing that a single deep breath might lead to his demise from rage. Parents, will you not intervene? The eldest sister, Wei Linlang, complained with dissatisfaction. He has thrown all my things out. Where am I to reside? There are guest rooms on the third and fourth floors. Let us temporarily move there. Du Sihui sighed in resignation. This ungrateful wretch has truly lost his mind. With Uncle Gong's intervention, we cannot contend with him. We must endure for the time being. Endure. Endure, but until when? Wei Linlong's lovely features were marred by impatience. Are guest rooms fit for human habitation? How can I possibly reside in such a cramped space? Silence. If you have the audacity, go confront him, Wei Jia retorted. Do you think he would spare you a thought? At once, Wei Linlang fell silent, her heart brimming with resentment and indignation. She could not fathom how her previously accommodating brother had undergone such a drastic transformation. Could it be that he had truly lost his senses? Dad, Mom. The fourth sister, Wei Ruyun, quietly interjected. Today's events seem rather peculiar. Xiao Qi is not one to harm others. Could it be that we have wronged him? Impossible. Wei Linlang scoffed in rebuttal. Since Xiao Sheng came to our family, how many times has he plotted against him? A person with a history such as his has no right to claim injustice. Indeed, have you forgotten how he caused Xiao Sheng to fall down the stairs last time? Or how he shattered the vase to frame him and even stole his pocket money? Furthermore, he led the bullying of Xiao Sheng at school. All these are indisputable evidences. The sisters engaged in a cacophony of disdainful discussion, ultimately reaching a unanimous conclusion. Wei Hong is nothing but a villain. Previously, he merely feigned pity and grievance. Now he has cast aside all pretense. Had we known this ungrateful wretch was a scoundrel, we should have silenced him at birth. Du Sihui hissed through clenched teeth. Now this wolf cub has learned to bite. What a remarkable feat. Mother, let's not forget that today he declared severing ties twice. Wei Linlang stoked the flames. In just a year, he will turn 18, inheriting 30% of grandfather's shares and a considerable fortune, not to mention the support of Uncle Gong and other board members. We shall surely be cast out. The expressions of the Wei family shifted once more. It is easy to transition from frugality to opulence, yet difficult to revert from opulence to frugality. They had long grown accustomed to the well-praised days of prosperity. Should they ever lose their wealth and power, it would likely be more unbearable than death itself. Fear not. Du Sihui managed a faint smile, offering comfort. Wei Hong may appear tough on the outside, but he has a soft heart. He has thrown tantrums before. Yet, with a little coaxing, he will obediently return to being our loyal companion. Just treat him kindly for a few days. Indeed, what family harbors grudges overnight? Wei Jiaoyang chuckled awkwardly. If you all show him some kindness, it will be just like the old days, won't it? Once he comes of age, I intend to persuade him to share a portion of his shares with Xiao Sheng. Wei Linlang nodded with a cold smirk. Exactly. A mere child throwing a fit merely seeks attention from his family. If we refrain from scolding him for a few days, he'll soon come trotting back. Wei Ruyun remained silent. Compared to the other arrogant members of the Wei family, she, as a prominent screenwriter and renowned artist, possessed a sharper insight into human nature. She had already discerned that Wei Hong was not simply a child of heart. This time, he likely truly wished to sever ties. A few comforting words would hardly suffice. Let us go check on Xiao Sheng first, Wei Ruyun suggested, shifting the topic. He has consumed so much peanut butter. I wonder if he is in need of urgent care. What if it turns out to be a critical situation? Yes, we must hurry to the hospital. How could we have forgotten him? Quickly, summon the driver. The Wei family was once again stirred with concern. Even Wei Jiaoyang, despite his visible bandages and injuries, paid no heed to his own embarrassment. Donning their coats and hats, the group set off in a grand procession. At Renai Hospital, in front of the emergency department, the hospital director and the head of the emergency department personally welcomed the Wei family. Director Li, is my son all right? Wei Jiaoyang inquired. His brow furrowed. His peanut allergy is severe. He accidentally ingested a large amount of peanut butter. Is he still undergoing treatment? Director Li offered an awkward smile. Gesturing to the side, Director Liu, please explain the situation to Mr. Wei. Yes. The middle-aged head of the emergency department wiped his cold sweat, his expression complex. In truth, Mr. Wei need not worry. Master Wei is not allergic at all. Not allergic? Are you jesting? The Wei family exclaimed in unison. The middle-aged director swallowed hard before nodding. Indeed, there is no allergy. It was merely a blockage of peanut butter in his mouth, and nose causing asphyxiation. A simple rinse will suffice, and he is currently in the ward. With that, the middle-aged director led them directly to the ward. Upon entering and seeing Wei Sheng in perfectly normal condition, the expressions of the Wei family darkened. "Mom, Dad, sister, what brings you here?" Wei Sheng stammered, his explanation dry and anxious. "I'm sorry, I think I made a mistake. I'm not allergic to peanuts." Silence enveloped the ward. Even the slowest of the Wei family detected that something was amiss. However, before they could voice their inquiries, Wei Sheng's pitiful thoughts echoed once more. "What should I do? Mom and Dad will surely misunderstand and think I deliberately set up my brother. But I have no idea what happened. Could it be that I'm not allergic to peanuts, but rather have mistakenly consumed something else? This time, it truly defies explanation." The gentle gaze of Du Sihui softened as she reassured, "It is merely a misunderstanding. Do be more careful next time." "Indeed," Wei Sheng exclaimed, his face alight with gratitude, internally lauding, "Goodness, my mother actually believes me?" After such a monumental blunder, she remains unperturbed. She truly is the best mother in the world. Foolish child. It's best to discharge yourself and return home. Yes, it's a relief. Perhaps Xiao Sheng is allergic to something else altogether. It would be wise to have the doctor conduct further examinations in the future. It was but a misunderstanding, and clarifying it sufficed. The smiles of Wei Hong and the others remained bright. Only Wei Ruyun wore a peculiar expression, persistently feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 5. A breakthrough for a new beginning, a modest goal. In the villa study on the second floor, Wei Hong sat at the tea table, flanked by Su Maogong. 2 bodyguards stood vigil at the entrance, preventing any intrusions. Wei Hong personally brewed tea and politely poured a cup, saying, "Uncle Gong, have some tea." "Young master, you have grown," Su Maogong remarked with a warm smile, his eyes brimming with admiration, clearly pleased with Wei Hong's previous conduct. "You may call me Xiao Qi." Wei Hong sighed. "Uncle Gong, you're my only family now. Are you truly severing ties with them?" Su Maogong was taken aback. "Indeed," Wei Hong nodded silently, choosing not to elaborate. The Wei family, filled with blind and foolish individuals, was no longer a family he could acknowledge. As soon as he came of age, he intended to publicly declare the severance of all ties, wishing to extricate himself completely from any association. As for Uncle Gong, he was a figure of unwavering trust, having watched Wei Hong grow with a loyalty that rivaled that of his late grandfather. Wei Sheng possessed an unusual and sinister talent, one that allowed him to hear the innermost thoughts of others. "Uncle Gong," Wei Hong cautioned softly after taking a sip of tea, "the entire Wei family has already fallen under his sway. If you ever hear his voice sowing discord, do not be deceived. You are the only one I have left." Hearing thoughts? Su Maogong furrowed his brow slightly, though not overly shocked. Having accompanied the old master through numerous trials, he had encountered many bizarre phenomena. With Wei Hong's warning, he was confident he would not be misled. "Rest assured," Su Maogong said, leaning on his cane, his eyes sharp. "Shall I arrange for someone to deal with him?" "There's no need," Wei Hong replied dismissively. "He possesses only trivial tricks. Keeping him around may prove advantageous." He casually poured another cup of tea, an air of authority reminiscent of the old master emanating from him, as if he had everything under control. "Ah, indeed." Su Maogong wiped away a tear, unable to suppress his emotions. "The old master finally has a worthy successor. From now on, I shall return to my old profession and assist you, young master." "No." Wei Hong shook his head in refusal. "Uncle Gong, your talents are wasted as a mere housekeeper in this villa. Wei Jiaoyang and the others would only become more vigilant of you. It would be better for you to operate outside." "Oh." Su Maogong's interest was piqued as he gestured for him to continue. Wei Hong took another sip of tea before explaining, "As I intend to cut ties with the Wei family, I must accumulate strength in secret. Otherwise, when I reach adulthood, I may lack the means to escape this place. Wei Jiaoyang, though lacking in ability, is adept at various schemes. Therefore, I hope he can work outside while I subtly restrain them from within. In a year's time, we shall coordinate our efforts to deal a significant blow to them." Su Maogong couldn't help but frown slightly. "Do you not wish to inherit the Wei group?" "I do. Yet I also do not." Wei Hong sighed, expressing his helplessness. The Wei Group stands as the foremost enterprise in Jiangzhou, spanning multiple sectors from manufacturing to finance, internet, and entertainment, with a market value exceeding 500 billion. Once mastery is attained, expansion becomes exceedingly effortless. This is the culmination of my grandfather's toil. And how could I not yearn for dominion? Yet, Wei Jiaoyang has entrenched himself within the corporation, and beneath the vast industry lies a myriad of parasites. To seize control would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Perhaps it would be wiser to dismantle and rebuild. In essence, the Wei Corporation is of little consequence to him. While others may fervently aspire to power, he possesses the audacity to embrace the notion of destruction leading to rebirth. Excellent. Su Maogong nodded in appreciation. Such resolve. No wonder you are the cherished grandson of the old master. He has bequeathed you 30 of the corporation's shares, numerous properties, an array of stocks and funds, overseas estates, luxury vehicles, and cash, all sufficient to establish a new Wei corporation. Not enough. Wei Hong shook his head, sighing, I am still a minor, and it will be another year before I can legitimately inherit these assets. What I cannot grasp will ultimately remain as mere illusions, flowers in water, moons in a mirror. I must accumulate more foundation during this year. Su Maogong subtly nodded in agreement with this assessment. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, your financial resources are likely limited. However, I could readily allocate several hundred million in cash flow. Liquidating some real estate should yield around 2 billion. Such a sum is excessive. Merely loan me 100 million. Wei Hong chuckled lightly. What can 100 million accomplish? Su Maogong retorted with a dismissive huff. I have no children or dependents. You shall be responsible for my care in my twilight years. What is mine is yours. Why refuse? No. Wei Hong shook his head, pausing to deliberate before stating, in truth, I shouldn't even accept 100 million. My grandfather taught me the importance of self-reliance. If I were to receive 10 or 8 billion as startup capital, what challenges would life present? Let us do this, Uncle Gong. Prepare 300 million for me to engage in a venture. We shall split the profits earned within half a month equally. This shall be deemed an investment, not a loan. What do you say? Su Maogong couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the audacity of this young man. To seek the first pot of gold within a mere fortnight? Are you certain? 300 million seems considerable, yet in any industry, it hardly stirs a significant tide. Moreover, 2 weeks scarcely allows time for preliminary product research and recruitment. Conventional industries may falter, yet earning quick capital is still feasible, Wei Hong replied, his smile brimming with confidence, unperturbed by any pressure. He had undergone rigorous training under his grandfather's guidance from a young age, with an IQ soaring to 180 and an uncanny ability for retention. Coupled with the insights gained from a past life rife with information overload, he found the prospect of earning money to be simpler than the most mundane of tasks. With a moment of introspection, he could enumerate the forthcoming significant events in Jiangzhou over the next 7 to 8 years in meticulous detail. In such a state of foresight, even a pig could amass wealth, and he was fortunate to have Uncle Gong's support. Coincidentally, a substantial event was unfolding in the city. Although 300 million is not a vast sum, it could carve out a considerable portion from the opportunity at hand. 2 days hence, the helmsman of Tongxing Group would meet an untimely demise. Wei Hong succinctly stated, upon his passing, the corporation stock will plummet dramatically. On the 3rd day, initiate contact with the minor shareholders, concurrently acquiring shares in the market. By the 12th day, sell them all. Tongxing Pharmaceuticals' Li Teng is facing an uncertain fate. Su Maogong gasped in disbelief. Li Teng, a man in the prime of his life, is barely in his 40s. Should he pass away, the Group S shares would undoubtedly plummet. Is there still a need for bottom fishing at this juncture? Just proceed as instructed. But remember to limit your purchase to 300 million. Acquiring more may introduce unforeseen variables. Wei Hong, reluctant to divulge further details, deftly shifted the conversation. Additionally, make arrangements to acquire the adjacent villa to accommodate personnel. In the future, I require 3 teams of bodyguards, 1 team for my personal protection during outings, while the other 2 will alternate shifts, maintaining vigilant surveillance over the 2nd floor of the villa. It is imperative that the study and my bedroom remain off-limits to anyone. Furthermore, please convert the leftmost room on the second floor into a gym, enlisting several combat instructors to devise a training regimen for me. The servants and drivers in the villa should gradually be replaced with our own people. Understood. Su Maogong replied promptly. Chapter 6. You all shall endure the grievances I once suffered. As evening descended, Wei Jiaoyong, Du Sihui, and others returned to the villa, finding Wei Hong indulging in dinner. He nonchalantly occupied the seat of honor. Before him an array of 8 dishes and a soup. The rich and spicy offerings tantalizing the appetite, yet causing the Wei family to furrow their brows in discontent. Mom, what is the meaning of this? Du Sihui reprimanded, her voice laced with dissatisfaction. What has happened to our Wei family's customs? How can we begin dining before everyone has arrived? Furthermore, what are these dishes? Are you not aware that my husband has a delicate stomach and requires lighter fare? Beside her, Wang Ma was drenched in cold sweat. She forced a smile and meekly explained, Madam, these dishes were requested by young Master Hong. We dared not refuse. Fury surged within Du Sihui, and though she almost unleashed a barrage of insults, a sudden recollection of the day's events stilled her tongue. Instead, she waved her hand dismissively, commanding, Remove these dishes at once. They are utterly unappetizing. Bring forth something more delicate. Yes. Wang Ma, trembling, signaled the servants to begin clearing the table. Wei Hong, indifferent, paused his chopsticks, casting a glance that sent shivers down their spines, rendering them incapable of approaching. If you find it unsatisfactory, then leave. Since when did my meals become subject to your scrutiny? He retorted, his tone flat. Du Sihui felt as if she had swallowed something foul. When had she ever been treated in such a manner? Wei Hong had always been the one to bow and scrape, desperately seeking a modicum of maternal affection. Now, however, he was transformed, confronting anyone who dared oppose him. Mom and Dad, let us just eat, Wei Sheng interjected with a forced smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. Wang Ma, quickly bring out the dishes my parents enjoy the most. Huh, little Sheng, you are the best. Du Sihui emphasized her words, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Unlike a certain ungrateful wretch who shall never earn my gaze again, my most cherished son is only little Sheng. Oomph. Wei Hong raised an eyebrow, scoffing. Had he heard such words in the past, they would have stung his heart, prompting him to introspect and strive for their approval. Now, however, he was indifferent, even disinclined to respond. Whom Du Sihui favored was her affair, and it bore no relevance to him. Perhaps one day, when she faced the consequences of Wei Sheng's actions, she would find herself equally obstinate. The Wei family gathered at the table, their expressions varied. Wang Ma led the servants in presenting the dishes, and as the exquisite yet simple fare graced the table, the atmosphere softened slightly. Wei Jiaoyong shot a displeased glare at the interloper who had taken his rightful seat. Surveying the dishes, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Wang Ma, what is happening today? Are you becoming increasingly negligent in your duties? Where's my medicinal diet? Indeed, Wang Ma, you know father has a sensitive stomach. Wei Linlang chimed in, her voice sharp. Why was the medicinal diet not prepared? Go fetch it immediately. Forgive me, sir, forgive me, miss. Wang Ma replied, awkwardly. In the past, the medicinal diet was prepared by young Master Hong himself. He would meticulously select dozens of precious herbs to brew, often simmering for over 3 hours to create a single pot of medicinal delicacy. We are not versed in such matters. It was him. The family's expressions turned to astonishment. How could they have never heard of this matter? They only knew that Wei Jiaoyong had long suffered from a chronic stomach ailment, which remained stubbornly untreated. His appetite was exceedingly particular. He required a bowl of nourishing medicinal porridge at every meal to feel at ease. Who would have thought that it was Wei Hong himself who personally prepared it? At least you have a semblance of filial piety. Wei Jiaoyong's expression softened slightly as he coldly remarked, Go prepare the medicinal porridge, and also apologize to Xiao Sheng. I can treat today's events as if they never occurred. Do you wish to hear the nonsense you just uttered? Wei Hong retorted without reservation. Now that you've turned your back, you expect me to be subservient? Go eat dung. It's the best for your stomach. Wei Jiaoyong was nearly driven to a heart attack by rage. You? How audacious! Wei Hong, what are you saying? Such a lack of civility. What happened to your upbringing? Who permitted you to speak to your father in such a manner? Apologize to your father at once. The family members of the Wei household erupted in a chorus of reprimands and insults. Wei Hong, however, showed them no leniency, elegantly extracting a tissue to wipe his mouth. He rose and declared, "You don't want to eat, do you? If that is the case, then none of you shall eat." With that, he abruptly raised his hand and flipped the long table over, causing a cacophony of gasps and screams from the Wei family. Various dishes and bowls toppled to the ground, instantly creating chaos. Madness. This fellow had undoubtedly lost his senses. In that moment, not only were the Wei family members stunned, but even the servants and bodyguards wore expressions of disbelief. Who could have anticipated that the usually mild-mannered young Master Wei would become so unruly to flip the table at the slightest disagreement? He was full now, but what of the others who would go hungry? "You little wretch! How dare you!" Wei Jiaoyang roared in a fit of fury, grinding his teeth as he shouted, "Don't think that just because you have Su Lao Gui backing you, I can't do anything about you. You think you can intimidate me?" Wei Hong replied with a mocking sneer. "Not satisfied, are you? Well, you'll have to endure just as I did. You all will experience the same suffering I once did. If you don't wish to stay here, you may leave. No one is begging you to remain." Wei Jiaoyang's blood pressure soared dangerously, nearly causing him to faint. The Wei household descended into further chaos as everyone rushed to support him into a chair. They called for the family doctor and fussed over him until he finally regained his composure. It was evident to even the simplest observer that Wei Hong had undergone a significant change if they wished to continue their previous domineering ways. It seemed unlikely to be feasible. In that instant, the emotions of the gathered family members were profoundly complex. As they watched Wei Hong ascend the stairs, Du Sihui coldly remarked, "This unfilial son will one day be struck down by heaven." Wang Ma stood nearby, hesitant to speak, thinking to herself that it was uncertain who would truly face divine retribution. Over the years, how had Wei Hong treated them, and how had they reciprocated? Although others might not grasp the intricacies of their dynamics, Wang Ma was acutely aware. If she were to offer a sentiment, it would simply be that he deserved it. Wei Sheng's inner voice echoed among the Wei family members. How infuriating. How can my elder brother behave this way? There are no parents without faults. How could a family descend into such chaos? This is utterly thoughtless. Sigh. Perhaps my elder brother feels emboldened by being the only biological son of the Wei family, allowing him to act so recklessly. Unfortunately, I am not a biological child, so I dare not intervene too much. I can only hope that our parents do not suffer too much heartache. Oh, right, father has a weak stomach. Perhaps I could try concocting some medicinal dishes to help him regain his health. Upon uttering these words, his innocent and anxious expression instantly evoked sympathy and concern from those around him. Wei Jiaoyang felt a profound sense of comfort, exclaiming, "Xiao Sheng, we are fortunate to have you. Rest assured, you are indeed my true son." "Indeed," Du Sihui interjected with a scoff. "We certainly do not possess a son as heartless as him. You are our genuine offspring." "Exactly. How dare he show us such disdain? It is utterly disgraceful. Is this the behavior of someone raised by grandfather?" Thankfully, we have Xiao Sheng as a contrasting example. Otherwise, we might not even comprehend the depth of his repugnance. The sisters deliberately raised their voices in scornful condemnation. Chapter 7. Do you wish to rely on others for a lifetime? As night descended, the Wei family hastily consumed a meager meal, each individual harboring a tumult of frustration as they retreated to their respective quarters. The eldest daughter, Wei Linlang, found herself displaced from her room and relocated to a guest chamber on the rightmost side of the third floor. Her belongings, including an array of extravagant handbags and designer apparel, lay strewn about with no designated space, rendering her countenance exceedingly grim. Ding dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications from her phone pierced the silence. Having missed a day at the office, her workgroup messages had already accumulated to a staggering 99. At present, the Wei group was under the leadership of Wei Jiaoyang, who presided as chairman, while Wei Linlang served as the executive president, diligently managing a plethora of affairs that left her increasingly irritable. "Miss, may I come in?" Wang Ma gently knocked and entered, addressing her with respect. The master has sent word requesting that you expedite several investment proposals. He requires them urgently for tomorrow's morning meeting at the company. Understood, Wei Linlang replied with palpable impatience. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Wang Ma, please assist me in finding a few individuals tomorrow to sort through these items and transfer them to the spacious apartment in Jiangjing community for storage. I have no desire to return to the old residence, lest I be further exasperated. Of course, miss. Wang Ma hesitated momentarily before advising gently. After all, what grievances can persist within a family? The young master has endured considerable hardship over the years, which has led to his recent outburst. Perhaps a little more tolerance would suffice. Tolerate him? Wei Linlang's voice rose, her agitation manifesting as she paced the room, muttering in frustration. Did you not witness his brazen behavior today? He dared to strike his own father. At this rate, shall I be forced to grovel before him as the elder sister? Yet in the past, it was the young master who sought to curry favor with you all, Wang Ma murmured softly. Wei Linlang felt a knot of fury lodged in her throat. She attempted to articulate her thoughts, yet words eluded her. Memories of Wei Hong's past kindnesses flooded her mind. He had prepared medicinal soups for their father, who suffered from gastric issues, and offered massages and acupuncture to alleviate their mother's headaches and insomnia. It seemed that prior to Wei Sheng's arrival, despite their chilly relations, he had consistently endeavored to please the entire family. How had things changed so drastically? Had they truly crossed a line? Regardless, defying one's parents was unequivocally wrong. Wei Linlang stubbornly clung to her indignation. Seated on the sofa with her long legs casually crossed, she gestured towards the documents on her desk, stating, Yet, in light of his years of goodwill, I suppose I could extend an opportunity for him to rectify his mistakes. Ensure that these urgent investment proposals are delivered to him this evening, urging him to complete them promptly. Should he perform well, I shall speak favorably of him before father tomorrow. Wang Ma, rendered speechless, hesitated for a considerable time before reluctantly nodding in agreement. Although Wei Linlang held the title of eldest sister, her aptitude in the realm of business was rather lacking. Having joined the group at the tender age of 18, she had been in the workforce for 7 years, overseeing countless investment projects, the majority of which had concluded rather poorly. 3 years ago, upon discovering that her brother Wei Hong, meticulously nurtured by their grandfather, possessed an extraordinary business acumen, Wei Linlang began to subtly command him to undertake various tasks. Every proposal and project crafted by Wei Hong garnered immense praise from the board, with profits steadily surging. Wei Linlang unabashedly claimed all the credit for herself, unwittingly cultivating an image of a rising star in the Jiangzhou business community. She not only secured her position as the executive president of the group, but also earned the respect of the board's seasoned members. Over time, her demeanor became increasingly haughty. Now, to entrust Wei Hong with the project proposals seemed to her a gracious favor. As long as he executed these projects well, she could overlook today as slight. Wei Linlang consoled herself. After all, he was her blood brother. It was only right to show him some pity. Before long, Wang Ma returned. Wei Linlang noticed she still held the project proposal and could not help but frown. What happened? Did I not instruct you to give it to him? I apologize, miss. Wang Ma replied cautiously with a forced smile. The young master insisted that you keep your distance and handle your own affairs without bothering him. What? Wei Linlang was instantly incensed, slamming her palm on the coffee table. It is his honor to have this opportunity for experience. How many people wish to engage with such confidential group matters, yet find no chance? How dare he say such things? It is simply ingratitude. And he also said, Wang Ma continued awkwardly, if you cannot hold your position as president, perhaps you should resign. He has already assisted you enough over the years. Do not push your luck. Do you intend to rely on others for the rest of your life? That scoundrel, did he truly say that? Wei Linlang was infuriated, grabbing an object nearby to hurl. Wang Ma, alarmed, hastily set down the proposal and turned to leave. Soon, the room was left in disarray. How dare you, Wei Hong, insult me in such a manner? Wei Linlang's exquisite features were clouded with frost. Do you truly believe the world would cease to function without you? As a graduate of Harvard's finance program, Am I incapable of handling a few mere project proposals? If not for the desire to mend family ties, would you ever have access to such confidential documents? You ungrateful wretch. Without the opportunities one provide, let us see how you will engage with the Group S business and inherit the family legacy when you come of age. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Wei Linlang finally picked up the project proposal to review. These documents had been meticulously selected by the Group S project department, complete with comprehensive investment plans, forecasts, and reports awaiting approval. Her role was merely to provide suggestions for approval. In the past, Wei Hong would patiently scrutinize each document, analyzing them for discrepancies while gathering intelligence to substantiate his judgments, producing incisive investment proposals. Following his advice, they had seldom encountered errors. Wei Linlang, naturally, possessed little patience for such matters. She quickly skimmed through the project documents, promptly offering her approval for most of the initiatives, yet her gaze lingered on the final proposal. Tengxing Group had proposed a substantial investment of 1 billion yuan, intending to replace a batch of new equipment. A small pharmaceutical enterprise valued at 6 to 7 billion yuan sought to exchange 15 of its shares for this investment. As she reviewed the recommendations jointly provided by the project and investment departments, it became clear that they unanimously deemed this investment exceedingly advantageous. Given Tengxing Pharmaceuticals' historical profitability, its shares were indeed worthy of long-term retention. With a sense of indifference, she merely approved the request with a flick of her hand. A mere 1 billion yuan investment was trivial for her and the entire Wei Group. Such investments were routine for Wei Linlang, requiring her approval year after year. Thus, she did not assign much significance to its value. After successfully granting her approval, she carelessly set the documents aside, awaiting the board's resolution the following morning to finalize the contract. Chapter 8. Mad, are you being extravagantly reckless? The following day, early in the morning, Wei Hong and Wei Sheng prepared to leave, one after the other. Both were now high school students, enrolled in Class 2 of the senior year at Shengruwei International School. Regardless of their personal inclinations, academic pursuits held significant importance within the prestigious family. At the entrance, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class awaited silently. Upon spotting the two young men, the driver, Xiao Wu, hurriedly descended from the vehicle to greet them. He took Wei Sheng's backpack with one hand and opened the rear door with the other, bowing respectfully as he said, "Young master, please take your time." "Thank you, Brother Wu, for your hard work," Wei Sheng replied with a warm smile, although a sense of pride and arrogance lingered in his eyes. Xiao Wu promptly closed the door with a decisive snap and turned to Wei Hong, wearing a half-smile. "I apologize, young Master Hong, but the car is a bit cramped. Perhaps you should ride your bicycle as before. It's more environmentally friendly." A collective gasp escaped the nearby servants, who regarded Xiao Wu as though he were a fool. How dare he challenge young Master Hong? Did he remain oblivious to yesterday's events? Little did he know, this young man had taken leave for his uncle's wedding and was unaware that the Wei family's dynamics had shifted dramatically. How foolish, the servants whispered among themselves. Xiao Wu, with keen ears, caught snippets of their murmurs and frowned. In the past, he had made distinctions to ingratiate himself with Wei Jiaoyang and his wife. He had been dutiful and attentive to Wei Sheng, while evading Wei Hong with various excuses. The other drivers in the Wei household were responsible for transporting Wei Jiaoyang and his wife, along with their 6 daughters. Consequently, Wei Hong had grown accustomed to cycling to school on his own. Xiao Wu's arrogance had only increased due to Wei Hong's uncontentious nature. However, today proved to be different. Before Xiao Wu could comprehend the unfolding situation, 3 deep blue, fully armored Bentley Mulsans approached the villa with great swagger. 6 tall, professionally attired bodyguards, clad in black suits and wearing earpieces and sunglasses, alighted from the vehicles. They coordinated their efforts. Some opened the doors, others stood guard, while 2 swiftly advanced to create a protective perimeter. "Young master, please." Wei Hong dismissed Xiao Wu's astonished and fearful expression. He flashed a smile at the enviously resentful Wei Sheng before turning and stepping into the car, surrounded by the imposing bodyguards. Su Maogong had already acquired the adjacent Villa No. 16, with 3 groups of 18 bodyguards on standby, a display of affluence that even Wei Jiaoyang could not match. It was no wonder that Wei Sheng felt a twinge of envy and resentment. It is worth noting that hiring a professional bodyguard typically costs between 100,000 to 3 million annually. Thus, maintaining 18 bodyguards amounted to a staggering 4 to 5 million per year in the entire Jiangzhou city. The number of affluent individuals capable of sustaining such a formidable security team was limited to a mere handful, leaving Wei Sheng, as an adopted son, to merely covet their lifestyle. The 3 Bentley Mulsans glided smoothly out of the villa district, capturing the attention of countless passers-by. Each vehicle housed 2 bodyguards, with the team leader providing personal protection to Wei Hong. The vehicles were tightly sealed, rendering it impossible to discern which one he occupied, a testament to their first-rate security. Half an hour later, Wei Hong and Wei Sheng arrived at Shengruwei International High School, one after the other. As their 4 vehicles entered the parking lot, they drew considerable attention. Wow, 3 Bentley Mulsans? And they're customized with bulletproof features. Who on earth are they? I don't know. But the car beside them should belong to Wei Sheng, the adopted son of the Wei family. Damn, is he really that extravagant? Curious whispers filled the air. This prestigious private school in Jiangzhou was attended by the affluent and the elite, or at the very least, it boasted talented students recruited at high cost from various regions. So their discerning eyes were not to be underestimated. It was immediately apparent that the 3 Bentleys were extraordinary. Usually, wherever Wei Sheng went, he was the center of attention. Today, however, as he stepped out of the car, few spared him a glance. The gazes of students and teachers alike were subtly directed towards the Bentleys. As the doors of the 3 cars opened, a cadre of bodyguards emerged, assuming a vigilant stance. Wei Hong, clad in a white shirt, long trousers, and a navy blue tailcoat uniform, adorned with a delicate black gold jade ring on his left hand and a Patek Philippe's latest men's watch on his right, exuded an innate elegance, reminiscent of a young nobleman stepping out of a television drama. Is that Wei Sheng? Is he? Isn't he usually quite low-key? Why is he so ostentatious today? Bringing 6 bodyguards to school? Is that really necessary? Didn't Tiwi hear he wasn't favored in the Wei family? How is he more impressive than Wei Sheng, the younger son? The crowd was once again astounded. Wei Hong, however, paid no heed to their curious gazes, unconcerned about the ostentatiousness of his actions. Having been reborn once, he was inevitably destined to tread a path of conquest, which would surely offend countless formidable figures. Thus, exercising caution was not an overreaction. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise once more. The school premises were presently secure, so he instructed, "You may remain in the vehicles to rest, come in shifts for meals and restroom breaks, but do not disrupt the normal order of the school." Understood. The head of the bodyguards nodded slightly. "Young master, should you require anything, simply press the emergency communicator, and we will arrive within a minute." Additionally, the communicator is equipped with our specialized locator. In the event of an abduction, we can swiftly pinpoint your location. Very well. Wei Hong nodded in satisfaction. Su Maogong and his team were indeed professional. Once his assets exceeded 100 billion, he would hire additional bodyguards, at least a dozen in each team, for without such numbers, he felt utterly vulnerable. Class may become a bit rowdy later. I did not instruct you to stay away, Wei Hong reiterated. Yes, the head of the bodyguards acknowledged respectfully. He then turned to carry his backpack as Wei Hong strode confidently into the classroom of Class 2, Grade 3, under the envious, jealous stares of male classmates and the starry-eyed gazes of female classmates. This class comprised about 30 students. As Wei Hong entered, the previously boisterous atmosphere abruptly hushed for a moment. In the center of the classroom, several unreservedly hostile glances were directed towards him. Wei Sheng lounged lazily, surrounded by 4 or 5 remarkably poised second-generation rich youths. These individuals were once unwavering sycophants of Wei Hong, frequently bowing and scraping before him in hopes of earning his favor, so that their own enterprises might glean a meager share of the remnants from the Wei group. However, upon the dissemination of news regarding his fall from grace, they swiftly altered their allegiances to become the lackeys of Wei Sheng. In a previous life, Wei Hong was unambitious and composed, and coupled with the privilege of his genuine noble status, even in the absence of favor, No one dared to provoke him recklessly. These sycophants could only afford to offer sardonic remarks, causing little significant turmoil. Yet today, Wei Sheng, who had been subjected to a series of indignities, was determined not to let him find respite. Chapter 9. What are you so angry about? During the morning reading session, Wei Sheng was unusually quiet. He occasionally sighed with melancholy, which piqued the curiosity of those around him. Brother Sheng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Have you been wronged? If anything is bothering you, do share with us. Don't keep it to yourself. How dare that brat trouble you now? I'll make sure he pays. A few wealthy second-generation students voiced their discontent. Regardless of whether it was at the Wei residence or in school, in just a few short months, Wei Sheng had effortlessly won the affection of those around him with his ability to convey thoughts while subtly sowing discord between Wei Hong and the others. Now, all he needed to do was feign distress, and everyone would instinctively rally to his defense. Please don't say that. My brother treats me very well. I'm fine. Don't overthink it. Let us all focus on our studies. Wei Sheng replied, softly on the surface. However, his inner voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. Sigh. After all, my brother and I are family. No matter how he bullies me, I must endure. If I tarnish the family's reputation, how could I face our parents' nurturing? Brother Sheng, you are too magnanimous. Seriously, you can endure this? Mr. Wei and his wife dote on you the most. What does blood relation even signify? Don't fear him. I've heard he wasn't even born of Mrs. Wei and has never been favored. Now, that old Master Wei has passed. Who is left to protect him? The classmates once again erupted in righteous indignation. Many less affluent students also felt aggrieved. Conjuring images of chauffeur's son being adopted by a wealthy family and suffering under the oppression of a stepbrother, their gazes tinged with disdain. Assisting the weak against the strong is an inherent trait of humanity. Yet, Wei Hong remained the true young master of the Wei family, no matter how upset they were. None dared to act against him. Their comments were merely superficial, failing to provoke any desire within him to retaliate. Is my brother truly able to endure this? Wei Sheng continued to capitalize on the moment, his thoughts flowing outward. Yesterday, he caused such a ruckus at home, even daring to strike his own father. I must find a way to persuade our parents. Otherwise, what if they really sever ties with him? Striking his own father? How scandalous. Given Mr. Wei's character, would he not cut ties with him? Oh dear, it seems that the young master of Wei is about to be thrown out of the house. As the crowd reveled in their schadenfreude, a few wealthy second-generation students couldn't help but feel tempted. They had long regarded Wei Hong with disdain, but had refrained from acting recklessly due to his status. If Wei Hong truly reached the point of familial rupture, what was there to fear? The opportunity to deal with a sinking ship had arrived. Who would take action? Gee, aren't you going to step in? Lil Sheng helped you immensely last time. If he is being wronged, isn't it only fair that we help him regain his honor? He's about to sever ties with the Wei family. What do we have to fear? The group exchanged glances, their eyes settling on a young man with a buzz cut. He was tall and exuded a languid demeanor, giving off an air of indifference. His name was Ji Peng, hailing from a family with a long-standing business background, and his uncles and elders held significant influence in the Jiangzhou political arena. Although he appears to possess little in terms of tangible assets, he wields immense power, prompting numerous wealthy merchants to bow and curry favor with him. He belongs to the elite class of second-generation officials in the city, holding the highest status among his peers. In the past, Ji Peng and Wei Hong were childhood friends who grew up together. However, under the insidious influence of Wei Sheng, the two have now severed ties. If anyone dares to provoke the esteemed young Master Wei, it would undoubtedly be Ji Peng. This reckless individual fears neither heaven nor earth. Upon receiving a subtle nod of encouragement from the onlookers, he sauntered over to Wei Hong's vicinity, smirking as he addressed a classmate at the back. Change seats. All right. The bespectacled classmate hastily vacated his spot. Ji Peng nonchalantly took his seat, carelessly pushing the desk closer to Wei Hong while mockingly taunting, Wei Shaoqi. Look at you now. Were you not so arrogant before? What will you do now that your family has abandoned you? Childish, move away. Wei Hong dismissed the antics of this immature individual. In his second chance at life, he sought only to enrich himself at every moment. His backpack was not merely filled with textbooks, but also volumes on physics and mathematics competitions, finance, hacking and programming, university-level calculus, and advanced mathematics. With an IQ of 180 and a photographic memory, he could easily excel in the college entrance examination and secure a place at prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. Yet, he remained unhurried, quietly absorbing knowledge. Ji Peng, thoroughly incensed by Wei Hong's demeanor, kicked his chair in frustration, exclaiming, "It's always the same with you. You've looked down on me since childhood, haven't you? Now that your family is no longer a support, what do you have to be arrogant about?" Sighing softly, Wei Hong did not wish to dwell on the matter with Ji Peng, as they were once close friends. Yet, Wei Sheng had exploited Ji Peng's insecurities and arrogance, leading to their bitter animosity. Ji Peng had previously schemed against him in secret, and now old grievances mingled with new, flooding his heart. The bond forged in childhood shattered in an instant. "I shall reiterate, keep your distance," Wei Hong said coolly, elegantly flipping through his book, his voice icy enough to chill the soul. "If you continue to harass me, the Ji family will not shield you. Is that so? I would like to see how a family that has cast aside its own will fail to protect me." Ji Peng retorted with a smirk, leaning back defiantly and kicking the desks ahead of him. Bang, bang, bang. His actions were unhurried, yet laden with provocation, disturbing the entire class and repeatedly interrupting Wei Hong's concentration. "Ji Gu, please don't," Wei Sheng interjected nervously, attempting to mediate. "You and the elder brother are childhood friends. Let us discuss this calmly." "Stay out of it, Xiao Sheng. Today, I shall avenge you," Ji Peng sneered. "I detest those who strut about, acting as if they are superior, while at home, they bully their own servants as if we are unaware." Laughter erupted among several wealthy second-generation students, and even many classmates shared in the amusement. A dapper young gentleman found himself tumbling into a muddy pit, inevitably attracting the scornful gaze of onlookers eager to heap ridicule upon him. Confronted by their mocking stares and the taunting kicks of Ji Peng against the chair, Wei Hong could only sigh in resignation, casting aside his book in frustration. In the next moment, he abruptly seized the ballpoint pen from the table and swiftly turned around. With lightning speed, his left hand tightened around Ji Peng's neck. The right hand wielded a ballpoint pen, relentlessly thrusting it towards his cheek, eye sockets, mouth, and head. Again and again, the anguished cries echoed in every direction. At this moment, Wei Hong exuded a calm, yet deadly aura, striking with both swiftness and ferocity. Such a reckless and ruthless approach was beyond the capacity of a mere child like Ji Peng to withstand. Wei Sheng was utterly astonished, rendered speechless. The entire class was equally taken aback, gasping in astonishment and exclaiming in surprise. Chapter 10. The Folly of Human Nature. In an attempt to save another, one inflicts harm upon oneself. A series of anguished cries echoed through the air as Ji Peng paid dearly for his provocation. Wei Hong, in a frenzy, had struck repeatedly. By the time he elegantly withdrew his hand, Ji Peng's neck bore deep, bruised imprints, while blood streamed from his head and face, his hands riddled with gaping wounds from his futile attempts to shield himself. In that moment, he resembled a wretched specter, his eyes filled with the terror of surviving a calamity. The glance he cast towards Wei Hong was tinged with apprehension and dread. Heavens, someone summon the teacher at once. An incident has transpired. This is an attempt at murder. This man has lost his mind. Call the police. The classroom erupted in chaos, each student wearing a mask of fear and unease. A few privileged youths rushed to support Ji Peng, though they were no strangers to brawls. They had never witnessed such a ruthless display of violence. In that instant, they were merely grateful that they were not the ones who had provoked Wei Hong. Otherwise, they might find themselves in an even graver predicament than Ji Peng. Amused, Wei Hong maintained his air of elegance. He delicately extracted a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his fingers and pen, casting a nonchalant glance at those around him, prompting them to recoil in terror. "Call the police immediately," Ji Peng cried out, gritting his teeth in pain, his voice a furious roar. "I will see him imprisoned for this. Do you truly believe that a mere flesh wound is sufficient to imprison a minor?" Wei Hong inquired, his expression a mask of sincerity. Your uncle seems to be in a crucial stage of promotion. If a scandal involving the Ji family were to emerge, do you think it would not infuriate him? Ji Peng's jaw tightened in rage, his fists clenched with fervor. He dared not report the incident. The Ji family's greatest fear was scandal. Whether it be a brawl or any other misconduct, even the slightest hint of ambiguity could lead to his downfall. With a few pointed words, Wei Hong had deftly maneuvered Ji Peng into the role of the scapegoat. Wei Hong sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. The Ji family has truly seen better days, having produced such a fool as yourself. Look at the state you've brought upon yourself, while I remain unscathed. At those words, Ji Peng turned sharply, only to find Wei Sheng seated calmly, wearing an expression of shock and disbelief, devoid of any concern for Ji Peng's plight, perhaps even harboring a hint of relief that he was not the one in trouble. Brother Ji, I am sorry, Wei Sheng stammered, hastily shaking his head in defense, his inner thoughts echoing. I warned you not to provoke the elder brother. He is ruthless, and you have left me utterly astonished. Ji Peng's expression softened slightly as he coldly retorted, no need for your divisive words. Even without involving the authorities, the Ji family will not let this matter rest. Prepare yourself. Very well. I shall await your action. Wei Hong mused, stroking the ring on his left hand, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. The Ji family is so insignificant that even if I were to feed you excrement, you would have no choice but to swallow it. Should you disagree, feel free to summon your elders. A collective gasp of disbelief swept through the room. While the average person might not comprehend the significance of the Ji family, the privileged youths in the classroom understood it all too well. The individuals within their household that the elders most fear to offend are the offspring of officials. With just a word from these individuals, various departments would relentlessly harass the family's business. Even the largest conglomerates would be driven to despair and exhaustion from incessant inspections and rectifications. Thus, Ji Peng practically strode through the school with an air of invincibility. Has he lost his senses, daring to provoke so brazenly? What? You took care of Ji Peng, but forgot about yourselves? You few who were just chattering away. Weren't you eager to stand up for your good brother? Come. While the teacher has yet to arrive, let us converse. Wei Hong's piercing gaze swept over them, causing the rich heirs to retreat in fright. Their faces flushed crimson, rendered speechless for a long moment. Where was the arrogant bravado they had displayed moments before? Wei Hong, uninterested in these petty characters, pushed them aside and made his way directly towards Wei Sheng. What do you want, big brother? Wei Sheng exclaimed in terror, his inner thoughts spiraling. Oh no, my brother is surely going to kill me. What should I do? Who will come to my rescue? Huh? Wei Hong chuckled mockingly. I do not possess a brother like you. Stop nauseating everyone with your incessant big brother calls. You have been covertly inciting others against me at home and school. Yet when trouble arises, you wish to hide behind the scenes unscathed. Is there such a wonderful scenario in this world? Big brother, I did not. Wei Sheng stammered in defense. Wei Hong ceased to waste words with him, seizing his hair and forcefully slamming his head against the desk. Bang! 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 Ah! Help! Ah! Wei Sheng screamed, blood streaming from his nose. The onlookers were all struck with terror. Stop! A delicate voice coldly reprimanded. Wei Hong, you brute. Is this how Grandfather Wei raised you? To harm your own kin and bully your classmates? You are nothing short of a disgrace to the Wei family. Cici, save me, Wa. Wei Sheng cried out, his face smeared with blood in a pitiful plea for help. Wei Hong cast a frigid glance in her direction. CSCC, the pampered daughter of the Jinjiang group, was glaring at him with ire. The two had grown up together, barely qualifying as childhood sweethearts. Once, there had been a spark of affection between Wei Hong and her, to the point where their grandfathers had jested about betrothing them. Unfortunately, this woman was equally blind and foolish. In his previous life, Wei Sheng had easily won her heart through sweet words and flattering demeanor, making her one of the many in his harem, and she had even plotted against Wei Hong. In every conflict, she had always stood in front of Wei Sheng, and in every misunderstanding, she refused to listen to even a hint of explanation. In this new life, CSCC remained as protective as ever. Yet, Wei Hong had long since shed the pain of the past, replaced by indifference and contempt. You think you can dictate terms simply by saying stop? What audacity to point fingers before me. He seized Wei Sheng's hair once more, slamming his head down onto the desk repeatedly. Stop it, please, stop. CSCC's face turned a furious shade of gray, clearly not anticipating such blatant disrespect. In a moment of desperation, she disregarded the peril and seized the paper cutter from her desk, pressing it against her alabaster neck. If you do not stop, I shall take my own life before your eyes, CSCC threatened with a resolute expression. Goodness, Cece, do not act impulsively. Wei Sheng urged. Stop this before it escalates to tragedy. Someone quickly summoned the teacher. The classmates gasped in astonishment, their voices rising in alarm. Several, filled with anxiety, rushed out of the classroom. Meanwhile, Wei Hong appeared utterly bewildered, even finding the situation somewhat absurd. What madness is this? If you wish to save someone, why harm yourself? Who truly cares about whether you live or die? Chapter 11. If you wish to die, do it quickly to spare me your presence. Once upon a time, Wei Hong indeed cherished CSCC as a beloved sister. Even the slightest scrape would cause him great distress. However, after enduring countless betrayals in his past life, his heart had hardened to iron. He would not even flinch if faced with death before him. Now, CSCC's attempt to threaten him with her demise seemed utterly ludicrous. How laughable that the precious gem cultivated by Chairman Xie of Jinjiang Group for over a decade turned out to be such a fool. If you wish to die, do it quickly to spare me your presence, Wei Hong coldly remarked, his hands continuing their relentless actions, repeatedly smashing Wei Sheng's head against the desk. How dare you? CSCC exclaimed, her face a mix of grievance and disbelief. The Wei Hong of old was nothing like this. In the past, he would be frantic at any harm she attempted upon herself, even acquiescing to her most unreasonable demands. Yet now, why did he seem so indifferent? Stop it. If you don't cease this instant, I will never acknowledge you again, she cried, frustration causing her to stomp her foot in anger. But Wei Hong remained unperturbed, ignoring her entirely. Just when she found herself at a loss, caught in a dilemma, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Li, finally arrived, panting heavily. A middle-aged woman in her 40s. She was met with the scene of chaos in Class 2 of senior year, which had already attracted a crowd of teachers and students outside. She pushed through the throng and entered the classroom, her voice piercing the air. Wei Hong, have you lost your mind? Stop this at once. Good morning, Ms. Li. Wei Hong replied lightly, releasing his grip and feigning innocence. Yet, this very demeanor only served to infuriate Ms. Li further. Observing the dreadful state of Ji Peng and Wei Sheng, she could not help but scream in outrage. You heartless wretch, how dare you treat your classmates so brutally? I will call the police. I will have you sent to a juvenile detention center. With that, she took out her phone, ready to dial. Ji Peng interjected coolly. We cannot involve the police. I've already notified my family to handle this. Please stay calm, Ms. Li. Yes, we cannot call the police. Ms. Li finally regained her composure. If the police arrived and this matter escalated, it would tarnish the school's reputation, and she too would face consequences. Quickly, take them to the school infirmary for treatment. Taking a deep breath, she began to organize the situation. You hurry. And you, Wei Hong, get your parents here at once. Are you asking my parents to come so you can demonstrate how to grovel? Wei Hong retorted with a mocking tone. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Typically, when a student misbehaved, their parents would be summoned for scolding. Yet, when it came to someone like Wei Hong, even the teachers would only dare to smile and appease. Realizing this, Ms. Li felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She turned away, preparing to call the school administration. The events of today have escalated to such a degree that even if you are not sent to a juvenile detention center, you will surely be expelled from St. Rouet High School. Before Ji Peng headed to the infirmary, he coldly remarked, You will pay the price. Is that so? I shall await your arrival. Wei Hong retorted disdainfully. However, considering your family's influence, it may not suffice. Shall we summon more people? I have already informed Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei. My father will also be coming. CSCC continued to exert pressure, gritting her teeth. You may persist in your defiance, but let us see if they come to your aid. Very well. Wei Hong retained his calm demeanor, exuding the graceful air of a dapper gentleman. captivating the attention of numerous female classmates. Within 5 minutes, the incident in Class 2 of senior year spread like wildfire throughout the campus. All faculty and students bore expressions of astonishment and intrigue. Who could have anticipated that the usually genteel and charismatic Wei Hong would resort to public violence against a classmate? In no time, various videos and photographs began circulating online, with teachers and students indulging in gossip, speculating whether Wei Hong had lost his sanity. Some even concluded that he was in for a world of trouble. Soon, a betting post emerged online, wagering whether Wei Hong would face expulsion or detention. Students eagerly cast their votes, each convinced that he would suffer dire consequences for his impulsive actions. By noon, Ji Peng's uncle, Ji Mingxian, CSCC's father, Xie Jiang, and Wei Hong's mother, Du Sihui, hurried to the school. Upon arriving outside the principal's office, they were met by 4 burly bodyguards stationed at the entrance. Entering the office, their anger surged as they beheld Ji Peng and Wei Sheng, their heads and hands swathed in bandages, reminiscent of mummies, blood seeping through the gauze, creating a particularly alarming sight. Even CSCC bore a few bandages around her neck. Principal Liu and several school administrators stood awkwardly to the side. In stark contrast, Wei Hong lounged comfortably at the head of the tea table, flanked by 2 bodyguards, exuding an air of authority while leisurely preparing tea. "Cici, are you all right?" Ji Peng asked anxiously. "What happened?" The 3 rushed forward to assess the situation. Du Sihui, nearly in tears, cried out, "Xiaosheng, are you okay? Goodness, how did this happen? Who did this?" Realizing her question was somewhat redundant upon seeing Wei Hong, she understood that he was the only one audacious enough to lay hands on Wei Sheng. "You little beast! How dare you harm my son? I will kill you." Du Sihui seethed, grasping a thermos from the desk, intent on hurling it at him. Wei Hong, however, merely lifted his gaze, his eyes cold as steel, instantly freezing her in place. "Madam Wei, think carefully before you act," he said nonchalantly, taking a sip of tea before continuing. "I have always believed in an eye for an eye. Just yesterday, even Chairman Wei suffered a disfigurement. You do not consider yourself to be special, do you? You little bastard, I am your mother." Du Sihui's fingers trembled with rage. "Do you intend to strike me as well? You are merely my biological mother. Once we reach adulthood, our ties will sever," Wei Hong retorted, raising an eyebrow. "Madam Wei, have you forgotten that this individual beside you is your son? You? Du Sihui was on the verge of fainting from anger. However, she ultimately refrained from smashing the thermos, for Wei Hong was indeed capable of resorting to violence. He showed no respect even to his own father, Wei Jiaoyang, and it was entirely possible that he would not hesitate to break her hand should the situation escalate. "Please discuss your family matters at home," Ji Mingxian pronounced with an air of authority as he took a seat, his voice icy. "What I wish to know is precisely what transpired that left my nephew, Ji Peng, in this state. Who can provide me with an explanation?" As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage, his penetrating gaze fixed menacingly on Wei Hong. It was evident that he had already concluded that this matter was inextricably linked to him. "Xiao Hong, you and Cici have been childhood friends. Surely you wouldn't be so deranged as to harm her as well?" Xie Jiang added, his face contorted with fury. "I, your uncle Xie, have but this one daughter." Under the pressure of 3 formidable figures, the school's upper management felt the weight of the situation intensify. Principal Liu and his colleagues were drenched in cold sweat, fearing that the flames of this crisis might engulf them as well. Chapter 12. Have students become so reckless nowadays? Mr. Ji, Mr. Xie, and Mrs. Wei. The sequence of events has been thoroughly documented by the classroom surveillance. The injured parties are now stable, and Ji Peng has refused to file a police report. Shall we first review the footage before deciding on a course of action? Principal Liu, his forehead glistening with cold sweat, cautiously suggested. Hearing this, Ji Mingxian and Xie Jiang felt compelled to remain silent and merely nodded in agreement. Observing their response, Principal Liu quickly activated the projector, displaying the pre-prepared video on the wall for all to see what transpired in Class 2 of the senior year that morning. This matter involved the Ji, Xie, and Wei families, and as a mere principal, he dared not intervene rashly. Thus, the video was unedited, presenting a clear and uninterrupted account of events. From the moment Wei Hong entered the classroom, the students' hostile provocations, to Wei Sheng's deliberate instigation of Ji Peng, everything was laid bare before the assembly. Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang were no fools. Upon viewing the footage, an expression of embarrassment immediately crossed their faces. One could hardly believe that their own nephew was so foolish as to be used as a pawn, while the other was astonished that his own daughter was so naive as to press a knife against her neck. They were both cunning old foxes, instantly recognizing that this was Wei family's adopted son deliberately causing trouble. However, Du Sihui remained oblivious as ever. After watching the video, she did not perceive Wei Sheng's wrongdoing. Instead, she felt an overwhelming sympathy for him, her body trembling in anger, her gaze toward Wei Hong laced with resentment. How could I have given birth to such a scoundrel, one who would harm his own brother? You are truly a despicable wretch. Principal, I demand the immediate expulsion of such trash. Du Sihui's venomous words echoed clearly. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. They had long heard tales of the Wei family's eccentricities, favoring their adopted son over their biological children. Yet witnessing it firsthand revealed the absurdity of the situation. Du Sihui publicly cursed her own child just to defend her adopted son. It was an act only a fool would commit. If even Wei Hong's own mother suggested expulsion, then Ji Mingxian had little to add. With a cold smile, he remarked, although my nephew Ji Peng was somewhat in the wrong for initiating the provocation, having sustained such injuries, he must be feeling quite humiliated. As long as Wei Hong is expelled, we shall let this matter rest. Indeed, Xie Zhijiang nodded in agreement. Given the magnitude of the chaos caused by these children, someone must face the consequences. Otherwise, they will never learn. The three parties expressed their pressures. Principal Lu sighed in relief, preparing to make his statement. However, Wei Hong raised his hand to interrupt, a smirk playing on his lips. Since the three of you have expressed your views, I humbly wish to voice a few words, if that is acceptable. What does your esteemed nephew wish to convey? Xie Zhijiang frowned. Do you not see how shameless you are? Wei Hong slammed his teacup onto the ground, pointing at him as he began to berate. Are you blind? What does the video have to do with your daughter? She meddled unnecessarily and even held a knife to her own neck. If she truly slit her throat, who would bear the blame? Your daughter is rather foolish. Perhaps you should take her to the hospital for a checkup. How dare you come here and prattle on? And you expect me to pay a price? You ungrateful wretch. Were it not for my grandfather's support, you would merely be a laborer on a construction site, burdened with heavy loads. After a few years of being Mr. Xie, have you forgotten your true worth? Xie, the limping one. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xie Zhijiang's face flushed with indignation. He was seething, his chest heaving, hands clenched tightly behind him. Several times he nearly erupted, but ultimately forced himself to endure. Indeed, Xie Zhijiang said coldly, had it not been for the late Mr. Wei's backing, I would never have amounted to much in this life. I shall never forget this kindness. However, dear nephew, to publicly insult your elders is rather excessive. Wouldn't you agree? Excessive? You don't think that just because the old man has passed away, the past is forgotten, do you? Wei Hong continued his tirade. I possess all the dirt on you, and it is only out of mercy that I Haven T sent you away already. How dare you provoke me? Upon hearing this, Xie Zhijiang broke into a cold sweat. Father, say something. CSCC admonished. What do you mean, Wei? Show some respect to my father, or I will ensure you pay the price. Cici, be quiet. Xie Zhijiang reprimanded sharply. After downing a cup of tea, he said, You speak rightly, dear nephew. Today, I, Xie, have indeed been remiss in my manners. I offer my apologies in place of wine. Our Jinjiang group shall not involve itself in this matter. Why should that be? CSCC protested, stamping her foot. Doesn't he owe a price for hitting Xiaosheng? Why are you apologizing to him? He should be expelled. Silence. Xie Zhijiang snapped, turning around with a fierce glare that rendered CSCC pale. He sighed, smiling bitterly. I apologize. My daughter is indeed a bit foolish, and I apologize on her behalf. An apology is unnecessary, Wei Hong said, rubbing his temples in irritation. For the sake of the past connection between our families, I shall let this incident pass. But should it happen again, you will know the consequences. Thank you, dear nephew. Xie Zhijiang was a clever man. Despite being publicly insulted, he was able to endure not out of adherence to principles, but because he recognized that Wei Hong was no ordinary high school student. He could even sense the remnants of the late Mr. Wei's formidable presence in the business world. Xie Zhijiang understood that if he were to escalate matters further, Wei Hong would certainly have a means to make the Jinjiang group suffer. As a businessman, he could not afford to create an enemy over a childish quarrel. The late Mr. Wei may have passed, but those who benefited from his kindness still remained. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office became peculiar. The onlookers were filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend why Wei Hong dared to insult the chairman of a publicly listed company or why Xie Zhijiang chose to endure such insults. The unfolding of events was truly unexpected. Are today as students so audacious? If Chairman Xie withdraws from this matter, we, the Ji family, will not let it rest. Ji Mingxian coldly lifted his teacup, narrowing his eyes as he warned, "How shall we account for the injury inflicted upon my nephew?" He considered it mere misfortune for them, a lack of foresight on their part, and a folly of the Ji family to rush into becoming pawns for others. He believed he was merely trying to guide their descendants wisely. Wei Hong, with a resolute tone, replied, "What will you do about it?" Is Uncle Ji satisfied with this response? Ji Mingxian was nearly driven to the brink of a heart attack in his fury. Others gasped in disbelief once more. Remarkably, after berating Chairman Xie of the Jinjiang Group, this audacious individual was now confronting the Ji family. Truly, he was like a newborn calf, unafraid of tigers, daring to bite anyone in his path. Moreover, he had the audacity to name names and point fingers. Did he truly not fear offending the immensely powerful Ji family? Ji Peng muttered softly, "What a madman." Had the Ji family ever been insulted so brazenly? Countless individuals had to cater to them. It was rumored that the second son of the Ji family was poised for a promotion, and even the Wei family had to tread carefully around them. How could Wei Hong dare to act so boldly? Merely playing with words. He would be lucky to escape unscathed. Who would have thought that the illustrious Wei patriarch would ultimately raise a lunatic? In their hearts, the onlookers secretly derided him, their gazes toward Wei Hong laced with pity. Very well, Ji Mingxian, instead of being enraged, smiled coldly, clapping his hands in a mocking gesture. "Young Master Wei, your audacity is commendable. Our Ji family is grateful for your guidance of my young nephew. Rest assured, we shall repay your great kindness in due time." Chapter 13. Strategizing from afar. Securing victory from 1,000 miles away. Provoking the Ji family appears to be an utterly insane endeavor to anyone. After all, they are colossal figures in the political arena of Jiangzhou, with several family members holding esteemed positions, their intricate web of connections allowing them to dictate fates across various industries. Should the Ji family truly unleash their wrath, even the Wei group would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Du Sihui, upon witnessing the tense atmosphere, found her mind unusually clear and cautioned, "Third Master Ji, if your family intends to deal with him, be careful not to target the wrong individual. That little rascal just pummeled old Wei at home yesterday. Our Wei family has little to do with him now." "Oh," Wei Hong raised an eyebrow in mockery. "Just a moment ago, you were calling him mother, and now he is of no concern? You brought this trouble upon yourself, so you must bear the consequences." Du Sihui retorted with evident disdain. "You've beaten Xiao Sheng to this extent. Even if the Ji family chooses not to pursue this matter, I will insist on accountability." She added resolutely. "All right." Ji Mingxian nodded with alacrity, promptly declaring, "Today, I will only hold Wei Hong accountable, without implicating the Wei group." The two parties swiftly reached an agreement, their sights once more set upon him. The crowd cast glances filled with either derision or sympathy. Wei Sheng reveled in his inner joy, eagerly awaiting the moment of retribution. Yet Wei Hong scoffed dismissively. "Do you know why I dealt with Ji Peng but left CSCC untouched?" "Why?" Ji Mingxian inquired, furrowing his brow. "Because in my view, the Ji family is more manageable than the Jinjiang group." Wei Hong leaned forward, a chilling smile exuding an air of intimidation. "I prefer to pick on the soft persimmons. Understand?" A collective gasp echoed through the room, as everyone regarded him as if he were a fool. One was a colossal entity intricately woven into the political landscape, while the other was a formidable titan of commerce. It was evident which was the more formidable adversary. Even Xie Zhijiang himself would occasionally find himself bowing and scraping for certain projects. The scholar class always held a superior position over commerce. "Dear nephew," Xie Zhijiang chuckled wryly, "do not overestimate me. Our group pales in comparison to the Ji family's might." "Huh." Wei Hong casually toyed with his teacup. "Wealth and power have always been intertwined. Most of the time, those in power indeed command more respect than the wealthy. After all, money cannot always procure authority. Yet in my eyes, those wielding power are often easier to contend with. Bringing down a business conglomerate might require substantial financial resources and strategic planning to uncover vulnerabilities before striking. However, dealing with the powerful necessitates merely finding evidence of their misconduct. The Ji family, despite their external grandeur, harbors a multitude of sordid affairs beneath the surface. Identifying their flaws will not pose a challenge, and at the slightest sign of fatigue, their opponents will waste no time in exploiting their vulnerabilities. Ultimately, it boils down to a mere lack of sufficient power. Both triumph and failure stem from authority. The wealth held by the Jinjiang group has at least been legally acquired. But what about you? Are you bold enough to spend legally? Wei Hong pressed on, unwavering and resolute. He exhibited none of the timidity or ignorance typical of a high school student. Instead, he emanated an aura of strategic prowess, poised to secure victory from afar. His piercing gaze was as sharp as a blade, causing those present to avert their eyes. Ji Mingxian's expression gradually darkened, and he curled his lips in derision, stating, "The Ji family abides by the law and has engaged in no illicit activities. Do you truly believe that any random person can intimidate us? Is that so?" Wei Hong replied with a mocking smile. "Are you certain that every member of your household, from the nanny to the chauffeur, is indeed one of your own? For a family that only dares to flaunt their wealth discreetly, do you think it will be difficult for others to unearth your secrets? How many eyes are watching the Ji family? What exactly are you trying to convey?" Ji Mingxian gritted his teeth. Wei Hong evaded the question, instead commenting, "Recently, your second uncle has been making the rounds, eager to climb higher, I presume?" "Alas, the provincial authorities have already predetermined that position, and it seems you haven't even caught wind of it yet. How tragic." With a start, Ji Mingxian rose to his feet, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. Panic written all over him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead unnoticed. This was the first time Ji Peng had witnessed his uncle lose composure so thoroughly, prompting him to exclaim, "Uncle, what has happened to you?" Silence. Ji Mingxian's expression fluctuated between anger and fear. After sitting back down and gulping down several cups of tea, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wei Hong. The credibility of a high school student making such assertions was nearly non-existent. Yet, Wei Hong was an enigma, possessing an aura that effortlessly subdued even the higher echelons of the school. Even Xie Zhijiang appeared diminished in his presence. Trained personally by the esteemed old Master Wei, he was certainly not to be underestimated. In a few days, officials from the province will arrive, Wei Hong continued with a smirk. Do you suppose that when the new administration takes office, they might choose to target the Ji family as an example? Nonsense. Ji Mingxian stubbornly refused to yield. Nevertheless, his left hand trembled so violently that he nearly dropped his teacup, spilling tea across the table. The onlookers were taken aback. What did Wei Hong know? Why did such simple words instill such fear in Ji Mingxian? It was merely a scuffle between a few high school students. It was more daunting than a negotiation among tycoons. After sending several messages on his phone, Ji Mingxian's face flickered with anxiety, confusion, and ultimately, he forced a smile, saying, "Nephew, I apologize. Let today's events be viewed as mere childish antics, so please do not take them to heart. I extend my apologies." Wei Hong raised his cup with a light laugh, prompting Ji Mingxian to quietly exhale in relief. He then turned and struck Ji Peng on the head, feigning anger as he scolded, "Why haven't you apologized to Wei? Fool, just because someone stirs the pot a little, you rush headlong into the fray. How did the Ji family produce such a useless child?" "Uncle, Ji Peng's face flushed with embarrassment. "What do you mean I? Apologize? You two have been friends for over a decade. Do not let this incident create distance between you." I'm sorry, Ji Peng muttered through clenched teeth, his head bowed, though defiance lingered in his eyes. Wei Hong, indifferent to whether Ji Peng was truly contrite, knew that the Ji family's good days were numbered. What lay ahead would be a trial they would face alone, without needing any assistance. He arched an eyebrow at Ji Peng and the others, relishing the myriad expressions that adorned their faces. Ultimately, he met Wei Sheng's venomous gaze as he had wished. Once upon a time, it sufficed for him to feign suffering and subtly frame others, and Wei Hong would be scorned and reviled by family and friends alike, ensnared in an interminable cycle of internal strife and anguish. Yet now he had undergone a profound transformation, exuding the authority of a person in power, capable of engaging in light-hearted banter even in the presence of formidable figures like Xie Zhijiang and Ji Mingxian, while also wielding threats and insults. Such a formidable adversary could not help but instill trepidation. Oh dear, my brother is truly terrifying. Wei Sheng's thoughts resonated in Du Sihui's ear at the opportune moment. If even the two uncles cannot restrain him, surely mother cannot rein in my brother either. How am I to survive at school from now on? I dread the thought of being beaten every day. It hurts so much. I fear I shall be beaten to death eventually. Chapter 14. Your true destiny lies in the 13th high school. Wei Sheng's heart-wrenching lamentation easily provoked both pity and indignation in Du Sihui once more. With her characteristic fierce glare, she fixed her gaze upon Wei Hong and coldly declared, "Very well, I had no idea you possessed such a sharp tongue. Even if Mr. Xie and the others choose to overlook this matter today, I will not let it slide. You must be expelled. If you remain in this school, who knows how you might further torment your classmates? How can someone as innocent and kind-hearted as Xiaosheng endure your bullying and violence? Principal Liu, your esteemed St. Rue High School has enjoyed a century of reputation, and it cannot be tarnished by such scum. Expedite his expulsion." A cold sweat broke out among the school officials. Wei Hong was no ordinary student. He arrived at school accompanied by 6 bodyguards. He could insult Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang without a care, emerging unscathed. Who would dare to speak of expulsion? "Mrs. Wei, you are family," Principal Liu said with a forced smile, rubbing his hands nervously as he suggested. "Perhaps you could discuss this matter at home? Whether it be expulsion or transfer, it is best if you come to a consensus." "Discuss what?" Du Sihui glared furiously. "This is a grave violation of school rules involving the assault of a classmate. You ought to adhere to the regulations without concern for anyone's face. That might be inappropriate." Principal Liu still hesitated, continuing his awkward attempts to placate her. "Perhaps you should reconsider. Enough with the nonsense." Du Sihui shouted with unwavering resolve. "Expel him. It must be done immediately. Otherwise, I will lodge a complaint with your board of directors." "Mrs. Wei, even if you complain, we cannot arbitrarily expel a student." Principal Liu hesitated, finally offering a gentle reminder. "However, as their guardian, you do have the authority to choose either a transfer, expulsion, or a leave of absence for one of them." This suggestion lit up Du Sihui's eyes. Her fury dissipated in an instant, replaced by a cold smirk that signified her determination. She turned decisively and proclaimed, "Then let us transfer Wei Hong. I, as his guardian, have decided to send him to the 13th high school." The 13th high school? The crowd reacted with varied expressions. Du Sihui was indeed ruthless. To punish her own son, she was willing to cast him into the city's notorious school, a place so disreputable that even the children of laborers refused to attend. In that moment, the onlookers regarded Wei Hong with renewed pity. How ironic. He had been so arrogant moments ago, yet now he was about to be crushed underfoot. After all, he was merely a minor high school student. His guardian's authority made it all too easy for them to deal with him. It was a shame. Had old Master Wei lived a few more years, his grandson would have had boundless prospects ahead of him. Now, however, he was destined to be undone by his own mother. Alas, to have such parents. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Wei Sheng's lips curled into a subtle smirk. He had known all along that a few well-placed provocations would lead to Wei Hong facing the most savage betrayal from his own family. Now, it was a matter of watching how he would evade the consequences. The moment news of a young Master Wei's transfer to the 13th high school spread, it would be all but over for him. Today, not only can this grievance be avenged, but Wei Hong's reputation will also be dragged into the mire, leading the upper echelons of Jiangzhou to associate him with the notorious Shursin Middle School with contempt. Mother, you cannot do this. Wei Sheng, having taken advantage of the situation, feigned sorrow and pleaded, elder brother has excellent grades. How can you subject him to such a place? It would ruin him. I beg you, do not proceed with this. Xiao Sheng, you are simply too kind. Du Sihui, her face etched with concern, replied, do not interfere. I must take a stand for you today. Our Wei family does not need such unruly brats. Mother, no. Wei Sheng continued his charade, sobbing, I am fine. It does not hurt at all. Please do not make things difficult for elder brother on my account. My conscience will be troubled. Foolish child. Du Sihui was once again moved by his performance. CSCC also wore a face of righteous indignation. Only Xie Zhijiang and Ji Mingxian regarded the scene with peculiar expressions, their eyes reflecting disgust as if they had swallowed a fly. Enough of this nonsense, Wei Hong exclaimed, seizing a teacup and hurling it, instantly silencing the theatrics. How dare you? Du Sihui turned protectively, scolding, you'll transfer to Shursin Middle School today. Complete the paperwork immediately. Oof. Wei Hong caressed the ring on his left hand, mocking, I will neither transfer nor pay any price today, and I shall have Wei Sheng publicly apologize in the school broadcasting room. Do you believe it? What madness is this? Du Sihui, furious yet incredulous, could hardly believe the scene unfolding. It was he who had struck. How could the guardian not stand by him? What further waves could Wei Hong possibly stir? Surely, his rightful place was at Shursin Middle School. Principal Liu, did you hear my demands? Wei Hong fixed a piercing gaze upon him and casually ordered, see to it. Me? Principal Liu appeared utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this? Who do you think you are to command me? Student Wei Hong, the school has its regulations, Principal Liu replied, his tone disapproving. It is fortunate that no consequences were pursued for your aggression. How can you make such unreasonable demands? You will comply, Wei Hong declared with unwavering confidence. Dipping his hand into the teacup, he then meticulously inscribed 6 digits upon the table. 20030-245. You? Principal Liu's complexion paled dramatically, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. The onlookers, no longer oblivious, recognized that the string of numbers held significant implications, undoubtedly a threat to Principal Liu, as evidenced by his reaction. Cold sweat had already dampened his temples. Can it be done? Wei Hong inquired. Yes, absolutely. Principal Liu, wiping away the sweat, hurriedly nodded, his face a mixture of panic and determination. He then turned to Du Sihui, stating, Madam Wei, without the student's consent, a transfer cannot be executed. Moreover, Wei Sheng has deliberately provoked his classmates, causing a disturbance that severely violates school rules and regulations. He must face consequences. What? Du Sihui was utterly infuriated. Others were equally astonished. No one could have anticipated that Wei Hong, who had just moments ago appeared as a lamb to the slaughter, could turn the tide after scribbling a few figures, compelling Principal Liu to boldly align himself with Wei despite the potential repercussions from the Wei group. Was this not excessively theatrical? Wei Sheng was incredulous, exclaiming, impossible. How could this be? CSCC and Ji Peng wore expressions of fury and frustration. Only Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang, perceptive as they were, exchanged glances that grew somber. Their gaze towards Wei Hong shifted from that of a junior to that of a formidable adversary. Principal Liu, have you lost your mind? Du Sihui exclaimed in anger, slamming her handbag onto the ground. You must be aware of the consequences of offending the Wei group. I demand that you retract your outrageous comments immediately, or we shall not let this matter rest. Chapter 15. Mistaking fish eyes for pearls? Du Sihui completely loses her composure. Principal Liu suddenly finds himself under enormous pressure. She represents the Wei group, a formidable enterprise that stands as a paragon in Jiangzhou, permeating every facet of society with an undeniable influence. A private elite high school is inherently designed to cater to the affluent. Offending the wealthiest individual in the city would spell disaster for the school's administration. Principal, have you lost your mind? Perhaps you should reconsider? Madam Wei is already furious. We cannot afford to alienate her, or we shall all face the board's wrath," murmured the senior staff, their voices laced with urgency. Indeed, with just a word, we could all be shown the door. "Please do not act recklessly." A cold sweat drenched Principal Lu's back as he cast a desperate glance towards Wei Hong, silently pleading for him to reconsider and extricate him from this dire predicament. Unfortunately, Wei Hong was resolute. Today, Principal Lu must confront Wei Sheng or risk utter disgrace. In a previous life, Wei Hong had been privy to countless secrets. He possessed compromising information on every notable figure in Jiangzhou, some of which he had heard in his past existence, while others he had stumbled upon during his ethereal existence. The numbers he had just inscribed were tied to a life. If Principal Lu desired to ruin the school's reputation, Wei Hong would not hesitate to lend a hand. Choose wisely. Wei Hong's fingers tapped idly on the tea table, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with an inscrutable air. If you find yourself indecisive, you may report to the school board. Very well, please hold on. Principal Lu exhaled in relief, hastening from the office to make a call. The onlookers were left in a state of bemusement. How could a mere altercation between a few high school students escalate into such a significant uproar, invoking the board's intervention? It is imperative to note that St. Roué International High School is a prestigious institution with branches not only in Jiangzhou, but also across the nation, with board members who are titans in various industries. To solicit their input on such a trivial matter seemed utterly absurd. Do not think that your theatrics will allow you to dismiss this incident. Du Sihui scoffed, unwilling to relent. Even the major shareholders behind St. Roué High School must show some deference to our Wei group. Who do you think you are? They are not extending their courtesy to the Wei group, but rather out of respect for the late patriarch. Wei Hong retorted, his impatience evident. What audacity possesses you, a mere outsider, to wave the Wei family banner? Who granted you such presumption? Little beast. Du Sihui felt her anger flare once more. Wei Sheng attempted to interject with some idle commentary, but a single glance from Wei Hong silenced him immediately as he prudently sealed his lips to avoid further ire. It was now evident to all, Wei Hong was a man of action, unencumbered by idle chatter. He sat there, sipping tea, exuding an aura of noble authority that eclipsed even the most seasoned business magnates like Xie Zhijiang. A mere student had compelled the school's senior officials to stand in deference, a scenario that would astound anyone who heard of it. Before long, Principal Lu returned. His face was devoid of any trace of fear or panic, replaced instead by a calmness befitting official business. Madam Wei, the school has decided, after careful consideration, to issue a serious warning to Wei Sheng and requires him to publicly apologize in the broadcasting room immediately. Failure to comply will result in expulsion. Please handle this as you see fit. What? Du Sihui erupted in disbelief. Her elegant and noble visage was a picture of incredulity, mirrored by the astonished expressions of those around her. Only Wei Sheng wore a mask of shock and humiliation, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the thought of how embarrassing it would be for Wei Hong to be relegated to the 13th school, even planning how to mock him and craft tales for his social circle. Yet now the tides had turned. Principal Lu showed no hesitation in supporting the punishment. The one facing disgrace had now become him. Despite being the victim, Wei Sheng was now subjected to disciplinary action and a public apology. How could he possibly maintain his dignity? He was destined to be the laughingstock from this moment on. Woe is me. Wei Sheng lamented internally. Why is this happening? I have done nothing wrong. Why must I apologize? Must I have my pride trampled into the ground? How am I supposed to live with this? I might as well jump from a rooftop. No. Du Sihui suddenly became agitated, gripping Wei Sheng's shoulders tightly, offering anxious comfort. Little Sheng, do not fear. Mother will protect you. Thank you, Mother. Wei Sheng was overwhelmed with gratitude, his heart flooded with a sense of vulnerability that only made her more sympathetic. Principal Lu, I cannot agree to this course of action. If this continues, I will have no choice but to call the police. Du Sihui inhaled deeply, her expression stern as she reprimanded him. You must understand the consequences of offending the Wei group. I hope you will reconsider. Be my guest. Principal Lu sighed helplessly. This directive comes directly from the top. Reporting this as mere schoolyard scuffling among minors ultimately falls under the school's jurisdiction. Du Sihui's face was a portrait of despair and frustration. This was the first time she felt such powerlessness. They clearly did not care about the Wei group's standing. The higher-ups had already spoken, and even if Wei Jiaoyang himself came in person, the school would not reverse its decision. Unless, of course, Wei Hong changed his mind. Yes. Realizing this, Du Sihui, in a moment of desperation, seized Wei Hong's arm, her nails nearly drawing blood as she fiercely demanded, "You must tell Principal Liu that we have reconciled. Do not let little Sheng face punishment. Hurry, get off me." Wei Hong impatiently swatted her away with a force that sent her stumbling. Had it not been for Wei Sheng and CSCC supporting her, she might have fallen and injured herself. "Brother, how could you do this?" Wei Sheng immediately reprimanded. "You may bully me, but how can you lay a hand on our mother? Scum, worthless trash. Are you even human?" CSCC added, her face filled with anger. "How can you dare to strike your own mother? What have you become?" Wei Hong cast a dispassionate glance over them, utterly disinterested in engaging in a quarrel with such foolish individuals. He rose abruptly, accompanied by his bodyguard, and as he passed by Principal Liu, he spoke casually. "I know nothing. Remember to ensure he reflects deeply. Rest assured, we will not tolerate any misconduct," Principal Liu promptly assured with righteous indignation. Wei Hong nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave the office, leaving behind a crowd with complex expressions, their sympathetic gazes directed towards Wei Sheng and Du Sihui. Under the stern confrontation, the two found themselves still suppressed. Today, it seemed they had lost all face. The Wei family has indeed produced a true dragon. Ji Mingxian couldn't help but exclaim, "What a pity that some mistakenly regard the common as precious, neglecting the true dragon while lavishing attention on the son of a driver. It is truly bizarre." Facing the peculiar stares of the crowd, Du Sihui felt an overwhelming sense of shame, while a thought quietly arose within her. Had she truly erred? Chapter 16. The Competition Class Exceptional Geniuses. That afternoon, Shunrui International High School swiftly issued a warning and disciplinary action. Wei Sheng was reprimanded for instigating trouble and publicly read a 3,000-word reflection in the broadcasting room. Thus, this farcical episode on campus came to a close. Yet, it stirred up tremendous waves both inside and outside the school. Not only were the faculty and students left astounded, but many affluent second-generation heirs in Jiangzhou also began to circulate the news within their circles, with whispers hinting at a potential spread online. Although the Wei group made urgent efforts to quell the controversy, their reputation was nonetheless firmly ensnared in the mire. The Wei family was infuriated upon hearing of the incident, and Wei Sheng himself felt utterly humiliated. Unable to bear the scrutiny from his classmates, he decided to take a leave of absence to rest at home. Ji Peng and CSCC also faced severe reprimands from their elders, leading them to avoid provoking Wei Hong any further and to take leave as well. Many wealthy students who had been close to Wei Sheng were frightened into skipping classes. In the blink of an eye, a considerable portion of Class 2 in the senior year was suddenly vacant. Wei Hong, however, remained unfazed by these events. He continued to sit quietly at his desk, engrossed in various books, ignoring the teacher's lecture as he immersed himself in his studies. His golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose enhanced his noble demeanor, resembling an elegant young gentleman. His focused and diligent appearance captivated the hearts of the female students in the class, drawing their attention away from the lesson. During breaks, girls from other classes often gathered to observe him, and his popularity had soared far beyond the notoriety he had faced in his previous life. "Classmate Wei, this is my heartfelt token. Please accept it." Several blushing girls mustered their courage to present him with pink love letters. "Thank you." Wei Hong accepted them with a polite smile, not pushing them away. Wow, he accepted it. Oh my. The girls erupted in excitement. "Classmate Wei, this is for you. Please accept it, I beg you." The commotion intensified. Videos of Wei Hong's dashing demeanor during the altercation and his refined elegance while reading had already circulated throughout the school's forums, elevating him to a status of adoration among countless admirers. A man of such distinguished, mysterious, and authoritative presence fulfilled every fantasy these young girls held. One love letter after another quickly filled his desk. Hey, what is all this commotion? A tall, slender male teacher entered the room, interrupting the spectacle. The girls dispersed in a flurry, restoring order to the classroom. Wei Hong, you are quite the popular one, with so many love letters. You could earn a tidy sum selling them as scrap paper, the middle-aged teacher teased with a smile. Mr. Liang, Wei Hong nodded politely in acknowledgement. The teacher, named Liang Feipeng, was the esteemed instructor of the competition class. In Wei Hong's previous life, when he was surrounded by infamy, this was the only teacher who believed in him. Therefore, despite Liang being merely a junior teacher, Wei Hong accorded him due respect. Please have a seat. Liang Feipeng gestured, scanning the curious faces of the class before getting straight to the point. I am here to inquire if you have any interest in joining the competition class. As the third year of high school enters the review phase, most subjects have concluded, and the focus has shifted to addressing any gaps in knowledge. I have observed your academic performance, and I am confident that you possess the capability to strive for admission into prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. Although participating in the competition class may slightly encroach upon your revision time, it offers the opportunity to attain greater accolades and can even grant additional points during the college entrance examination or provide a recommendation for admission. Please consider this. Furthermore, you may also attend the key class lectures, which will not consume much of your time. Liang Feipeng exerted his utmost effort to persuade him. However, Wei Hong had already risen to gather his books, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he remarked, "Let us go. You agree?" "Of course. I haven't even asked your homeroom teacher for permission yet. She wouldn't dare to stop me." Liang Feipeng was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a fit of laughter. He eagerly led Wei Hong towards the competition class. In truth, joining the competition class was a positive move, as Wei Hong had already mastered all high school knowledge. The college entrance examination posed little challenge for him. Attending classes merely meant he would delve deeper into finance, the internet, and ebooks. The competition class, being smaller and quieter, was a conducive environment for his studies. Additionally, he would be exposed to many top-tier talents. What could be better? Before long, the two arrived at a classroom on the left side of the third floor. Inside, only a dozen or so students were engrossed in problem-solving. Upon seeing Liang Feipeng accompany Wei Hong, they displayed little reaction, merely glancing over before returning to their calculations, entirely undisturbed by external distractions. These individuals were the true academic elites. Despite the considerable turmoil within the school, they remained unfazed. Even a figure like Wei Hong, renowned for his charisma, would not attract undue attention here. Compared to the raucous atmosphere of Class 2 in the third year, this environment was indeed more suitable for studying. "I am a highly sought-after mentor at this school, with expertise in mathematics and physics," Liang Feipeng stated. Currently, the competition class consists of 12 students, 7 focusing on mathematics and 5 on physics. "Which direction do you wish to pursue?" "Whichever is fine," Wei Hong replied casually. Choosing a spot to sit, Liang Feipeng assumed he had yet to make a decision, so he fetched a set of books for both mathematics and physics. Handing them to Wei Hong as he said, "These are the problems from the recent joint competition among various universities. They are quite challenging. Give them a try, and if you find any insurmountable, feel free to leave them blank. I'll wait for you for 20 minutes. Wei Hong glanced at the exam papers, then extracted a pen and began to work through the problems with remarkable speed. 20 minutes? Liang Feipeng was left bewildered. The other students in the competition class also became intrigued. They turned their attention towards Wei Hong, and upon witnessing his swift and seemingly effortless completion of the problems, they stood frozen in astonishment. Who is this person? So audacious. In 20 minutes, I can barely finish grading the papers. Where did old Liang find such a genius? Genius? No one can finish 2 papers in just 20 minutes. The students began to whisper among themselves. Standing aside, Liang Feipeng observed for a moment and realized that Wei Hong was indeed solving the problems. Moreover, every answer was correct. He merely needed to glance at each question to ascertain the solution. Stop. Liang Feipeng interrupted hastily. You've seen this exam paper before? Haven't you? Greetings. It is hardly surprising that these examination papers have been thoroughly worn out after the test. It is quite normal for you to have encountered them as well. Allow me to procure 2 new copies for you. With that, he hurried off towards the office. The others looked on in disdain, their expressions revealing their contempt. Having previously worked on these papers, yet remaining silent, did he truly believe himself to be a genius? If I had also tackled these papers, I could easily fill in the blanks without thought. Such a waste of time. The top students shook their heads, choosing not to engage further, and turned back to their serious studies. Unconsciously, they had already deemed Wei Hong as a mere attention seeker. Liang Feiping soon returned, holding 2 new examination papers in his hands, excitedly announcing, Come, let us tackle this one. It features a newly organized variant of question types that you certainly have not encountered before. Wei Hong glanced over the papers, furrowing his brow as he remarked, This one is even simpler. It will only take 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Liang Feiping felt a wave of frustration wash over him, as if his intelligence had been insulted. Chapter 17, A Fortified Defense, Little White Flower Jr. The competition paper, in contrast to ordinary exams, posed challenges that were elevated by several degrees. Many concepts were obscure and difficult to comprehend, and the variety of question types was astonishingly peculiar. Without extensive training and guidance, it would be nearly impossible to master them. Even the most academically gifted students would find themselves in a quandary. However, for Wei Hong, it was as effortless as solving elementary arithmetic problems. With an astonishing IQ of 180 and an exceptional photographic memory, he had encountered countless competition questions in his previous life. A mere glance was sufficient for him to ascertain the answers, and, at times, he could not be bothered to write out the solution steps. With swift strokes, Wei Hong's pen moved as if guided by divine inspiration. As he scanned the questions, the answers flowed effortlessly from the tip of his pen, leaving everyone astounded. A bespectacled classmate could not help but inquire, Old Liang, have you encountered these problems before? Nonsense, Liang Feiping retorted. I only organized these yesterday. No one else has seen them. Wait, so he's just writing randomly? Someone speculated. No, look, his answers are correct. Wow, this is incredible. Soon, a throng gathered around him. They glanced at the questions, eager to find paper and begin calculating. In no time, excitement surged among them. For Wei Hong's answers were indeed accurate. While many questions left them pondering for an extended period, he had resolved them with effortless ease. The undeniable truth was that he was an absolute prodigy. Even Liang Feiping, the gold standard mentor of the competition class, could not match such extraordinary computational prowess. Wei Hong, what is your IQ? Liang Feiping could not restrain his curiosity. I was tested at 12. It was around 180, Wei Hong replied without looking up. I'm not sure how accurate that is. 180? Higher than Einstein? Liang Feiping exclaimed. Impressive, my friend. I have truly witnessed what genius looks like. Where on earth did you find this extraordinary talent, Old Liang? The crowd gasped in astonishment once more, their gazes towards Wei Hong now infused with fervor. These individuals, who shunned extravagant adornments and had little interest in romance, held a profound reverence for true top-tier talents. It was a shared understanding within the realm of academic excellence. At that moment, Wei Hong had unequivocally earned their respect. 15 minutes flew by, and as 2 answer-laden papers lay before them, Liang Feiping eagerly began to grade them, ultimately spending another half hour to complete the assessments. A perfect score? Liang Feiping could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, How did you manage this? The final problem was a recent competition question. I could only devise 2 solutions, yet you have presented 5? In the 2 papers, Wei Hong had breezed through most of the questions, but he had dedicated some thought to the final, most challenging problem. The effortless display of his talent left others in awe. These questions are not difficult for me, he remarked. Wei Hong laid down his pen and casually remarked, From today onward, I will attend classes in a competition class. However, apart from major competitions, I have little interest in participating in smaller events. As for my curriculum, Teacher Liang, there is no need for you to make special arrangements. I can study independently. Very well, Liang Feiping nodded in agreement. In truth, he realized that there was not much he could offer in terms of guidance. If Wei Hong aspired to attend university, he would have to fiercely compete for a spot in prestigious programs such as Tsinghua or Peking University. A genius of such high intellect certainly had his own developmental plans. And as a teacher, It would be inappropriate for him to interfere. However, Liang Feiping added, if you find some spare time in class, I would appreciate your assistance in guiding these rather inept students. Wei Hong chuckled softly, casting a sweeping glance around the room. He was met with the hopeful, eager, excited, and adoring gazes of his peers. Eventually, his eyes settled on a bespectacled boy with a simple, honest demeanor and a mushroom haircut, lingering for a few seconds before shifting his gaze away. All right, Wei Hong said, a hint of a knowing smile gracing his lips. I will come to school each day, though my arrival and departure times may vary, and I might occasionally be late or leave early. Each of you should compile your questions in a mistake notebook, and I will dedicate half an hour daily for inquiries. Really? That's fantastic. Thank you, oh great one. The students exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Ha! It seems old Liang can finally retire. Liang Feiping chuckled softly, feeling a sense of relief. Initially, he had noticed Wei Hong's commendable grades and sought to recruit him for the competition class, unaware that he was a hidden prodigy. With his guidance, the competition class was sure to achieve remarkable results this year. Under Wei Hong's dedicated instruction, he quickly bonded with the top students in the competition class over the course of a single afternoon. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Wei Hong began to gather his belongings and made his way toward the school parking lot. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of 3 Bentley Mulsans, now accompanied by 2 imposing Hummer SUVs. They exuded a robust, masculine charm. Young master, several bodyguards bowed in unison to greet him. Wei Hong furrowed his brow and inquired, why are there suddenly more of you? A quick scan revealed that the number of bodyguards had swelled to 12. He had only brought a team of bodyguards in the morning, yet another group had now appeared. The chief is concerned for your safety, the head of the bodyguards explained in a hushed tone. Hence, he specifically arranged for an additional team to accompany you. From now on, it is imperative that you have 2 teams following you at all times. With a casual wave of his hand, he signaled for 2 young female bodyguards to step forward. They will provide close protection for you, the head bodyguard continued. Even during class, they will sit nearby. All right, Wei Hong nodded nonchalantly. However, it will be best if you both changed into more casual attire. I prefer not to be disturbed during class. Understood. The 2 female bodyguards replied respectfully. Wei Hong felt a sense of satisfaction at this arrangement. It was clear that the chief had learned of his encounter with Xie Jiang and Ji Mingxian today, and fearing potential retaliation, had sent an additional team for his protection. Yet, it was prudent to exercise caution. Ji Mingxian may not recklessly resort to underhanded tactics. However, Xie Jiang is an entirely different matter. Having begun his career as a contractor in his youth, he has ventured into various industries, including gaming halls, entertainment venues, KTVs, battlefields, and mines. Despite appearing to be subdued by Wei Hong at present, should he choose to unleash his wrath, he would undoubtedly resort to ruthless measures. 6 bodyguards are certainly insufficient to ensure Wei Hong's safety. While 2 teams of 12 may seem overly ostentatious, they significantly enhance security. Alas, firearms are prohibited domestically. Wei Hong muttered under his breath, casually handing his backpack to a female bodyguard. Let us depart for home. Yes. The head of the bodyguards promptly gestured to the others, issuing commands. Just then, a breathless girl sprinted toward them from a distance. Clad in a white dress and flat shoes, her high ponytail swayed as she ran. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with large, innocent eyes shimmering like dew, embodying the image of a resilient and undaunted flower. As she was intercepted by the bodyguards, she immediately puffed up with indignation and exclaimed, Wei Hong, stop right there. Chapter 18. Do you not possess a modicum of shame? Are you seeking me for something? Wei Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, a chill creeping into his gaze as he regarded the girl before him. Her name was Xia Mo, a sophomore from Class 6. For decades, Old Master Wei had presided over the Wei Group, unwavering in his commitment to philanthropy, frequently supporting various elderly individuals, orphans, and underprivileged students in their pursuit of education. Xia Mo was one such impoverished student. Her father was a gambler, her mother gravely ill, and she had a younger brother who was a source of constant trouble. Her family held a preference for sons, subjecting her to relentless criticism and abuse from a young age. Yet, she remained undaunted by these adversities, steadfastly pursuing her studies while embodying optimism and kindness. Several years prior, when Wei Hong first engaged with charitable endeavors, he was captivated by her resilience and optimism. Thus, he designated her as a one-on-one support beneficiary, and their relationship flourished. Just months ago, she had affectionately referred to him as senior, frequently bringing breakfast to him in Class 2 of the senior year and relying on him for companionship. However, when Wei Sheng was adopted into the Wei family and transferred to Xingrui High School, everything changed dramatically. It turned out that he and Xia Mo hailed from the same village in the city. Coupled with Wei Sheng's occasional insidious insinuations and attempts to sow discord, Xia Mo quickly misconstrued Wei Hong's generosity as ulterior motives. Following several confrontations, she fully aligned herself with Wei Sheng's side, consistently advocating for him with an air of self-righteousness that became increasingly exasperating. True to form, she had come once more to deliver a moral lecture. "Senior, it is wrong to bully classmates," Xia Mo declared, her face a mask of righteous indignation. "Though your family is wealthy, that does not grant you license to act with impunity. Little Sheng has already suffered greatly as an orphan. Must you further beat and humiliate him? Is this the behavior of a decent person? After assaulting him, you even exerted your power to force him to apologize over the school intercom. Is such bullying acceptable? Is there no justice or law in this world? I had always believed you to be a kind-hearted person, but now I see you are no different from other wealthy individuals, heartless scoundrels. You must apologize to me immediately." Wei Hong cannot help but scoff. Power? Where was the talk of power when Ji Peng repeatedly provoked? Why was there no mention of power when the Ji, Wei, and CF families exerted pressure? I am merely retaliating, yet you choose to defend the true aggressor? Have you overindulged? Wei Hong's patience waned. If you have come here simply to seek validation, I advise you to conserve your energy. "Senior, how can you be so brazen? Do you not feel even a semblance of shame?" Xia Mo retorted, hands on her hips, still brimming with indignation. She had envisioned that her fervent reprimand would evoke shame in him, prompting an apology to Wei Sheng. Yet, reality unfolded in a manner far removed from her expectations. "The one who ought to feel shame is you." Wei Hong turned to enter his car, and as the window descended slowly, he furrowed his brow in irritation. "You jump to conclusions without grasping the full context, relying on hearsay to make baseless judgments, all while believing yourself to be a champion of justice. Do you not find that embarrassing?" Xia Mo's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, seemingly struggling to comprehend the fact that Wei Hong, who had once treated her with such gentleness and affection, could now be so utterly dismissive. "I won't allow it," she declared, positioning herself defiantly in front of the car, arms outstretched. "You're going to apologize to brother Xiao Sheng right now and promise never to bully him again. Otherwise, this matter will not end, and I will never forgive you." "Another fool," Wei Hong sighed, pressing his forehead in exasperation. "Who cares if she forgives him? Why are they all so self-righteous?" "Young master," the captain of the bodyguards inquired, "shall we remove her?" "There's no need," Wei Hong scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Drive straight through." "Understood." The bodyguard complied, shifting the vehicle into neutral and slamming the accelerator. A deafening roar erupted, causing Xia Mo to stumble back in fright. In the next moment, the vehicle surged forward, only to come to a sudden halt. Xia Mo tripped over her own feet and fell to the ground, nearly on the verge of tears from rage. Her delicate face was a portrait of indignation and defiance as she struggled to rise, yelling at Wei Hong in the car. "This is too much. I want nothing to do with scum like you. Stop." Wei Hong narrowed his eyes and commanded the driver to halt. The vehicle came to an immediate stop, and he exited the car, striding towards Xia Mo. He squatted down before her, a mocking smile forming on his lips. "Sever all ties? How do you intend to do that?" I just want to sever all ties." Xia Mo's face was flushed with anger as she stubbornly retorted. "Unless you are willing to change and become a better person, I refuse to have any connection with scum like you. Even a hint of association is nauseating." "Very well said." Wei Hong, rather than angered, chuckled, nodding in agreement. "Since middle school, you have been supported by the Wei family, receiving 2,000 yuan each month for 3 years. Upon entering high school, I personally assisted you one-on-one, providing 5,000 yuan monthly for 2 years. Your mother's medical expenses and multiple emergency treatments have cost over 500,000 yuan. Not to mention the supplementary card I once gave you for daily expenses and to support your gambling father and your little brother. I have turned a blind eye to all of that. The clothes you wear, the food you eat, the things you use. How could any of it not be paid for by the Wei family? You wish to cut ties? Fine, repay the money. His last words were nearly a shout. Xia Mo recoiled in terror, her face paling drastically. Yet Wei Hong was relentless, pressing on. I have tried to pull you out of the mire with good intentions, but what about you? Ungrateful, pretending to be noble, living off the Wei family's wealth while supporting a brood of leeches, all the while preaching righteousness and morality in front of me, trying to craft a saintly persona. Aren't you? I haven't. Xiaomo's tears streamed down her face in desperation. Haven't? Wei Hong sneered. I could have spent over $1 million raising a pack of cats and dogs, and they would know how to wag their tails and beg for affection without biting me in return. Yet you protect Wei Sheng so fiercely. Why doesn't he provide you with money? Is he reluctant? Xiao Mo's eyes widened in shock. She could hardly fathom that she was being subjected to such humiliation. Was this truly the brother who had cared for her and warmed her entire youth? My relationship with Brother Xiaosheng is one of pure sibling affection. Summer, with tears streaming down her face, lamented and accused. I merely wish to prevent a rift between you and Brother Xiaosheng. How could you misinterpret my intentions so grievously? You speak incessantly of money. Have you become blinded by it? Why must human interactions be so mercenary? Indeed, you are the epitome of nobility and purity. Wei Hong retorted with a sardonic smile, adjusting his attire as he strode back towards the Bentley. Coldly, he added, I shall inform the relevant parties to suspend the supplementary card, and the monthly scholarship will also be halted. The bills for your family's expenditures will be promptly sent to your doorstep. Please ensure all expenses are repaid at your earliest convenience. Since you so fervently declare that you regard wealth as worthless and wish to sever ties with me, let us do so decisively to avoid any further accusations of the Wei family being unkind and oppressive to the impoverished. With that, he rose and entered the vehicle, leaving Summer in a state of stunned silence, rooted in place, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation for an extended period. Chapter 19. The white moonlight lies unveiled. At the school gate, Xia Mo appeared somewhat disoriented, her spirits seemingly adrift. With her backpack slung over her shoulder, she trudged mechanically through the throngs of students. Her once bright and innocent gaze now clouded with deep concern. The words of Wei Hong had evidently left a significant impact on her. However, before she could wallow in her melancholy for long, a gaggle of chattering girls approached, encircling her eagerly. Mo, where have you been? Did you finish your errands? Were you secretly meeting Senior Wei Hong? They exclaimed in unison, their voices bubbling with excitement. Wow, I envy you so much. You're so close to Senior Wei, our idol. Xia Mo frowned and muttered under her breath. Idol? He's nothing but a bully who takes advantage of his position. What are you saying, Mo? One of the girls asked with curiosity. Nothing. Xia Mo shook her head. I have to go home for something. You all should disperse. Wait, didn't we agree to go get milk tea and shop together? Another piped up, and we promised to feed the stray cats. They're so pitiful. You can't let them go hungry, can you? Mo, please come with us. You're so kind. How can you bear to let the kiddies miss their dinner? The girls expressed their discontent in a chorus. Xia Mo chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to outright refuse. Ever since Wei Hong had begun sponsoring her, she enjoyed a monthly allowance of 5,000, along with a personal card to spend freely. Her lifestyle had transformed to resemble that of a true heiress. In order to maintain her pure and innocent persona, she fed stray cats today and donated to the elderly tomorrow. She frequently assisted impoverished classmates, and her kindness had spread throughout the school, drawing a diverse array of admirers. They followed her daily, indulging in her generosity as if she were a veritable feast. Flattered by their praises, Xia Mo momentarily dismissed Wei Hong's earlier words from her mind. She feigned innocence and replied, All right, let us first grab some milk tea, then buy cat food for the strays, and afterward, I'll treat you all to a lavish meal. Yay, that sounds wonderful. Mo. They cheered. We adore you. Mo, you're so generous. I heard you have seen your Wei Hong S card. Is he pursuing you? The girls continued to shower her with admiration. Mo felt a surge of pride, yet she feigned modesty, saying, "Who would want his pursuit? All those rich boys are so self-important. I would never like him." Wow. Mo, you're so principled. You disregard the school's most desired idol. That's impressive. Oh, why can't I be as fortunate as you? Mo. One lamented. Goodness, is Senior Wei really fawning over you? The girls continued to chatter and compliment her, while Mo neither confirmed nor denied, occasionally offering vague responses. Unbeknownst to her, a perception had taken root in the hearts of the crowd that Wei Hong was merely a sycophant, while she was the sole embodiment of his pure and unblemished moonlight. In an instant, Mo's image soared to unprecedented heights. To be regarded as the ethereal muse of a beloved idol admired by all the girls in school, she seemed to be enveloped in a golden aura, evoking looks of envy and admiration from her peers. As the group laughed and chatted merrily, they soon entered a milk tea shop. Oh my, the prices here are exorbitant. The cheapest drink costs over 20 yuan. Shall we consider another place? One girl suggested with feigned nonchalance. There's a Mishue Bingxing nearby. Not necessary. Mo waved her hand dismissively. If we're going to drink, let us indulge in something exquisite. Order whatever you wish. It's on me. Don't feel shy. I have always been indifferent to money. Yay, that's wonderful. Love you, Mo. The girls cheered in unison, eagerly placing their orders. When it came to spending, they showed no mercy, each choosing the most expensive options. One drink per person was insufficient. They concocted excuses to order extra cups for others. Before long, their orders were complete. The staff member politely looked at Mo and smiled. That will be 43 cups totaling 672 yuan, ma'am. Please present your QR code for payment. Just charge it. Mo casually handed over a black card. The staff's eyes lit up at the sight, and he respectfully accepted it with both hands before proceeding to process the transaction on the POS machine. However, moments later, he furrowed his brow and said, "Ma'am, your card has been frozen. Would you like to use another card? Or we can also accept WeChat Pay." Frozen? Mo felt as if struck by lightning. She hurriedly snatched back the black card, scrutinizing it for any irregularities, yet found none. Frustrated, she urged the staff to try again. But the POS machine continued to indicate a card error. It suddenly dawned on her what Wei Hong had mentioned earlier. He had indeed instructed someone to freeze the supplementary black card. How could this be? Why would he do such a thing? Mo was in a state of panic. The black card was registered under Wei Hong's name, granting her only usage privileges. She could not even transfer funds to her WeChat account. With the card frozen, where could she possibly find over 1,000 yuan to settle the bill? Mo, what is going on? Why can't you process the card? Is something wrong? The other girls began to sense that something was amiss. They instinctively parted slightly, exposing Mo to the curious, mocking, and astonished gazes of surrounding patrons, leaving her flustered and in disarray. I don't have that much balance in my WeChat. Mo's face flushed crimson as she stammered. Can these milk teas be refunded? I'm sorry, ma'am, but due to the large volume of orders placed simultaneously, many of the drinks have already been prepared and cannot be returned. The staff member politely but distantly declined. Lin, Shuang, could you lend me some money? My card is having issues. Mo pleaded with a pitiful gaze at the other girls. I have no money. I've already spent my living expenses. Neither do I. Don't look at me. The girls shook their heads in refusal. Mo, frantic and at a loss, wore an expression of embarrassment, unsure of whom to turn to for assistance. At that moment, her phone rang, and she instinctively answered it. Where on earth have you been, you ungrateful girl? Why haven't you returned home to prepare dinner? Are you intent on starving me and your brother? Moreover, why has your mother's medical fee ceased? Hurry up and pay it. Do you wish to watch her perish before your very eyes? How infuriating! Raising you is akin to nurturing a piece of char siu. A relentless barrage of sharp, piercing curses erupted, sounding like a machine gun without pause. Even if Mo had not activated the speaker, everyone could hear it distinctly. For a moment, the glances directed at her shifted dramatically. What's happening here? Isn't she a wealthy heiress? Isn't she the beloved of young Master Wei? How can she not settle a bill of over 1,000? And her mother seems to be gravely ill. The incredulous and astonished gazes of the crowd instantly enveloped Xia Mo, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated and seething with indignation. Chapter 20, Outsider? You are the true outsider. As dusk descended, Wei Hong returned to the Wei family mansion, flanked by his bodyguards. In the living room, Wei Jiaoyang, Du Sihui, and Wei Sheng sat at the dining table. A few sisters were absent, leaving only the servants bustling about. "Madam, the young master has returned," Wang Ma announced. Upon seeing this, Du Sihui quickly forced a smile and instructed, "Bring the dishes out promptly." "Certainly, madam," Wang Ma replied with a bow, immediately summoning a delectable array of dishes to the table. Wei Hong, silent and unyielding, sat down and began to eat. The calm demeanor of the three opposite him could no longer be maintained. "Where's your upbringing?" Wei Jiaoyang rapped his knuckles on the table, instinctively scolding. "Returning home without acknowledging anyone? Have you lost your voice? Are you even human?" Wei Hong inquired with a hint of curiosity. Wei Jiaoyang, nearly overcome with indignation, retorted, "Even animals know to treat their offspring with care." Chewing on a piece of beef, Wei Hong nonchalantly replied, "Yet what about you? More repulsive than beasts, neglecting your own son to favor an adopted one. How can you shamelessly consider yourselves human? You. Wei Jiaoyang clutched his heart, exclaiming in distress. Du Sihui, equally perturbed, hurriedly called for medicine. Wei Sheng, interjecting with a hint of mockery, said, "If you dislike me being here, I can leave. You must not disrespect our parents. That invites divine retribution. Close your mouth if you wish to avoid further punishment. Your breath stinks," Wei Hong shot back, casting a scornful glance, prompting Wei Sheng to obediently shut his mouth. "Woe is me." Wei Sheng continued to incite discord inwardly. "Could it be that my elder brother has become addicted to beating me? What if he turns violent at home? I wouldn't want to be pushed down the stairs in the middle of the night." His feigned victimhood was apparent. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui recalled the incident at school, but did not erupt in fury as expected to defend Wei Sheng. Instead, they exchanged glances, gradually tempering their anger, and forced smiles adorned their faces. "Xiao Hong, you mustn't provoke your father daily. Can't we have a civil conversation as a family?" Du Sihui said, smoothing things over with a false air of congeniality. "Here, drink some soup. This is the clear soup I instructed Wang Ma to prepare." With that, she ladled a bowl of soup and extended it towards Wei Hong. He merely glanced at it, disinterested. He had long since seen through the ulterior motives of this couple and would never harbor even a hint of misplaced trust. "Spare me your insincerity. Do not repulse me," Wei Hong retorted disdainfully. "Cough, cough." Wei Jiaoyang feigned a cough and, in a casual tone, inquired, "Did your grandfather leave anything behind?" Wei Hong smirked sarcastically. "Do you not know what grandfather left? When he passed, you were eager to scavenge every last possession, weren't you? Even our distant relatives in Yinjing and the provinces received naught." "Do not digress. I am not referring to shares or properties." Wei Jiaoyang slammed the table, intensifying his tone. "Did that old man leave you a network of intelligence, connections, or any leverage against others?" Clearly, he was already aware of everything that transpired in the school office today. Simultaneously, it was easy to deduce that Wei Hong possessed a wealth of information unknown to many outsiders. Otherwise, he could not have so effortlessly repelled Xie Zhijiang and Ji Mingxian, nor compelled Principal Liu to comply so readily. Although Wei Jiaoyang now legitimately presides over the Wei group, it is evident to all that this is merely a consequence of Wei Hong's minority status. Once he comes of age and inherits the 30 shares left by his grandfather, bolstered by the support of elder statesmen like Uncle Gong in the boardroom, his ascension to leadership will be remarkably straightforward. This is why Wei Jiaoyang has harbored such disdain for him over the years. If only he could coax Wei Hong into relinquishing his network of intelligence and the compromising information he possesses. With such an immense reservoir of intangible wealth at his disposal, Wei Jiaoyang would undoubtedly achieve even greater success, silencing the board members and solidifying his position within the group. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of urgency flickered in Wei Jiaoyang's eyes as he urged, "You are still a minor. How can a child comprehend the dangers inherent in these matters? Countless individuals are plotting against you in the shadows. Quickly, surrender everything. Indeed, Du Wei chimed in from the side. As your parents, how can we simply stand by and watch you come to harm? Hand over your intelligence network and disclose all that you know, and thereafter, focus on your studies. Huh. Wei Hong could not help but scoff. Indeed, this couple remained as shameless as ever. In truth, his grandfather had no such intelligence network. The so-called compromising information was but a figment of imagination, stemming from the myriad secrets he had gleaned in his past life. What are you laughing at? Wei Jiaoyang retorted with displeasure. Hurry up. Our group is currently advancing a significant project in collaboration with the Jinjiang group, and Xie is unwilling to concede even a fraction of goodwill. If you provide me with the dirt on him, I shall ensure he pays dearly for it. You truly have an extravagant imagination, Wei Hong teased, picking up a piece of beef with his chopsticks. If I were to act, I would certainly reveal your secrets to Director Xie, not assist you in confronting him. Are you out of your mind? Wei Jiaoyang exploded in frustration, rising from the table, causing the surrounding servants to tremble in fear. Brother, how can you side with outsiders against our parents? Wei Sheng interjected, discontent evident in his voice. The Wei group is the fruit of our family's labor. You cannot be so unreasonable. Outsider? You are the true outsider here. Wei Hong slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Rebuking, let me remind you, the Wei group is the culmination of my grandfather's lifelong efforts, not your father's labor. Do not assume that merely changing your surname grants you the right to usurp what is not yours. If you seek an unearned inheritance, go back to claim your father's pots and pans. The three across from him were once again rendered crimson with indignation. The meal concluded in discord, and just as Wei Hong had finished dining and prepared to ascend the stairs, Du Wei suddenly clutched her head in agony and slowly began to topple to the side. Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Sheng rushed to support her, while the servants were thrown into a flurry of confusion. Madam, are you all right? Mother, are you unwell? Is your headache acting up again? Quick, where's the family doctor? Call for a doctor. The commotion ensued in a state of disarray. Wei Hong, however, found himself intrigued enough to halt his ascent and approached the bar cabinet to pour himself a glass of red wine. He then settled onto the nearby sofa, crossing his legs and watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. His concern did not lie with Du Wei's health. Rather, he was simply eager to witness the spectacle. In the past, she had suffered from hypertension, headaches, and insomnia. To assist her in restoring her well-being, Wei Hong diligently perused numerous medical texts, self-taught in the art of traditional Chinese medicine, and honed his skills in health maintenance. With his meticulous care, including massage and acupuncture, Du Wei blossomed each day, her insomnia and headaches becoming a thing of the past. Alas, having enjoyed such good days for too long, she had long since forgotten Wei Hong's efforts. Now, after a recent bout of stress that had rekindled her old ailments, it seemed fitting for her to once again experience the trials of her past. Chapter 21. Do you expect me to work for you for free? How absurd. The family doctor arrived promptly. He was a middle-aged man, elegantly dressed in a suit. Carrying a medical kit, he hurriedly directed the others to assist Du Wei in lying sideways on the sofa. He swiftly took her temperature, heart rate, and blood pressure, ultimately making a quick assessment. Madam, your headache is a result of elevated blood pressure due to emotional distress, the doctor stated. You may take half a tablet of antihypertensive medication, and for the headache, a dose of ibuprofen should suffice. If you remain concerned, a thorough checkup at the hospital is advisable. Oh my goodness, Wei Sheng exclaimed in feigned shock. How could you let Mother's distress escalate to a headache? That is truly unfilial. No, the doctor quickly countered. Madam has endured this headache for over a decade, accompanied by severe pain, insomnia, and even occasional convulsions and vomiting. She has suffered greatly, and this is not a recent occurrence. Indeed, Wei Jiaoyang chimed in, slapping his forehead. She has visited numerous hospitals without relief, and then somehow, she just got better? It was the eldest son who treated her with acupuncture and a regimen of medicinal food, the doctor remarked, gazing at Wei Hong with admiration. Since the late patriarch passed away 3 years ago, he has been caring for her health. It has been over 2 years since she last experienced an episode. Hasn't he it? The room filled with a complex mix of expressions. Du Sihui's mind wandered through memories of the many gestures Wei Hong had extended to her, which she had once dismissed as trivial compared to Wei Sheng's sweet words that brought her comfort. Yet now, reflecting on it all, she realized how significant those acts truly were. Contemplating her cold demeanor towards him over the years, she felt a twinge of guilt, especially after she had scolded him relentlessly upon Wei Sheng's arrival. Could it be that, as Ji Mingxian had suggested, she had mistaken a mere trinket for a treasure? Had she indeed misjudged her son? Master Hong, perhaps you could give it a try? The doctor proposed. Administering acupuncture and a massage should provide relief, although she may need continued care. I do not possess a medical license. Wei Hong replied nonchalantly, swirling his glass of red wine with a scoff. You should take her to the hospital. The Wei family is not so destitute as to forego medical expenses. Besides, she has her beloved foster son. So why should I intervene? Ungrateful wretch. Wei Jiayong erupted in anger. She is your biological mother, who could stand by and watch their own mother suffer. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Where's your conscience? How much is conscience worth per pound? Wei Hong retorted dismissively. Do you expect me to toil for you for free? How ludicrous. You? Wei Jiayong's ire flared once more. Wei Sheng quickly intervened, attempting to diffuse the situation. Father, please don't argue with eldest brother. What if it causes you distress as well? If you falter, our family will surely fall apart. Very well, Wei Jiayong grumbled, trying to calm himself. Thank goodness for you, my good son. If I were to rely on certain individuals, I fear I would be driven to my demise. Fool! Wei Hong scoffed, no longer willing to entertain their manipulative rhetoric. With a swift motion, he downed his drink, set the glass aside, and ascended the stairs. Xiao Hong. Du Sihui raised her hand, her lips parting in reluctance. Yet, she ultimately refrained from imploring his assistance. It was not until the effects of the ibuprofen gradually took hold that her throbbing headache began to subside. Casting a cold glance at Wei Sheng, who was all talk and no action, she felt a pang of regret for the first time. How vividly she recalled the past. When Wei Hong first witnessed her suffering from a headache at the tender age of 14, he was both concerned and bustling about. In comparison to Wei Sheng, who was significantly less attentive, Wei Hong had always been proactive. Despite his myriad worries and anxieties, Wei Sheng had never even poured her a glass of water. How could she have been so foolish as to believe that this man could be more reliable than her own son? Mom, what's wrong with you? Wei Sheng, sensing her discontented gaze, hurried to offer his assistance. Do you want to go to the hospital? I can have the driver prepare the car. No need. Du Sihui waved her hand dismissively, replying impatiently. It's just an old ailment. A little rest will suffice. I can give you a massage. Wei Sheng continued to smile, internally lamenting, oh, it pains me to see Mom in such discomfort. Unfortunately, I lack the skills for massage or acupuncture. I truly am inept. How can my older brother stand by and let our mother suffer? I must find more medical books later. I will figure out a way to alleviate her pain. Du Sihui's expression softened slightly. With a sigh, she felt a mix of resentment towards Wei Hong's callousness and a touch of comfort in Wei Sheng's thoughtfulness. She reassured herself that perhaps her adopted son was merely careless, but his heart was in the right place. Later that night, Wei Hong emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair. At that moment, his phone began to chime incessantly. Upon checking, he found an overwhelming 99 notifications from various affluent acquaintances, all extending invitations to trendy clubs and bars filled with young models. Like any normal man, Wei Hong was drawn to such venues. However, he possessed remarkable self-discipline. With his vendetta still unfulfilled, he felt he had no right to indulge in frivolous pleasures. Moreover, having just had a confrontation with Ji Mingxian and Xie Zhijiang, he was accompanied by 12 bodyguards, offering him a semblance of security. Thus, venturing into such a chaotic environment was decidedly unwise. He promptly declined all invitations. Yet, an invitation from Ji Peng piqued his interest. The young man had sent a picture of himself surrounded by beautiful women aboard a yacht, accompanied by the simple query, "Coming?" Wei Hong understood this as a gesture of reconciliation. Ji Peng had always been a prideful individual, passionate and straightforward. When he sought to mend fences, he would often extend an olive branch for others to take the first step down. Had this been any other time, Wei Hong would have eagerly set aside all past grievances and accepted the invitation, ready to rekindle their brotherly bond over a few drinks. However, today he chose to ignore the overture, decisively opting to block him. A temperamental person lacking discernment would only hinder him, given their past entanglements. His restraint in seeking vengeance was already an act of considerable mercy. Let him tread carefully. Wei Hong sighed and turned to examine other information. Soon, he stumbled upon the social media posts of Xia Mo and CSCC. The two women, seemingly in unison, each shared a few caustic remarks aimed at mocking him. CSCC, in life, it is better to be kind, otherwise in the stillness of the night, who would not fear the condemnation of one's conscience. Xia Mo, to me, money is akin to dust. I only wish to pursue the twinkling dreams of the stars and the warmth of heartfelt friendships, never yielding to the oppression of power. Amidst a flurry of likes, numerous sycophants eagerly commented in praise. Wei Hong, however, let out a cold laugh and swiftly gifted them both a blocking and muting package, attempting to brainwash him with a few venomous quips. How naive! Chapter 22. Guilt and Self-Blame. Is there such a thing as overnight enmity between mother and son? Beneath the veil of night, a magnificent three-tiered yacht glided along the urban river. Ji Peng and a group of wealthy young elites reveled within the cabin, surrounded by beautiful women and pulsating DJ music, epitomizing the extravagance of the upper echelons. However, today, Ji Peng's spirits were notably subdued. His head and face bore hasty bandages, rendering him a ghastly sight akin to a mummy. His gaze was fixated on the chat interface, remaining silent for an extended period. Jiga, what are you up to? A curious young heir with bleached hair settled beside him, inquiring, ISNT that way to Xiao S we chat? You two just had a falling out today. Are you reaching out to him? Damn it. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Ji Peng's face. Despite knowing he was in the wrong, his pride would never allow him to capitulate so easily. Yet, the pressure from his elders compelled him to relent. My third uncle, second uncle, my father, and even the old man himself have spoken to me. Ji Peng sighed, his expression sour. They say Wei Hong is not to be underestimated and advised me not to offend him lightly. It would be best to mend fences and cultivate a relationship. Alas, how could I dare to ignore their counsel? Puffed, scoffed the young heir dismissively. Wei Hong is currently out of favor with Wei Dong. Whether he LL inherit the family business remains uncertain, so why bother currying favor with him? I have no fondness for such scheming individuals. Ji Peng took a swig of his drink and squinted, grumbling, that scoundrel has been insufferably aloof ever since we grew up together. It's utterly vexing. If it weren't for Xiao Sheng's warning, I wouldn't have known he has been plotting against me behind my back. Forget it, forget it. Since my elders demand it, I'll just maintain a fade of civility. With that, Ji Peng prepared to send Wei Hong an address via WeChat. This marked his second act of humility today. Regardless of whether the other party accepted or not, he felt he had fulfilled his obligation to his elders. However, in the next moment, Ji Peng froze in place. What the hell, he actually blocked me. Fury surged within him, causing his chest to heave as he shattered his wine glass against the floor, the sound startling the women into shrieks, while onlookers turned their gazes towards him. Jigu, what happened? Why are you so furious? Who provoked you? Oh dear, Jigu seems really angry. The young elites clamored with inquiries. Yet, Ji Peng had no desire to elaborate further. His eyes reddened as he gasped for breath. A sense of betrayal and inexplicable rage welled up within him. Though he vocally dismissed Wei Hong, their intertwined past rendered their relationship undeniably complex. Throughout their childhood, Ji Peng had been prideful and unruly. Yet whenever he lost his temper or made a mistake, Wei Hong, with remarkable patience, had always chosen to forgive him, allowing Ji Peng to take advantage of that tolerance repeatedly. At times, they were brothers, at others, adversaries. Yet, this was the first instance he had been blocked. Ji Peng was acutely aware of Wei Hong's character. He was generally indifferent to most matters, but once he decided to sever ties with someone, it signified a complete withdrawal from that person. This was a clear indication of a definitive break. How dare he? Ji Peng's anger flared within him as he muttered through clenched teeth, I do not even hold his violent actions against him. nor his capitulation. What gave him the right to block me? Blocked? CSCC exclaimed in disbelief. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly grabbed her phone to message Wei Hong, only to be met with a glaring exclamation mark indicating she too had been blocked. How dare he? CSCC wore an expression of shock and indignation. She and Wei Hong had been childhood friends, sharing a long-standing, ambiguous relationship. She had thought this was merely a typical conflict that could be resolved with mutual concessions. CSCC had even resolved that when Wei Hong came to reconcile, she would allow him to stew in his own mistakes for a few days before forgiving him. Little did she know, she would also be blocked. Once upon a time, no matter how outrageous the incidents were or how many times she had teased him, their quarrels always ended with Wei Hong yielding. But now, how could he block her? It was inconceivable. She seethed with anger, grabbing her bag, ready to confront the Wei family. Yet Ji Peng sighed and stopped her, saying, "Do not go. He has made a definitive decision to cut ties with us and will not change his mind. Do not subject yourself to further humiliation." CSCC stood frozen in place, her mind a tangled mess. They had grown up together, and just months ago, they had been as close as family. They used to play and laugh together endlessly. So how had everything changed so abruptly? It seemed that everything shifted when Wei Sheng entered their circle. In the dead of night, Du Sihui lay in a master bedroom on the third floor of the villa, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Wei Jiaoyong, beside her, snored loudly, while her own head felt as though it were being pierced by needles. No amount of painkillers seemed to help. Sleep eluded her. This brought back memories from several years ago when her migraines were at their worst, keeping her awake night after night. During those times, Wei Hong had been anxious and caring, administering acupuncture and herbal remedies. Memories flooded back in the darkness, each one a sharp dagger to her heart. Du Sihui felt profound shame and self-reproach, wishing she could slap herself for treating such a wonderful son with cruelty. I must speak to Xiao Hong and clarify things. I have wronged him these days, but how can a mother hold a grudge against her son overnight? I will no longer show favoritism towards Xiao Sheng. He will surely forgive me. Xiao Hong is a good child. He would never abandon his mother. With great effort, Du Sihui rose, clad in silk pajamas and cotton slippers. Her face pale, she stumbled to push open the door, consumed by guilt and a desperate need for her son's forgiveness. The villa was eerily quiet in the dead of night, as her daughters had chosen to stay away in a fit of resentment. Du Sihui felt a surge of anxiety, but ultimately mustered the courage to encourage herself, reflecting that there should be no lingering grievances among family members. At worst, she could extend an olive branch, and once the misunderstanding was resolved, she vowed to repay him tenfold for his troubles. With that thought, she struggled to ascend to the second floor. However, as she reached the corridor, two night security guards cast a cold glance her way. "Madam, halt," one of the guards admonished. "The young master does not permit outsiders to tread upon the second floor." "Outsider?" Du Sihui felt a pang of sorrow. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Please let Wei Hong know I wish to speak with him. I am unwell. The young master is resting, and no one is allowed to disturb him." The guard replied icily, "Especially not you, madam. The young master has specifically instructed that should you fall ill, you are to seek medical attention and not to trouble him, even in death." "What?" Du Sihui felt as if struck by lightning, her head spinning. In that moment, she realized that Wei Hong was not merely sulking or throwing a tantrum. He genuinely wished to sever their ties. Chapter 23. Unfavorable Departure, Massive Losses. September 17th. At the top floor of the Wei Group headquarters, in the executive president's office, Wei Linlang was diligently occupied with her work. A female secretary entered, carrying a substantial stack of documents. "President, there is half an hour until the board meeting at 10:30. The secretary pulled out a document and handed it over, saying, "This is the revised financial statement for the third quarter of this year. Under your leadership, the group's quarterly profit has increased by 7. The debt ratio has decreased by 3 percentage points, and the bad debts have been reduced by 5. "Very well." Wei Linlang accepted the detailed report, reviewing it meticulously. And ultimately, a satisfied smile graced her lips. This report could be regarded as exceptional by any group, reflecting her capabilities while silencing the shareholders. The upcoming board meeting should proceed smoothly. What about the projects finalized in the last few days? Have they progressed? Wei Linlang casually inquired. The initial progress has been completed. The secretary extracted several more documents and handed them over, stating, "You approved a total of 5 projects, with the investment in Tongxing Pharmaceuticals being the most notable, amounting to 2.8 billion yuan, with an anticipated annual return of approximately 6 to 8. All contracts for these 5 projects have been signed, and a dedicated team has been assigned for oversight. If all goes well, they will bring considerable surprises for our group in the 4th quarter of this year." Wei Linlang briefly skimmed through the documents again, nodding in satisfaction. In the past, every project she advanced was personally overseen by Wei Hong. The outcomes were invariably clear, either steady profits or substantial gains. Thus, she had long grown accustomed to the notion that making money was effortless. Even without Wei Hong's direct oversight this time, she harbored no doubts about unexpected issues arising. Have all the directors arrived? Wei Linlang stood up, adjusting her tailored suit, and said sternly, "The chairman is injured and on leave. This is my first time presiding over the quarterly board meeting, and I cannot afford any mistakes." They have arrived one after another. "We have conducted multiple checks from top to bottom. There will be no issues," the secretary assured her. Just as Wei Linlang was about to respond, the door burst open with a loud bang, and a male secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses rushed in, anxiously exclaiming, "President, it's bad. Tongxing Pharmaceuticals is in trouble." "Calm down." Wei Linlang, still processing the situation, instinctively reprimanded, "What does Tongxing Pharmaceuticals' troubles have to do with us?" "Wait," the secretary interjected, "President, we just signed the equity investment agreement with Tongxing Pharmaceuticals." "What?" Wei Linlang's face paled in shock. She rummaged through her desk for the investment documents, scrutinizing them for a long while before confirming that she had indeed approved the investment. She never expected that her first significant decision without Wei Hong's assistance would lead to such chaos. Her heart sank, and with a furrowed brow, she coldly inquired, "What happened with Tongxing Pharmaceuticals?" At 4 o'clock last night, the chairman of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals, Li Teng, committed suicide by jumping from the Vienna hotel in the city. The male secretary handed over a tablet, pointing to the news displayed on the screen. "The police have confirmed the identity of the deceased, and local television and media outlets have reported on it." By 10 o'clock in the morning, the news had spread, leading to a dramatic plunge in the stock of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals on the A-share market, which has now completely hit the trading limit. The public relations department of their group has yet to issue any external statements, but according to whispers, Mrs. Liu Xilai, the current wife of Chairman Li, intends to take charge and stabilize the group's situation. Wei Linlang's expression darkened as she pulled out her phone. Moments later, she witnessed the stock board of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals drenched in a dismal green. Just yesterday, she had signed an agreement with Tongxing Pharmaceuticals to acquire 15 of their shares for 1 billion yuan. Today, the shares plummeted. This was an unfortunate start, resulting in a loss exceeding 100 million. "Has the money been transferred?" Wei Linlang inquired with a frown. "Not yet," the female secretary replied. "However, the contract stipulates that whichever party defaults will be liable for 3 times the penalty, so we effectively already own shares of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals. There is no way to avoid transferring the funds." "What bad luck!" Wei Linlang fumed, hurling her phone to the ground. Although an investment of 1 billion is not insignificant, it is certain that Tongxing Pharmaceuticals will continue to experience trading limits, and without any measures to salvage the situation, the potential losses could be catastrophic. The financial statements will undoubtedly reflect a grim reality. An investment in Tongxing Pharmaceuticals could obliterate months of her hard work. "President, here is the information on Mrs. Liu Xilai." The male secretary swiped through the tablet, and an information sheet appeared. She is 36 years old, a graduate of the finance department of Tsinghua University, and has been part of the group's management since marrying Chairman Li, currently serving as the vice president, enjoying a high reputation within the group. Following the incident involving Chairman Li, there are rumors that she is preparing to assume the role of acting chairman, with high industry acclaim. Our investment may not necessarily incur losses. Wei Linlang's eyes brightened. Her anxious heart quickly steadied, and a sense of greed began to stir within her. If someone could stabilize the stock price of Tongxing Group, Her investment would not only avoid losses, but could also provide an opportunity to buy at the bottom during the panic among shareholders, potentially leading to significant profits. You too. Immediately prepare a detailed investigation report on Lu Xilai and concurrently draft a feasibility report for additional investment in Tongxing Group, focusing on bottom fishing the stock price. Furthermore, inform the board to delay by half an hour. The reports I require must be submitted before that time. Otherwise, you will all pack your things and leave. Do you understand? Wei Linlang methodically issued her orders. The two secretaries responded affirmatively and swiftly departed to comply. A hint of ambition crept onto her lips as she murmured, "When others fear, I shall be greedy. When others are greedy, I shall fear." This is indeed a splendid opportunity to thoroughly prove my capabilities. At the Green Shade Golf Course, Su Maogong entertained himself with his swing while listening to a middle-aged man in a suit report. The situation is as follows. Li Tong was confirmed dead last night, and the police have ruled it a suicide. The middle-aged man in a suit reported, "Currently, Tongxing Pharmaceutical Company Limited is experiencing a significant decline in its stock value. Should we hasten our exit?" Su Maogong did not respond immediately, but rather fell into a long silence. He had watched Wei Hong grow up, yet he increasingly found it difficult to comprehend this young man. How had he managed to foresee Li Tang's demise? It seemed as though a veil of mystery enveloped him, rendering him elusive and inscrutable. Nonetheless, this is ultimately a positive development. Su Maogong mused to himself. The student surpasses the master. The old gentleman's years of nurturing have not gone in vain, and the young master has an unlimited future ahead. He smiled with satisfaction and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "Let everything proceed according to plan. We shall only absorb 300 million, avoiding unnecessary embellishments. When buying at the bottom, let us keep our actions discreet, so as not to alarm any outsiders." Understood. The middle-aged man in the suit nodded in agreement. Chapter 24. Late affection is worthless, and so is kinship. In the ensuing days, the business landscape of Jiangzhou was rife with turmoil. The tragic demise of Li Tong, the chairman of Tongxing Group, who leapt from a building, plunged a nearly 8 billion entity into a crisis of power and stock market instability. Stakeholders, led by the Wei family group, were engulfed in anxiety. Some seized the opportunity to buy at rock bottom, while others liquidated their assets and fled. Wei Hong paid little heed to these upheavals, attending school as usual. With Su Maogong at the helm, adept talents flourished, and an investment of 300 million to capitalize on the market was hardly a matter of concern. However, during a meal at the Wei family table, Wei Jiaoyang inquired about the situation. Wei Linlang, seemingly indifferent, casually remarked, "Dad, I did invest in Tongxing Group. But who could have anticipated that Li Tong would commit suicide right after we signed the contract? Such events are beyond anyone's foresight. I've been taken advantage of. Nevertheless, his widow, Lu Xilai, is quite capable. From what I understand, she will soon assume the role of chairman to restore order, and the stock prices will rebound. Our current investments could yield substantial profits." Wei Jiaoyang, upon hearing this, refrained from further commentary. Over the years, he had primarily focused on the overarching direction, while the intricate details of investment and operations were managed by Wei Linlang. Ultimately, it was still Wei Hong who devised the project proposals that propelled the Wei family group to profitability. In summary, both Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Linlang were rather inept in business acumen, akin to mere figureheads. Neither had inherited the entrepreneurial genius of the late patriarch, and merely maintaining the family estate was already a challenge, leaving little room for nuance. With a dismissive scoff, Wei Hong chose not to engage further. The two were oblivious to the snares they had fallen into, truly a pair of simpletons. "What are you laughing at?" Wei Linlang retorted, visibly displeased. "Do you understand the magnitude of running such a large enterprise? A high school student should focus on studies and refrain from meddling in adult affairs. Your sarcastic laughter is utterly unwarranted." "Linlang, be quiet." Du Sihui admonished, frowning. "How can you speak to your brother in such a manner?" "Mom, did I say anything wrong?" Wei Linlang replied, exasperated. "Regardless, avoid speaking that way." Du Sihui gently she did. "We are family. There should be no room for ridicule." As the elder sister, you must set an example and show care for your brother. Wei Hong found the entire exchange beneath his notice. Why had this concern not been voiced sooner? Since Du Sihui's headaches had intensified, she had come to recognize his significance. Several times, overwhelmed by guilt, she had attempted to mend their relationship, even personally preparing soup to appease him. In the past, such gestures would have deeply moved Wei Hong, who would have been eager to reciprocate even the slightest hint of maternal affection. Yet now, he remained indifferent, even as Du Sihui defended him at the dining table. His heart was shrouded in an impenetrable coldness. Late affection holds no value, and so it is with kinship. Noon, at Shengruwei High School, Wei Hong appeared in the cafeteria accompanied by 2 female bodyguards. Dressed in casual attire and sporting ponytails, they exuded the charm of youthful seniors, perfectly suited for their protective role within the school, effortlessly warding off any adoring admirers that approached. The school cafeteria comprises 2 floors. The first floor serves as a dining area for regular students, offering a decent selection of dishes at affordable prices, with financial assistance available for underprivileged students. In contrast, the second floor caters to the affluent, featuring luxurious private rooms and the freedom to order at will, surpassing even the opulence of hotels. In this elite institution, the majority of students hail from the middle and upper classes, making the second floor far more vibrant than the first. The first floor hall is rather desolate, with only a couple of hundred underprivileged students engrossed in their meals. Wei Hong, uninterested in mingling with the crowd on the second floor, casually chose a spot to sit and instructed his female bodyguard, "Just grab something to eat. We're pressed for time." "Understood." One of the bodyguards nodded in agreement and promptly went to fetch food, while the other remained vigilantly by his side, scanning the surroundings. Ignoring the astonished gazes of nearby students, Wei Hong nonchalantly surveyed the area and soon spotted Xiao Mo, who was working diligently at the cafeteria window. Clad in an apron and wearing a chef's hat, her pale face bore an air of vulnerability as she energetically served food to students, prompting silent sympathy from the male students around her. What a stroke of misfortune. Wei Hong hadn't anticipated encountering her here. Disgusted, he averted his gaze and chose not to look again. However, Xiao Mo quickly took notice of him. Her eyes brightened as she caught sight of his figure, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. "Oh, isn't that Senior Wei Hong?" exclaimed a chubby girl working beside her. "Mo, I heard you have a close relationship with him, being his unattainable white moonlight, right?" "Yes, here to see you." "Shouldn't you hurry over?" "Please don't say that." Xiao Mo's face flushed with embarrassment, and she stubbornly retorted, "I have no connection with him anymore. Don't speak carelessly." "How can you say that? He has been supporting you, even giving you a supplementary card, hasn't he?" Another girl chimed in, "You probably don't know, but he stopped the card a while ago. Just the other day, Mo treated us at the milk tea shop, and it was quite embarrassing for her." "Huh, well, white moonlight, how shameful." Several envious classmates seized the opportunity to ridicule her. Xiao Mo's face turned ashen, her eyes brimming with a sense of injustice. She appeared on the verge of tears, evoking a wave of sympathy from the surrounding boys. Her sorrowful gaze drifted towards Wei Hong, seemingly filled with reproach and melancholy. The incident at the milk tea shop had not only humiliated her, but also led to Wei Hong ceasing his financial support, resulting in her family, who had grown accustomed to an easy life, feeling the pinch. Xiao Mo's father had taken out his frustrations on her, often resorting to violence. To make ends meet, she had reluctantly returned to working part-time. Now, being confronted with her circumstances in front of others left her blushing with embarrassment. "Please don't say such things." The chubby girl indignantly defended her. "It's clear that Senior Wei Hong is trying to pressure Mo into being his girlfriend." When she wouldn't agree, he stopped the card. "Isn't he here now, eager to reconcile?" "Indeed, that seems plausible." Another chimed in, Mo, if you just soften your stance, the senior will surely pamper you again." Indeed, the exquisite Mo is far too beautiful to be trifled with by the likes of you. With just a mere beckoning of his finger, Wei Hong seems to have lost his very essence. In my opinion, such men should never be indulged. Mo, you must not lower yourself first. He should be the one to woo you." The uninformed crowd murmured softly. having already conjured an elaborate tale of love and strife between the two young lovers. Xiao Mo's expression brightened considerably, rather than offering an explanation. She found herself gradually swelling with pride, instinctively believing that Wei Hong had come seeking her. Does he think he can bend me to his will with mere wealth? Not a chance. Xiao Mo's delicate face radiated determination and defiance as she raised her voice intentionally, declaring, "Some individuals should not presume that their wealth grants them the right to belittle others. Our dignity is of equal measure." In that moment, the surrounding male classmates displayed expressions of admiration. Goodness, what madness is this? The cafeteria is a place for dining, not for staging dramatic performances. Wei Hong appeared utterly repulsed, as if he had swallowed a fly. Chapter 25. Is it not delightful to render such a favor to oneself? As Wei Hong sat down to dine, the meal tasted as bland as chewing wax. All he desired was a peaceful meal, yet Xia Mo persistently flitted about him, wiping tables and tidying cutlery, while sweeping and mopping, desperately attempting to project the image of a resilient yet impoverished flower. Had it been in his previous life, Wei Hong would have undoubtedly been deceived by this Ade, convinced she was merely a good girl striving to rise above her hardships. However, having lived anew, he had long since seen through the duplicity of human nature, transforming into a master of discerning the insincere. He recognized immediately that her intentions were far from pure. She was merely a name-seeker, fishing for reputation. If you wish to work your way through school, then simply labor diligently. Why must you incessantly hover around me? Every time Wei Hong glanced her way, she would adopt an air of lofty integrity, stubbornly refusing to bow to wealth, occasionally wiping the sweat from her brow, which only served to irritate him further. "Sir, shall I ask her to leave?" A female bodyguard, noticing his impatience, cast a cold glance at Xiao Mo, who was feigning busyness. She wore a guise of industriousness, as if to say, "Do not underestimate my efforts." The bodyguard could hardly suppress her desire to confront her. "Pay no heed to these nuisances. Just finish your meal and depart." The more attention one gives to such a wretched individual, the more theatrics she will conjure, potentially even staging a sob story to imply a desperate need for assistance. Wei Hong hastened his eating, muttering his dissatisfaction. The two female bodyguards shared a quiet chuckle, wholeheartedly agreeing with him. While they could deal with any adversaries, they were unsure how to handle a girl publicly seeking sympathy. Thus, they deemed it best to take a passive approach. Suddenly, Wei Hong noticed someone, a boy with a mushroom haircut, whose countenance radiated simplicity and sincerity, adorned with black-framed glasses. He sat quietly in a corner, consuming plain rice and vegetables, appearing particularly frail. His name was Song Gue, the illegitimate son of a prominent figure from Yanjing, now fallen for grace. The reason Wei Hong had consented to join the competition class and guide the top students was to become acquainted with him. In his previous life, Song Gue was impoverished, resilient, and unyielding. He lived with his ailing mother, attending classes by day and working at night, surviving on merely 2 meals a day. He nevertheless excelled academically, securing admission to Qingbei University. At that time, Xia Mo wielded Wei Hong's black card to play the benefactor, frequently treating him to meals and even lending money for his mother-esque surgery, thus becoming the solitary beacon in Song Gue's otherwise dim youth. Upon entering university, he was sought out by influential figures, reclaiming his birthright. Thus, a once destitute student ascended to become a prominent heir within the elite circles of Beijing, earning the respectful title of Young Master Song, with countless individuals eager to curry favor with him. Yet, Song Gue never forgot the kindness bestowed upon him in his youth. He became the unwavering support for Xia Mo, who took advantage of his newfound status to elevate herself to heights beyond her rightful place. In this new life, how could Wei Hong possibly allow Xia Mo to use his resources to forge connections with such influential circles, only to turn against him later? Is it not far more gratifying to bestow such a favor upon oneself? With this thought in mind, he decisively picked up his plate and walked toward Song Gue. The two female bodyguards, noticing his movement, quickly set down their utensils and followed closely behind. As the trio moved, They captured the attention of most of the cafeteria. Xia Mo instinctively thought Wei Hong was approaching her. Her hand, which was wiping the table, hesitated slightly, and her lips curved into a smirk that was harder to suppress than an AK. Nevertheless, she swiftly adjusted her expression, adopting an air of indifference. "Oomph. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist begging for mercy. However, I'm not so easily appeased. This matter remains unresolved unless you apologize to little Sheng." Xia Mo mused internally, already plotting how to continue to toy with Wei Hong. She intended to make him uncomfortable, to let him yearn for something unattainable, to inflict emotional torment as punishment. Yet in the next moment, she was left stunned. Others, who had anticipated seeing the wealthy Wei pursuing his beloved in a dramatic fashion, were equally perplexed, for Wei Hong completely ignored her. He bypassed the busy Xia Mo and sat directly opposite Song Gui. "Wei Shao?" Song Gui exclaimed in surprise, quickly rising in a flustered manner. "You wish to sit here? I shall leave immediately. Please wait." "No need to move. I'm looking for you," Wei Hong stated bluntly, directly placing his chicken leg and meat dishes on his Song Gui's plate. "Wei Shao, what is this?" Song Gui questioned, his face a mask of astonishment. He instinctively thought Wei Hong intended to humiliate him. After all, as a poor student at the bottom of the social ladder, he was often subjected to scorn, and the notion of being forced to consume leftovers was not foreign to him. However, it quickly dawned on him that something was amiss. The food was clean and hygienic. There was no need for such humiliation. "Eat, it's clean." Wei Hong gestured for him to sit down, then smiled. "I noticed you only eat rice and vegetables. You expend so much mental energy solving physics problems every day. You must not neglect proper nutrition. Have some of mine." "No, really. You don't have to be so polite. I have enough to eat," Song Gui stammered, his face flushed. "Eat." Wei Hong insisted firmly, and ultimately, Song Gui relented. As he took a bite of the delicious chicken leg, moisture filled his eyes. He was not a man of many words. Thus, he merely bowed his head and quietly savored the meal, carefully noting this moment of brightness that illuminated his life. Xia Mo stood there, stunned, her nails nearly digging into her palm. Who would have thought that Wei Hong had no interest in a romantic tug-of-war and would rather seek out another man than approach her? "I have researched you," Wei Hong remarked nonchalantly as he ate. "You come from a single-parent family. Your mother is gravely ill, and you bear the heavy burden of your household alone, excelling academically and earning scholarships year after year. As a man, you are truly admirable. You surpass me." The last sentence was delivered with utmost sincerity, striking a chord deep within Song Gui's heart. "I am not. I cannot compare to Wei Shao," he replied, his face flushed, lowering his head to conceal his tears. "No, you truly are better than I." Wei Hong chuckled lightly, reflecting, "Were it not for my fortunate background, I would likely pale in comparison to you in every regard. Therefore, classmate Song, would you be willing to accept my financial support?" "Financial support?" Song Gui exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that someone would voluntarily offer such generosity. "Indeed," Wei Hong nodded earnestly, stating, "Since my grandfather established the Wei Group, he has devoted decades to philanthropic endeavors, aiding countless elderly individuals and impoverished students. Inspired by him, I also engage in charitable acts each year. From this moment forward, I am prepared to cover your entire tuition, living expenses, and even your mother's medical bills. I can even arrange for the most esteemed specialist to perform her surgery." Upon hearing this, Song Gui inhaled sharply, feeling not elation but rather a sense of discomfort. "Young Master Wei," she timidly inquired, "what is it that you truly desire in return?" "I have nothing of value to offer, and I would never engage in anything unlawful or unethical. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere." Chapter 26. With such a strong imagination, why not become a screenwriter? It is universally acknowledged that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Wei Hong's generous offer raised suspicions. Who would believe he had no ulterior motives? Under the weight of caution, Song Gui felt no joy, only a sense of trepidation, fearing he might be coerced into illegal activities. With a light chuckle, Wei Hong produced a black card and slid it across the table, saying, "Do not overthink. I will not compel you to do anything. All my contributions are mere investments." "Do you understand? Investments?" Song Gui replied, taken aback. Precisely. Wei Hong nodded earnestly. Every individual possesses their intrinsic value. Investing during times of hardship ensures maximum returns when they rise from adversity. This is one of the means through which the elite secure their wealth and status. My grandfather has devoted decades to philanthropy, resulting in countless impoverished students graduating to join the Wei group, dedicating their lives and loyalty in return, thus garnering both reputation and benefit. And you, Song Gui, with your diligence, exceptional intellect, integrity, and filial piety, are the most promising candidate for investment. In just a few words, Song Gui's wariness dissipated significantly. He cautiously inquired, "What do you ultimately seek in return for your investment, Mr. Wei?" "Nothing of consequence," Wei Hong replied with a dismissive shake of his head. "The support for your education and your mother's medical expenses will not exceed 2 million to an ordinary person. That is indeed a fortune, but to me, it is a mere trifle. I have yet to determine what I wish to gain from you, and I will not impose any obligations on you after graduation. Even if that 2 million were to vanish, it would hardly affect me. Should you achieve success and remember my kindness, that investment could yield 100-fold or 1,000-fold return. Would you refuse such a splendid opportunity?" Song Gui found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute the sincerity before him. All his doubts and defenses crumbled, appearing fragile and absurd in that moment. "This is my supplementary black card," Wei Hong remarked, gesturing to the table. "Use it to cover your mother's medical expenses and for any purchases you desire. Additionally, I will arrange for a monthly allowance of 10,000 for your living expenses." "Surely this is too much." Song Gui stammered again. "Mr. Wei, I am grateful for your support, but there is no need for such excess. I only require enough to get by. Perhaps 1,000 a month, or even 500 would suffice." "What can 500 accomplish?" Wei Hong asserted, shoving the black card into Song Gui's pocket with a serious demeanor. "You must eat well and stay healthy to study effectively. If your health falters under the strain of rigorous study, who will care for your mother? The card has no limit for your use. Consider it a loan. Just return it when you can. Men should not be so hesitant. You must understand that favors are reciprocal. Borrowing 500 carries the same weight as borrowing 5 million. So why not use it freely?" Song Gui was deeply moved, rising to bow deeply in gratitude. This scene stirred envy and admiration among his peers, igniting feelings of jealousy and resentment. "My goodness, Wei Xiao is indeed extravagant. He casually offers a black card as if it were nothing. If it weren't for Senior Song Gui being male, I might suspect he had intentions of courting him. Was it not already stated? Wealthy individuals relish making investments. Do you truly comprehend anything? It seems that Xia Mo also possesses a black card gifted by Wei Xiao. Is this not her second? Oh dear, who is spreading rumors that she is Wei Xiao's beloved? He barely glanced in her direction just now. Perhaps the previous black card was merely a gesture of support. Indeed, it's quite normal for affluent individuals to grant a black card as assistance, right? Why is she indulging in such delusions? It's utterly laughable. Amidst the scattered murmurs of the crowd, Xia Mo felt an overwhelming sense of shame, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, evoking a profound sympathy. At that moment, a stout girl could no longer restrain herself and rushed forth from the crowd, shielding Xia Mo behind her, glaring angrily at everyone present. "Senior Wei Hong, is it amusing to bully others like this?" The stout girl chastised, her voice filled with indignation. "Can't you see that Mo is in tears?" Wei Hong, irritated by the interruption, lazily lifted his eyelids to cast a glance at her and replied blandly, "And you are? It matters not who I am. The crux is that even if you are wealthy, you should not bully others," the stout girl retorted passionately. Mo is such a pure, kind, and adorable little fairy. She deserves to be cherished, not treated so cruelly by you. Indeed, the little fairy is crying. It's heart-wrenching. How could Senior Wei be so heartless? Numerous infatuated male classmates echoed in agreement. Wei Hong found himself increasingly exasperated. These individuals were utterly idle. Was he not merely engaged in conversation? Why were they unwarrantedly dragging him into this melodrama? Ladies and gentlemen, it is quite impolite to interrupt others while they are speaking, Wei Hong remarked, knocking on the table and surveying the room with a cold gaze. Today, I am solely here to discuss matters with student Song Gui. I have not acknowledged anyone else, so please refrain from being so presumptuous and self-important." For a moment, the crowd fell into silence. The stout girl huffed, continuing to concoct her own narrative. "You simply adore Mo. Your inability to possess her leads you to threaten to withdraw your support, coercing her into being your girlfriend. Now that she stands before you, you are intentionally playing hard to get. You rich second-generation heirs are truly despicable. Mo, let us go. Do not pay any heed to this scoundrel. He merely seeks to exert emotional manipulation. You must remain resolute and not let this wretch succeed." With that, she took Xiao Mo by the hand and turned to leave, leaving Wei Hong bewildered in the wind. What on earth was happening? Such vivid imagination. Why not pursue a career in screenwriting? Foolishness. Wei Hong rubbed his temples and turned back to continue the discussion. "Let us not engage with the delusional. Which hospital is your mother in? I have no classes this afternoon. We can visit together." "At the People's Hospital," Song Gui replied, somewhat awkwardly. "Wei Shao, if you are pressed for time, it may be best not to come. Hospitals tend to be crowded, not particularly suited for someone of your status." "Status? Just call me by my name, or simply Wei Gu will suffice." Wei Hong, unconcerned, shook his head and remarked, "I must personally ascertain the specifics of your mother's condition in order to leverage my connections and enlist the most esteemed experts for her treatment." Song Gui opened his mouth, poised to decline, but Wei Hong raised a hand to interject. "When it comes to investment, one must maintain meticulous control. If the particulars remain unclear, it could very well result in a fruitless endeavor, rendering the investment's returns futile. Do you understand? If I exert every effort to procure an authority in the field to aid your mother, even if it ultimately proves ineffective, you will still owe me a significant favor. However, should I merely provide financial assistance, that favor would be rather insipid. Should you prosper in the future, a mere repayment of funds would hardly suffice to erase that obligation, and I would be at a considerable loss." Song Gui's expression was a tapestry of complexity. He was torn between admiration for Wei Hong's shrewdness and a sense of gratitude. After a prolonged moment, he finally nodded earnestly and said, "Wei Gu, rest assured, this is a kindness, not just a favor. I will forever remember your benevolence." "That's the spirit," Wei Hong exclaimed, patting his shoulder. "I am a businessman and do not engage in unprofitable ventures. You need only focus on transforming yourself. Li Jie, please inform Uncle Gong to secure an apartment near the school and have several mid-range luxury brands deliver some clothing as well. Additionally, arrange for the hospital to transfer Song's mother to a private room and conduct a thorough examination. We will decide whether a transfer to another hospital is necessary once I arrive." The female bodyguard nodded in agreement, promptly retrieving her phone to contact Uncle Gong. Song Gui stood there, utterly astonished, and couldn't help but weakly exclaim, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Chapter 27. Must you interfere even when passing by? Could you please step aside? Evening at Jiangzhou First People's Hospital. In the VIP single patient room on the top floor, the director and the chief physician gathered. They had just completed a comprehensive examination of the middle-aged woman in the hospital bed. Wei Shao, the patient's condition is far from optimistic. She has been suffering from long-term malnutrition coupled with severe anemia, moderate impairment of cardiac and pulmonary functions, and poor renal function. Furthermore, there is a 1-centimeter tumor in her stomach, which has been confirmed as an early-stage malignant tumor that necessitates immediate surgical intervention, stated the director, Wang, as he handed over a stack of examination reports. Wei Hong glanced over the documents and nodded with satisfaction. "Let us proceed with conservative treatment for now. I will promptly arrange for top surgical experts from Yanjing to conduct a consultation. You need not worry about anything else. Just ensure she receives proper care." "Understood." Director Wang replied affirmatively. Meanwhile, Song Gui could not help but feel somewhat dazed. It had only been a few hours since Wei Hong's arrival and the arrangement of everything. Yet his mother had already been placed in the most luxurious single room, attended to by 2 beautiful nurses, with all examinations receiving the green light. Was this the realm of the affluent? If an ordinary person were to hear about stomach cancer, they would likely feel as if the sky were falling. Yet for Wei Hong, it was merely a matter of making a few phone calls. As long as one was willing to spend money, the finest team of experts would be at their service. From surgery to subsequent treatment, he would hardly need to exert any effort. Even with cancer, the chances of recovery were exponentially higher than for the average individual. Director Wang, please arrange for 2 exceptional female nurses to attend to Aunt Zhu around the clock. Wei Hong instructed, casting a glance around. Ensure she is as comfortable as possible. Certainly, Director Wang agreed promptly. The middle-aged woman in the hospital bed could not help but weakly raise her hand. Mr. Wei, there's no need to go through all this trouble. I can manage in a regular ward. I can take care of myself. Auntie, please do not worry. Wei Hong gently reassured her with a smile. Song Gui excels academically and is destined to be a promising candidate for Qingbei University. Regardless of the expenses incurred now, he will be able to bear them in the future. Yes, Mom, just focus on your recovery, Song Gui said resolutely. I will strive to ensure you have a good life. The middle-aged woman remained anxious. Wei Hong said nothing more, merely patted Song Gui on the shoulder before turning to leave. A cadre of bodyguards surrounded him, prompting many to cast curious glances in their direction. As he passed the payment hall, a voice drew his attention. Doctor, please save my mother. She cannot afford to suffer any further. I beg you, save her. Xia Mo pleaded pitifully with a middle-aged physician. Standing beside her were the plump girl he had seen at the cafeteria that afternoon, along with Xia's bald and greasy father. Her again? How could this woman be so persistently present? Miss Xia, it is not that I refuse to help, but your mother's condition is quite dire, the middle-aged physician said sternly. Her indicators are deteriorating continuously, and the intracranial tumor is increasingly pressing on the nerves, causing her frequent loss of consciousness. Had the previous control standards been maintained, perhaps a few more years could have been granted. However, if this continues, life itself may be threatened within a mere 3 months. You should not have ceased the medication unilaterally. The imported specialty drug previously administered had been effectively controlling the condition, and halting it now is far from a prudent decision. Summer's face was etched with sorrow as she lamented. Doctor, what about conservative treatment? Would domestic medication suffice? The efficacy is inadequate. We have exhausted domestic options, and resistance has long since developed. The middle-aged doctor adjusted his glasses and patiently explained. The patient's intracranial tumor is not suitable for surgical intervention. Medication is the only recourse to suppress it. However, every drug can lead to resistance. Excessive usage will render it ineffective, necessitating the continuous procurement of new foreign specialty drugs. Recently, there are several promising targeted therapies available in Europe. If your finances allow, you might consider acquiring them. Beyond that, we doctors have few alternatives. With that, the doctor turned and departed. Summer, lost and despondent, collapsed on the ground, her face buried in her hands, weeping uncontrollably. Summer's father, in a fit of rage, scolded, "You wretched girl, it's your fault for offending young Master Wei. Now that he has ceased his support, do you wish to condemn your mother to death?" Summer's eyes were filled with grievance and helplessness. She never imagined that everything could change so drastically in just a few days. The once warm and favored Wei Hong no longer indulged her, reclaiming all the resources he had provided, while her mother's condition continued to deteriorate, each calamity pressing down upon her like an insurmountable weight. "Dad, I don't understand why this is happening," Summer sobbed, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. "All you do is cry. What good comes from your tears?" Her father berated, prodding his forehead with his finger. "Haven't you realized that you must apologize to young Master Wei?" "I refuse," Summer retorted vehemently, covering her face defiantly. "Why should I be the one to seek reconciliation? He is the one in the wrong. Does wealth grant him the right to act as he pleases?" "Fool!" her father exclaimed, agitated and distraught. "What will happen to your mother if you do not apologize? What of our family's debts? What about your brother's tuition and living expenses? Are you willing to witness our family's demise? I do not care what means you employ. You must seek young Master Wei's forgiveness, or I shall disown you." At this, Summer's tears flowed even more freely. A chubby girl crouched beside her, offering gentle comfort. "It's all right. Mo, we can seek help online. Or the school might organize a fundraiser." "Each is Ozelis, sobi. Summer cried. The imported targeted drugs cost 70 to 80,000 a month, and with additional expenses, How can we possibly sustain ourselves on donations alone? Those around her sighed deeply in sympathy. Just as Wei Hong was about to depart after witnessing the scene, Summer happened to glance in his direction. A flicker of astonishment and excitement crossed her despairing eyes. In the next moment, she sprang to her feet, blocking his path. Before the bodyguards could intervene, she confronted him, tears streaming down her face. You came here to gloat, didn't you? Fine, you have one. Are you out of your mind? Wei Hong furrowed his brows in impatience. Do you have to interfere, even when passing by? Could you step aside? What more do you want? Xiao Mo's face was a canvas of shattered emotions and sorrow. Do the affluent truly delight in manipulating the hearts of others? I concede defeat. I am willing to be your girlfriend. Will that suffice to restore my card? Oh my, what is happening here? Goodness, could it be that a wealthy scion is toying with a young girl's affections? It seems quite probable, given the entourage of bodyguards surrounding this individual, that he is no ordinary man. How pitiable. The young lady appears to be compelled to play the role of a girlfriend due to her mother's illness. Bystanders whispered and criticized, their voices laden with disdain. Wei Hong's expression darkened instantly, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Chapter 28. This melon is quite shocking. ISNT it. In the cafeteria at noon, Wei Hong had already experienced Xiao Mo's imaginative capabilities once. This girl had infuriated him to no end. Yet her words left him speechless. Now she emerged again, spouting nonsense, and in just a few sentences, she stirred the attention of the crowd, as if she intended to roast him alive. Xia, if I recall correctly, I never expressed a desire to discuss a romantic relationship with you. Wei Hong said with a frown, his disdain palpable. Please don't flatter yourself and engage in this baseless drama. Senior, how long are you going to torment me? Xia Mo continued, seemingly oblivious to reason, her voice a melodramatic wail. You promised to support my studies and cover my mother's medical expenses. Now, just because you're unhappy, you threaten to withdraw your support? Is this your way of driving me to despair? Senior Wei, a plump girl interjected, her indignation evident. Who doesn't know that you've been supporting MOMO? Now, you suddenly declare an end to it? Not only is she struggling to afford meals, but her mother's medical bills are also a heavy burden. Are you trying to make her life unbearable? Wei Hong's rage transformed into a sardonic smile. Meeting the gazes of the onlookers, he retorted coldly, if you are aware of my ongoing support for her, you should also understand that the money is mine. So what? Am I supposed to help her and be met with disdain? Are you all prepared to extort me? The plump girl momentarily faltered, but defiantly replied, your withdrawal of support is merely a ploy to coerce MO into becoming your girlfriend. This despicable intention is known to all. How shameful. Why don't you both take a good look in the mirror? Wei Hong scoffed, une impressed. One looks like a pig, and the other is as bland as plain water, lacking any curves. Their perpetual sorrowful expressions are quite unappetizing. A person like me could attract top celebrities with just a beckon, and I receive love letters daily at school. Why would I stoop to such underhanded tactics for her? Do you have no shame? The plump girl was left speechless, while Xiao Mo's eyes widened in shock. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Laughter erupted around them, and the crowd found his words unexpectedly reasonable. This young man clearly belonged to a wealthy family, flanked by bodyguards. How could he possibly lack female admirers? I know him. He is the heartthrob of Shengruei High School. Countless girls adore him, and he is undeniably more handsome than any idol. Someone chimed in. This girl is deluding herself. He may not even notice her. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Xiao Mo's face burned with humiliation. Xiao's father hurried over, attempting to mediate, bowing and smiling nervously. Wei Xiao, please show leniency and not hold this little girl's antics against her. She is simply overwhelmed by her mother's illness, and her words are quite jumbled. Please don't take it to heart. I have no desire to argue with a lunatic, Wei Hong replied, narrowing his eyes and issuing a cold warning. However, I advise your entire family not to approach me again with such antics, or I will not hesitate to make you suffer the consequences. Please, please, please. Xiao's father rushed forward, only to be restrained by bodyguards. He could only anxiously stomp his feet and plead, Wei Xiao, do not be angry. Let us discuss this calmly. Did this girl provoke you? I will handle her when I return, ensuring she obeys you from now on. Get lost. Wei Hong dismissed him, uninterested in further dialogue. Under the protection of bodyguards, he prepared to depart without hesitation. However, Summer's father was unwilling to let the benefactor leave so easily. He pursued him, pleading, "Mr. Wei, I implore you to assist. My wife's condition is dire. She is on the brink of death. Please, show some compassion and save her. Save her, or save yourself." Wei Hong scoffed. "For years, your entire family has thrived under the support I provided, while you have amassed countless gambling debts outside. Is your intention to have me sustain you for a lifetime? That's not it. Mr. Wei, please help." Summer's father anxiously chased him to the elevator. As the doors closed, Wei Hong immediately hardened his expression and instructed the bodyguard beside him, "Acquire the surveillance footage from the cafeteria and the previous incident." "Understood," replied a suited bodyguard. Wei Hong then closed his eyes to meditate. Summer Mo's repeated provocations could not simply be dismissed. The time for patience had ended. Obtaining the video served two purposes. First, to prevent others from misrepresenting the facts and tarnishing his reputation online. Second, to retaliate against her. In his previous life, after entering university, Summer Mo had ventured into the entertainment industry. To align with Wei Sheng's underhanded tactics against him, she had employed similar methods of twisting the truth, easily inciting netizens against him with ambiguous remarks. In this rebirth, Wei Hong would not fall victim to such schemes again. Moreover, he intended to employ his knowledge proactively, allowing her to experience the repercussions of public exposure. That evening, a detailed account of Wei Hong's financial support for Summer Mo, along with brief clips of the altercation at the cafeteria and hospital, was posted on the school's forum. Shocking, the delusional dream girl attempts to exploit her benefactor. Once this post was published, the entire school community was engulfed in a scandal. The post meticulously outlined the expenses Wei Hong had covered for the Mo family over the years, including daily expenditures, gambling debts, medical fees, and luxury items. Ultimately, Wei Hong directly named himself. The Wei Group's charitable contributions are not to be exploited, due to previous mismanagement leading to the misappropriation of funds. I will seek restitution from Ms. Summer Mo. Furthermore, I harbor no romantic feelings toward Ms. Mo. Please refrain from fabricating affection or spreading rumors. Otherwise, I will pursue legal action to safeguard my legitimate rights. The post, accompanied by 2 video clips, swiftly cleared Wei Hong's name of baseless accusations while thrusting Summer Mo into the spotlight. Wow, this news is explosive. I'm a classmate of Summer Mo. She constantly boasts of being Mr. Wei's beloved, claiming an intimate relationship, but it turns out to be a lie. How shameless can she be? He kindly supported her, yet she squandered it recklessly. Does she think she can act with such impunity simply because Mr. Wei is indifferent to wealth? Ugh, how dare she even dream of Mr. Wei? Ladies, who is free tomorrow? Let us band together and teach her a lesson. And that chubby girl beside her, named Lu Hui, shouldn't be spared either. The forum erupted with excitement among the female students. Wei Hong, a dreamboat for countless girls, found himself unexpectedly embroiled in a controversy when someone dared to provoke him. Xiao Mo and her overweight companion had stirred up a tempest of public outrage, and within a short while, their addresses, phone numbers, WeChat, and QQ were all unearthed. They were inundated with harassment and insults. In a mere 10 minutes, Xiao Mo, overwhelmed by the onslaught, placed a call. As soon as the line connected, her voice, choked with sobs, emerged. "Senior Wei, how could you post those things on the forum? You are being unreasonable," sob. Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Hong had already blocked her. Shortly thereafter, several unfamiliar numbers began to bombard him with calls. He remained impassive, blocking each one without a flicker of emotion, unmoved by their frantic pleas and desperate entreaties. Chapter 29. Those who waver must face their just deserts. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xiao Mo appeared in Class 6 of the second year, her face marred by exhaustion. Her classmates regarded her with peculiar glances, prompting her to shrink back in fear, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Soon, she discovered her seat had been relocated to the back of the classroom, her books and papers shredded, and a heap of foul-smelling trash lay strewn across her desk. This sight ignited a flush of anger in her cheeks, and tears began to stream down her face once more. Oh dear, our dream girl still dares to cry. Who gave you the right? Sneered one voice. Huh, I've long found you insufferable, flaunting wealth while merely living off men's money. How dare you spread rumors that Senior Wei has affections for you? You white moonlight, a heartless ingrate, is more like it. You little vixen, just wait. Your days of comfort are over. The girls in the class erupted in a chorus of indignation and mockery. Xiao wept pitifully, yet her plight did not elicit sympathy from her peers. The boys in class felt a pang of compassion, yet many girls hailed from affluent backgrounds. They dared not incur the wrath of the majority, choosing instead to feign ignorance. During class, the teachers remained oblivious to the bullying occurring right before their eyes. They continued their lessons, unwilling to intervene in the petty torments inflicted by the privileged upon the less fortunate. Even as some students yanked Xiao Mo's hair and kicked her chair, the teachers turning a blind eye. As soon as the bell rang, Xiao Mo and her chubby friend Lu Hui were dragged to the girls' restroom. A dozen young bullies took turns slapping them. Various humiliating tactics were employed, pushing the two into a state of frantic despair. How can you treat us this way? I will inform the teacher. Lu Hui cried out in terror. Inform the teacher? Go ahead. Let us see if the teacher dares to intervene. They jeered. You shameless girl, how dare you provoke Senior Wei? As long as we are here, you two shall not enjoy any peace. We won't stop until you're expelled. We'll write our names backward if we don't. Enough chatter, sisters. Let us give them a taste of their own medicine. The group of bullies yanked their hair, and amid Xiao Mo and Lu Hui's shrieks, they forced their heads into the toilet. Once regarded by the boys in class as the purest white jasmine, Xiao Mo now found herself in utter disarray, reeking and stripped of her former innocence. She sobbed, her feelings of injustice swelling within her like a tidal wave. In the corridor, Wei Hong happened to pass by just as he heard Xiao Mo's piercing screams. Yet instead of intervening, he stood there, relishing the moment. This was precisely what he wished to witness. It was what Xiao Mo deserved. A destitute student feigning purity and frailty would inevitably attract the ire of other girls at Sheng Rue High School. Previously, she had relied on Wei Hong's protection to wield power and influence in this elite institution. Now that her shield had vanished, she was merely receiving the treatment she had long evaded. Those who waver must indeed face their just deserts. Wei Hong let out a cold sneer and was about to leave when his peripheral vision caught sight of Wei Sheng. He was walking in the left corridor upstairs, his gaze similarly fixed on the women's restroom. Clearly, he was also covertly monitoring Xiao Mo's situation. Host, are you not planning to rescue her? Xiao Mo suffered from bullying, and her fortunes plummeted swiftly, which represents a significant loss for us. Why should we intervene? When she falls into the mire and is subsequently rescued, her fondness will undoubtedly increase, and the speed at which she absorbs fortune will consequently accelerate, will it not? Host, you are truly cunning. Allow me to conceive. Wei Sheng engaged in a conversation with a mechanical voice, its sound resonating clearly even from a distance of several meters. Wei Hong's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as he discreetly departed from the scene. A few minutes later, he returned to the competition classroom, a subtle smile gradually curving his lips, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. In his previous existence, he had existed in the form of a spiritual entity. Wei Hong could perceive the aura of fortune surrounding each individual, and he also uncovered Wei Sheng's true secret. He was not only capable of transmitting heartfelt thoughts to others, but could also siphon the fortune of those around him. Nevertheless, Wei Hong remained perplexed as to how he accomplished this feat. It now appeared that he had merely bound himself to a system. All these abilities were conferred by this enigmatic system. A preliminary assessment suggested that this system was not particularly formidable. It possessed merely the rather trivial function of conveying heartfelt thoughts, and the ability to absorb the fortunes of others was subject to certain restrictions. Wei Hong recalled the conversation he had just overheard and quickly distilled two crucial points from it. First, the more someone encountered significant setbacks, such as bullying or failure, the more drastically their fortune would diminish. Secondly, the greater someone's affection for Wei Sheng, the more rapidly the system absorbs fortune. Comprehend this. Wei Hong finally comprehended why. In his previous life, The members of the Wei family and all those surrounding Wei Sheng met with such tragic fates. As it turned out that this vile creature was nothing but a parasitic leech, feeding off the fortunes of those around him to augment his own power. Anyone who is close to him invariably meets with misfortune and despair, which is rather amusing to contemplate. Yet, what tangible benefit does luck truly provide? Wei Hong reminisced about his previous life, where Wei Sheng, having amassed a sufficient amount of fortune, found that everything he undertook was met with unerring success. Even a simple stroll would yield him money. A casual purchase of a lottery ticket would result in a grand prize. His endeavors in gambling, antique acquisition, and stock trading were invariably profitable, elevating him to a status akin to divinity in the eyes of those around him. Surely, this must be the formidable power of fate. Is there any way to prevent him from siphoning off fortune? It seems indeed possible, as long as one can diminish someone's fortune before their favorability reaches its zenith. Wouldn't that render them incapable of drawing any luck? For instance, take Xiao Mo. She relied on Wei Hong to lead a prosperous life, but after being targeted, her fortune naturally plummeted. Wei Sheng may wish to wait until she falls into the mire before offering his salvation, seeking to extract the remnants of her fortune. As for Wei Hong, by repeatedly intercepting opportunities and employing increasingly formidable measures to suppress Xiao Mo, he can ensure that she yields not a shred of luck. Furthermore, he could even take direct action against Wei Sheng. Whether through underhanded tactics or elaborate schemes, any infliction of harm or setback upon him is bound to influence his fortune. Wei Sheng shall find it arduous to effortlessly become the fabled child of destiny revered in his previous life. With this thought in mind, Wei Hong resolutely retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Uncle Gong's number. "Young master, how may I assist you?" Su Mao Gong's weathered voice resonated through the receiver. "Do you have any connections in the underground gambling scene?" "Of course. What do you need?" Wei Hong succinctly replied. "There's a fellow in the urban village named Xia Dongfeng. Find a way to ensure he accumulates a mountain of debt. The more, the better. He is a notorious gambler, and you know how to proceed. Additionally, hire some professional private investigators to keep a close watch on every member of the Wei family, especially monitoring Wei Sheng's every move. The cost is inconsequential. It is imperative to ascertain their daily activities and whereabouts." "Understood." Su Mao Gong did not inquire further about Wei Hong's intentions and readily acquiesced. Chapter 30. Anxious Hearts, Plummeting Stock Prices. On September 21st, within the presidential office of the Wei Group headquarters, Wei Linlang stared at the stock market chart on her computer. Her expression darkened to the point of almost dripping with despair. "What is happening? We have already entered the market to buy at the bottom. Logically, the stock prices should soar shortly. Yet the shares of Tongxing Group continue to decline incessantly over the past few days. How are you all managing your responsibilities? Where are the investment and finance departments? Have you produced a feasibility analysis report?" Wei Linlang incessantly pounded her desk, venting her inner fury. The female secretary, trembling under the reprimand, hastily presented 2 reports explaining, "President, within just 2 days, we have invested 7 to 800 million, acquiring a total of 13.7 of Tongxing's shares. We are now the second largest shareholder of Tongxing Group. Ms. Lu Xilai has just been appointed as the new chairperson of Tongxing Group through a board resolution and has also announced several reassuring policies. However, their effect on the market has been exceedingly weak. Furthermore, rumors are circulating regarding Tongxing Group's tax evasion, falsification of accounts, and subpar drug quality. Although these claims have yet to be confirmed, the investors are anxious and many small shareholders lack confidence." After hearing this explanation, Wei Linlang finally grasped the situation. She slumped into her executive chair, her face marked by frustration and helplessness. So, this Tongxing Group is merely a troubled mess? No wonder the former chairman, Li Tong, chose to leap from a building. This individual must have encountered significant troubles, merely awaiting a catastrophic collapse. The Wei Group failed to conduct thorough preliminary investigations and hastily signed the investment agreement, then recklessly attempted to buy at the bottom during a crisis, leading them deeper into this predicament. A total of 1.7 to 1.8 billion has been sunk into this venture. While this amount may not be excessive, recouping the losses will prove exceedingly challenging. The investment department presented two proposals. The female secretary cautiously spoke. First, significantly increase the investment to buy at the bottom again and reconvene the board of directors. By becoming the largest shareholder, we can fully integrate Tongxing Pharmaceuticals into our group, followed by a prolonged period of asset reorganization. Second, sever ties to survive. Inflate the stock price and take the opportunity to exit, allowing retail investors to take over, thus minimizing our losses. Upon hearing this, Wei Linlang fell into contemplation. Neither option appeared favorable. Even a fool would recognize the fundamental processes involved. Should she choose the first option, the Wei Group would venture into the unfamiliar pharmaceutical industry, and the potential pitfalls buried within Tongxing Pharmaceuticals could very well explode in their hands. Even if the risks did not materialize, asset reorganization would demand a considerable investment of time, energy, manpower, and resources. Such an undertaking would be profoundly unwise. Investors are most wary of being left holding the bag. Though lacking in intellect, Wei Linlang would not opt for the first choice. The second option, however, seemed somewhat appealing. On the surface, it merely required inflating the stock price, allowing retail investors to take over while she quietly withdrew. In reality, this strategy would also incur substantial losses. After all, in times of anxiety, should someone artificially inflate the stock price, a multitude of small shareholders would undoubtedly rush to offload their shares. There is a significant possibility that she might fail to escape, ultimately becoming the largest shareholder of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals, thus transforming her into the most significant bag holder. Of course, she could also choose to neglect the situation entirely. Having served as the second largest shareholder of Tongxing Group, she awaited the resurgence of its stock price. However, what if Tongxing Group encountered significant issues and faced delisting? Wouldn't that mean her investment of 1 to 2 billion would vanish in a thin air? Just then, her phone rang, jolting her from her thoughts. A glance at the screen darkened Wei Linglang's expression. It was a call from Wei Jiaoyang, undoubtedly seeking to hold her accountable. "Dad!" The moment she answered, Wei Jiaoyang's irate voice erupted from the receiver. "What do you mean by Dad? Look at the mess you've created. You've never made such a rudimentary mistake before. Can't you even conduct a basic background check? Dad, please let me explain. This was an accident." Wei Linlang hurriedly defended herself. "An accident, my foot," Wei Jiaoyang retorted angrily. "Wei Group's annual profit is approximately 14. Your losses of 1 to 2 billion signify a loss of a quarter of the annual profit. Just consider how you will explain this to the shareholders." Wei Linlang felt cold sweat trickling down her back, yet she gritted her teeth and replied, "I will find a way to remedy this. Just give me some time. At worst, I'll make the accounts look better later." "No need for that," Wei Jiaoyang coldly stated. "You must immediately raise the stock price and gradually liquidate your shares. I have reliable information that Tongxing Group may be facing suspension and delisting. Withdraw as much capital as you can. Do not let it all be trapped in your hands." "Understood," Wei Linlang answered, drenched in cold sweat. After hanging up, she remained in a daze for a long time. Wei Jiaoyang had already made the decision for her. The loss was inevitable. It was merely a matter of how much. The thought of the image of an investment prodigy she had cultivated over the years crumbling overnight made her feel as though she might bleed from the heart. Did she truly need Wei Hong's assistance in project evaluations to navigate this situation? No, it was merely a minor loss, a mere accident. "I will eventually achieve results to prove myself," Wei Linlang muttered defiantly to herself. In a private room on the top floor of the Vienna Hotel, the newly appointed chairwoman of Tongxing Group, the alluring middle-aged beauty Lu Xilai, raised her wine glass in a toast with a refined and commanding middle-aged man. She exhibited no signs of mourning for her recently deceased husband, nor any panic over the plummeting stock prices of the group. With a charming smile, she appeared completely immersed in the lavish atmosphere. "Fourth master, do you think we can ensnare Wei Group this time?" Lu Xilai swirled her wine glass, chuckling lightly. "If we cannot, I would be left to face the consequences alone." "Fear not." The elegant middle-aged man, casually crossing his legs, shook his head dismissively. "If Wei Group S founder, old Master Wei, were still alive, I would never dare to ensnare them so easily. But now, they are nothing but a hollow shell. A simple test will reveal their true state. If we can cause Wei Group to suffer a silent loss this time, our entry into Jiangzhou will proceed much more smoothly, and it will not be in vain for Li Teng to have paved the way for us with his life. A flicker of disdain crossed Lu Xilai's eyes. Having been married to Li Teng for over a decade, she had endured infidelity, promiscuity, and domestic violence. Their tumultuous relationship had long since eroded any semblance of affection. In the hands of a true power broker, the life of a chairman of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate is but a mere pawn, worthy only of sacrificial disregard. How laughable it is to contemplate. The news has already been disseminated, and given Wei Jiaoyang's cautious and inept nature, he will undoubtedly opt for a desperate retreat. Lu Xilai reported softly. However, during our strategic maneuvering, we discovered a group also engaging in bottom fishing. They operate with utmost secrecy and caution, having acquired approximately 300 million in shares. Upon further investigation, it seems they are associated with Su Maogong. Is it him? Intriguing. However, 300 million is not a significant sum. Let him be. The middle-aged, cultured man casually toyed with her delicate hand and nonchalantly instructed, keep a close eye on the stock market in the coming days. The moment the Wei Group decides to liquidate their assets, you must immediately announce the successful development of the new drug. I intend to humiliate Wei Jiaoyang thoroughly. Understood. Lu Xilai giggled as she set down her wine glass. She then straddled the man, and the two began a flirtatious entanglement. Chapter 31. A force to be reckoned with in the following 2 days, the stock price of Tongxing Pharmaceutical began a slight upward trend. Various rumors circulated across the internet, prompting investors to eagerly seek opportunities to buy at the lowest prices. After pouring a substantial amount of capital to inflate the stock price, Wei Linlang made the painful decision to exit the market. The news spread, igniting discontent among the Group S shareholders. On Wednesday morning, in the conference room atop the Wei Group building, around 20 shareholders gathered to voice their grievances. Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Linlang occupied the prominent seats, both wearing expressions of distress. Ladies and gentlemen, Wei Jiaoyang spoke solemnly. The purpose of today's meeting is to address the recent errors made by our executive president, Wei Linlang, in the Tongxing Pharmaceutical investment, which has resulted in significant losses. He gestured for his secretary, who promptly distributed various documents to the shareholders. Upon reviewing the documents, the shareholders furrowed their brows in disbelief. A staggering 2 billion in liquid assets were utilized, leading to a loss of 860 million. Linlang, your investments have generally been profitable over the years, yet this marks the first time you have encountered such a grave setback, one shareholder noted sarcastically. Though 860 million may not seem insurmountable, our available liquid assets are already quite limited. Suffering such a loss demands accountability. Indeed, the funds of the shareholders are not easily acquired. If one project incurs losses of nearly 1 billion, pursuing additional projects would render our efforts futile for an entire year. Another chimed in. Amidst the chorus of discontent, piercing gazes were directed at Wei Linlang, whose face flushed with embarrassment. Accustomed to success in recent years, she had never faced such humiliation. However, the matter at hand directly impacted the interests of every shareholder, and none were inclined to offer her leniency. Wei Jiaoyang rapped the table, speaking with gravity. The situation stands as it is. Wei Linlang bears primary responsibility for this matter, and I, as the chairman of the group, share in the failure of oversight. We must all conduct a serious self-reflection. However, given the complexity of this project and considering Wei Linlang's contributions to the group over the years, I propose we afford her another opportunity. The shareholders exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. It was not unusual for Wei Jiaoyang to advocate for her. After all, Wei Linlang had not erred in the past and had generated substantial profits. Perhaps this single misstep could be overlooked. Dear uncles, Wei Linlang rose and bowed, expressing her regret. This investment was purely an unforeseen circumstance. The situation at Tongxing Group is exceedingly intricate, and none anticipated that after signing the investment contract, Li Teng would take his own life. I accept significant responsibility for this matter. However, I have endeavored to mitigate the losses following the incident. I hope you will consider our past relationship and grant me leniency. In the upcoming quarter, I shall strive to generate greater profits for the group and rectify this mistake." As the shareholders exchanged glances, many appeared to soften. Yet just then, the conference room doors swung open, and a female secretary rushed in, whispering urgently in Wei Jiaoyang's ear. He could not contain his surprise and abruptly stood up. "What is happening?" the bewildered shareholders murmured. Wei Linlang felt a sudden jolt of unease as she sensed the impending trouble. Indeed, Wei Jiaoyang gestured towards the female secretary, who promptly operated the projector and opened an interview video. "Esteemed colleagues," the secretary began with a professional demeanor. "Ms. Lu Xilai, the newly appointed chairwoman of Tongxing Group, convened a press conference at 8 o'clock this morning to announce that Tongxing Pharmaceutical has developed a new oral medication for hepatitis. This has successfully passed the preliminary review by the National Medical Products Administration and will soon commence clinical trials." Once this news was made public, Tongxing Pharmaceutical's stock price surged to its limit within mere minutes, heralding a promising outlook. Many investors and stock-picking influencers lauded the development. It is anticipated that Tongxing Pharmaceutical will enjoy an extended period of price surging, propelling its stock price and market value to unprecedented heights. As the video displayed scenes of Lu Xilai being interviewed by reporters, a palpable silence enveloped the conference room, with each shareholder wearing a grim expression. For a long moment, no one dared to speak. Wei Linlong's face was ashen with fury. Just moments ago, Li Teng had tragically taken his own life after investing in Tongxing Pharmaceutical, and now, just after selling off his shares, the company announced its new drug, causing the stock price to soar. It was evident to anyone with common sense that someone was orchestrating a scheme to undermine the Wei Group. Who could it be? Wei Jiaoyang was nearly apoplectic with rage. Wei Linlong's mind raced back to a few days prior at the dining table, when Wei Hong had smirked disdainfully. Had he already suspected foul play at that time? At this instant, she felt dizzy with frustration. Why had not a single project evaluated by Wei Hong over the past 2 to 3 years resulted in a loss? Why? Then, did her own endeavor lead to such a disastrous outcome? It felt as if she were cursed by misfortune. "Chairman Wei, the situation appears dire. Losing money is one matter, but being targeted is another. We cannot afford to ignore this. Indeed, while the loss of 800 or 900 million was bearable, it was imperative to uncover who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Damn it, who in Jiangzhou has the audacity to act so brazenly? There must be someone backing Tongxing Pharmaceutical. Otherwise, they would not dare to be so reckless. We must expose them. Otherwise, others will perceive us as easy prey." The shareholders were incensed, their focus shifting from the losses to a united front in pursuit of the unseen adversary. Wei Linlang, witnessing this scene, was torn between laughter and tears. The silver lining was that this incident appeared to be the result of an external plot, which might mitigate her own accountability for the poor decision. The downside, however, was the uncertainty of the enemy's identity. If they were to strike again, could her other projects withstand the pressure? "Let us pause the meeting for 10 minutes. I need to make a few calls," Wei Jiaoyang declared as he rose and strode towards the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room. The other shareholders, seeing this, swiftly retrieved their phones. Many of these shareholders were veterans who had fought alongside Wei Leoi in building their empire. Each had their own channels to gather intelligence, and soon, a consensus emerged. One name stood out. Hua Inghao. Was it truly him? Isn't this fellow the fourth son of the Hua family from the provincial capital, who has been conducting business overseas for years? What brings him to Jiangzhou? Alas, this is a formidable challenge. They're subtly laying traps to test us. And it seems they have successfully gauged our strengths and weaknesses. The financial loss is minor, but the damage to our reputation is significant. Hua Inghao has made it clear that he intends to target us, which poses a serious dilemma. The situation is grave and should not be underestimated. The atmosphere among the group grew tense as they discussed the matter with grim expressions. Wei Jiaoyang felt a profound sense of despair. He was, of course, acquainted with Hua Inghao. They had once been friends. Yet, who could have predicted that after years apart, their reunion would turn into a confrontation? If the other party seeks to establish roots in Jiangzhou, Wei Jiaoyang feared he might not have the ability to suppress him. Chapter 32. What are you without the Wei family? The name Hua Yinghao detonated like a bomb, dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of concern through the upper echelons of Jiangzhou. Board members, CEOs, and business magnates alike expressed their unease, fearing they might become his next target. Ultimately devoured without a trace. By the end of September, an invitation circulated widely. Hua Yinghao had lavishly spent 300 million to acquire the luxurious No. 3 villa in the half-mountain estate, adjacent to the Wei family mansion, thereby declaring his intent to establish roots in Jiangzhou. Under the pretext of a housewarming banquet, he invited the city's elite and dignitaries. In an instant, the wealthy and influential flocked to extend their congratulations. That night, the number 3 villas sparkled with resplendent lights. An array of luxury cars converged, while servants scurried through the banquet hall. A magnificent crystal chandelier cast its enchanting glow. Socialites and business tycoons mingled over glasses of red wine, their laughter and toasts filling the air with an intoxicating atmosphere of opulence. In a corner of the hall, Wei Hong and Su Maogong reclined on a sofa, sipping champagne and casually surveying the gathering of affluent guests as though watching a theatrical performance. Hua Yinghao personally sent me an invitation. How intriguing, Wei Hong chuckled, swirling his glass. Not surprising, Su Maogong replied, lighting a cigar and exhaling a plume of smoke. News of your fallout with the Wei family has spread throughout various circles. Hua Yinghao, eager to establish himself in Jiangzhou, surely conducted thorough research. No, Wei Hong countered, shaking his head. His decision to send an invitation to the Wei family, along with a separate one to me, suggests he may have uncovered traces of our involvement in the Tongxing pharmaceutical shares. Could it be? Su Maogong straightened, his expression growing serious. After a long pause, he said, typically, my associates operate with utmost caution, engaging only in minor transactions, unlikely to attract attention. Yet, leaving no trace at all is improbable. Hua Yinghao is no ordinary individual. Precisely why I chose to attend this banquet, Wei Hong remarked with keen interest. A clever person suddenly entering a small city like Jiangzhou should make things rather entertaining. We bear no animosity towards him, so we should remain unaffected for the time being. Su Maogong brushed off the ash from his cigar, stating, the profits from Tongxing Pharmaceutical will be deposited into an anonymous Swiss bank account for you. Thus, before you come of age, this money will remain beyond the control of the Wei family. Half for each of us. Wei Hong asserted succinctly. This was the agreement. Let's not disrupt the established order. All right. Su Maogong replied with a resigned smile. He had initially intended to hand over the entire sum to Wei Hong as startup capital, but the latter's obstinacy left him with no choice but to acquiesce. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall. Glancing in the direction of the noise, they observed the arrival of the Wei family. Wei father and mother, along with eldest sister Wei Linlang, were elegantly dressed for the occasion. The other sisters, who had long been pursuing their careers elsewhere, were conspicuously absent. As the wealthiest individual in Jiangzhou, Wei Jiaoyang's presence naturally attracted a multitude of sycophants. He casually lifted a glass of red wine from the tray of a waiter, engaging effortlessly in lively conversation with various luminaries. After exchanging greetings with a group of affluent ladies, Du Sihui instinctively scanned the surroundings and quickly located Wei Hong, who was seated in a corner. Xiao Hong, you are indeed here. Why didn't you wait for us to arrive? I even had someone reserve a custom-made gown for you. You mustn't drink too much. It's harmful to your stomach. Have you had dinner? Are you hungry? Shall I fetch you some pastries? Du Sihui's demeanor resembled that of a concerned mother, which caused Su Maogong, Wei Linlang, and Wei Sheng to furrow their brows in disapproval. Even the surrounding socialites and affluent ladies were taken aback. Isn't it said that young Master Wei had a falling out with his parents? Why is Mrs. Wei being so amiable? They wondered. Strange, I've never seen her dote on her son like this before. Indeed, previously, whenever Mrs. Wei spoke of her son, her expression was always filled with resentment. When had she become so accommodating? The whispers reached Du Sihui's ears, causing her to lose composure. Nevertheless, she maintained a cordial smile as she gazed at Wei Hong, hoping her son would reconsider and direct more attention her way. Deep down, She vowed that if her son were to forgive her past indifference, she would strive to be a good mother. However, Wei Hong could not even be bothered to glance her way. He frowned at his bodyguard and said, "Where did that fly come from? It's buzzing annoyingly." The bodyguard stepped forward, blocking Du Sihui's path, and coldly stated, "Madam, my young master prefers solitude. Please leave." Du Sihui swayed slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Although they had heard of Wei Hong's drastic change in temperament and his harshness towards his parents, witnessing it firsthand sent chills down their spines. Was he out of his mind? Sighing, Wei Sheng seized the opportunity to sow discord, whispering to Du Sihui and Wei Linlang, "How can my elder brother behave this way? Even if there are family disagreements, one should not air them in public. This will only turn our family into a laughingstock among the elite." Wei Linlong's anger intensified upon hearing this. Habitually, she considered confronting Wei Hong, and even after being stopped by the bodyguard, she still shouted in fury, "You wretched creature! How dare you speak to your mother like that? Do you believe I won't strip you of your skin? Is there a dog barking?" Wei Hong frowned in annoyance. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Wei Linlang struggled to maintain her composure, nearly losing her facade. Du Sihui, exasperated, pulled her aside, saying, "Linlang, don't be so impulsive. You are siblings. Creating a scene here will only provide amusement for outsiders." "Mother!" Wei Linlang exclaimed, stamping her foot in indignation. "If he is unbothered by public ridicule, why should I be? I refuse to indulge his foul temper. He keeps insisting he wants to sever ties with us. Yet here he is, shamelessly seeking to infiltrate our circle. Without the Wei family, he is nothing." Wei Linlang scolded louder and louder, as if desperate to unleash all the pent-up anger within her. What an audacious young man. Does he not realize that without the Wei family, he is but a nobody? How could he disregard even the dignity of his own mother and sister? His aspirations are lofty indeed. He now looks down upon our circle, so it would be wise for us to avoid provoking him. Damn it, I wouldn't even deign to regard him. Without our connections, I refuse to believe he can thrive in the Jiangzhou business realm. Ji Peng, CSCC, and other scions of wealthy families stood by, reveling in the misfortune. Yet, before Wei Hong could utter another word, a voice, half smiling and half sarcastic, drifted down from the second floor. "Wei Hong, my dear nephew, is not merely a guest seeking an invitation from the Wei family. He is, in fact, a distinguished guest of my own." Chapter 33. The Investment Genius Identity Revealed. On the second floor of the villa, Ho Yinghao slowly made his entrance. Dressed impeccably in a black tailcoat, his hair meticulously styled, he exuded an air of refined elegance. Accompanied by two enchanting female companions, the trio gracefully descended the staircase. Ho Yinghao accepted a glass of red wine from a servant's tray, his gaze sweeping across the gathering before finally settling on Wei Jiaoyang. Their eyes met, and though smiles adorned their faces, a tempest brewed beneath the surface. "Welcome to my humble abode," Ho Yinghao greeted warmly. "I apologize for any shortcomings in today as hospitality and hope for your understanding." "Not at all. It is our honor to attend Mr. Ho's housewarming banquet," came the chorus of flattery from the wealthy elite. Indeed, Mr. Ho is brimming with vigor, truly a dragon among men. "We hope for your continued guidance in the future." Wei Jiaoyang concealed his coldness as he clinked glasses with Ho Yinghao, then smirked. "It's been many years, Ho, yet you remain as formidable as ever. I am truly impressed." "Brother Wei, you flatter me," Ho Yinghao replied, disregarding the jibe with a light-hearted chuckle. "With our brotherly bond spanning so many years, we must nurture it further. Wouldn't you agree? Opportunities will certainly arise." Wei Jiaoyang responded with a forced smile, gesturing, "Xiao Sheng, Linlang, come over to greet your Uncle Ho." "Hello, Uncle Ho." Wei Sheng and Wei Linlang approached obediently. "Wonderful, wonderful." Ho Yinghao beamed, surveying them before deliberately focusing on Wei Sheng. "Oh, was I not informed that old Master Wei had only one grandson? Where did this extra one come from?" A ripple of suppressed laughter spread through the crowd. Wei Sheng's face turned a vivid array of colors, while the Wei family's expressions darkened considerably. "Oh dear, Brother Wei, please do not take offense," Ho Yinghao teased jovially. I merely inquired as I was unfamiliar with your son. By the way, is Wei Hong here? Upon hearing this, the crowd parted, revealing two individuals in the corner who instantly became the center of attention. Wei Hong, unpretentious, raised his glass and confidently approached, saying, "Uncle Ho, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." "The pleasure is mine," Ho Hao replied, his expression one of surprise as he regarded him for a moment before breaking into a warm smile. "Indeed, you possess the spirit of old Master Wei, a worthy successor he has personally nurtured." Earlier, Lin Lang had mentioned that Wei Hong was merely a guest leveraging the Wei family's invitation, but that was not entirely accurate. "You are a distinguished guest I personally invited." With that, he surveyed the room, and once everyone's attention was secured, he continued, "I suppose you are all unaware. Recently, the Tongxing Group encountered a minor upheaval, leading the Wei family to invest $3.2 billion, ultimately suffering a loss of $860 million before exiting. Meanwhile, our esteemed Wei Hong discreetly acquired shares at a low of $300 million and sold at the peak, netting a staggering $920 million. In just 9 days, he achieved a remarkable 326% profit. Truly, a prodigious talent in the investment realm. It is an honor for me to host such a distinguished individual." As he spoke, Ho Hao cast a playful glance at the Wei family, as if silently mocking their apparent blindness to the situation. In the banquet hall, a collective gasp of astonishment was heard. Could it be? The Wei Group had experienced minor losses during the fluctuations of Tongxing's stock price. Yet someone had successfully seized the opportunity to buy at the bottom. Was war das tout so formidable? Managing to purchase at the lowest price and cashing out at the highest? Remarkable indeed. No wonder he was the heir nurtured by the venerable Wei patriarch. His skills were undeniably sharp. An investment net profit of 326 is a rarity in the realms of investment and finance. Truly terrifying. This young man possesses an astute vision, perhaps even surpassing that of his grandfather. The crowd exchanged remarks, their gazes towards Wei Hong filled with awe. The members of the Wei family displayed a myriad of expressions, each one complex, uncertain of what to say. After all, Wei Hong was merely a high school student. How could he navigate colossal transactions worth billions? Furthermore, where did he acquire the capital for such investments? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wei Jiaoyang surmised that the funds were likely provided by Su Maogong. The thought of his son being so capable while his daughter seemed rather inept left him in a complicated state of mind. "Uncle Hua, you seem rather unreasonable." Wei Hong chuckled lightly, taking a sip of his drink, teasing, "I stumbled upon a stroke of luck and earned a little pocket money. Yet you insist on stripping me of it all. Are you not afraid I might be prematurely elevated to stardom?" "Of course not," Hua Hao replied, admiration etched on his face as he clinked glasses with him. "Let us collaborate when the opportunity arises." "Absolutely," Wei Hong responded with a smile. In his previous life, Hua Hao had aggressively entered Jiangzhou, securing several major projects in just a few years, wielding vast cash flow and a robust network of connections. He had relentlessly pushed the Wei Group into retreat, leaving them with no means of retaliation. In this life, it remained unclear whether he was friend or foe. Nonetheless, it was wise to avoid offending such astute individuals whenever possible. "Young Wei, you are truly exceptional. If only my son possessed half your prowess, I would be most grateful. Indeed, the future belongs to your generation. Younger Wei, what investments do you plan to pursue? Do remember to give us a hand. Your uncles have some idle funds as well." Laughter and agreement rippled through the assembly of influential elites, all eager to forge connections. The second-generation wealthy were left flabbergasted. Moments ago, they had sought to exclude Wei Hong from their circle, yet now they witnessed their own elders vying for his favor, an undeniable testament to his rising stature. "Oh heavens!" Wei Sheng's inner voice echoed in his ears. "Could it be that my elder brother has colluded with Mr. Hua to exploit our own family? How else could he have made such a fortune so conveniently?" Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter Wei Linlong's expressions shifted dramatically. Even Du Sihui, who had intended to mend relations, displayed a deep disappointment in her eyes, clearly convinced of this theory. After all, at this very moment, Wei Hong was engaged in jovial conversation with Ho Hao. It was hard to believe they were not in cahoots. You insolent wretch! Fury surged within Wei Jiaoyang, and he raised his hand, shattering his wine glass upon the floor. The assembled dignitaries and affluent individuals were taken aback, and the socialites gasped in astonishment, for none had witnessed such a display of indignation from him before. An immediate hush fell over the crowd. "Mr. Wei, what has provoked such a tempestuous outburst?" inquired Hua Yinghao, his gaze icy, a smile that failed to reach his eyes adorning his face. "Have I perhaps overlooked some hospitality?" Wei Jiaoyang was acutely aware that his actions had been somewhat unbecoming. He should not have allowed his emotions to run amok and confront Hua Yinghao so openly. Yet, with all eyes upon him, he found himself trapped in a precarious situation. Compelled to feign a cold smile as he retorted, "I had thought it was someone of remarkable capability. Turns out we have a traitor among us, Mr. Hua. Your methods are indeed commendable." Upon the conclusion of his words, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Each gaze directed at Hua Yinghao and Wei Hong now bore a trace of scrutiny. Could it be that the troubles surrounding Tongxing Pharmaceutical were indeed the machinations of a young Master Wei, betraying his own kin? Chapter 34. Even if this family changes, y must saber días. As the saying goes, victories and defeats are commonplace in the realm of business. The Wei Group's investment losses amounting to several hundred million are, at first glance, not a colossal issue. After all, they can afford such losses. This sum is trivial in comparison. However, if it involved an insider trader, the situation becomes decidedly intricate. Particularly troubling is the speculation surrounding the possibility that the trader may be the son of the Wei family, a scandal of considerable magnitude. "Brother Wei, such words are unpalatable to me," remarked Hua Yinghao, relishing the unfolding drama, a grin on his face as he fanned the flames. "I was merely engaging in casual conversation with young Master Wei Hong Xian. To brand him insider is rather excessive, don't you think?" Wei Jiaoyang's expression darkened further. His words laced with barely contained fury. "This ungrateful wretch has repeatedly declared his intention to sever ties with me. Yet he turns around and invests billions in a bottom-feeding scheme. If you believe there is no connection, do you think anyone would believe that? The failure of your investments stems from your own incompetence. Young Master Hong's success surpasses yours. When trouble arises, you cast blame and resort to slander. Is this how a father ought to behave?" Su Maogong approached slowly, his countenance filled with indignation. "Uncle Gong, do refrain from using such caustic language," Wei Jiaoyang retorted, casting an accusatory glare. "How do we know you are not complicit, seeking to betray from within?" The atmosphere grew tense, fraught with hostility. Hua Yinghao retreated to the sidelines, amused by the spectacle. Whether it was Wei Jiaoyang's desperate attempt to salvage his pride by maligning Wei Hong or Su Maogong's defense of another, a rift between them would benefit him. The instigator, Wei Sheng, wore a smirk, eagerly anticipating the confirmation of Wei Hong as the insider. Should his reputation be tarnished, no one would dare to partner with him in the future. After all, a man who betrays even his own father would find survival in the business world exceedingly difficult. "Uncle Gong, say less," Wei Hong interjected, raising a hand to halt Su Maogong's tirade. With a gaze that was simultaneously amused and indifferent, he remarked, "Some incompetent fools delight in crafting excuses for their failures. It is not our place to expose them." "You insolent wretch, still defiant?" Wei Jiaoyang seethed in humiliation. "If not for your betrayal of the group as secrets, how do you account for these coincidences?" "Account for what?" Wei Hong retorted with a glare, impatience evident in his voice. "Did I compel you to invest? Did I force you to back the bottom-feeding scheme of Tongxing Pharmaceuticals? Or did I hold a knife to your throats, demanding you cut your losses? You?" Wei Jiaoyang's face darkened ominously. Wei Hong continued, "If I were indeed the insider, how could the Wei Group's losses merely amount to a few hundred million? Do you truly look down upon me?" Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd. Moreover, Wei Hong was unrelenting, pointing at Wei Linlang with a mocking smile. "Your precious daughter, upon entering the group at 18, has managed nearly 100 projects over 4 years, all of which ended in disarray. It is only in the past 3 years that I, unable to bear the incompetence, took it upon myself to assist her in drafting every project evaluation report under the guise of familiarizing her with the Group's operations. In just 3 years, I ensured she established a firm foothold within the company, overseeing projects that have all turned a profit, and she has been lauded by the media as an extraordinary talent rarely seen in a century. I no longer assist in project evaluations. Wei Linlang has suffered significant losses due to her own failed investments. It is her own lack of ability that has led to this predicament. Let her shoulder her own burdens and refrain from casting the blame upon me. Upon uttering these words, Wei Linlang's face flushed crimson. The banquet hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Could it be that the illustrious Wei, a rising star in the business realm, is merely a facade? Indeed, it seems that way. I distinctly recall a few years back when Wei Linlang first joined the group. Her handling of projects was riddled with errors. I had assumed her subsequent successes were a testament to her growth, only to discover that it was the esteemed Wei Xiao orchestrating behind the scenes. How utterly awkward! It is no wonder that one party profits while the other incurs losses. It appears all the prowess belongs to Wei Xiao himself. Truly, he is the prodigy groomed by the venerable Wei patriarch, remarkable indeed. This revelation will surely leave Chairman Wei astounded. The crowd murmured in disbelief, their voices laced with derision. The Wei family appeared on the verge of a collective breakdown. Ladies and gentlemen, Wei Hong proclaimed, raising his glass, I reiterate, upon reaching adulthood, I shall sever all ties with Chairman Wei and have no intention of inheriting the Wei Group. Any future dealings involving the Wei family or the Wei Group should not involve me. His declaration detonated like a bomb within the gathering. My goodness, Wei Xiao does not wish to inherit the group? Is he out of his mind? What audacity! He intends to start from scratch? Remarkable indeed. Openly turning against his family? How bold! The crowd gasped and exchanged opinions. Wei Jiaoyang's countenance shifted from pale to dark as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, if you are so determined to sever ties, then prove it by signing an agreement to renounce your inheritance of shares and transfer them entirely to Sheng. If you lack the ability, cease your boasting. Why should the shares left to me by grandfather be given to the son of a mere chauffeur? Wei Hong narrowed his eyes, fury rising within him. Are you suggesting I am the one lacking sense? Even if I were to donate my riches to charitable causes, I would never allow him to gain even a fraction of it. Father, brother, please do not quarrel. Wei Sheng interjected, eager to assert his presence. To even enter the Wei family is a blessing beyond my wildest dreams. I do not deserve any shares. Sheng, do not concern yourself, Wei Jiaoyang retorted, coldly shielding him. The Wei Group is under my command now. Any desire for inheritance must first seek my approval. Very well, I shall await your decision. Wei Hong countered, equally confrontational. This father-son conflict captivated the onlookers, who were thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. From their brief exchange, the gathered crowd gleaned significant insights. It became evident that Wei Hong was not held in high regard within the Wei family, overshadowed even by an adopted son. Wei Jiaoyang seemed intent on transferring his biological son's shares to the adopted heir. Is Chairman Wei not in his right mind? Could it be that Wei Sheng is his illegitimate child? It is plausible. Who in their right mind would forsake a capable biological son in favor of an inept adopted one? No wonder Wei Xiao wishes to sever familial ties. I would do the same in his position. The crowd buzzed with whispered conjectures. This clash had undeniably escalated the banquet to its zenith. Everyone wore a look of profound satisfaction, as if their journey had not been in vain. Ha ha ha! After enjoying the splendid spectacle, Hua Yinghao stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor to mediate, saying, there is no need for such formalities among family. Come, let's continue to drink. Within the banquet hall, the atmosphere once again grew fervent. As glasses clinked and toasts were exchanged, the previously tense air dissipated entirely. However, the observant soon noticed a subtle shift in the dynamics. The conflict between Wei Hong and Wei Jiaoyang had, almost imperceptibly, compelled many to take sides. One was a young lad with untapped investment potential, while the other was the wealthiest tycoon in Jiangzhou, presiding over a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. It was evident to all but the foolish whom they should favor. Chapter 35. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Why should one endure unnecessary grievances? Young man, is such impulsiveness truly advisable? On the terrace of the villa's second floor, Wei Hong and Hua Yinghao sat facing each other. They drank and smoked, observing the esteemed elites and affluent individuals below, akin to strategists surveying their chessboard. Life is indeed short. Why should one endure grievances? Wei Hong's gaze was profound as he spoke in a low voice. I am not one to suffer indignities. I believe in settling scores promptly and have no inclination to engage in pretense with these worthless individuals. Indeed. Hua Yinghao crossed his legs and jested. What gall! However, it seems I have all aligned you with my faction. I trust you do not mind? Wei Hong squinted and took a sip of his drink, his eyes betraying no emotion, exhibiting a maturity uncommon for his age. He was fully aware of the circumstances that had unfolded today. Even a fool could discern that Hua Yinghao was the one orchestrating the chaos. A formidable figure sought to infiltrate the small waters of Jiangzhou, inevitably provoking the apprehension of local business associations, aristocrats, and tycoons. Through the rift between the Wei family, one could easily divide the parties into two camps, one rallying around Wei Jiaoyang in defiance, and the other gravitating toward Hua Yinghao, all vying for greater advantages amid this upheaval. The commotion just caused would instinctively categorize him within Hua Yinghao's camp. If you wish to navigate the Jiangzhou business circle, it will inevitably have some impact. Is this not what you desire to witness, Uncle Hua? Wei Hong chuckled lightly, leaning back, his tone languid. I harbor little interest in power. Most of my future ventures will hardly intersect with these worthless characters. So it will be wise for you to refrain from harboring designs on me. Nay, Hua Yinghao spread his arms wide, ambition radiating from him. The market potential in Jiangzhou is boundless. I require a partner. If we could collaborate, would we not command the winds and rains? Wei Hong raised a hand to halt Hua Yinghao's grandiose aspirations, adopting a businesslike demeanor. Uncle Hua, I am aware of which individual will soon assume office and your cordial relationship with him. You will undoubtedly instigate a tempest here. However, I am disinterested in such affairs. Oh, Hua Yinghao raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, you seem well informed. And more than that, Wei Hong replied with a knowing smile. How else could I have capitalized on the lowest prices of Tongxing Pharmaceutical and sold at the peak, all while maintaining a low profile? Your maneuvers with Tongxing Pharmaceutical merely serve to announce your arrival, delivering a resounding blow to Wei Jiaoyang, thereby facilitating your future endeavors. My strategy, however, is to convey to you, Uncle Hua, that I possess no ambition. Do not entangle me in your affairs, and let us remain mutually uninvolved. Regardless, I am of the Wei lineage, and you cannot genuinely place your trust in my collaboration. Can you? Hua Yinghao's expression fluctuated, and after a prolonged gaze, he chuckled and remarked, I initially thought Wei Jiaoyang would be my adversary, but it appears you are the most formidable opponent. Were it not for your youth, I might have mistaken you for an old fox. Flattery, Wei Hong replied. Now let us drink. The two individuals engaged in a convivial exchange, deliberately refraining from discussing matters of collaboration. Dear nephew, forgive my impertinence, Huingho poured himself a glass of wine and remarked with a smile. Although Wig Li Ying possesses limited abilities, his cunning and scheming are boundless. You must exercise caution. Should you and your father truly fall out, he would likely deny you even a penny. Ying chuckled nonchalantly, fully aware of the challenges he would face in inheriting the shares left by his grandfather. Being a minor, his shares were held in trust by Wig Li Ying. Should the latter decide to manipulate the situation, no one could intervene. In a year's time, the opportunity will be lost, whether through collateral or short-selling the group. He could easily devise numerous methods to circumvent the will and legally secure the shares. Even after coming of age, Wig would find it nearly impossible to reclaim them through litigation. In other words, to most, Wig Li Ying remained the undisputed authority of the Wei family. What does it matter if Wig possesses a talent for investment? Attempting to confront him would ultimately be a futile endeavor. Fortunately, I have never aspired to inherit the family business. Otherwise, I would not dare to be so resolute. Wig swirled his glass and smiled. As for money, I shall earn it myself. I lack neither the courage to start from scratch nor the invaluable legacy my grandfather has bestowed upon me. They cannot hold me captive. At that moment, Wish intentionally ascended to the second floor. Upon noticing the two conversing on the terrace, he appeared flustered and quickly apologized. Elder brother, Mr. Hu, I'm truly sorry. I did not mean to intrude. I was merely searching for the restroom. The restroom is at the end of the hallway. However, Wei could not suppress a playful chuckle. Searching for the restroom? What a farce. Sure enough, Wish's inner thoughts soon echoed in his ears. Ah, should I inform Mr. Hu that the quarrel between my elder brother and father is but a staged act? No, he would not believe me. Perhaps it is best not to meddle. Once again, the familiar scheme reared its head. Wish, with a complete disregard for boundaries, resorted to slander. He uttered these words before swiftly heading to the restroom. While Huingho's expression turned grave, his gaze suddenly chilling. As a shrewd titan of the business world, his defining trait was suspicion. Regardless of whether he believed Wish's words, they pierced his heart like a nail. Should Wish and the others genuinely reach an agreement, this fleeting remark could dismantle everything. Though the tactic of sowing discord through whispered rumors is cliché, its effectiveness is undeniable. Fortunately, Wish had no intention of collaborating with anyone from the outset. Dear nephew, come, let us continue our drinks. Huingho beckoned, his demeanor calm, yet his eyes glinted with frost. Ha! Wish chuckled lightly and suddenly stated, Now, Uncle Hu, do you comprehend why I am so overlooked at home? The hour is late. I shall take my leave, Wish declared, setting down his glass as he rose. I reiterate, I will not involve myself in any matters. Please proceed as you wish. With that, he turned and departed. After sitting in place for quite some time, Huingho's eyes finally sparkled with a hint of intrigue. He glanced at the retreating figure of Wei Hong and then shifted his gaze towards the direction in which Wei Sheng had departed. How interesting, Huingho murmured to himself. With a casual snap of his fingers, a middle-aged man resembling a butler appeared at his side, bowing respectfully. Investigate Wei Sheng. I require his comprehensive profile, detailed to the utmost extent. Additionally, bribe the servants of the Wei family. I wish to know precisely what Wei Sheng has done since entering the Wei household. Huingho commanded in a cold tone. Understood, the middle-aged butler replied, promptly turning to vanish into the night. Chapter 36. To make one's son obedient, one must clip his wings. Nightfall, on the third floor of the Wei residence. Wei Linlang, holding several documents, nervously knocked on the study door. Wei Jiaoyang sat in his chair, his expression dark and foreboding, his piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk. Despite her previous encounters with tumultuous storms, she found herself unnerved. Father, here are the recent project materials, Wei Linlang said cautiously as she approached, placing the documents down with a forced smile. I have meticulously organized everything, and the investment department has reviewed it overnight. There should be no issues. The group has been monitoring closely. Wei Jiaoyang grunted coldly, refusing to engage. What about the Tongxing pharmaceutical project? It was once touted with great certainty. Yet what was the outcome? A severe loss that left him humiliated, almost a laughingstock. Today I learned that all these years, it was Wei Hong who assisted you in preparing project evaluations. No wonder you seem transformed in such a short time. Your investments have been flawless, each project yielding profits, nearly beyond reproach. If only this could be maintained. Yet, Wei Hong has severed ties with the Wei family. The projects you have initiated now carry an added risk. What if they collapse like Tongxing Pharmaceutical? Financial losses are minor. The disgrace is monumental. Should these projects encounter further issues, prepare to resign in shame. Wei Jiaoyang warned icily. Countless eyes are watching. Many shareholders question your capabilities. Do not attempt to evade accountability. Yes. Wei Linlang wiped her cold sweat. Wei Jiaoyang lowered his gaze to continue reviewing the projects. Recently, they had launched 5 projects, aside from the investment in Tongxing Pharmaceutical. The other 4 pertained to clothing, finance, real estate, and dining, with a total investment of 1.8 billion yuan. The clothing, real estate, and dining projects were all expenses from subsidiaries of the Wei Group. While the financial project involved Jiangzhou Ruisheng Hardware Factory borrowing 870 million yuan from the group as short-term bridge financing. Is this project reliable? Has due diligence been conducted? Wei Jiaoyang inquired, pointing at the hardware factory project. Yes, it has. Wei Linlang replied earnestly. Ruisheng Hardware Factory is a local enterprise in Jiangzhou with over 30 years of history. Each year, when they encounter cash flow issues, they seek bridge loans from other businesses. This time, Ruisheng intends to invest heavily in upgrading their equipment, yet they have not repaid their bank loans, making it difficult to secure further loans. Hence, the president of the local bank personally recommended them to borrow 847 million yuan from our group as short-term bridge financing, only for 45 days. With an interest rate of 0.1 per day, Wei Jiaoyang furrowed his brow. This project appeared quite promising. Lending the money for just a month and a half would accrue daily interest, and being a long-established local enterprise, along with the bank's endorsement, it seemed to present no issues at all. Father, you do not intend to terminate this project, do you? Wei Linlang cautiously reminded. The contract has been signed, and the payment has already been made to Ruisheng Hardware Factory. It is impossible for us to retrieve it. Terminating midway is tantamount to breaching the contract, which would incur substantial penalties. Wei Jiaoyang scoffed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He instinctively sensed that this project carried significant risks. However, the die was cast, and stopping it was no longer an option. He could only meticulously review the remaining 3 projects, hoping they would not pose excessive risks as well. An increased number of personnel would be assigned to monitor these projects closely, ensuring that every step taken was methodical and that the use of funds remained legal and compliant. Wei Jiaoyang sternly admonished, "We cannot afford to make even the slightest mistake. Do you understand?" "Rest assured, I will." Wei Linlang breathed a sigh of relief, quickly nodding in agreement. Furthermore, Wei Jiaoyang's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he stated each word emphatically. "We must dispatch personnel to scrutinize all projects Wei Hong has been involved with, especially those still in progress, ensuring strict oversight. Additionally, we need to conduct thorough investigations within the group's mid-level and upper management. Anyone who could potentially ally with Wei Hong must be relegated to the 2nd or 3rd tier and left to languish." "Dad, are you afraid he will resort to underhanded tactics?" Wei Linlang exclaimed in surprise. "It is not a matter of fear, but inevitability." Wei Jiaoyang tapped his fingers methodically on the table, sneering, "No one knows a son better than his father. Though Wei Hong has never been close to our family, he grew up beside grandfather and possesses a ruthless cunning. During our previous encounters, he repeatedly claimed he wanted to sever ties, and I dismissed it as mere childish tantrums aimed at garnering our attention. However, when he mentioned severing ties again today, I realized he must have made up his mind. Thus, we cannot afford to be complacent any longer." Upon hearing this, Wei Linlang's expression grew complex. After all, they were family. How could matters have deteriorated to this extent? She recalled the kindness Wei Hong had shown in the past, her heart heavy with sorrow as she felt a pang of guilt towards her brother. Yet, now it was Wei Hong who sought to sever their relationship. What could she do? With Wei Jiaoyang's unyielding disposition, there was no way he would back down. He had ordered a thorough investigation of all projects, likely not only to eliminate potential threats, but also to seize Wei Hong's shares entirely. Was that truly his intention? Wei Linlang bit her lip, unwilling to accept. "Although I have not always treated him well, surely we need not go to such extremes. What if I speak to Xiao Hong? If he is willing to apologize to you, can we not remain a family? To ensure obedience, one must clip the wings of a wayward son." Wei Jiaoyang pondered for a moment before responding. "My principle is that loyalty is always more important than capability. This son is indeed quite talented. Should he choose to submit and comply, I would not be opposed, provided he publicly apologizes and transfers 15 of his shares to Shaoxing. If not," a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. His mind was already racing with several ways to ensure he acquired not a single cent of the inheritance. "I will try to reason with him," Wei Linlang sighed, turning and making her way toward the 2nd floor. However, before she could formulate her words, Wei Hong happened to emerge from the gym. At the stairwell, 2 individuals locked eyes, the atmosphere inexplicably turning somewhat frosty. "Shall we converse?" proposed Wei Linlang. Not interested, Wei Hong retorted, turning to enter the house. Wei Linlang hastily moved to follow, but was swiftly obstructed by the standing bodyguard. With urgency, she implored, "Do not be so stubborn. Go and apologize to father, or you shall live to regret it." Regret what? Wei Hong pivoted, sneering in response. What capability does a mere incompetent, embroiled in internal strife, possess to incite my regret? Is it not simply the intention to covertly mortgage my shares and subsequently employ various sordid tactics to devour them whole? As long as you comprehend, Wei Linlang raised her voice. There are ample legitimate avenues to navigate risks and secure the inheritance that is yet to be claimed. In this household, father remains the one in command. Do not cling to your delusions. I rather relish my delusions. Wei Hong scoffed defiantly. You ought to be more concerned about your own situation. A pang of unease struck Wei Linlang's heart. What do you mean? Is he insinuating that the new project is destined for disaster? Chapter 37. Is such a family capable of breaking anyone? In mid-October, within the gym located on the second floor of the villa, Wei Hong donned a set of sparring attire, accompanied by 3 robust trainers. He commenced his rigorous practice of various martial arts, including Muay Thai, Sanzho, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, wrestling, and grappling techniques. Since childhood, his grandfather had placed great emphasis on his comprehensive development, ensuring he excelled in numerous disciplines such as finance, equestrianism, piano, painting, and dance etiquette, alongside a significant focus on martial arts. However, martial arts differ from academic studies. While Wei Hong's exceptionally high intelligence allowed him to grasp any subject with ease, mastery of combat skills necessitated extensive and sustained practice. Following his grandfather's passing, he had neglected his training for several years. Although he found it easy to overpower several adults, he realized that against true masters, he would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he was determined to bolster his prowess in every aspect as swiftly as possible. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Hong assumed a reverse punch stance, his hands and feet launching relentless attacks in every direction. The 3 trainers, clad in protective gear and wielding pads, collaborated diligently. His fists and limbs struck the targets with exhilarating force, producing a thunderous cacophony. At times, he unleashed powerful straight punches from Sanzho, while at others, he executed sweeping leg kicks and elbow strikes characteristic of Muay Thai. When engaged in close combat, he seamlessly transitioned to wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Despite the presence of his 3 sparring partners, his relentless assault overwhelmed them, with each powerful blow nearly shattering the protective pads. Suddenly, Wei Hong executed a swift side kick, sending the left trainer hurtling 2 meters away upon impact. Focus, Wei Hong admonished, shaking his hands as a reminder. My apologies, Coach Lee replied, rubbing his chest as he stood, embarrassment evident in his voice. Young Master Wei, your progress is astounding. Have you trained previously? Indeed, Wei Hong nodded in acknowledgement. I began practicing at the age of 5, but I have been out of touch for a few years. Now, I'm merely regaining some of my former skills. Impressive. No wonder you are so formidable, exclaimed Coach Lee. Whether in orthodox or southpaw stance, on the ground or standing, in wrestling or grappling, you can rival top-tier boxers. Training alongside you is quite a challenge. The other 2 trainers chimed in, equally astonished. Wei Hong furrowed his brow, aware that all 3 trainers were award-winning fighters in the city. Yet, he recognized that they still fell short when compared to true masters. If he wished to continue advancing, he would need to enlist the expertise of higher-caliber fighters in the future, investing heavily to bring in champions from domestic Sanzho, MMA light heavyweight titles, Muay Thai experts, and UFC competitors. Let us continue our practice. I promise to triple your bonuses, Wei Hong reluctantly assured them. Instantly, their faces brightened, and they redoubled their efforts in training. With a powerful kick, Wei Hong created distance, his punches, kicks, elbows, and knees flowing seamlessly in a relentless barrage of impressive force. The trainers' pads were on the verge of destruction, and soon they were drenched in sweat from the exertion. Wei Hong, with muscles as solid as bronze, felt each drop of sweat fortifying his strength. By noon, Wei Hong concluded his practice, invigorated and refreshed. After taking a shower and drying her hair, the female bodyguard entered the bathroom, handing over a tablet. "Boss, we have received some responses regarding the investigation that Uncle Gong initiated." Oh, Wei Hong's interest was piqued. Recently, he had instructed Uncle Gong to keep an eye on Wei Sheng, and it seemed that the investigation was yielding results. He took the tablet, swiped through it, and detailed information about Wei Sheng's life appeared. A plethora of videos, photographs, and textual information was laid out before him. Wei Hong skimmed through the data, ultimately focusing on the events that transpired after Wei Sheng entered the Wei family. Ever since he adopted the Wei surname, this individual seemed to possess extraordinary fortune. Not only did his academic performance soar from the middle ranks to the top 50, but he also managed to answer multiple choice questions correctly with seemingly random guesses. And he had won 5 substantial lottery prizes ranging from 3,000 to 5 million, accumulating a total of over 8 million. This money was acquired through Wei Sheng's lottery tickets and scratch cards, unbeknownst to the Wei family. Had it not been for Uncle Gong's investigation, he likely would have concealed this for even longer. Thus, could fortune be equated with luck? Was it truly the case that his exceptional luck allowed him to randomly select correct answers in exams and win a lottery? Remarkably, despite winning over 8 million from so many attempts, was he not concerned about squandering money on leveraged investments? However, since Wei Sheng was still a minor, he could not open an account for stock trading or mutual funds, limiting him to small lottery victories for the time being. Wei Hong furrowed his brow and continued to read. Unsurprisingly, Wei Sheng had recently grown close to Xia Mo, unable to endure the daily bullying at school. She finally sought refuge with Wei Sheng, weeping and desperate. The two quickly formed an alliance. Consequently, Xia Mo's life returned to normal, with no one daring to mistreat her any longer. Her mother's medical expenses were once again covered, and everything seemed to revert to its rightful course. Even Xia Mo herself no longer needed to work part-time. She merely needed to present herself as pure and innocent, occasionally posting melancholic sentiments on social media, subtly mocking the idea that she could thrive without Wei Hong. It was rumored that she even aspired to attend the Yanjing Film Academy. Her life was more comfortable than anyone else's. Yet, how could Wei Hong allow them to live too comfortably? He pulled out his phone and dialed Su Maogong. As soon as the call connected, he inquired, "Uncle Gong, you haven't forgotten about Xia Dongfeng, have you?" "Not all, young master. Rest assured," Su Maogong replied with a smile. "I specifically sought assistance from my contacts in the underground gambling scene. They specialize in swindling. Xia Dongfeng is already a hopeless gambler. After being led around the casino and winning some small amounts, he fell into their trap and lost over 1 million in just a few days. However, I instructed the casino not to pressure him for repayment and to allow him to borrow even more. I estimate he now owes several million, and with interest compounding." Oh dear, Wei Hong couldn't help but smirk. Xia Mo, the delicate flower, truly fit the mold. Helpless and incapable, with a gravely ill mother and a gambling father. Such a family background could easily drag anyone down, yet in the last life, she ascended to prominence through her own fortuitous circumstances, establishing connections with Wei Sheng and Song Gue. In the future, she is destined to enter the entertainment industry, transforming into a celebrated star renowned for her humble beginnings yet relentless ambition, a pure and innocent figure, adored by countless fans who revere her as a goddess. Indeed, luck is a remarkable ally. Engage someone to collect the debts, Wei Hong said in a detached tone. Have the casino intervene and enlist professional debt collectors. The more commotion, the better. In any case, ensure they do not enjoy a moment of peace. Also, seek out a ruthless individual, someone discreet, capable, and ready to act upon command. Understood. Su Maogong responded without further inquiry. Wei Hong set down his phone, a smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Although Wei Sheng was favored by the Wei family, his monthly allowance barely reached 100 to 80,000, a staggering sum compared to the average person. Yet woefully insufficient to rescue Xia Mo's family. Would he be willing to deplete his resources to save them? The mere thought is tantalizing. In this second life, one must repay grievances and vendettas. While it may not be possible to eliminate him outright for the time being, causing him some discomfort is certainly feasible. Chapter 38. Is it just money? Who cares? In the afternoon, the old residential area where the Xia family resided was bustling with activity. A throng of tattooed individuals, accompanied by several elderly men and women, surrounded the Xia family's building, creating an impenetrable barrier. This commotion quickly attracted a crowd of curious onlookers from the neighborhood. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many people? I heard it's because the elder Xia owes a gambling debt, and they're here to collect. Goodness, is it that sensational? Didn't they say that the Xia family's daughter had hooked up with a wealthy individual, and that money was no longer an issue? Who knows? Old Xia has always had a penchant for gambling. It's not uncommon for creditors to come knocking. He has just gotten used to it. As the spectators murmured among themselves, several of the tattooed men charged up to the third floor, dragging Xia Dongfeng down. Before the assembled crowd, one of them slapped him across the face and bellowed, "Xia Dongfeng, when are you going to repay the money you owe? Do you think we're a bunch of pushovers? Money? What money?" Xia Dongfeng exclaimed, eyes wide with confusion. It wasn't until they produced the IOU that he suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, his demeanor shifting to one of panic as he shouted, "Is it Suga who sent you? He said I didn't need to rush to repay. I've been supporting the business daily. Why the urgency? I might turn my fortunes around in a few days." "Turn your fortunes around? More like you're about to capsize," a burly man retorted, delivering another slap. "Sugu expects you to repay when he says, no arguments. It's a matter of principle to repay debts. If you keep talking back, I'll make you regret it. I don't have any money." Xia Dongfeng finally realized the seriousness of the situation, his face transforming into a mask of contrition. "Bro, could you give me a few more days? No money means you sell your house, sell your car, sell your kidney, sell your backside. Whatever it takes. Just get the money today, or you'll find out what happens next," the burly man roared. "Please, give me a moment to think." Xia Dongfeng was in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he hastily pulled out his phone to call for help. Of course, he had no money, nor did he own a car or a house. Even the place he lived in was rented. The only potential source of funds was Xia Mo. As soon as the call connected, Xia Dongfeng began to wail, Mo, you need to come back quickly. They're here to collect, and if I don't pay, they'll break my arms and legs. You can't leave your father in the lurch." Xia Mo was evidently no stranger to such scenarios. Less than 10 minutes after hanging up, she rushed back with Wei Sheng, flanked by 2 police officers, all equally frantic. "Father, how could you owe money again? Didn't you promise to stop gambling?" Xia Mo cried, tears streaming down her face. "I made a mistake, a grievous mistake. I swear it won't happen again. Please, just this once, help your father out," Xia Dongfeng pleaded, his face contorting in desperation. Though Xia Mo was furious with her father's reckless behavior, she was at a loss for solutions. Such situations had unfolded numerous times in the past, and the police were now unfazed by the scene. A middle-aged officer, maintaining a professional demeanor, declared, "What is going on here? Everyone disperse. Debt collection must be reasonable and legal. Anyone engaging in unlawful activities will accompany us for a discussion." A robust man approached with a jovial smile, extending a cigarette while assuring, "Rest assured, comrades, we are entirely legal and compliant. Please disperse." With a wave of his hand, a dozen tattooed men immediately scattered. Soon, several elderly individuals emerged, gravitating towards Xia Dongfeng and Xia Mo, poised to orchestrate a scene of elderly deception. The police, witnessing this spectacle, recognized the professionalism of the opposition. Any further intervention would only lead to the trouble of escorting the elderly back to the station. Thus, they opted for a brief admonition before departing. Debts ought to be repaid. It's only just. Someone is shirking their responsibility. Come, see for yourselves. This family has no shame. Who will deliver justice for us?" The elderly wailed with practiced theatrics. Xia Dongfeng, feeling the pressure, urged, Mo, we need to pay them." Xia Mo turned her pleading gaze towards Wei Sheng, her eyes shimmering with desperate appeal. "How much?" "Allow me." Wei Sheng responded with confidence. His intention was to bolster his rapport with Xia Mo. The more dire the situation, the greater the chance to resolve it and earn her favor, ultimately drawing upon more fortuitous energy. Thus, he remained unfazed by the gambling debts. Yes, you should approach him," Xia Dongfeng exclaimed with renewed vigor. "This is my daughter's boyfriend. He has pledged to repay the debt. All right, young man, let's see. The robust man produced a stack of photocopies and smirked. The total is 37 million. Repay it. What? Wei Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao and Xia Dongfeng mirrored his shock as they snatched the documents for closer inspection, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Impossible. How could it be so much? Xia Dongfeng muttered, while Xiao Mo's face reflected utter despair. Previously, debts ranged from 2 to 300,000 at most. How had it escalated to over 8 million? Casually browsing through, you signed every document, the robust man sneered. Surely you remember how much you borrowed? This is usury. Wei Sheng exclaimed in frustration. It's illegal. Do you dare to let me report you? Go ahead, report away. The robust man shrugged, a mocking grin on his face. Look closely. This is an investment loan agreement, not usury. Every document is lawful and compliant, and every interest charged is within the legal limits. Wei Sheng seized the documents, scrutinizing them thoroughly. His expression darkened with each passing moment, nearly suffocating under the weight of realization. Not a single mention of gambling was anywhere to be found. They were all legitimate loan agreements, divided among various financial companies, each bearing Xia Dongfeng's signature and fingerprint. A gambler, blinded by desperation at the gaming table, will sign anything in hopes of a comeback. Gambling debts are not legally protected, but investment loans are indeed lawful and compliant. The casino had already fragmented these funds into accounts, ensnaring Xia Dongfeng in a trap unbeknownst to him. There was no recourse. They were merely engaged in lawful collection. Young man, you cannot afford it, can you? The burly man sneered. Why act so affluent? What a waste of my time. Go play in the mud. Or I might just end up beating you too. Do not speak nonsense. Summer M.O., fearing he would refuse to pay, quickly interjected. Brother Xingxing is the heir of the Wei family. A few million is nothing. Even tens of millions or billions are merely pocket change. You lowly creatures. Is it not just money? Who truly cares? Wei Sheng's face flushed crimson. Although he had won the lottery a few times after taxes and his extravagant spending, he was left with only a little over 5 million. Where could he possibly find 8 million to repay? Yet, faced with Summer Mo's pitiable expression, he found himself unable to utter the word no. Host, Summer Mo's fortune is declining. Please choose whether to assist. The system reminded him in his mind. Wei Sheng found himself once again entangled in a dilemma. To assist or to refuse, it was a challenging choice. Chapter 39. The Fugitive, a Test. Since the binding of the system, Wei Sheng has essentially grasped the essence of fortune. This phenomenon is but a consumable whenever confronted with adversity. Those endowed with great fortune often rely on luck to surmount challenges. Should he choose to remain an idle observer today, Xiao is likely to win the lottery or encounter a benefactor, unwittingly settling her gambling debts. However, this implies that she will deplete a significant amount of her fortune, and in doing so, she will also forfeit a perfect source of support. His intention behind enhancing Xiao Mo's favorability is precisely to absorb her fortune. If Xiao Mo were to lose her fortune, what joy would there be in playing at all? I shall repay this money. Wei Sheng gritted his teeth and made a decision. I will need half an hour to gather the funds. Very well, take your time. The burly man replied with a cold smirk, gesturing for him to proceed at his leisure. Across from the residential complex, in a tea house, Wei Hong and Su Maogong sat together enjoying their tea. Their gazes, spanning several meters, absorbed all that unfolded before them. Though the sounds were inaudible, the events could be surmised. This fellow is rather peculiar, Su Maogong murmured, furrowing his brow. In just a few short months, he has won 5 prizes and is exceedingly favored in the Wei household, yet he still seeks to borrow money. Wei Hong took a sip of tea and chuckled softly, saying, no matter how favored he may feel, he remains an outsider. He would never dare to ask the Wei family for money. Instead, he would seek loans from the wealthy second-generation elites within his circle. Does it really warrant your personal attention to oversee a matter involving a few million? Su Maogong remained somewhat perplexed. Wei Hong waved his hand to signal the bodyguards to disperse a bit, then spoke in a low voice. Do you know why he is able to win repeatedly? This individual possesses the remarkable ability not only to allow one to hear their innermost thoughts, but also to absorb the fortunes of others. His Su Maogong Ingan Sapi, his eyes narrowing slightly as myriad revelations unfolded before him. It became clear why Wei Sheng, an adopted son, was favored even more than a biological heir. It was evident why this young man had seemingly enjoyed an extraordinary streak of fortune since his arrival at the Wei household. This was not merely a matter of several million in gambling stakes. Rather, this individual possessed peculiarities that compelled Wei Hong to take decisive action to suppress him. Previously, he had heard rumors of folk practices that borrowed luck, but he was left wondering how this young man had managed it. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such phenomena. Su Maogong clicked his tongue in astonishment, harboring no doubts about the authenticity of these revelations. How intriguing! Wei Hong scoffed lightly and continued to observe the performance, his gaze penetrating as he remarked, "The notion of fortune is overly ethereal. Yet, with enough attempts, one can surely discern the patterns. Have you succeeded in locating the desperate fugitive you sought?" "Of course." Su Maogong snapped his fingers, and immediately a bodyguard presented him with a tablet. With a swift gesture, the screen illuminated with the details of a haggard, sallow-faced, middle-aged man. This individual was namely Gue, age 39, a local resident. Su Maogong nonchalantly recounted his past, revealing that in his youth he had mingled with the underworld. After marrying and having children at the age of 30, he withdrew from that tumultuous life. Last year, he was diagnosed with liver cancer and was left with merely 3 months to live. Wei Hong, with a satisfied smirk, mused on the life Su had led, a life steeped in darkness, marked by audacity and violence, now facing the inevitability of mortality with offspring to carry on his legacy. Under the accumulation of so many buffs, as long as the financial incentives are sufficient, any man would transform into a mad dog, willing to do whatever is asked of him. "Do not shortchange him," Wei Hong earnestly advised. "Do not shortchange him." Su Maogong brewed himself a cup of tea and sighed, saying, "In this day and age, there are far too many unfortunate souls. I am willing to offer opportunities, and in return, they can only feel gratitude. Regardless of the outcome, he will receive 3 million as a settlement, and his family will be looked after. What joy would it not bring to anyone?" Wei Hong nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, today's debt collection was merely a facade, a test in disguise. The few million in Wei Sheng's possession was of no interest to anyone. These antics were merely to annoy and assess him, while also observing the connection between the system and fortune. Furthermore, employing someone to take action served as a deeper test. I am curious to see if the system will intervene should his life be in peril, or if mere fortune can avert fatal danger. Wei Hong sipped his tea, a hint of intrigue playing at the corners of his mouth. Within the community, Wei Sheng had already borrowed money from a friend. He originally possessed over 5 million, so acquiring an additional 3 million was not a daunting task. With a single phone call, CSCC promptly transferred the funds. Under the watchful eyes of many, Wei Sheng directly transferred the money to the imposing man. Once all debts were settled, the burly man nodded in satisfaction and said, "You know your place. Old Xia will be glad to entertain you again. No more games, no more." Xia Dongfeng vehemently shook his head. "Ha ha ha." The burly man laughed heartily, waving his hand as his group filed out, soon dispersing entirely, bringing this debt collection episode to a close. "Little Sheng, thank you. I was so frightened. If not for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do today." Xia Mo, with a face full of admiration and remorse, nestled into his embrace, crying softly for a moment. Yet, Wei Sheng wore a somber expression. Accumulating a few million from a humble beginning was no easy feat, and having it all stripped away while incurring additional debts was undoubtedly painful. However, the money had already been given, so he knew he could not complain further. Taking a deep breath, he said, "It's nothing. I would do anything for you. It is merely money, and I am indifferent to it." "Oh, I knew it. You, like me, regard wealth as mere refuse, unlike Wei Hong, who is so materialistic. You're the best, little Sheng," Xia Mo exclaimed, her face glistening with emotion. "Indeed, indeed," Xia Dongfeng chimed in with a chuckle. "My son-in-law is truly generous. I am fortunate indeed." Wei Sheng's expression turned sour, akin to having swallowed a fly. He understood he was entangled with a stubborn gambler. Someone like Xia Dongfeng was unlikely to reform, and with a Na'vi benefactor like him, the man would likely indulge in gambling even more recklessly. Uncle, you should refrain from visiting casinos in the future. Such places can drain even a fortune of billions. Wei Sheng advised helplessly. If they're essay next time, I'll one-tea assist you. Never again, never again. Xia Dongfeng dismissed with a wave, evidently not taking it to heart, and swiftly changed the subject. Wei Xiao, would you like to come up for a while? No need, I have matters to attend to. Wei Sheng, wishing to avoid further distress, turned and walked towards the community exit. Dad, I'll see him off. Go on, go on. Xia Mo waved goodbye to Xia Dongfeng and skipped joyfully to catch up with Wei Sheng, affectionately grasping his hand. After a gentle and soothing exchange, the heaviness in his heart finally lightened considerably. The two strolled hand in hand toward the luxurious vehicle at the entrance of the community. Driver Xiao Wu promptly started the Mercedes-Benz, slowly pulling forward. However, the trio remained oblivious to a dirt truck parked at the street corner. The driver, expressionless, twisted open a bottle of Erguo II and took several swigs. Casually discarding the bottle out the window, he decisively ignited the engine. With a roar, the dirt truck began to accelerate wildly, barreling straight toward the two at the community entrance. Chapter 40. I will ensure you spend your days in captivity. Ah, the vehicle! Take care! A chorus of frantic screams echoed around. The entrance of the community was already bustling with people, and now, witnessing the dirt truck speeding towards them, terror gripped everyone's hearts as they frantically scattered in all directions. Wei Sheng and Xia Mo were momentarily stunned by the scene, instinctively seeking refuge. They found themselves pulling in opposite directions, one towards the left, the other to the right, thus wasting the precious time needed to evade the impending danger. Young master, quickly dodge, shouted the driver, Xiao Wu, in alarm. In this critical moment, Wei Sheng seized Xia Mo and rolled aside. A thunderous crash resounded as the dirt truck's right front tire suddenly burst, causing the vehicle to lose stability and collide violently with the community's entrance wall, demolishing half of it. Heavens, how could this happen? Hurry, save the people. Young master. The crowd gasped and rushed closer. Xiao Wu dashed out of the vehicle, anxiously assessing the situation. Although Wei Sheng and Xia Mo narrowly escaped the truck's impact, they fell onto the concrete, sustaining numerous abrasions, their bodies stained with blood, presenting a harrowing sight. Inside the dirt truck, the driver was left bloodied and dazed from the airbag's impact. Yet, he wore a fierce expression, desperately twisting the steering wheel in a futile attempt to restart the vehicle. At this moment, even the most oblivious observer could discern that something was amiss. Several burly men, in a state of urgency, smashed the glass and worked together to drag the driver from the cabin, finally putting an end to this senseless calamity. Brother Xiaosheng, are you all right? Xia Mo exclaimed, her face a mixture of worry and shock. Wei Sheng gradually emerged from his stupor, his gaze wandering in confusion until it instinctively landed on the tea house across the street, locking eyes with two figures behind the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wei Hong's lips curled into a smirk, as if toasting from afar, celebrating his survival against the odds. It was you? Wei Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated that Wei Hong would attempt to take his life. Although they often clashed, it had never escalated to such murderous intent. How could he dare to contract a killer? In that instant, cold sweat trickled down his back, and a wave of dread washed over him. Unable to contain himself, Wei Sheng shouted at Xiao Wu, "Call the police immediately and contact my parents. Someone is trying to kill us." Amidst the chaos, the distant wail of police sirens began to draw closer. Host, when the danger struck, fortune instinctively averted the lethal threat, deducting 320 points from both you and Xia Mo's luck. Damn it, that scoundrel Wei Hong. I will see him imprisoned. Wei Sheng raged inwardly, his heart ablaze with indignation. As evening fell, at the Dongchang police station, Wei Hong arrived for questioning, accompanied by Su Maogong and a cadre of bodyguards. Just as they stepped through the door, a water bottle came hurtling towards them. Bang! A female bodyguard executed a high kick, sending the bottle flying. The other bodyguards swiftly positioned themselves in front, adopting defensive stances. Before me stood Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui, a couple, accompanied by more than a dozen bodyguards from the Wei family. As tensions escalated between the two parties, the police officer impatiently rapped on the table and admonished. What's going on here? This is the police station, not your home. Unrelated individuals, please exit and wait outside. The police officer spoke rightly. Wei Hong cast a look at Wei Jiaoyang that was neither a smile nor a frown, and coldly remarked, "Some individuals should not flaunt their authority as if they are the head of a household. Do you dare to act recklessly even in the police station? Are you seeking to taste the bitterness of imprisonment? You scoundrel!" Wei Jiaoyang trembled with rage, exclaiming, "How could you even contemplate murdering your own brother? Have you lost your humanity? I do not have a brother." Wei Hong disdainfully shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Do not gather around me like a pack of stray cats and dogs. I do not even have parents, so how could I possibly have a younger brother? Oh, you speak of the driver's son, TSK. Does he truly deserve such regard?" Wei Jiaoyang and his wife were so enraged that they were nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. Wei Sheng and Xia Mo stood beside them, their faces filled with fury. "Senior Wei, how could you behave in such a manner? This is utterly lawless." Xia Mo displayed a visage of indignation, akin to one lamenting unfulfilled potential. "Elder brother, even if you harbor no affection for me, must you resort to hiring an assassin?" Wei Sheng's voice trembled with accusation. "You so recklessly disregard human life. It matters not if you kill me, but what of the innocent bystanders you may harm?" Wei Hong gestured for the bodyguards to step outside while summoning his attorney. The lawyer, a middle-aged man of refined demeanor adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, adjusted his glasses and addressed the room with a tone of professionalism. "I am Mr. Wei Hong's legal representative. I advise all parties present to refrain from making unfounded statements, as we reserve the right to pursue charges of defamation." Upon hearing this, Wei Jiaoyang and the others turned pale. Instantly, he ceased his incessant prattling. At that moment, two officers emerged, and after verifying Wei Hong's identification, they stated, "We need to take your statement. Come with us." "Wait." Wei Jiaoyang furrowed his brow and stated, "There's no need to go to the interrogation room. Let us find a conference room to record this. We must all witness it firsthand." He is the wealthiest individual in Jiangzhou, with formidable connections and influence in every aspect. Although the police officers cannot act with bias or injustice, this modest request can certainly be accommodated. After nodding in agreement, they promptly found a small conference room to take their seats. A robust, middle-aged officer occupied the main chair, while a younger officer took notes beside him. Without further ado, he inquired directly, "Mr. Wei Hong, where were you between 4 and 5 o'clock this afternoon?" "Opposite the Jiangbakwan community lies the Hongyun Tea House." "What brings you there?" "To enjoy tea." "Why travel such a distance for tea?" "Because I relish it. It is my freedom." "Are you acquainted with Li Gui?" "Not at all." A dialogue unfolds between the two. The interrogation lasted for a full 10 minutes before concluding. However, Wei Jiaoyang, Wei Sheng, and the others grew increasingly pallid. After all, Wei Hong had completely distanced himself from the matter, disregarding them entirely. Moreover, none of them were foolish. To accuse someone of hiring a hitman, one must possess a comprehensive and intact chain of evidence, including witnesses, physical evidence, motives, and illicit funds. From the testimony provided, there was simply no connection to him, even though Wei Hong had been present at the scene. Even if everyone is aware that he hired someone to commit murder, before the law, he remains an innocent and ordinary citizen. The attorney from the Wei group listened intently to the testimony, his brow furrowed in such a way that one could imagine it could crush a fly. Leaning closer to Wei Jiaoyang, he whispered in a low voice, "Chairman Wei, the evidence is insufficient. Unless the driver can identify him, this case must conclude here today. As far as I know, the perpetrator is a terminally ill cancer patient, with only a few months left to live. Lord Hong's associates are exceedingly meticulous. They have had no overt contact from beginning to end, and the payment for the hired killing has yet to be discovered. The motive for the murder is laughable. He claims to want to take revenge on society because his time is short, and both time and place were chosen at random. In summary, it is nearly impossible to secure a conviction against such a professionally adept opponent." Wei Jiaoyang trembled with rage, his gaze cold as it met Wei Hong's. In that moment, the warmth of their father-son bond vanished, leaving only a chilling hostility. Today, Wei Jiaoyang declared each word with unwavering resolve. I will ensure that you rot in prison. Chapter 41. Have you lost your mind to commit such heinous acts? The recording of the statement has concluded. The police, under the pretext of further investigation, swiftly exited the conference room. The two parties resumed their standoff, exchanging bewildered glances, each individual's expression a complex tapestry of emotions, clearly unable to fathom how a family could descend into such turmoil. If I am not mistaken, this incident bears the hallmark of you, Uncle Gong, does it not? Wei Jiaoyang's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice icy. Over the years, you and the old man have engaged in quite a few sordid affairs, executing your schemes with impeccable precision. I commend you. Mr. Wei, do you possess any evidence? I can take legal action for slander. Su Maogong stood solemnly behind Wei Hong, raising his gaze in warning. So you dare to act, but not to take responsibility, do you? Wei Jiaoyang slammed his palm onto the table, roaring, Do not think I cannot see through you, you, an old wretch, dare to touch a member of the Wei family? Have you forgotten who provided you with sustenance in the past? Ungrateful wretch, a treacherous wolf. Ha! Wei Hong exchanged a knowing glance with Su Maogong, both breaking into laughter. Look at this. Wei Hong jested mockingly. Mr. Wei has determined who belongs to the Wei family. One cannot help but wonder whether the old man in the heavens recognizes this grandchild. If the old man were still alive, he would surely give you a well-deserved reprimand for your foolishness. Su Maogong shook his head in amusement, adding, What sort of creature dares to consider themselves part of the Wei family? What a delusion to think one could bask in the old man's glory. Those unaware might assume you were the one who provided me with sustenance back in the day. Oh, Uncle Gong, take it easy. After all, he is now the chairman. The top authority, Wei Hong retorted with a sarcastic tone. Wei Jiaoyang was nearly overcome with rage, almost fainting from indignation. Du Sihui could no longer restrain herself and admonished, Xiao Hong, show some respect. He will always be your father. Moreover, how do you become this way? To dare commit murder and arson, have you truly lost your senses? Madam Wei, I have done nothing wrong. Wei Hong shrugged nonchalantly. Do not falsely accuse me. In the Wei family, you could slander me without evidence, but here, we must adhere to the principles of proof. Du Sihui recalled the past vividly, shattering vases, pushing people downstairs, stealing antiques. Any of these actions attributed to Wei Hong required no evidence. A mere whisper from Wei Sheng would suffice to incite punishment, leaving him with countless scars. Now, he claims that hiring a killer necessitates proof for conviction. It is indeed laughable. When parents fail to uphold even the most fundamental sense of fairness, they cannot fault their children for severing ties. In the past, we were in the wrong. Du Sihui softened her tone, urging, But now it is about murder and arson. You cannot continue down this erroneous path. Confess your sins. If you sincerely apologize and promise to amend your ways, we will not pursue this any further. Impossible. Wei Jiaoyang swept the cup off the table in anger. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Today he dares to harm his own kin, and tomorrow he may resort to patricide. Such a wretched creature deserves to reflect upon his actions in prison. Mom and Dad, please do not argue on my behalf. Wei Sheng feigned grievance, stirring the pot. Brother, no matter what, you are still their only son. His desire to harm me stems solely from your excessive affection towards me. Breeding jealousy, we must give him a chance to rectify his mistakes. In an instant, the crowd cast disdainful glances at Wei Hong, as if he were a person of unspeakable wickedness. Xia Mo, filled with righteous indignation, glared at him, wishing fervently to imprison him at once. To this, Wei Hong remained entirely indifferent. Leaning back in his seat, he regarded Wei Sheng with a smirk. This fellow, just moments ago, had narrowly escaped being struck by a vehicle when a dump truck suddenly suffered a flat tire, a turn of fortune that anyone would deem remarkable. Yet, such fortuitousness is evidently destined to exhaust one's luck. The system had notified him that both he and Xia Mo had lost 320 points of fortune, a detail Wei Hong heard distinctly. Although he was unaware of the significance of these 320 points, he could sense Wei Sheng's seething resentment. wishing nothing more than to see him dead. This too provided Wei Hong with leverage. The system accompanying Wei Sheng was undoubtedly inept, incapable of foreseeing danger, providing warnings, or saving lives. It seemed its utility for Wei Sheng was limited to conveying thoughts and siphoning luck. While he could not entirely block the interference from the system, he still had ways to counter it, such as frequently orchestrating accidents and misfortunes, forcing Wei Sheng to deplete his luck time and again. Would the system collapse if it could not absorb sufficient fortune? Wei Hong stroked his stubbled chin, a smirk slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. His eyes gleamed as if he were observing prey, sending shivers down the spines of the Wei family members. After a considerable time, the lawyer from the Wei group returned, his expression complex. He leaned close to Wei Jiaoyang's ear, whispering, "Director Wei, we have sought to communicate with Li Guwei, offering 10 times the price for him to identify the mastermind behind this. Yet he still refuses." "What?" Wei Jiaoyang erupted, slamming his fist on the table, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. He had boldly declared his intention to imprison this unfilial son today. Who would have imagined that the other party would disregard even 10 times the offer? Did Director Wei truly believe that wealth could grant one the power to act with impunity? Wei Hong leisurely tapped his fingers on the table, unhurriedly responding, "Remember, never underestimate the wisdom of those at the bottom. They are far more astute than you can fathom. A bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush." Uncle Gong has reputation and authority on the road. His words are as solid as iron and will not waver. And you? What do you possess? Why would they trust you? Do you genuinely think that throwing money around will turn people against one another? You are rather naive, aren't you? Li Guwei fears for his own life before he even thinks about the money. His family may not even survive to spend it. The chairman of the illustrious Wei Group, overseeing billions for years, remains so gullible. No wonder the old master has always looked down upon you as a failure. Wei Jiaoyang seethed, his chest heaving with anger. Yet, Wei Hong had grown weary of his ramblings, rising abruptly and leading his entourage towards the exit. As he was about to step out the door, he abruptly turned to glance at Wei Sheng, a half-smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Today is quite fortunate. I hope your luck continues to shine, lest it lead to dire consequences." Bastard! Wei Sheng could no longer maintain his composure, his cheeks twitching in anger. He had never anticipated that Wei Hong would become such a formidable adversary. In the past, a mere slander would have prompted the Wei family to humiliate and punish him at will. Yet now, in Wei Hong's frenzy, even Wei Jiaoyang's face was disregarded. The situation had escalated from petty disputes of young women into a deadly struggle among men, spiraling completely out of control. "Curse it, system, you worthless piece of junk. Can't you possess more functions?" The Wei family was utterly shameless, claiming to treat him like a son, yet failing to provide him with a proper entourage of bodyguards. Wei Hong, that beast, would inevitably take his life. I must act swiftly to amass wealth. I too need to hire bodyguards. A sense of urgency welled up within Wei Sheng. Chapter 42. A family united or a family divided. As night fell, the WeChat group, a loving family, buzzed with activity. Wei Jiaoyang meticulously composed a lengthy message and solemnly dispatched it. To all, from today onward, Wei Hong shall no longer be considered a descendant of the Wei family. No one is permitted to maintain private contact with him. Otherwise, family discipline will be enforced. Upon the transmission of this message, the group erupted in turmoil. Eldest sister Wei Linlang. "Father, what madness has possessed you? How can you utter such harsh words? Did Xiao Qi provoke you again?" Third sister Wei Qiuyan. "Surely not. He dares to anger our father? What calamity has he caused this time?" Sixth sister Wei Xia. "Xiao Qi has become increasingly unruly. With us preoccupied, you couldn't manage him. Could you?" Faced with the inquiries of his daughters, Wei Jiaoyang, disinclined to elaborate, immediately shared a photograph of the police report from that day, stating, "Wei Hong, envious of Xiao Sheng's affection from us, has descended into madness and resorted to hiring an assassin. You may interpret this as you will." Eldest sister Wei Linlang. "What? How could this happen? How dare he?" Second sister Wei Kailon. "Is he truly so deranged? Has he lost his senses?" Fifth sister Wei Qingqing. "This cannot be. Regardless of his faults, Xiao Qi would not stoop so low. Surely this is a misunderstanding? Fourth sister Wei Ruyun. This wretched child has become utterly unrestrained. Tag him, and let us see what excuses he has left. Third sister Wei Qiuyan. But he isn't even in this group. How can we tag him? A sudden silence enveloped the group as the realization sank in, leaving everyone feeling rather awkward. How could a family that professes love exclude Wei Hong? Du Si Hui, have we perhaps been excessively harsh on Xiao Hong, thus driving him down a misguided path? A heavy silence ensued. Wei Sheng, father, mother, I apologize. It is my presence that has fractured this family. I should not have come. Perhaps we should sever our familial ties, so that my elder brother will no longer harbor jealousy. Wei Jiaoyong, nonsense. This family is not his to govern. He believes he can drive you away with such tactics? What a fantasy. I will not have a son so cold-hearted and ruthless. Xiao Sheng, you will forever remain my son. Du Si Hui, indeed, Xiao Sheng. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Eldest sister Wei Linlang, quite right. Blood relations are not paramount. Character and morality reign supreme. If he dares to hire an assassin against his brother today, who is to say he would not turn against us tomorrow? Fourth sister Wei Ruyun. Xiao Sheng is already pitiable enough. How can Wei Hong not relent? This is beyond excessive. Second sister Wei Kailan. Precisely. Those who err must face consequences. Even if he is not expelled from the family, he must be made to feel the chill of neglect for a time. The Wei family engaged in a spirited exchange and soon reached a unanimous decision. They must protect Wei Sheng at all costs, ensuring his safety. Eldest sister Wei Linlang. Father, mother, let us assign some bodyguards to Xiao Sheng. Whether at home or out and about, he requires round-the-clock protection. Second sister Wei Kailan. Indeed, if Wei Hong truly hires someone to commit murder, then his psyche must be profoundly twisted. He would not hesitate to harm even his own kin. We can no longer afford to underestimate him. Fourth sister Wei Ruyun. Absolutely, it is imperative to assign bodyguards to Xiao Sheng. If he dares to strike once, he will not hesitate to do so again. Wei Jiaoyong. Certainly, I will arrange for a few individuals to protect him. Rest assured. Within the villa, Wei Sheng sipped his red wine, a mocking expression adorning his face. The Wei family remains as gullible as ever, easily manipulated. A few words suffice to turn Wei Hong into a pariah. How laughable! Does no one believe that I feel rather uneasy? It is no wonder he resorts to desperate measures, hiring someone to kill. However, relying solely on the few bodyguards dispatched by Father Wei is insufficient to ensure my safety. With the cunning Su Maogong at Wei Hong's side, a plethora of unsavory characters is bound to emerge. It would not be difficult for them to take my life. Today, I narrowly escaped a car accident. But what if it happens again? If my luck runs dry, I shall inevitably fall victim to him. No, I must find a way to make money. With sufficient funds, I could hire dozens of bodyguards for round-the-clock protection. I would no longer be so defenseless. The more Wei Sheng pondered, the more he felt aggrieved. Why does Wei Hong, from birth, possess everything? Why is it that with a mere command, he can procure armored vehicles and bodyguards? If he wishes to hire a killer, there are those willing to do his bidding, while I am left to passively endure attacks. Ultimately, it all boils down to money. If only I had wealth, I would not be in such distress. Whether it be repaying debts for Father Xia or narrowly escaping death, Wei Sheng has come to a profound realization. He is in dire need of funds. But how could he earn money swiftly? Lottery? No. Frequent purchases would likely draw the attention of the unscrupulous. Wei Sheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. It seems my fortune lies in gambling stones, the stock market, or mutual funds. Alas, he lacks the capital. Just today, he borrowed several million from a friend. Asking for more would be unwise, especially as the wealthy offspring in his circle have considerable expenses and are unlikely to lend him substantial sums. After much deliberation, Wei Sheng found Wei Linlang in his WeChat contacts and sent her a message. Eldest sister, have you been trading stocks lately? Wei Linlang. Of course. I manage my assets independently. Wei Sheng. I've recently discovered that my luck has been exceptionally good. I've won several grand prizes. And whenever I attempt to buy stocks, they seem to rise. Unfortunately, I lack the capital. Wei Linlang. That's wonderful news. Are you looking to borrow money from me? Wei Sheng. No. I wish to propose a partnership. You provide the capital, and I will handle the investments, splitting the profits equally. What do you think? Wei Linlang. Wei Sheng. If you have doubts about my abilities, you could start by investing a few million as a trial. Should there be losses, I will compensate you. Wei Linlang. All right, I will send you my private stock account shortly. There isn't too much money in there, just around 30 to 40 million. Feel free to play with it. Even if you lose it all, it's of no consequence. Wei Sheng. That's wonderful. Thank you, elder sister. He put down his phone, his excitement almost causing him to burst into laughter. 30 to 40 million may not be a substantial amount for the wealthy, but for him, it represented a fortune he had never encountered in his lifetime. The mere thought of acquiring it with just a few words, feeling the support of someone behind him, was exhilarating. With his current fortune, investing in stocks seemed like a foolproof venture. Even in a bear market, he believed he could close his eyes and still hit the daily limit rise. With that sum in hand, a little maneuvering would surely lead to immense profits in no time. There exists a widely acknowledged adage in the stock market. Theoretically, if one captures 100 daily limit rises, the principal can multiply 1,000-fold. Isn't that more profitable than winning the lottery? Once I earn my fortune, I will make sure to teach that scoundrel Wei Hong a lesson. Wei Sheng chuckled confidently to himself. Chapter 43. The Underworld Heiress, Nie Qinglan. In the suite on the third floor of Nightshade Bar, Ji Peng, CSCC, and a group of affluent young heirs were indulging in revelry when suddenly, a young man with bleached hair exclaimed, abruptly rising to his feet, creating quite a commotion. Li Fei, what are you on about? Trying to scare us to death. Ji Peng scolded impatiently. Breaking news. Li Fei gulped, his face a mask of terror. Wei Hong has hired a hitman, and it caused quite a stir at the police station today. What? The crowd collectively gasped, their liquor bottles tipping over unnoticed. What on earth is happening? Despite their worldly experiences, most of them were still minors, primarily dabbling in trivial pursuits. How could someone their age dare to contract a murder? Please elaborate. Ji Peng urged with newfound interest, raising his hand for him to continue. Taking a deep breath, the young man pressed on. You all know my uncle is with the criminal investigation team. This news has already spread through the city bureau. This afternoon, Wei Hong attempted to assassinate Wei Sheng, and it escalated at the station. Good heavens, trying to kill Wei Sheng? Has he lost his mind? This lunatic is utterly incomprehensible. What vendetta could lead to murder? The group gasped in horror, fully believing his words. Though they were accustomed to a life of luxury, their families involved in various industries, they often possessed knowledge of secrets unknown to the average person. However, even with their extensive experiences, hearing of Wei Sheng's assassination attempt, especially at the hands of Wei Hong, left them utterly astonished. Is Xiao Sheng all right? CSCC exclaimed, her face filled with concern as she snatched a phone to investigate. Rest assured, Wei Sheng is unharmed. The young man reassured the others. It is said that he had just exited a community gate when a dump truck came barreling towards him. Had it not been for a fortunate blowout of the left tire, causing the vehicle to crash into the community wall, he would have surely ended up in the morgue. Moreover, Wei Hong was sipping tea at a nearby tea house, watching him meet his fate, while the driver, a terminal cancer patient, claimed he was avenging society. Now everyone speculated about who was responsible, yet they found themselves devoid of any evidence to pursue, unable even to detain him. Truly remarkable. As the young man grew increasingly animated, a flicker of yearning appeared in the eyes of several heirs. Despite their seemingly idle lives, they harbored a deep admiration for the ruthless histories of their forebears. With Wei Hong having transcended the ordinary realm of affluent youth, becoming a notorious figure steeped in bloodshed, how could they not feel a mix of reverence and envy? Damn it, that beast. Ji Peng kicked the coffee table, sending drinks cascading to the floor, igniting a wave of fear among the group. CSCC gritted her teeth, her voice icy. How has Wei Hong morphed into this monstrous figure? Brothers turning against one another. What else is he incapable of? If something truly happens to Xiao Sheng, I will ensure he faces the consequences. In truth, Wei Ji's extreme reaction is quite understandable. Who could endure such a situation? To have one's own flesh and blood neglected while a foster son receives all the affection from the family? The young man with yellow hair timidly spoke, prompting a chorus of nods in agreement. Indeed, Not only could we not accept a foster child, but even if my father were to bring home a myriad of illegitimate offspring, I would surely lose my mind. Could Wei Sheng possibly be the illegitimate son of Director Wei? If that were the case, everything would suddenly make sense. If he were indeed an illegitimate child, it would be one thing, but if not, then the Wei family must surely be somewhat deranged. Were I to face such a predicament, I would likely be even more distressed. The crowd exchanged their thoughts, each adding to the discourse. CSCC and Ji Peng exchanged a glance, falling into a contemplative silence. Once upon a time, they too harbored an intense disdain for illegitimate children. Most individuals present came from families formed through strategic unions, feigning affection publicly while indulging in separate affairs privately. The number of illegitimate sons and daughters was staggering. Raised in such an environment, the offspring of the affluent detested seeing illegitimate children ascend to power. Yet, what could explain their friendliness towards Wei Sheng, the adopted son of the Wei family, while distancing themselves from their childhood companion, Wei Hong? Curious. A flicker of doubt arose simultaneously in Ji Peng and CSCC's minds. Were they perhaps under some enchantment? Alas! The young man with yellow hair sighed once more. In our circle, the pursuit of power and profit has always been a matter of life and death. Wei Ji's ruthless tactics seem irrelevant to us. Perhaps we should refrain from passing judgment. In any case, if Wei Sheng had not changed his surname to Wei, there likely wouldn't be so much chaos. The crowd nodded in agreement. In the corner, a striking young woman clad in tight leather attire, her red hair cascading over her shoulders, was taken aback and asked, "What did you say?" The young man instinctively repeated, "I said in our circle." But the red-haired girl raised her hand to interrupt, frowning as she inquired, "The last sentence." "Oh," he quickly responded, "the last sentence." In any case, if Wei Sheng had not changed his surname to Wei, there likely wouldn't be so much chaos. Sister Lan, do you find an issue with that? I apologize for speaking out of turn. Li Xing, Bei Xing. Nie Qinglan's expression was complex, a blend of elation, excitement, and a hint of bewilderment. In that moment, everyone was left astonished. She was a rare presence among the elite second generation, the only daughter of Nie Xingyuan, the ruler of the underground world in Jiangzhou, known as the Black Market Heiress. Her personality was brazen and unruly, and she held a position akin to a queen bee at Shenzhou. Her father's influence was deeply entrenched, with businesses spanning entertainment venues, mines, and battlefields, employing numerous outlaws who commanded respect from both the criminal and legitimate worlds. From a young age, Nie Qinglan had emulated her father's ways, becoming a notorious figure at school. The spirited youths at Shenzhou regarded her as their leader, and she could easily deal with anyone she chose. Thus, her status in the circle was unparalleled, and most second-generation heirs dared not provoke her. She preferred to mingle with the gaming crowd rather than socialize with her peers. Today, for reasons unknown, I found myself in a state of disarray upon hearing the name Wei Sheng. Lan, are you all right? CSCC approached with a puzzled expression, gently inquiring, "What has caused such agitation?" "It's nothing." Nie Qinglan grasped her arm with urgency, asking fervently, "Is it true that the Wei Sheng you speak of has a small mole on his left ear?" "The left ear?" CSCC pondered deeply. However, Ji Peng was the first to affirm, "Indeed, he does have a small mole on his left ear." With that, he hastily retrieved his phone, locating a group photo with Wei Sheng and handing it over. Nie Qinglan's gaze fixed on the screen, her pupils suddenly constricting, and her expression grew somewhat wistful and lost. Chapter 44. This time, it is I who will protect you. It turns out that Li Sheng is Wei Sheng. At last, I have found you. Nie Qinglan gazed at the youthful figure displayed on her phone, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing her lips as memories of 3 months prior flooded her mind. The scene of the car accident on the winding mountain road. In a daze, it was this very boy who had rescued her. He was gentle, kind, and restrained, like a beam of light piercing through her numb existence, leaving an indelible mark upon her heart. The boy had introduced himself as Li Sheng. Upon awakening from her coma days later, Nie Qinglan had immediately set in motion every possible means to locate him. Yet, it was as if Li Sheng had vanished from the face of the earth. Despite scouring the entirety of Jiangzhou City, she could not find him, as though fate had conspired against their reunion. But today, she heard the name Wei Sheng once more. It turned out he had already changed his name to Wei Sheng. Moreover, he had become the adopted son of the illustrious Wei family and appeared to be embroiled in a fierce struggle for fame and fortune. Such a kind-hearted individual surely must have suffered greatly. What could have transpired during this time? A wave of concern washed over Nie Qinglan as she yearned to uncover every detail of his life. CSCC and the others sensed her distress and cautiously probed. Lan, do you know Wei Sheng? He saved my life. I've been searching for this savior. Nie Qinglan replied, regaining her composure as she settled back onto the sofa. What has happened to him recently? Can someone enlighten me? I know, piped up a young man with dyed hair, eagerly moving closer. As he poured drinks, he continued with a grin. Sister Lan, you must not be aware, but the events surrounding the Wei family have stirred quite a ruckus lately. Li Sheng's father was a driver for the Wei family. About half a year ago, he died in a car accident while saving Wei Dong, and with his dying breath, he couldn't bear to part from his son. Wei Dong immediately decided to adopt him. Treating him with great affection, the young man spoke at length, while others chimed in with additional details. In no time, Nie Qinglan had pieced together a rough narrative of Wei Sheng's circumstances after entering the Wei household. She instinctively envisioned a tragic tale of an orphan navigating the treacherous waters of a wealthy family, only to be subjected to the disdain of the young heir. Under normal circumstances, she would not have paid such matters much heed. Yet, Wei Sheng had carved a place in her heart. Hearing of his numerous grievances and the recent attempt on his life filled her with unease. Enjoy yourselves. I have matters to attend to, Nie Qinglan declared, disregarding the astonished gazes of her companions as she stood up and headed for the door. The moment she stepped out of the private room, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Ligu, please gather all pertinent information regarding the Wei family, especially focusing on Wei Hong and Wei Sheng. Also, assist me in transferring to Shengruwei High School, promptly, if you please. I intend to attend classes starting tomorrow. Do not disclose this to my father upon concluding the call. She instinctively caressed a button with her left hand. This button, plain and inexpensive in appearance, held more value to her than the rarest of treasures. This time, it is I who will protect you. In the luxurious recording room of a villa in a magical city, Nie Qinglan whispered. No one shall allow you to suffer even the slightest injustice, not even the Wei family. Wei Qingqing, the fifth child of the Wei family, sat amidst a pile of discarded paper, her eyes red from sleepless nights, and her exquisite face marred by a sense of defeat. Suddenly, the door swung open. A competent, middle-aged woman entered, carrying a late-night snack. Surveying the chaotic scene, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, my dear niece, are you losing your mind? Writing songs all night long? Are you willing to sacrifice your health and beauty for this? Sleeplessness is a woman's greatest enemy. Come, eat something and then get some rest. We have a concert next month." Wei Qingqing let out a bitter smile as she discarded her papers and pens, languidly moving to the dining table. Yet, she sat there for a long time, too despondent to lift her chopsticks, lost in her thoughts, her mind swirling with ideas for new songs. As the fifth child of the Wei family, she had entered the entertainment industry early, leveraging her family background. In just a few short years, her remarkable vocal talent and songwriting skills had propelled her into the ranks of top domestic stars. All her songs were self-composed, earning her the title of a true talent in the industry from her fans. However, recently, her songwriting had encountered an unexpected block. No matter how much she revised, something always felt amiss. Was it the melody? The pitch? The lyrics? It seemed as if everything was both right and wrong. Wei Qingqing tugged at her hair, visibly on the brink of collapse. She had initially hoped to leverage her upcoming albums to vie for the title of the youngest diva in the country. Yet now, unable to even write a song, how could she aspire to reach greater heights? Do not rush when faced with a creative block. Every composer and lyricist encounters troubles. Her manager, Sister Li, cautiously consoled her. "Qingqing, you're already remarkable. There are few versatile artists like you in the entire music industry, writing your own lyrics and composing your own music, making countless others feel inferior. Sister Li, please spare me the consolation." Wei Qingqing replied with a bitter smile. What do past achievements matter? The higher one stands, the harder one falls. What if my creativity runs dry in the future? How can I face my fans? How about you purchase a few songs? Sister Lee suggested tentatively. Recently, the company has acquired some excellent tracks, and we could also collaborate with renowned composers. It's better than exhausting yourself trying to create something from scratch. No, other people's songs do not suit me. Wei Sheng decisively rejected the idea without a second thought. She was proud and solely wished to create music that resonated with her essence. Yet, why could she not find the inspiration that once flowed so abundantly? After much contemplation, a sudden spark of realization struck her. It seemed she was missing someone, Wei Hong. When she first decided to write her own songs, she too had endured sleepless nights, lost in a maze of confusion. Inspiration flooded her mind, yet she struggled to translate it into words and melodies. She had been ensnared in a cycle of internal turmoil. However, 3 years ago, that problem had effortlessly dissipated. Wei Hong would patiently and meticulously tidy up her practice room. He discards most of the superfluous scraps of paper, retaining only the notes of inspiration that strike at the core. He offers a specially brewed calming tea, soothing both body and mind. He frequently plays exquisite piano compositions by renowned masters and shares with her a plethora of intriguing anecdotes, elegant prose, and breathtaking photographs of landscapes. He is akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, guiding Wei Sheng's inspiration to flow forth, ultimately leading her to compose one masterpiece after another, all of which occurs so subtly that she remains blissfully unaware. For a long time, Wei Sheng believed herself to be the one endowed with talent. However, now, plagued by a creative block, she suddenly realizes that the true talent has never been hers, but rather that of the person who has quietly guided her all along. Sisterly, please book me a ticket, Wei Sheng said, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she lifted her gaze. I need to return to Jiangzhou for a while. Chapter 45. Did you truly think I could be so easily manipulated? In the early morning, Wei Hong and Wei Sheng arrived at the school once again. One after the other, Wei Hong continued to travel in a convoy of 3 bulletproof Bentley Mulsanne cars, flanked by 2 rugged Hummers and escorted by a dozen bodyguards, presenting an aura more imposing than that of a high-ranking official. Wei Sheng, on the other hand, rode in a Mercedes, accompanied by his driver, Xiao Wu, and 2 additional bodyguards, which appeared to elevate his status from the usual modesty. However, in the face of comparison, he could not help but feel inferior. Standing beside Wei Hong, he resembled a youthful lad still in the throes of adolescence, while Wei Hong exuded the dignified presence of a nobleman, making their disparity all the more apparent, leaving Wei Sheng feeling secretly self-conscious. Just as the two had disembarked, a group of youths on loud motorcycles sped towards the school gates. The bodyguards instinctively readied themselves for any potential threats. As the motorcycles drew closer, it became clear that they were occupied by several audaciously styled young men and women, their hair dyed in vibrant hues of red, green, and blue. Their flamboyant mannerisms starkly contrasted with the privileged offspring and bookworms of Shengruwei High School, instantly capturing the attention of numerous onlookers. The motorcycle-riding youths emitted a cacophony of sounds as they circled around before finally halting in front of the gathered crowd. A red-haired girl clad in leather removed her helmet, and in that moment, recognition sparked in Wei Sheng's eyes. "Is it you?" he exclaimed, his expression brightening. Nie Qinglan smiled, her lips curving into a charming grin, and their eyes locked in what felt like a fateful encounter. The unspoken connection was palpable, evident even to the most oblivious bystander. "My savior, I never got the chance to thank you last time," she said, stepping forward with a radiant smile. "I am Nie Qinglan, and I have just transferred to Shengruwei High School. From now on, I shall have your back." "Hello, Nie classmate. I am Wei Sheng," he replied, shaking her hand. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He gazed in astonishment at her beaming face, inhaling sharply as he recognized her as the notorious daughter of the underworld, whom many affluent youths avoided like the plague. The mere thought of being her savior filled him with uncontainable joy, nearly causing him to lose control of his expression. "Ha! Who would have thought that the fortunate individual I saved would possess such a remarkable identity? It's no wonder ordinary people lack such fortuity. A voice, discernible only to Wei Hong, echoed in his mind. In the next moment, Wei Sheng composed himself, channeling his thoughts towards Lan. Oh my, she is so beautiful, like a celestial being. How can anyone be so stunning? She is indeed the formidable daughter of the underworld, and she is going to protect me. Does this mean my older brother can no longer bully me? A series of flattering thoughts poured forth. Lan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she believed wholeheartedly in his inner musings. Remembering Wei Sheng's long history of bullying, her eyes blazed with fury as she turned her fierce gaze toward Wei Hong, who was surrounded by his bodyguards, a palpable warning simmering in her expression. Wei Xiaoqi, he is under my protection, Lan stated coldly. You would do well to show him the respect he deserves. Should I discover that you dare to lay a single finger on him again, I assure you that I will make your existence a living nightmare. Wei Hong casually dug at his ears, disregarding the absurd warning that resembled something a primary school student might utter. He was well acquainted with this madwoman, Lan, as both families operated within Jiangzhou, often crossing paths, though they were not particularly close, merely acquaintances who exchanged nods. Her immediate reference to him as Wei Xiaoqi was clearly laced with contempt. Given that in his past life she had often conspired against him, it was only natural for Wei Hong to harbor no fondness for her. He retorted sharply, Miss Nia, if you wish to display your authority, I believe you are mistaken about your audience. Do you truly think I am someone you can manipulate at your whim? A useless waste in the eyes of the Wei family. What makes you think I cannot deal with you? Lan sneered, her crimson lips curling in disdain. Even if I were to harm you, the Wei family would not come to your aid. Do you believe that? Indeed, I do. Wei Hong shook softly, shaking his head in amusement. He had no inclination to engage further with someone so dim-witted. If he relied solely on the Wei family's support to act so brazenly, he would have long been subdued. It was truly foolish of her not to perceive this. Such a person did not even qualify to be his adversary. Step aside. A good dog should not block the way. With a casual wave of his hand, his bodyguards advanced with an air of authority, swiftly clearing the path. The spirited young men and women were promptly ushered aside, and even Lan was afforded no respect. Lan, let my elder brother pass first. Wei Sheng gently urged her aside, ostensibly to persuade her, but inwardly stoking the flames. Alas, Sister Lan does not comprehend. My brother would not even spare our parents' faces. So why would he heed such warnings? In this day and age, might makes right. It seems I am bound to take a beating. Stop. Upon hearing this, Lan was instantly enraged. She forcefully pushed aside the bodyguards and stepped forward, coldly challenging. Did I permit you to leave? What more do you wish to say? Wei Hong, growing impatient, replied, What do you want? I want you to listen closely. Lan jabbed her finger into his shoulder, enunciating each word with intensity. From this day forth, should Wei Sheng encounter even the slightest mishap, regardless of whether it is your doing, I will make your life a living hell. Do you understand? Oh, Wei Hong, far from angry, laughed instead. Such unreasonable demands. It seems Miss Nia wishes to appoint herself as Wei Sheng's bodyguard and caretaker. Indeed, Lan anildemli asserted. I'm a law. If you wish to avoid trouble, not only must you refrain from touching him, but you must also protect and cherish him. Should anything happen, I will hold you accountable. Please, Sister Lan, do not say such things. Wei Sheng, unable to conceal his pride, deliberately leaned closer to incite further discord. My brother treats me very well. Even if our parents disapprove of him, you cannot bully him like this. Ha! Wei Hong smirked, the smile not reaching his eyes, as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number, selecting the speakerphone option. Moments later, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from the other end. Hello? Who is this? Uncle Nye. It's Wei Hong. Wei Hong? The voice on the other end paused in surprise before realization dawned. I wondered who it was. So it is my esteemed nephew Wei. What brings you to me? Nothing much. Wei Hong showed no mercy, coldly stating, if your dog is running loose, biting people, will you take responsibility or not? You're asking for trouble. Lan, infuriated, erupted in a stream of curses. The voice on the other end of the phone fell into a prolonged silence, evidently grasping the general situation. Though the reasons behind the quarrel between the two younger individuals remained unclear, it was apparent that Wei Hong's repeated comparisons of Nie Qinglan to a dog were deeply unsettling for the other party. Wei Sheng, the young relative, had quite the fiery temperament. Such excessive anger could lead to unfortunate consequences. A cold voice emanated from the phone. No need for Uncle Nie to worry. Wei Hong smirked. Warning, I have a naturally irritable disposition. If your dog becomes uncontrollable, I won't hesitate to intervene. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, esteemed relative. The other party's words were laced with a hint of mockery. Very well. Wei Hong ceased his discourse and abruptly hung up the phone. So, Nie Shengyuan is indifferent to this mad daughter, is he? Very well, let the games begin. Chapter 46. You dare to burn him. Do you believe I will annihilate your entire family? Boss, a call from Uncle Gong. In the morning, as Wei Hong was immersed in his studies within the competition class, a female bodyguard approached him, presenting a mobile phone displaying Su Maogong's call interface. Hello, Uncle Gong. Is there something urgent? Wei Hong stepped out of the classroom and answered the call in the corridor. Su Maogong's anxious voice echoed through the receiver. Young master, have you provoked Nie Shengyuan and his daughter? Provoked? They came looking for trouble on their own accord. Wei Hong replied with a light chuckle, his eyes glinting with coldness. That lunatic Nie Qinglan has taken a fancy to Wei Sheng and is deliberately causing me trouble. Not only does her father not dissuade her, but he even indulges her whims. Naturally, I should not grant her any favors. Is that so? Su Maogong's voice faltered, uncertainty creeping in despite his extensive experience. Although he held some influence in both the underworld and the legitimate world, it paled in comparison to the authority of a figure like Nie Shengyuan, who reigned supreme in the criminal realm. They called him Uncle Gong as a sign of respect, should they choose to disregard him. Even Su Maogong would have to bow his head. Wei Hong, in his youthful audacity, dared to confront him directly. One might commend his courage or question his wisdom. Young master, perhaps I should put on a brave front and set up a couple of tables for negotiation? Su Maogong suggested with a wry smile. Maybe he would be willing to reconcile out of respect for me. If that fails, I can seek out some connections to act as mediators. If I insult his daughter as a dog, can you still negotiate? Wei Hong inquired with a teasing tone. Su Maogong gasped, his voice trembling. Do not jest. That could cost lives. I am not jesting, Wei Hong replied seriously. Reconciliation is out of the question. If you're frightened, it might be wise to hide for a while. I fear nothing. Su Maogong zito, indigang. At my age, I would consider it a worthy end. But if something were to happen to you, how could I face the old master in the afterlife? You should rather take refuge elsewhere. No need. Wei Hong dismissed the notion with a smile. Nie Shengyuan won't last much longer. Su Maogong fell silent at this remark. After all, Nie Shengyuan had held his ground in Jiangzhou for so long without issue. Year after year, the campaigns against crime had failed to displace him. It was no simple task to bring about his downfall. His network of connections was vast. Be careful. I will handle this matter, Wei Hong asserted, opting not to elaborate further. After a few more words of caution, he ended the call. He could sense Su Maogong's trepidation. After all, when faced with a rabid dog like Nie Shengyuan, wealth and power are rendered useless. The latter had the capacity to make anyone in Jiangzhou vanish without a trace. Even with bodyguards, safety was not guaranteed. What Su Maogong remained oblivious to was Wei Hong's lack of fear. He understood that Jiangzhou was on the brink of a significant upheaval, with the political, business, and criminal landscapes poised for drastic changes. In his previous life, Nie Shengyuan had met his downfall 2 years later. No matter how formidable a criminal overlord may be, they are but mere dust in the face of the national apparatus. Once the protective veil is torn asunder, all that awaits is retribution. Wei Hongqing vividly recalls the numerous crimes and evidences unveiled by the media following the incident involving the other party. Should Nie Shengyuan and his daughter truly be oblivious to the perils they face, he would not hesitate to lend a subtle push, hastening their misfortune. Senior, this is bad. Senior. At that moment, a crew-cut young man hurriedly rushed down the corridor. Wei Hong furrowed his brows and looked over, recognizing him as a student from the competition class, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What on earth is happening?" Song and Song Gui found themselves cornered in the restroom. The crew-cut young man, panting with agitation, exclaimed, "Where are they? Take me there." Wei Hong refrained from unnecessary words, his expression cold as he led his companions forward. It was evident, without further elaboration, that Nie Lan was the source of the trouble. This deranged woman had a notorious reputation for her bullying at Shursen Middle School, employing a myriad of cruel tactics against those she disliked, burning them with cigarette butts, forcing them to drink urine, beating them, and even shaving their heads. Her methods were relentless and varied, to the extent that she had once driven someone to the brink of suicide. She embodied the very essence of a gangster's demeanor. Yet, her formidable connections shielded her from the repercussions of her actions, allowing her to cultivate an audacious disregard for authority. Since the morning's confrontation in the parking lot had escalated, she was certainly not the type to let it rest. However, Wei Hong never anticipated that her wrath would not be directed at him, but rather at the other students in the competition class. By the time he arrived at the restroom at the end of the hallway, the corridor was already crowded with people. Among them were Ji Peng, CSCC, and Wei Sheng, all wearing expressions of amusement as they eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Inside the men's restroom, Nie Lan, accompanied by several spirited youths, commanded the 3 boys from the competition class, including Song Gui, to kneel on the ground. They then took turns delivering slaps and ruthless kicks, their methods so vicious that it left onlookers astounded. Among them, 2 boys incessantly cried out in agony. Song Gui, however, remained resolute, maintaining a stoic silence. Yet, the more he endured, the more severe the bullying became. When Wei Hong pushed through the crowd and arrived, a spirited young man was taking a deep drag from his cigarette, poised to extinguish the crimson ember against Song's skin. "Go ahead, scorch him a little. Do you believe I will annihilate your entire family?" Wei Hong spoke coldly, and a single sentence instantly left the spirited young man frozen in shock. "Big brother, please do not act impulsively." Wei Sheng interjected with a casual tone. "Sister Lan was merely jesting with them. You cannot possibly protect them around the clock, can you? Let us remain composed. It is sufficient that she has vented her grievances." Bang! Wei Hong delivered a sharp slap, abruptly interrupting his speech. The man's face immediately flushed and swelled from the blow. "What the hell, Wei Hong? Have you lost your mind? Why resort to violence when a few words of persuasion would suffice?" Ji Peng was infuriated, jumping up and down in anger. "Huh, a cowardly cur that preys on the weak." CSCC quickly stepped in front of Wei Sheng, her voice icy as she remarked, "If you lack the courage to provoke Sister Lan, then all you can do is bully your own kind. Is that it?" Nie Lan's expression was as cold as ice as she spoke each word with deliberate clarity. "If you no longer desire your hand, I can assist you in severing it." Wei Hong disregarded everyone else and, with a mocking tone, fixed his gaze upon her and said, "What is the matter? Are you too afraid to confront me directly, resorting instead to bullying my classmates?" The esteemed Miss Nie turns out to be merely a timid individual. "No need to rush. Your turn will come soon enough." Nie Lan, with an expression of defiance, exhaled a cloud of smoke before declaring, "Not only do I intend to destroy you, but I shall also bring those around you to the brink of despair. I will make it abundantly clear who it is permissible to offend and who it is not. Do you comprehend?" "Very well." Wei Hong shrugged, loosening his neck as he replied, "I had initially planned to engage in a gradual game, but since Miss Nie enjoys the thrill of bullying, I shall gladly oblige." With that, he surged forth like a ferocious tiger, breaking free from its cage. His fist struck with the ferocity of cannonballs, delivering blow after blow to the faces of the hapless youths. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a few muffled groans accompanied by cries of agony filled the air. Several of the spirited youths were rendered unconscious by his powerful strikes, their faces bloodied and bruised. Some unfortunate souls suffered collapsed nasal bridges, while teeth lay scattered across the floor, and the men's restroom was soon awash in a gruesome spectacle of blood. Gasps of shock reverberated through the crowd. Chapter 47. Would you wish to bear the wrath of Lord Nie? In an instant, the situation took a dramatic turn. Wei Hong is far from an ineffectual individual. From a young age, he has diligently studied various martial arts, dedicating time each day to practice. While he may not yet rival the true elite fighters, he is certainly on par with the top practitioners in the country. A few spirited youths may bully ordinary people, but they would find no easy prey in him. Encountering a master of his caliber is indeed their misfortune. He could easily incapacitate them with a single blow. Had it not been for Wei Hong's deliberate restraint, these individuals would likely face a lifetime of immobility. Goodness, is young Master Wei truly that formidable? He resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. My goodness, what a formidable punch. I dare say that even my bodyguard might struggle to deliver such remarkable force. How astonishingly concealed. A collective gasp of astonishment resonated among the crowd. Wei Sheng, pale with terror, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The other party had deliberately held back, for a single strike could have surely rendered him concussed. Very well. You dare to make a move, do you? You seek your own demise. Upon witnessing this, Nie Qinglan was infuriated. She was no fragile woman. Having grown up in an environment steeped in the underworld, she harbored a profound interest in combat and martial arts. Her greatest passion was practicing boxing and sanda daily. Now, witnessing Wei Hong's domineering display of aggression ignited her fury. In a fit of rage, she immediately discarded her cigarette, delivering a fierce kick with her foot. Bang! 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 The two individuals exchanged blows within the confines of the cramped restroom, engaging in a frenzied battle. A few of Song Gui's companions, terrified, desperately sought refuge in the stalls, fearing that a moment's misstep would render them collateral damage. The prowess of such skilled fighters, with their powerful punches and kicks, was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. Meanwhile, the corridor outside had become a throng of curious classmates, all drawn to the commotion. The onlookers were astounded, their eyes brimming with longing. However, this splendid duel did not endure for long. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, the two engaged in a flurry of 17 exchanges. Nie Qinglan was swiftly struck on the calf, letting out a muffled groan before kneeling down. Worthless, Wei Hong sneered as he advanced with menacing intent. His Muay Thai elbows and knees struck with relentless ferocity, leaving Nie Qinglan in a state of desperate defense. After enduring several blows, she was forcefully propelled against the restroom wall, stifling a groan as she nearly coughed up blood. Is this all there is? Wei Hong did not grant her a moment's respite. With 2 swift kicks, he left her disoriented and utterly defenseless. It was only then that Wei Sheng and the others regained their senses, each one gasping in shock. CSCC could no longer contain her exclamation. Stop! Don't harm Lan Lan. Yet, just moments ago, when she was orchestrating her minions to bully others, why did she not utter the word stop? Wei Hong glanced back with disdain and coldly inquired. Do not tell me you did not see it yourself. Me? CSCC's face flushed slightly, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. Wei Sheng, undeterred, boldly remarked, Brother, please don't be like this. Sister Lan Lan was merely joking with them. Very well, I shall join her jest, Wei Hong declared, seizing her hair and forcefully slamming her head against the wall. Thud, thud. Nie Qinglan immediately let out a piercing scream. Blood gushed from the back of her head, painting a scene of utter despair. Have you lost your mind? Wei Sheng exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. Enough with the trivialities. If she dares to bully others, I shall retaliate with the same methods. Wei Hong coldly smirked, raising his hand to point. You wish to save her, do you? Then come forth, kneel, and bow 3 times, and I shall spare her. Wei Sheng was momentarily taken aback, as were the others, left utterly astonished. Who do you think you are? Wei Hong sneered. This matter originated because of you. You wouldn't stand idly by and watch your friend, who stood up for you, be brutally beaten, would you? Upon hearing this, Wei Sheng immediately comprehended his scheme. Should he acquiesce, he would find himself kneeling in humiliation. Conversely, if he were to refuse, the image he had painstakingly crafted would shatter, leading others to perceive him as a heartless ingrate, and even Nie Qinglan might harbor resentment. Regardless of the choice he made, he would inevitably suffer a significant loss. Wei Hong is indeed a ruthless individual. Xiaosheng, do not kneel. I will immediately call someone to rescue Sister Lanlan. Giacc urgid anxiously. Nie Qinglan weakly shook her head, saying, "Do not kneel, I am fine. He dares not harm me." "Is that so?" Wei Hong grasped her head and sneered. "If you do not kneel down by the time I count to 10, I shall plunge your head into the urinal." 10, 9, 8, 7. Amidst the countdown, everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered, as if doubting the very sound of their own ears. Was he truly intending to plunge Miss Nie's head into a urinal? Surely, this was a manifestation of sheer madness. Does she truly believe she can bully anyone she desires? Is he aware of the consequences of such actions? Sobbing, Wei Sheng's inner voice echoed persistently. "What should I do? Should I kneel? If I do, my parents will undoubtedly be extremely disappointed in me, feeling that I have shamed the Wei family, and it is highly likely that they would cast me out of our home. Yet if I do not kneel, must I merely stand by and watch as Sister Lanlan is subjected to such humiliation? What should she do if she can never hold her head high in this lifetime? Forget it. Even if I'm cast out of my home, I must save Sister Lanlan. I'm willing to risk everything." After his dramatic performance, with a face full of determination, preparing to kneel, Nie Qinglan was instantly overcome with a mixture of emotion and indignation. She shouted fiercely, "Do not kneel. He is merely trying to intimidate you. He wouldn't dare act this way towards me. Is that not so? 3, 2, 1, time is up." Wei Hong ceased any further words. With a firm grip on her hair, he forcefully pushed her towards the urinal. "No!" Wailing, before the gaze of all, Nie Qinglan let out a piercing scream, which swiftly transformed into a soft whimper. The urinal was filled with a copious amount of yellowish-brown liquid, and her once smooth and delicate visage, along with her well-maintained hair, came into intimate contact with it in an instant. The pungent stench assaulted the nostrils. Nie Qinglan was on the verge of retching amidst the screams. This scene utterly terrified Ji Peng, CSCC, and the others, who gazed at Wei Hong with the incredulity reserved for a rabid dog, their minds consumed by a singular thought. How dare he? Even Ji Peng would not dare to act in such a manner, would he? When has the esteemed Miss Nie Qinglan ever endured such indignity? Once she seeks her revenge, even the Wei family shall face dire consequences. It is madness. This fellow is truly deranged. Madness. Miss Nie has been thrust into a urinal. If this were spread, the entire upper echelons of Jiangzhou would be in an uproar. Nie, who dotes on his daughter above all else, would surely dismember Wei Hong if he were to learn of such an indignity befalling his beloved child. The crowd buzzed with shock and speculation, encapsulating the sentiment in a singular phrase: misfortune awaits him. To dare commit such an affront against Nie Qinglan is a greater humiliation than publicly castrating Nie Xingyuan himself. Should the Nie family fail to act, they risk becoming the laughingstock of the entire city, jeopardizing their standing in this small domain. "Brother, cease at once." Wei Sheng cried out in desperation. "Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Wei family? Release Sister Lanlan immediately, or no one will be able to save you from this predicament. You surely do not wish to incur Nie's wrath." "Nonsense. Who dares provoke me shall drink their own urine," Wei Hong stated impassively, as he retrieved his phone to capture several close-up shots of Nie Qinglan without hesitation. Chapter 48. You wretched brat, I shall end you. In the Eastern District, at the prestigious Jinian Villa area, Nie Xingyuan donned a pristine white tracksuit, wielding a golf club with a casual elegance. Despite the smile gracing his features, an air of formidable authority emanated from him. Nearby, a cadre of bodyguards stood vigilant, while a group of youthful, radiant maidens attended to his every need, epitomizing the demeanor of a successful businessman. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon casually opening WeChat, he was taken aback to find a friend request from Wei Hong. Could it be that this fellow sought reconciliation? Perhaps it was for the best. He had initially intended to teach him a lesson, but considering the legacy of his deceased grandfather, he was willing to extend a modicum of mercy. If Wei Hong were to sincerely apologize to Lanlan, he might just let bygones be bygones. A subtle smile graced Nie Xingyuan's lips. With age, he had begun to temper his once fiery demeanor, choosing, on occasion, to show leniency. Thus, he promptly accepted Wei Hong's request, eager to witness the nature of his apology. However, the next moment, several photographs arrived. As he opened them, a wave of fury surged through him, nearly causing him to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. The images depicted his cherished daughter being forcibly held over a urinal in the men's restroom, her face and hair soiled with urine, and her body marred by bloodstains, evidently having been subjected to a brutal beating. Immediately following, a voice message pinged in. Wei Hong, old dog. I warned you that if you couldn't keep your pup in line, I would take matters into my own hands. No need to thank me. In a fit of rage, Nie Xingyuan hurled his golf club to the ground. His rage boiled over, veins throbbing as he nearly reached for a firearm. Consumed by the thought that his beloved daughter had been bullied. It had always been Nie Xingyuan who tormented others. How dare Wei Hong act so brazenly? You shall pay for this with your life. Nie Xingyuan roared into his phone, his shrieks echoing, sending shivers down the spines of the attendants and bodyguards nearby, all speculating about the audacity of the individual who had provoked such wrath from him. It was well known that with advancing years, Nie Xingyuan had become meticulous about his health. Typically, he exhibited little emotional fluctuation over trivial matters. Such a display of fury had not been witnessed in over a decade. Release her at once, he continued, his voice a venomous hiss. If a single hair on my daughter's head is harmed, I shall see you flayed alive. What? You want her to drink more urine? Wei Hong quickly retorted. Understood, Ankelnye. I shall fulfill your request without fail. You wretched brat, I shall end you. Just wait for it, you scoundrel. Nie Xingyuan had never known such unbridled fury. In a fit of desperation, he kicked over the nearby golf cart. Yet, as he attempted to send another message, he discovered he had been blocked. Gasping for breath, his heart swelled with uncontainable rage, ready to explode. Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the 13th middle school, he bellowed. Apologies, Master Nya, but the young lady is not at the 13th middle school. A young man with a buzz cut calmly reminded him. She is transferred to St. Rue High School. St. Rue? Nie Xingyuan furrowed his brow and retorted. Where's she going? It seems to be related to the savior she sought earlier. The young man with a crew cut succinctly replied. She just reported to Sheng Rue this morning, and then this incident occurred. Ah, I see. Nie Xingyuan understood immediately what had transpired. His foolish daughter had unwittingly become a pawn, only to collide with the mad dog Wei Hong. Others might show him some respect, but Wei Hong would not, and thus his daughter was left to bear the brunt of it. Prepare the car. We are heading to Sheng Rue. Nie Xingyuan helplessly rubbed his temples. Upon hearing this, the young man promptly waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to get the car ready, while he accompanied Nie Xingyuan out of the golf course, inquiring as they walked. Should we call for reinforcement? Reinforcement for what? Nie Xingyuan was taken aback. Aren't you intent on eliminating this brat? The young man frowned, stating, he has quite a few bodyguards around him. If we wish to take him away, we may need to bring more people. Have you lost your mind? Nie Xingyuan snapped irritably. You think I can manipulate everything just because I want to? This is a society governed by law. Use your brain when you act. And what of it? The young man retorted with a cold smirk. If I personally lead a team, I'll ensure I face the consequences afterward without causing you any trouble. You and the young lady have treated me like family. Now is my time to repay that kindness. If she is insulted, I shall perish in vengeance. This grudge must be avenged. Nie Xingyuan fell silent for a moment, ultimately shaking his head without further comment. The memories of his younger days, filled with violence and chaos, resurfaced as he thought of himself and Wei Hong. He too had once been reckless and unrestrained. Perhaps this was merely the folly of youth. He resolved to advise Qinglan to exercise restraint in her endeavors. Today's youth are utterly unmanageable when driven to madness. Even the most docile can erupt when pushed too far, he mused internally. As he aged, his heart softened. Nie Xingyuan was no longer the barefoot pauper who would risk his life for a chance at success. Approaching 50, he had long been corrupted by wealth and power, seeking only the safety and well-being of his family. Little did he know he had inadvertently drawn the ire of a reckless youth like Wei Hong. Regardless, that brat must die. Once this matter was resolved, he would retire from the underworld. Today's youth are not to be trifled with. Seated in his Bentley, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards, Nie Xingyuan made his way to Sheng Rue High School. Though subconsciously reluctant to escalate the situation, Wei Hong's audacity left him no choice. Someone of his stature could not afford to shy away, lest he jeopardize his standing in the underworld and his hopes for a peaceful retirement. Today, he would retrieve Qinglan, and afterward, he would let the old ghost and his associates take action. With his eyes slightly closed, he emanated the imposing aura of a mafia lord, coldly instructing, "I want that Wei brat dead. If the Wei family seeks to protect him, then they shall be dealt with as well." Understood. The young man with a crew-cut grinned with anticipation, swiftly retrieving his phone to gather assistance. However, as he unlocked his phone, his expression changed abruptly. The WeChat group erupted with notifications, and the first image that caught his eye was that of Nie Qinglan being pinned against a urinal. Damn it! The young man with a buzz cut seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "That Wei has no sense of decency whatsoever." He directly published the photo of the young lady being bullied on the campus forum, and has already spread like wildfire. How ruthless! Nie Xingyuan's face darkened instantaneously. Such a merciless approach resonates with the character of Old Master Wei. Once provoked, he spares no effort in obliterating his adversaries. It seems this matter cannot be easily resolved. Resolving it? Nonsense. I must personally flay him alive, the buzz-cut youth silently vowed. Chapter 49. Remember to settle the score after your family falls apart. A sensational headline burst onto the scene. The notorious leader of Shursin Middle School transfers to Xingrui High School, yet remains unrepentant in her bullying, only to meet a tragic fate of being forced to drink urine. Although this explosive post was swiftly deleted by Nie Xingyuan, the content and photos within it were fervently captured and circulated by numerous students. It began to spread rapidly across various WeChat groups and student forums. Over the years, Nie Qinglan had acted tyrannically, undoubtedly ruffling many feathers. Now, witnessing her downfall, many secretly rejoiced, eager to add fuel to the fire. Within half a day, the story had become common knowledge among the students of Jiangzhou's middle and high schools. Is this really the leader of Shursin Middle School? Isn't she supposed to have a powerful background and a legion of followers, capable of summoning hundreds with a mere wave of her hand? Who would dare provoke such a formidable figure? Has everyone lost their minds? You may not know, but many students at Xingrui High School come from affluent families. She has now crossed paths with even more formidable adversaries. Oh my, being forced to drink urine at a urinal? Our once mighty sister Lan has fallen to such depths? Haha, let us celebrate this joyous occasion. The students buzzed with excitement. Upon learning of the situation, the teachers dared not intervene, aware that neither party was innocent. Should they attempt to mediate the bullying, they might embroil themselves in a scandal, thus allowing the incident to escalate uncontrollably. When Nie Xingyuan arrived at the school with his bodyguards, Wei Hong, Wei Sheng, and Nie Qinglan were already seated in the principal's office. It had been less than a month since their last visit, and upon seeing these arrogant young gentlemen, Principal Liu felt utterly exhausted. Bang! The bodyguard forcefully pushed open the door. Nie Xingyuan strode in with his entourage. Upon witnessing this, Principal Liu hurried forward, his face plastered with a forced smile. "Mr. Nie, I apologize sincerely. Please have a seat. Let us discuss this matter calmly." "No need." Nie Xingyuan's gaze swept across the room, landing on his daughter, who bore the marks of her recent encounter, bruised and emitting a strong odor of urine, her head wrapped in bandages. He understood that this incident had little to do with the school itself. After all, he had clarified the situation beforehand. It was evident that his daughter had bullied a classmate on her very first day at her new school, and Wei Hong's retaliation had spiraled into this fiasco. Today, he was not here to assign blame. With a cold gaze directed at Wei Hong, Nie Xingyuan smirked, "Courageous nephew, remember to eat and drink well at home. When you eventually encounter your grandfather, you wouldn't want to appear as a mere specter of starvation. Do you think I would act so decisively without any leverage?" Wei Hong leaned back on the sofa, exuding an air of dominance, his eyes scanning the room, leaving almost no one daring to meet his gaze. Nie Xingyuan suddenly sensed that things were amiss. Before entering, he had attributed the entire affair to Wei Hong's youthful arrogance. However, he no longer felt confident. If the other party was willing to go to such lengths, could it truly be mere impulsiveness? Something felt off. remarkably off. A young man should not possess such a composed demeanor. What card does he hold to be so audacious? Young man, regardless of your trump card, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Nie Xingyuan warned coldly, take care of yourself. Wrongdoing inevitably incurs consequences. Indeed, Wei Hong nodded in agreement, a smile both mocking and enigmatic gracing his lips as he raised his hand and proposed, let us wager, in half a month, the Nie family shall be reduced to ashes. Half a month? Nie Xingyuan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a light laugh. In the office, Principal Liu and others exchanged glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. Clearly, no one took his words seriously, perceiving them as a desperate attempt by Wei Hong to salvage his dignity after a grave transgression. Brother, do not act this way. Wei Sheng intentionally stoked the flames, saying, our parents taught us to be kind. Today, you bully Sister Lanlan and wish to instigate a conflict between Uncle Nie and the Wei group. Is that truly wise? Nie Xingyuan was indeed led astray by him, retorting with derision, I thought you had a hidden card, but it seems you intend to rely on the Wei group? How ridiculous! Even if Wei Jiaoyang were to come today, do not expect me to give him an ounce of consideration. Is that so? Wei Hong smirked, lifting his chin slightly, and declared, recognize the face before you. This is the instigator who entangled your daughter, driving her to madness and drawing my ire. Remember to hold him accountable when your family crumbles. Nie Xingyuan's expression shifted. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wei Sheng, his countenance now tinged with disdain. Father, he is my savior, Nie Xingyuan rasped. He is now a foster son of the Wei family. Nie Xingyuan shot her a glare, though it was not a moment for further discourse. Expressionless, he waved his sleeve and turned away, flanked by bodyguards. Before departing, Nie Xingyuan made a throat-slitting gesture towards Wei Hong. Though no words were exchanged, her intent was unmistakably clear. She had never endured such suffering or humiliation. Thus, Wei Hong must perish. What to do, brother? Old Master Nie is truly enraged. Wei Sheng continued to fan the flames, feigning urgency. Shall I speak with father and have him intervene? If old Master Nie truly seeks you out, a few bodyguards will hardly suffice. Do not put on a show before me. Get lost. Wei Hong frowned in irritation. Wei Sheng wished to say more, but Ji Peng and CSCC had already restrained him. Xiao Sheng, do not be overly compassionate. They treat you this way, yet you still wish to consider them. Indeed, such a person seeks their own demise. They deserve it. Let us go. Chairman Wei will certainly not come to his aid, allowing him to suffer his own folly. The group scoffed as they urged one another. Wei Sheng feigned sorrow and turned away, but in a place unseen by others, he smirked provocatively, as if mocking his own folly. At this moment, discussions about the incident rippled throughout the campus. In the circles of the affluent and influential of Jiangzhou, fervent debates ensued. It seemed everyone had reached a consensus. Wei Hong was undoubtedly doomed. Many had even begun to place bets on when he would be secretly eliminated. Only the students of the competition class, including Song Gui, were anxiously gathered outside the principal's office. As Wei Hong emerged, they cast concerned glances in his direction. Scholar, are you all right? Is there anything we can do to assist you? If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have encountered such trouble. Shall we report it to the authorities? Surely, in a lawful society, it won't escalate to a fatal incident. Song Gui and the others approached him, their faces etched with remorse. Wei Hong waved his hand dismissively, saying, why are you all worrying unnecessarily? This matter does not concern you. If it weren't for my involvement, you wouldn't have faced bullying. Return to your studies. I can handle this on my own. Wei Ge, are you truly okay? Song Gui still appeared somewhat anxious. Wei Hong patted his shoulder, his expression calm as he replied, rest assured, it has always been my role to deal with others. In a harmonious society, there is no room for a few vermin to run rampant. Song Gui. Chapter 50. One must resolve matters, even if it requires kneeling publicly. In the afternoon, a throng of spirited youths and rebellious girls congregated at the entrance of Shengruwei High School. They arrived on roaring motorcycles, concealing steel pipes and knives within their sleeves, converging from all directions towards the school gate, capturing the attention of many. Clearly, these individuals hailed from the 13th Middle School. Having learned of their leader, Nie Qinglan's humiliation at Shengruwei, feeling a loss of face, they rallied their friends to reclaim their honor. Under pressure, the school promptly alerted the authorities. Police vehicles were dispatched in haste. A scuffle ensued at the school gate, with insults exchanged, teetering on the brink of a riot. The students of Shengruwei High School were paralyzed by fear at the sight, remaining trapped within the gates, hesitant to venture outside. Only Wei Hong's convoy made a grand entrance, boldly navigating through the parted crowd and exiting the school grounds. Attention! Attention! The head of the bodyguards instructed, holding a walkie-talkie. There is a considerable flow of people at the gate. Be cautious of potential violence. Everyone, stay alert. There's no need for alarm, Wei Hong replied nonchalantly. Nie Xingyuan is not foolish enough to act in plain sight. These individuals are merely petty ruffians, not summoned by him and his daughter. The police are clearing our path. The head of the bodyguards surveyed the external situation and inquired. These ruffians and rebellious girls appear highly agitated, persistently shouting and attempting to block the cars. The police seem understaffed. How should we handle it if we are besieged? Such matters can be troublesome. If a fight breaks out, 12 bodyguards could easily take on 10 each. With the police present to maintain order, our safety is assured. The real concern lies in the chaos escalating to a fatal outcome. If that occurs, it could spiral out of control. Do not exit the vehicle or engage in conflict with them, Wei Hong said, rubbing his temples. If anyone attempts to block our path, simply accelerate through. At worst, we can claim the vehicle lost control and compensate them. Understood. The head of the bodyguards nodded, swiftly relaying the orders via the walkie-talkie. Before long, the convoy grandly exited the school gates, flanked by the ruffians and rebellious girls who had gathered in response. They cursed and spat insults, and despite the Bentley's superior soundproofing, Wei Hong could still hear an array of profanities. At last, someone in the crowd could no longer restrain themselves, and violence erupted. Bricks, steel pipes, and stones rained down like a torrential storm upon the 5 vehicles, creating a cacophony of noise. However, the armored vehicles, constructed of high-quality steel and bulletproof glass, sustained minimal damage. The bricks merely left faint marks on the surface, inflicting no real harm. How dare you touch our leader? You little brat, do you seek death? Just because you have money, you think you're invincible? I'll finish you off. Come down here. Why are you hiding? Coward! The ruffians snarled, their taunts intensifying. A significant number had rallied defiantly in front of the convoy. Charge through. Wei Hong commanded. Understood. The head of the bodyguards raised the walkie-talkie, issuing the order. Charge. With that, the drivers of the 5 vehicles slammed on the gas, accelerating forward. The Humvee at the forefront surged forward like a bolt of lightning. Watch out! The young rascals exclaimed, hastily dodging to the sides. Ultimately, the Humvee slightly reduced its speed, avoiding any casualties while effortlessly clearing a path, leaving no one daring to obstruct the convoy ahead. As evening descended, Wei Hong gracefully returned to the villa. Upon entering, he was met with the furious faces of Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui seated at the dining table, while Wei Sheng pretended to express concern with exaggerated sighs beside them. Additionally, there was Wei Qingqing, who had just rushed back from the bustling metropolis. Brat, Neil. Wei Jiaoyang, upon seeing him, instinctively picked up a teacup and smashed it to the ground, vociferously reprimanding. Who told you to offend Nie Xingyuan? Do you have the audacity to challenge him? Do you wish to drag the entire family into ruin? Mr. Wei, you should be aware of our relationship, Wei Hong replied, furrowing his brow as he settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs. Although we are still technically father and son, it is merely a formality until I sever ties upon reaching adulthood. So please refrain from adopting a paternalistic attitude in my presence. Understood? You? Wei Jiaoyang suddenly recalled the discord between them. Embarrassed and furious, he retorted, even if you refuse to acknowledge me as your father to outsiders, we still appear as father and son. Now that such a major incident has arisen, will the Wei Corporation bear the brunt of your actions? I do not require you to shield me from any fallout, Wei Hong replied nonchalantly, fiddling with his nails. Moreover, this debacle was instigated by your beloved adopted son. Regardless of my enmity with Nie Xingyuan, given his ties with Nie Qinglan, this matter cannot be pinned on you. Why act like the big bad wolf? Wei Jiaoyang found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed with indignation, ultimately resorting to a dry, cold huff. I shall see how you navigate this predicament without relying on the Wei family. Xiao Hong, do not be so stubborn. Du Sihui interjected, unable to hold back her plea. Is there truly animosity within a family? Your father may speak harshly, but he has a heart of gold. We are anxious about your situation. We cannot simply stand by and watch you face danger. Yes, brother, our parents are worried sick. Wei Sheng chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Why not apologize to them? We can brainstorm solutions together. If all else fails, we can collectively apologize to Uncle Nya, even if it means kneeling publicly to resolve the issue. Huh. A hint of mockery played on Wei Hong's lips as he regarded their expressions with disdain. Regardless of whether their intentions were benevolent or malicious, he wished to sever all ties with them. Wang Ma, please bring dinner up to the second floor, Wei Hong casually instructed before turning to ascend the stairs. Seeing this, Wei Qingqing frowned and scolded. Stop right there. What kind of attitude is this? Are you unwilling to sit down and share a meal with family? What are you pretending for? Wei Hong halted, a cold smile crossing his lips. Do you really think I am unaware of the conversations you all have in your loving family group? Shall I print the chat logs and slap them on your faces to remind you of your hypocrisy? What do you mean by that? Wei Qingqing's complexion changed dramatically. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui also wore expressions of distress. They exchanged glances, both feeling an awkwardness akin to being caught in the act of speaking ill of someone behind their back. That was something your father said in anger. He was not in his right mind. Du Sihui hastily explained with a forced smile. It's not entirely his fault. After all, we share an unbreakable bond of blood. No matter how tumultuous things may get, we ought to show each other understanding. Come, let us sit down and share a meal. No need for that. Wei Hong scoffed, turning away. Just the sight of you two turns my stomach. It's repugnant. The couple, Wei Jiaoyang and his wife, felt a surge of indignation once more. Meanwhile, Wei Qingqing found herself engulfed in a sense of melancholy. She realized that in the short time she had been away, the dynamics between Wei Hong and the family had deteriorated to such an extent. What on earth had transpired in his life? Chapter 51. Entering the fray alone. A new sovereign brings new ministers. In the dimly lit study at night, Wei Hong's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard of his laptop. Various lines of code flashing across the screen, ultimately coalescing into an array of hacking programs aimed at breaching designated accounts. As a prodigy endowed with remarkable intelligence, he had long since mastered numerous skills in his previous life, with his hacking abilities ranking among the best globally. Within mere minutes, he effortlessly implanted Trojan programs onto the mobile devices of Wei Sheng and the members of the Wei family, as well as the father-daughter duo of Nye Xingyuan. As long as their phones received or initiated a call, the Trojan would automatically record conversations and send them to a specified email address. While it was uncertain whether any valuable information would be captured, it certainly provided a preliminary insight into unfolding events. Simultaneously, Wei Hong struck a few more keys, and a video call interface emerged, forcibly connecting to another computer screen. On the other side of the video call, a middle-aged man with a square face and clad in pajamas appeared, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected intrusion. He furrowed his brow and questioned, "What is this? Director Fan, shall we have a chat?" Wei Hong remarked with a light scoff. The middle-aged man finally comprehended that this was not a mere computer virus, nor was it just a video image, but rather a forced video call resulting from an invasion of his computer. "Who are you?" Fan Chun's expression darkened as he instinctively scrutinized his interlocutor, his eyes piercing and fierce, reminiscent of a tiger poised to pounce. "The Wei family, Wei Hong. We had a minor disagreement today after becoming sworn brothers, and I suspect the commotion at the entrance of Shengruwei High School has troubled you greatly, hasn't it?" With a casual introduction, Wei Hong laid his cards on the table. Fan Chun, now fully aware of his identity, was taken aback by the implications of his words. "Sworn brothers? Nonsense," Fan Chun instinctively rebuked. "I abide by the law and remain steadfast in my principles. I have never engaged in any form of factionalism. Do not think that your youthful mastery of a few hacking techniques grants you the liberty to act recklessly. The misuse of information technology is punishable by law. Continue to play your part, Wei Hong replied with a light chuckle. You do not seriously believe that wearing a mask for too long transforms you into someone else, do you? I've sent some information to your private email. You would do well to review it before we continue our discussion. Fan Chun's expression soured, and he hastily retrieved a backup phone from his safe. Upon inspecting the contents of his private email, he couldn't help but gasp, his countenance turning as pale as death, his voice trembling slightly. What do you intend to do? You are an astute individual. You clearly understand my intentions. Wei Hong smirked. Of course, I wish for your sworn brothers to perish. Why the pretense? What are you joking about? Fan Chun inhaled deeply, tossing his phone aside, and coldly stated, We only uphold social order and the tranquility of the populace. How could we possibly engage in illegal activities? I'm not asking you to commit any crimes. Wei Hong retorted with a wry smile. A lawful and legitimate capture followed by execution will suffice. You desire the same outcome, do you not? It is merely a matter of not having made a resolute decision yet. Upon hearing this, Fan Chen's pupils trembled once more. He realized that this handsome youth before him was far more formidable than a cunning old fox, his eyes seemingly having already discerned everything. A new ruler brings forth new subjects. Wei Hong continued to speak eloquently. In this small realm of Jiangzhou, a new leader has suddenly emerged, one who has been transferred from the provincial level, boasting a remarkably profound background. Your recent days must be quite difficult, am I correct? Fan Chen's expression changed once again. Wei Hong, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, You must be losing sleep every night, incessantly wavering between aligning with a new power or maintaining your original faction. Am I right? What exactly do you wish to convey? Fan Chen's voice trembled. What I intend to say is that the Ji family will soon face downfall. Wei Hong, caressing the ring on his left hand, spoke nonchalantly. The previous order will be completely overturned, and those who position themselves correctly amidst the upheaval will gain significantly greater influence. Fan Chun clenched his fists, and after a prolonged silence, he hoarsely inquired, How can I trust that you are not merely spouting nonsense? If you were to inquire, you would discover that I have been at odds with the Ji family in Xingyuan recently. Wei Hong leaned forward, resting his hands on the desk, and scoffed. Surely I would not put myself in jeopardy just to set you up. Fan Chen's gaze flickered, and after much contemplation, he asked, What do you wish for me to do? That fellow, Xingyuan, is meticulous in his dealings for years. He has held others' secrets in his grasp, while no one has been able to find evidence against him. If one truly wishes to uncover it, how could it be so elusive? Wei Hong sighed, shaking his head. You are merely afraid that should the other party falter, you would be implicated. However, you need not worry. Xingyuan is exceedingly suspicious. The incriminating evidence he possesses is so well hidden that even his own daughter is unaware of its location. Shortly, I shall send a piece of evidence to your public email. If you act swiftly to set up an arrest, and should he be killed during the process, then that evidence will pose no threat to anyone. Simultaneously, you could leverage this situation to ingratiate yourself with a new faction, thereby ensuring your position rises to even greater heights. That individual is merely gilding their status in Jiangzhou and will return to the provincial capital within 3 years. At that time, you may even find yourself in a position to align with powerful allies and experience life in the province during your lifetime. Wei Hong fervently painted a picture of possibilities, leaving endless room for imagination. Fan Chun swallowed hard, his eyes now gleaming with a mix of anticipation, reverence, and determination. Finally, he silently nodded. How do you intend to proceed? I shall cooperate wholeheartedly. Let us use the pretext of a disturbance at the entrance of Shengruwei High School to initiate a crackdown on organized crime. Wei Hong tapped the desk, casually stating, Such operations occur periodically. No matter how vigilant Xingyuan may be, he won't suspect that this is directed at him. Following this, you simply need to arrange your personnel as usual. Xingyuan and his daughter are already thoroughly provoked by me and will undoubtedly retaliate in desperation. Oh, and please send a few trustworthy individuals to shadow me. My bodyguards are not armed, making it quite inconvenient should a real altercation arise. Upon hearing this, Fan Chen nodded thoughtfully. Wei Hong curled his lips in a light sneer and said, Do not entertain the thought of scheming to bring about our mutual destruction. I have stored a plethora of valuable items in a certain clandestine email account. If I do not cancel the transmission every 2 days, it will be sent out across the internet. Should you assist me in resolving this predicament, I will erase everything, ensuring no further disturbances in the future. What say you? Fan Shen's expression shifted for a moment before he managed to force a smile and replied, "You misunderstand, little brother Wei. Rest assured, I will unequivocally guarantee your safety." That is reassuring. Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction and promptly ended the video call. Chapter 52. How can one be so arrogant while seeking assistance? Just after concluding a phone call, a melodious piano piece wafted down from the practice room on the 4th floor. Wei Hong instantly recognized the enchanting notes as those of his sister, Wei Sheng, a passionate music enthusiast and a creative singer-songwriter. She had composed dozens of songs, many of which enjoyed widespread acclaim, earning her the title of a national musical prodigy. Today, it seemed she aspired to pen a poignant love ballad. However, the piano melody was disjointed, filled with emotional inconsistencies. In the past, Wei Hong would have eagerly rushed to her aid, employing his exceptional musical skills and aesthetic sensibility to refine her work, guiding her towards a burst of inspiration that would culminate in a flawless masterpiece. Alas, he found himself devoid of such interest now, perceiving the cacophony as nothing short of irksome, wishing fervently to evict her from the room. In truth, while Wei Sheng was indeed a music aficionado, her natural talent was rather lackluster, and her vocal qualities left much to be desired. Wei Hong often found himself exerting considerable effort to assist her. After 3 years of guidance, one might say even a pig could ascend to stardom by now. Yet, here was Wei Sheng, merely a prominent figure in the domestic music scene, a rather disheartening thought. Fool! Wei Hong scoffed, not sure whether he was reprimanding Wei Sheng or his former self. In his past life, he had painstakingly maneuvered her into the limelight, only to face suppression and hostility from her upon his own aspirations to enter the entertainment industry, influenced by Wei Sheng's insidious words. Reflecting on this was indeed disheartening. In this life, whatever will be, will be. On the 4th floor, in the practice room, Wei Sheng donned a flowing white gown. Her delicate fingers danced elegantly over the piano keys, yet the creative process was fraught with difficulty. Despite a mind brimming with inspiration, the notes resisted forming a cohesive composition, leaving her increasingly agitated. With a frustrated thud, she slammed her hands onto the keys, her heart filled with discontent. Why? I have returned to my most familiar abode. Why can I not manifest the finest piece despite my overflowing creativity? She realized she lacked something essential, Wei Hong's illuminating guidance by her side. It felt as though she had exhausted her own talents, trapped in an artistic drought. Recalling the calm and composed manner in which Wei Hong played the piano, she suddenly recognized the vast chasm in their skill levels. He had merely concealed his prowess, and she had been blind to it. I must find him, Wei Sheng exclaimed, seizing the manuscript from the chair and hurriedly descended the stairs. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, she was intercepted by the bodyguards. I'm sorry, Miss Wei, but the young master does not wish to be disturbed by outsiders. Step aside, Wei Sheng retorted indignantly. Who is an outsider? I am his sister. Tell him I urgently need to speak with him. The young master has instructed that no one is to disturb him during his rest. The bodyguard remained steadfast, unwilling to yield. The parents and sister related by blood, he refused to acknowledge. What did you say? Wei Sheng felt a lump in her throat, nearly on the verge of a heart attack from anger. Once upon a time, whenever she faced a dilemma, she needed only to furrow her brow, and her brother would instinctively resolve the issue. How had things come to this? Was it merely because the entire family had accepted Wei Sheng? Wei Hong, come out here. Wei Sheng shouted in exasperation. I am your sister. What kind of attitude is this? How long are you going to make a scene? Is it simply because we accepted Xiao Sheng that you are so envious and resentful? Have you not been beaten in a while? Come out quickly. Don't force me to slap you. Why can't a family discuss matters openly? Must you behave like a woman, dragging things out? A grown man with such a heavy sense of jealousy truly lacks vision. Wei Sheng fumed, wishing to release all the pent-up frustration she had accumulated during this time. Just as the bodyguard attempted to forcibly remove her, Wei Hong emerged from his room, drying his hair. He cast a disdainful glance at her, his eyes brimming with mockery. "What is this? You want to vent your frustrations on your dear brother?" Wei Hong scoffed, frowning. "What are you saying?" Wei Qingqing retorted, displeased. "Aren't he my brother?" "Enough. Don't come here trying to curry favor." Wei Hong raised an eyebrow in disdain. "I don't even acknowledge Mom and Dad. Do you expect me to recognize you as my sister? If you want me to help you with your music, just say so. To seek my assistance while maintaining such an arrogant demeanor, you truly are shameless as ever." "You?" Wei Qingqing was rendered speechless, her face flushed with embarrassment. She longed to counter his words, yet found herself at a loss. Wasn't she here precisely to seek Wei Hong's help? How had a conflict arisen so inexplicably? "Fine. Let us discuss Wei Sheng's matter another day." Wei Qingqing swallowed her pride, feigning magnanimity. "Come help me revise my song quickly. I have a concert next month. And if I don't have a new show-stopping number, I fear I won't be able to hold the audience's attention. You still expect me to work like a mule? Go eat dirt." Wei Hong showed no signs of conceding, turning to head back to his room without a second thought. "What did you say? Have you lost your mind?" Wei Qingqing's face turned crimson with rage. "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't hit you?" All along, the 6 sisters of the Wei family believed in the adage that one should discipline their younger brother early on. Moreover, they had never been particularly close to Wei Hong, so when it came to physical confrontations, they showed no mercy. They had often taken advantage of their age difference to reprimand him, whether by pinching, slapping, or kicking. In his childhood, Wei Hong thought this roughhousing was a sign of affection from his sisters, and thus he never resisted. This had led Wei Qingqing to speak so brazenly. Upon hearing her words, Wei Hong's gaze turned icy as he halted his steps, a smirk playing on his lips. "In the past, I could afford to let you act as my elder sister, but now, try laying a finger on me again." Wei Qingqing froze, disbelief etched across her features. She suddenly recalled the time Wei Hong had laid hands on Wei Jiaoyang. This rascal even dared to strike his own father. If one seeks to flaunt their authority over an elder sister, it is certain that the repercussions will be dire. "You scoundrel, treating your own family this way. It is only a matter of time before divine retribution strikes. Do not presume that the earth would cease to revolve in your absence. No one is indispensable in this world, and it will certainly not be us who will regret our family ties. Just wait. I shall compose the most exquisite piece of music to demonstrate my prowess." Wei Qingqing, in a fit of exasperation, stomped her feet in determination. However, Wei Hong had no desire to engage further. With a resounding slam, he shut the door, shutting out all disruptive noise. What good is stubbornness? It is only through tangible accomplishments that one can prove their worth. This household, every member included, has benefited from his meticulous care in the past. Now that Wei Hong has distanced himself, what awaits them is an unending torment. Chapter 53. How could such a wonderful brother be lost? "Miss, you should return to rest early." Wang Ma appeared at the staircase, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, her eyes filled with lament. Wei Qingqing, fuming with indignation, turned and descended the stairs. She poured herself a glass of red wine from the cabinet and downed it fiercely, wiping away the tears of grievance that had escaped the corners of her eyes. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "Indeed, a wolf raised without gratitude." "Miss, you did not raise him either," Wang Ma gently reminded her. "Huh?" Wei Qingqing turned back in shock. Wang Ma quickly offered an awkward smile. "I apologize, miss. It was unwise of me to speak. However, some matters are clearer to outsiders than to those within, and Master Hong was raised by the old master. So what? Has he not eaten a single meal from the Wei family? Have we not treated him well?" Wei Qingqing retorted passionately, eager to enumerate her kindness towards him. Yet, after much hesitation, she found herself unable to cite a single instance. "Master Hong does not lack for meals," Wang Ma sighed, reflecting on the past. "Since he began living with you 3 years ago, he has made countless efforts, enduring the indifference of others while offering his silent devotion. When the chairman suffered from chronic stomach pain, Master Hong prepared nourishing herbal dishes to aid his health. When Madame had headaches and insomnia, he taught himself acupuncture and massage, ensuring her peaceful nights. When the eldest young lady was overwhelmed with work, he toiled through the nights to complete project analyses. And even when the second young lady suffered from dysmenorrhea, he was the one who helped her find relief. Wang Ma's words flowed like an unending tide, imbued with the unexpressed grievances of the past. Wei Hong's suffering and neglect over the past 3 years were vividly etched in her memory. Having served the Wei family for over 20 years, she had watched him grow from a small child into the young man he was today, already considering him as her own kin. Thus, she could not refrain from speaking out. Enough! Enough! Wei Qingqing could bear no more. She covered her ears in anguish, her heart brimming with guilt. At that moment, a flood of long-buried memories surged forth, and she realized that Wang Ma spoke the truth. Everyone in this family owed a debt to Wei Hong, while he owed nothing to anyone. Time and again, his selfless contributions had been met with indifference. Surely, anyone in his position would feel disheartened. In the past, your treatment of Master Hong was merely slightly aloof. On occasion, you would even share a smile. He would find joy in those trivial gestures, carrying that happiness throughout the day. But ever since young Master Wei Sheng entered the household, you have shown unfailing care and warmth towards a stranger, even punishing Master Hong at the first sign of conflict between them. How could he not eventually turn away? Wei Qingqing stood frozen, lost in thought. In a daze, she wandered to the villa's rear garden. Once it had housed a greenhouse filled with her favorite blooms, ephemeral night-blooming cereus, golden camellias, and an array of exquisite roses and orchids. Whenever she felt disheartened, she would invariably retreat to this place for solace. Observing the vibrant blossoms competing for attention would often uplift her spirits. However, upon her arrival today, she was dismayed to find that the delicate flowers in the greenhouse had withered away, leaving only a few ordinary blooms still in bloom. What has happened? Where are the flowers? Wei Qingqing murmured. Have you forgotten? Wang Ma explained from behind her. In the past, your flowers were nurtured by young Master Hong himself. Now that he has abandoned his duties, the family's gardener, lacking in skill, cannot sustain such exquisite flora. Unable to contain herself any longer, Wei Qingqing crouched down and wept quietly. She could not comprehend how such a wonderful brother could be lost. This night would be a sleepless one for many. In stark contrast, Wei Hong slept soundly, awakening only at dawn. The exhaustion that had weighed him down dissipated, leaving him remarkably refreshed. At the breakfast table, Wei Qingqing appeared haggard, her eyes reddened. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui also wore grim expressions, both suffering from insomnia, one plagued by stomach pain, the other by headaches. Unable to find rest, their vitality diminished and their appetites poor. Father, mother, sister, did you all not sleep well? Wei Sheng emerged from the kitchen, carefully carrying a tray laden with several bowls of thin porridge, which he gingerly placed before each family member. Since you seem to lack appetite, perhaps some porridge will help soothe your stomach, he said with genuine concern, while internally he mused, alas, I wonder if father, mother, and sister enjoy porridge. Though I rose at 5 to prepare it, my cooking skills remain rather inadequate. If only I were not so clumsy at cooking. I could prepare medicinal dishes like my elder brother. Unfortunately, he has fallen out with father and mother and refuses to step into the kitchen. At that moment, the members of the Wei family displayed a spectrum of expressions. Wei Jiaoyang was the first to speak, saying, the porridge is quite good. After indulging in rich delicacies, this brings a comforting sense of home. Indeed, Du Sihui added, her face softened with emotion. You need not exert yourself so, my child. We have servants for that. You are at the age of growth. Remember to rest more in the mornings. Yes, Wei Qingqing echoed, her habitual sentiments surfacing. You truly are considerate. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she felt a twinge of unease. Why had she instinctively expressed such a thought? That was not my intention. Wei Qingqing quickly amended, casting an apologetic glance at Wei Hong. You are also very thoughtful, just like Xiao Sheng. You are both wonderful. You are the considerate one. Your entire family is considerate, Wei Hong retorted without lifting his gaze, savoring his breakfast steak with a smirk. If you all enjoy porridge so much, I wish you a daily supply of it. What kind of attitude is that? If you don't wish to speak, no one considers you mute. Wei Jiaoyang exclaimed, his temper flaring. Wei Qingqing hastily intervened. Father, please do not be so impulsive. Let us converse as a family. Huh? Wei Hong scoffed, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Who considers you all a family? Foolish. The biological son prepares a lavish Manchuhan imperial feast accompanied by various medicinal dishes. Yet you remain indifferent. Meanwhile, the adopted son pretends to toss a handful of rice into the rice cooker, which effortlessly produces a pot of congee, and you all cheer in delight. Is this family not a little unhinged? Ha ha, fools! A profound inner voice, audible only to Wei Hong, resonates once more. A mere bowl of congee wins their favor. The Wei family is truly easy to deceive. Once again, they have drained 60 points of fortune this morning. Delightful. Oh! Wei Hong's eyes sparkled, and a smirk graced his lips. It appears that Wei Sheng's ability to absorb the fortune of those around him is not solely dependent on their affection, but also on the duration of their interactions. No wonder he relishes the moments when the Wei family is in abundance. Reflecting on the misfortunes that befell Wei Jiaoyang and the others after their fortunes were siphoned, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Chapter 54. The assault, the catastrophic explosion of the tanker. 3 days later, on a Friday morning, the Bentley convoy departed from the Villa district as per usual. Wei Hong leaned against the back seat, eyes closed in repose, while the bodyguards remained on high alert, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings, ever wary of any potential threats. Captain, there's been a traffic accident on Chang'an South Street. Should we take an alternate route? One of the bodyguards reported via the walkie-talkie. Divert to Jianghuai Road. The bodyguard captain commanded. Understood. The convoy adjusted its course towards the riverbank. At this moment, an unsettling tension gripped every heart, for Jianghuai Road was in close proximity to the river, surrounded by a stretch of undeveloped lowlands, an area sparse in population and seclusion, rendering it an ideal locale for an ambush. Logically, Wei Hong should have avoided such a perilous route. Yet, one must venture out to fish. If he refused to take Jianghuai Road, adversaries would inevitably lie in wait elsewhere. Thus, confronted with this unforeseen turn of events, no one dared voice dissent. As the convoy slowly traversed Jianghuai Road, a tanker truck abruptly obstructed their path. Stop. Let's investigate the situation, the bodyguard captain ordered, holding up his walkie-talkie. The convoy came to a gradual halt. Just as one bodyguard prepared to exit the vehicle to assess the circumstances, a thunderous explosion erupted as the tanker detonated. A blinding inferno and a shock wave surged forth, hurling the Bentley and Hummer SUVs into the air, flipping them over. A cacophony of rolling vehicles accompanied the disorienting sensation of weightlessness. In an instant, Wei Hong and his companions were engulfed in a ringing silence, thrown about as their vehicles tumbled. Several bodyguards lost consciousness on the spot, and he himself was left dazed. The female bodyguards on either side swiftly gritted their teeth, shielding him. Fortuitously, the vehicle did not overturn, and the bulletproof glass remained intact. Had the glass shattered from the explosion's aftermath, the consequences would have been dire. Gunfire crackled from all directions. Wei Hong glanced around and vaguely discerned 2 vans approaching from behind, armed assailants descending from within, while from the sewer grates by the river, others emerged from their concealment. 8 gunmen in total. The bodyguard captain furrowed his brow, stating, "The assailants are all equipped with silenced pistols, their movements precise and efficient. They appear to have undergone professional military training, and we remain uncertain if snipers are present. Everyone exercise caution." Indeed, Wei Hong smiled finally. Using the tanker explosion as a diversion, coupled with the silent firearms, the assailants aimed to swiftly eliminate their enemies and dispose of the bodies, or incinerate them, crafting a narrative that the explosion resulted in casualties. This group, under Nie Xingyuan's command, was undoubtedly well-versed in such operations, executing their tactics with remarkable proficiency, truly a testament to their expertise. As a formidable figure in the underworld, their methods were devoid of hesitation. Given Nie Xingyuan's influence in Jiangzhou, it was reasonable to expect that nearby surveillance would be temporarily disabled and law enforcement would be momentarily diverted. Should an ordinary wealthy individual encounter such an assault, even with bodyguards present, they would stand little chance of defense. However, Wei Hong was no ordinary individual. The bodyguards surrounding him were already aware of the impending attack, and thus had devised a counter-strategy well in advance. As the adversaries drew near, the captain of the bodyguard unit promptly commanded the convoy to charge backward with reckless abandon. With a thunderous crash, an imposing Hummer careened backward, colliding violently with a van. While the path remained obstructed, the approaching assassins were forced to scatter in evasion. Bullets ricocheted against the bulletproof glass, failing to inflict any harm upon those within the vehicle. With a clamorous clatter, the doors of the vehicles swung open. The bodyguards emerged, wielding foldable bulletproof briefcases and electric batons, descending in a disciplined formation. Despite the domestic prohibition on firearms, the bodyguards were far from defenseless. With a swift motion, they transformed their foldable bulletproof briefcases into shields, using them to deflect bullets as they charged toward the nearest assassin. A fierce melee ensued as the assassins and bodyguards grappled with one another. Bullets intermittently struck the bulletproof briefcases, while others whizzed perilously close to the bodyguards' heads. Occasionally, one would be hit, prompting nearby comrades to crouch down in protection. Should the bodyguards close the distance, they would adeptly employ their skills in hand-to-hand combat, swiftly subduing an assassin with the aid of their electric batons. In the chaos, both sides suffered casualties. Wei Hong remained composed in the vehicle. His eyes slightly narrowed as he rested. 2 minutes later, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air. "Damn it! Retreat immediately!" An assassin donned in a ghastly mask bellowed angrily, firing his weapon while attempting to drag away an injured comrade. However, as the police vehicles came to a halt, a squad of fully armed paramilitary officers surged forth. "Police, do not move. Get down. Everyone get down. Drop your weapons immediately." The officers aimed their firearms indiscriminately at every individual present. The bodyguards, unarmed, felt no fear. They merely sought a place to take cover. The assassins, however, found themselves in dire straits. Just as they hesitated over surrendering, the paramilitary officers decisively pulled their triggers, eliminating all threats. This dramatic encounter commenced abruptly and concluded just as swiftly. Aside from a few moaning and writhing injured individuals, the ground was left stained with blood and scattered bullet casings. "Boss, the police have secured the area," a female bodyguard cautioned. "We must disembark and negotiate." "No." Wei Hong shook his head in refusal. The female bodyguard appeared momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend his denial. Before she could voice further objections, four officers had already appeared outside the window, their weapons pointed directly at the interior. "Get out of the vehicle for inspection, immediately." "Boss, we must comply with the inspection," the female bodyguard insisted. "Although we are the victims, any non-compliance before the police confirm our identities is illegal, and they have the authority to execute us on the spot." "No." Wei Hong continued to refuse. Just as the female bodyguard prepared to argue further, a deafening explosion erupted from below. Amidst the blinding flames, the earth trembled violently. Debris of soil and stone was sent flying in all directions, and vehicles were hurled into the air. Numerous bodyguards and officers were caught in the blast, thrown aside by the force of the explosion. The scene descended into chaos, with a substantial section of the riverbank being violently uprooted. With a sudden jolt, Wei Hong tumbled within the vehicle, blood spilling from his lips. The Bentley endured 2 successive detonations. Though not in immediate proximity, the bulletproof glass shattered, sending splintered shards slicing through the skin of those inside, leaving them battered and bruised. At that moment, the female bodyguards couldn't suppress their gasps, finally grasping why Wei Hong had refused to exit the vehicle. The true peril lay in wait. The earlier gunman had merely served as a diversion. Their intent was to lower his guard before triggering the explosives. In such a cataclysmic explosion, all evidence would be effortlessly obliterated. With a few deft connections, any blame could easily be assigned to the explosion of the fuel tanker, entirely dissociating it from any gang-related vendetta. "Impressive," Wei Hong mused with a sardonic smile. "Unfortunately for you, I have survived this time." The police arrived with remarkable swiftness. Consider this a miscalculation on your part. Chapter 55. Is the news too outdated? A family of simpletons. We interrupt this broadcast for an urgent news update. At 8:17 this morning, An explosion occurred involving a fuel tanker on Jianghuai Road in our city. The area is now under strict security, and citizens are advised to take alternative routes. The cause of the explosion is still under investigation, and the casualty figures remain unknown. Relevant authorities have pledged to swiftly control the situation, urging the public not to spread rumors. At Renai Hospital, in the VIP ward on the top floor, the local news is being aired on the television. Wei Hong sits in his hospital bed, perusing his tablet, while Su Maogong stands guard with a new team of bodyguards, ensuring that not even a fly could sneak in. The danger this time is indeed grave. Su Maogong, peeling an apple, speaks with a serious expression. Nie Xingyuan is as treacherous as ever. If you truly fell victim to this, the incident will likely be hastily concluded as merely an explosion of a fuel tanker. Naturally, that is how it will be reported to the public. Wei Hong chuckles softly, reflecting, after all, we live in a harmonious society. Terms like gang conflicts can hardly appear in the news. We lost 2 lives and 5 were injured. Su Maogong frowns, although they instinctively sought cover during the explosion. The injuries were severe. Additionally, the police suffered significant losses, inciting great anger among the higher-ups. The city is currently engaged in a campaign against organized crime, and with such an incident occurring, Nie Xingyuan cannot hope to suppress it. Wei Hong scoffs in disdain. What so-called crime lords are merely rats scurrying in the sewers. They may act brazenly and bully ordinary citizens under the protection of their shields, but once that protection vanishes, their fate is nothing short of annihilation. After all, who can rival the might of the state machinery? Nie Xingyuan has stirred up quite a commotion in his moment of folly. Even if Wei Hong had not made arrangements with Fan Shun, the latter would find it exceedingly difficult to evade culpability this time. This time, I have brought trouble upon my brothers. Wei Hong déclaré solemnly. We cannot allow their blood to be shed in vain. For those who accompanied the convoy, each shall receive a reward of 1 million. For those who tragically lost their lives, we will deliver 10 million to their families, and for the injured, we will cover all medical expenses plus an additional reward of 3 million each. Su Maogong nods in agreement. The bodyguards in the ward brighten at the news. These men fear nothing in the world except a miserly boss. With Wei Hong's generous distribution of funds, coupled with the insurance provided by the security company, any injuries or fatalities would result in substantial compensation. Their sacrifices would not go unvalued. A life worth over 10 million, quite a bargain indeed. At the very least, it ensures that their families can live comfortably, does it not? In that moment, the loyalty of the bodyguards surges dramatically. They long to remain by the side of such a lavish employer. Is there any news from the city bureau? Wei Hong inquires, massaging his temples. Of course there is. As Su Maogong handed him an apple, he remarked, is it not fortuitous that the recent anti-crime initiative has mobilized a considerable number of police forces? Although the incident appears to be merely an explosion of an oil tanker, those in authority are well aware of the underlying circumstances. No matter how powerful Nie Xingyuan's influence may be, it cannot stifle the truth. The city bureau has convened and approved a comprehensive crackdown on the Nie group. The police, having suddenly acquired a wealth of crucial evidence through undisclosed channels, are reportedly organizing an arrest operation. Wei Hong smirked, unfazed by the developments. Had he not negotiated with Fan Shun a few days prior, the latter might have stubbornly shielded Nie Xingyuan from scrutiny despite the pressure. However, it is now evident to all but the foolish that the tide has turned against the Nie family. Further concealment could very well implicate oneself. Consequently, those in Jiangzhou connected to Nie Xingyuan are now taking decisive action to protect themselves. After all, only by striking down a drowning foe can one cleanse their own hands of guilt. The Nie family is finished. With a sigh, Wei Hong casually tossed aside his tablet and remarked, Uncle Gong, you may attend to your matters. Several vehicles will likely require repairs. It has been rather unsafe lately. I shall stay in the hospital for a while to avoid the storm. Very well, Su Maogong replied with a smile. After today, no one in the upper echelons of Jiangzhou would remain oblivious to Wei Hong. He is the one capable of forcing Miss Nie to drink her own urine and subsequently orchestrating Nie Xingyuan's downfall. The tides of change have washed away the former waves, leaving the Nie family stranded on the shore. Wei Hong is undoubtedly establishing his authority upon the fallen predecessors. Given the overt nature of his actions, it will be prudent to exercise caution and keep a low profile. I shall take my leave now. Do rest well, young master. Su Maogong, leaning on his cane, rose to depart. Just as he exited, Du Sihui arrived with Wei Qingqing and Wei Sheng in tow. Upon entering the hospital room, she could not help but express her concern. Xiao Hong, are you all right? You frightened your mother half to death. How could he not be fine after being admitted to the hospital? Wei Sheng retorted with a hint of schadenfreude, pretending to lament. I had long advised my elder brother against such arrogance, but he would not listen. Young people should temper their pride. It seems he has faced a setback now. Xiao Sheng, please refrain from making remarks. Wei Qingqing exclaimed, anxiously reaching for his hand, repeatedly inquiring, I heard there was an explosion of an oil tanker, resulting in numerous casualties? Good heavens, what on earth transpired? Is the underworld so rampant these days? Wei Hong raised his hand to evade her touch, frowning as he glanced at the bodyguard by the door, asking, why are all manner of people allowed in? Do you not know I require rest? Apologies, boss. Please, you must leave. The bodyguard's expressions darkened at his words, and they promptly prepared to escort the intruders out. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Sheng added, Mother, I told you there was no need to visit elder brother. Just look at him, full of vigor and strength enough to chase us away. We are merely imposing ourselves upon him. Du Sihui's expression darkened, yet she still urged patiently, Xiao Hong, do not be so obstinate. Nie Xingyuan is a man of great depth, surrounded by many desperate individuals who dare to do anything. We should consider ways to reconcile. Indeed, Father has already agreed to assist. Wei Qingqing anxiously urged, if you submit to him, he will immediately negotiate with Nie Xingyuan, as long as you offer a generous apology. Preserving your life should not be a problem. With the mountains intact, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Brother, Wei Sheng mocked with a sneer. If he dares to detonate a fuel truck today, he won't hesitate to blow up a villa tomorrow. Surely, you do not wish to take your entire family to their demise? He continued, heed the advice of others and eat your fill. Humbling oneself is far better than losing one's life, no matter how humiliating it may seem. Enough. Wei Hong frowned in irritation and instructed the bodyguards, throw them out. Yes. The bodyguards raised their hands to intervene. As the three attempted to protest further, they were unceremoniously expelled. The ward fell silent once more, leaving only Wei Hong's silent scoff. Now, they still wished for him to apologize to Nie Xingyuan. Their information was woefully outdated. What a family of imbeciles. Chapter 56. The Downfall of a Tyrant, Reduced to Ashes. In the eastern part of the city, at the splendid Jinyan Villa district, Nie Xingyuan reclined on the sofa, his brow twitching incessantly. Father, are you feeling unwell? Nie Xingyuan inquired with genuine concern. No, I merely sense a disquieting unease. Nie Xingyuan sighed, his expression grim. Could it be that Uncle Gue and the others have failed in their mission? Nie Xingyuan furrowed her brows. That seems unlikely. They wielded explosives and firearms, while Wei Hong's bodyguards are unarmed. It should have been a straightforward victory. Do not underestimate them. In the absence of heavy weaponry, a handgun becomes little more than a mere stick, Nie Xingyuan remarked with a cold smirk. In a harmonious society, no one dares to create too much upheaval. The goal is simply to eliminate the opponent. At that moment, a young man with a buzz cut approached anxiously, presenting a tablet. Old Uncle Gue and his team might have been completely annihilated. The situation has escalated and even made the news. What? Nie Xingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. He took the tablet and scrolled through the content, the news report soon appearing before him. Upon witnessing the horrific aftermath of the explosion, he gasped, his countenance darkening. This is terrible. We have fallen into a trap. What do you mean? Nie Xingyuan asked, her face a mask of confusion. Isn't the explosion scene quite devastating? Perhaps Wei Hong has been killed. Impossible. He is certainly unharmed. Nie Xingyuan, trembling, lit a cigarette, his face ashen. But we are in grave danger. Father, what exactly are you saying? Nie Xingyuan remains perplexed. The buzz-cut youth sighed. Miss, The fact that Uncle Guwei and his team have not responded by now indicates either they have been completely wiped out or captured. If the other side managed to subdue them all, it is evident they had laid a trap long before. Furthermore, the absence of any intel on our part, while the news media is quicker to grasp the situation, suggests that the authorities have reached a consensus. We have been abandoned by our protectors. The fuel tank explosion incident has garnered excessive attention and resulted in casualties. While it has been suppressed publicly, the higher-ups will undoubtedly demand accountability, and law enforcement will likely converge to deal with us. Nie Qinglan remained somewhat bewildered. Nie Shenyuan glanced at his Na'vi daughter, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips as he summarized, "In short, we are finished. We have kicked a steel plate this time. I never anticipated Wei Hong to be so ruthless. How could this be?" Nie Qinglan staggered back and fell onto the sofa, her face a portrait of disbelief. "He is merely a high school student. Our family has held a strong presence in Jiangzhou for years, with numerous political and business titans as our allies. How could we possibly be outmatched by him? Such is the reality," Nie Xinyuan lamented, perplexed, as he took another drag of his cigarette. How on earth did that boy accomplish this? The phone rang shortly thereafter. After answering several calls, the buzzcut youth's expression darkened further. He raised his hand and smashed the phone, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "As we anticipated, the Municipal Bureau is conducting a special operation against organized crime. Coincidentally, we have encountered this incident, and the concentrated police force is entirely aimed at us. Now, all of Master Nie's establishments, including entertainment venues, mines, sandpits, underground casinos, and hotels, have already been successively sealed off, and a large contingent of police is on its way here. Master Nie, we must leave. While the mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. We should depart at once." Nie Xingyuan's gaze suddenly dimmed. Nie Qinglan, on the other hand, was so frightened that she nearly collapsed to the ground. How could this happen? Just yesterday, they were the feared underground overlords of Jiangzhou, respected by all the local tycoons, daring to engage in murder, arson, and usury, almost untouchable. How could the situation change so drastically overnight? Everything seemed to have begun with their encounter with Wei Hong. Nie Qinglan not only suffered the worst humiliation of her life, but she was also faced with the prospect of losing her family. How could she endure such a fate? In an instant, all three recalled Wei Hong's words from that day. He had wagered that within half a month, the Nie family would be reduced to ashes. At that time, everyone had laughed at his fanciful notions. But now, it had barely been half a month, just 4 days in fact. Damn it! The young man with a buzz cut clenched his fists and coldly declared, "This brat is audacious enough. I will take people to deal with him tonight, even if it means we all go down together. Victory and defeat are the laws of the battlefield. One must accept the stakes." Nie Xingyuan sighed and shook his head. "Do you not understand that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter? We no longer have time to deal with him. You must gather your belongings immediately. Take the brothers who are willing to accompany us and are of good standing, and protect Qinglan as she leaves the country. Those who linger by the riverbank will inevitably get their shoes wet." Nie Xingyuan had long anticipated such a day. Thus he remained unflustered and ordered the departure of his daughter. He had already stashed a substantial sum in his overseas account, sufficient to ensure Nie Qinglan's happiness for a lifetime. As for Jiangzhou, it would be best not to return. "Master Nie, what about you?" the young man inquired anxiously. "Aren't we leaving together? You are all of good standing. Just take a flight and go." Nie Xingyuan replied with a wry smile. "I may have to resort to smuggling myself." "Understood." The young man wasted no time and hurried to pack his belongings. Nie Qinglan, filled with reluctance and guilt, cried, "Dad, how could it come to this? Are we really going to be driven away like this?" "Child, preserving our lives is more important than anything." Nie Xingyuan poured himself a glass of wine, his voice hoarse as he said, "Wealth and face are but illusions. What matters is that you live happily. The money in our overseas account is enough for us to sustain ourselves. What more could we desire in life?" "I'm sorry, Dad, I'm so sorry." Nie Qinglan, with tear-streaked cheeks, desperately slapped her own face. Nie Xingyuan grasped her hand firmly, solemnly instructing her, "Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. I have nothing I cannot let go of in this life, and I do not blame anyone for this. Remember Do not seek revenge on Wei Hong. You cannot match him. Moreover, there must be no further contact with Wei Sheng. On that day, Wei Hong emphatically declared in the principal's office that the architect of our family's ruin was none other than him, and now all has come to fruition. This individual is undoubtedly exploiting you. Do you understand? Nie Xingyuan reiterated his warnings with great insistence. With tears in her eyes, Nie Xingyuan nodded in agreement, both engulfed in a poignant sense of parting. When the wailing sirens resonated outside, the buzz-cut youth forcefully took Nie Xingyuan away. Little did they realize that this separation would be eternal. Nie Xingyuan had no intention of fleeing. He was acutely aware that escape was futile this time. If he were to survive, many would remain restless. Thus, as the sirens drew ever nearer, Nie Xingyuan quietly retrieved a handgun from a hidden compartment of the sofa and pressed it against his temple. Wei Hong, quite the strategist. With a sigh, the gunshot rang out. The curtain fell on a legendary figure. Chapter 57. The Yangtze River's waves pushed the former ones. One should bear offspring like Wei Xiaoqi. In the evening, within the confines of the Xie family's villa, Xie Cici Ji Peng, and a plethora of affluent young heirs and heiresses gathered once more to indulge in libations and card games. Drinking here is rather dull. Why don't we venture to a club or bar? The service from the ladies would be delightful. One suggested. Not a chance. The city is currently clamping down on organized crime, and many establishments have been raided. It's best we avoid stirring up trouble. We'd only face scolding upon our return. Another replied. True enough. Let us make do with what we have. Come, let us toast. The wealthy youths clinked their glasses, their spirits somewhat dulled. Yipem smirket. Simply drinking is rather monotonous. Allow me to whet your appetite with some juicy gossip. Do you know why all the bars in the city have been scrutinized today? Why? The group inquired, curiosity piqued. Ji Peng, reveling in their anticipation, declared, it's because the Nie family has taken action against Wei Hong. What? No way. How do they act? Do they send someone to attack him? Attacking someone is so beneath them. They must have used firearms. Another speculated, glancing around with intrigue. As the topic unfolded, the atmosphere shifted. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, eager for the prospect of chaos unfolding beyond their sheltered lives. Even if Wei Hong faced misfortune, it was a spectacle they would relish. This morning, there was an explosion involving a fuel tanker on Jianghuai Road. Ji Peng took a sip of his drink, brimming with self-satisfaction. The explosion occurred twice, and armed police were deployed. Reports suggest that many were killed, and Wei Hong's convoy was right there. Seriously? That's intense. The Nie family truly lives up to their reputation. They strike with such ferocity. I saw the news of the explosion earlier. I assumed it was just another accident, never anticipating it involved Wei Hong's convoy. Indeed, I watched the news footage. The scene was utterly devastating. I always warned him not to provoke them. Look at this. Does he truly think he can challenge someone like Lan Lan? The young heirs were awestruck, both marveling at Nie Xingyuan's ruthlessness and relishing in Wei Hong's potential downfall. They imagined the worst. Perhaps he had been obliterated or gravely injured in the blast. At that moment, Xie Zhijiang entered from outside. He overheard their animated chatter and frowned, clearing his throat to regain their attention. Father, you're back. Xie Cici Gretia Gerli. Uncle Xie. The young heirs chimed in unison. Xie Zhijiang nodded, handing his coat to a servant before pouring himself a glass of red wine. He approached the group with a serious demeanor, stating, from now on, do not provoke Wei Hong, especially you, Cici. Father, what do you mean? Xie Cici responded, perplexed. Isn't Wei Hong dead from the explosion? What do we have to fear from him? Even if he survives, he'll be gravely injured. Dead? Nonsense. Xie Zhijiang downed a glass of red wine and gritted his teeth as he spoke. This brat is now completely unscathed. Yet 8 of Nie Xingyuan's subordinates died on the spot, and he has been designated a key target for eradicating organized crime. By the time the police arrived at his villa, he had already taken his own life with a gun. What? Gasped the crowd, chills running down their spines. What on earth is happening? A high school student forced a notorious crime lord to commit suicide? What a legendary tale. Uncle Xie, you must be joking. Ji Peng exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Joking? Not at all. Xie Zhijiang scolded, his expression grim. Now, Nie Xingyuan is dead. Nie Xingyuan has been driven to flee overseas. And all the mines, sand pits, entertainment venues, clubs, and underground casinos under the Nie family have been sealed. At least several hundred of his underlings have been arrested. The police have amassed evidence of hundreds of crimes committed by the Nie family over the years. If Nie Xingyuan hadn't committed suicide, he could have faced execution multiple times, and it's estimated that hundreds of his subordinates will be sentenced as well. All of this is orchestrated by Wei Hong. Although it remains unclear what exactly he has done, it is evident from the whispers circulating that he has reached an agreement with certain higher-ups to take action against the Nie family. The crowd felt dazed, utterly perplexed by the convoluted details. Each individual was consumed by a single question. How on earth did he accomplish this? Thus, your earlier gloating was quite foolish. Xie Jiang sighed, pouring himself another glass of wine. Wei Hong has already transcended your world. Even your elders will have to bow before him in the future. Do not provoke him recklessly, do you understand? The wealthy heirs nodded vigorously, fear etched on their faces. Ji Peng and Xie were particularly drenched in cold sweat, recalling their previous altercation with Wei Hong, during which he had threatened to annihilate the Ji family and trample the Xie group. Everyone had dismissed him as a mere joke, and to this day, no one believed those empty threats. Yet now, because Nie Xingyuan had acted excessively, the possibility for negotiation had evaporated, compelling Wei Hong to ruthlessly eliminate both Nie father and daughter, forcing one to death and the other to flee. Such tactics were indeed chilling. Had the two families not retreated initially, might they have met a similar fate? This thought sent shivers down their spines. In the mid-mountain villa district, at the luxurious Manor 3, Hua Yinghao swirled his glass of red wine, scrutinizing the documents in his hand. It contained detailed information about Wei Sheng and Wei Hong. Mr. Hua, why are you interested in these two? Inquired a curious middle-aged steward nearby. Because I cannot fathom them, which piques my interest, Hua Yinghao mused lightly. First, take Wei Sheng. A mere son of a driver has somehow garnered the favor of the Wei family, and his peers and friends all adore him. Such a talent is rather abnormal. The middle-aged steward appeared puzzled. Hua Yinghao continued, as for Wei Hong, he is even more formidable. His recent string of events reveals him to be a young man of considerable means. I would not dare to underestimate him. A high school student? Surely not. The steward exclaimed in astonishment. A high school student? Hua Yinghao chuckled softly, raising his gaze. Do you think it is simple for a high school student to uproot the notorious underworld overlord Nie Xingyuan of Jiangzhou in just a few days? The middle-aged butler gasped in disbelief, instinctively doubting the veracity of these claims. However, upon glancing through the documents handed to him, he could not help but feel a surge of alarm. A minor, capable of reaching into the political realm? The butler murmured, his scalp tingling with unease. Indeed, Hua Yinghao shook his head in amazement. This time, third brother has come to Jiangzhou to polish his reputation, and he was struggling to navigate the local situation. Who could have anticipated that this minor would take the initiative to fire the first shot? Remarkable, isn't it? Given time, such a person is destined to become a formidable leader in their own right. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older, and one can only hope for offspring as extraordinary as Wei Shaoqi. Chapter 58. Could this fellow be my plague? The death of Nie Xingyuan, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, it sent ripples throughout the upper echelons of Jiangzhou, leaving them astonished at Wei Hong's audacity. Within the Wei family, a tempest brewed. Wei Jiaoyong, Du Sihui, and others gathered around the dining table, their expressions peculiarly grim. The lavish feast before them, laden with delicacies, failed to capture even a morsel of their attention. Father, you jest, do you not? Wei Linlang exclaimed, her face a portrait of disbelief. Could Wei Hong truly possess the capability to eliminate Nie Xingyuan? Surely this must be a misunderstanding. Indeed, Du Sihui echoed, hier condenance equally incredulous. This child, Wei Hong, is still a minor. His strongest ally is Su Maogong, along with some connections and resources left by the elders. How could he possibly orchestrate the downfall of someone named Nie? Most likely, he simply stumbled upon good fortune. Wei Sheng remarked, his dissatisfaction evident in his tone. This time, Elder Nie's actions were far too conspicuous, attracting official scrutiny. It was only natural that he would be swept away in the ongoing crackdown on crime. Naive, Wei Jiaoyang sighed, shaking his head in dismay. The disparity between his two sons was striking. His biological son was already capable of grappling with formidable adversaries, while his adopted son remained in a state of childish innocence. The world is not rife with such coincidences, after all. Nie Xingyuan had survived countless crackdowns in the past. Why should this instance be any different? Clearly, Wei Hong was not to be underestimated. This young wretch must have leveraged the connections and goodwill left by the elder. Wei Jiaoyang analyzed through gritted teeth. What an impertinent fool, squandering such precious goodwill in a reckless display of bravado. If only he had directed those connections towards the advancement of our family business, the Wei Group would have ascended to greater heights long ago, rather than languishing within Jiangzhou. The elder truly wasted his efforts cultivating this ingrate, squandering the resources of our clan. The group found themselves swayed by his analysis, instinctively agreeing with his assessment. The elder had spent decades in Jiangzhou's commerce, accumulating countless favors. If Wei Hong truly relied on the goodwill of a certain magnate to topple Nie Xingyuan, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. No wonder Wei Jiaoyang was beside himself with fury. After all, such favors from a magnate are exceedingly rare, a commodity that money cannot procure. A mere nod of support could elevate the Wei Group to unprecedented heights, and to squander it on a reckless endeavor was indeed lamentable. He is utterly thoughtless. Wei Linlang could not help but lament. Many of our projects are stalling, and earning profit has become significantly more challenging. It is difficult to appreciate the value of every grain of rice until one bears the burden of household management. Mother and father, you must devise a strategy to compel him to relinquish all that grandpa left behind. Indeed, Wei Sheng chimed in, his tone laced with bitterness. The debt of goodwill is an invaluable resource. We cannot allow our elder brother to squander it recklessly. These are opportunities for the Wei Group's growth. Wei Jiaoyang found himself swayed by their words, yet he could not shake the thought of Wei Hong's notorious temperament, which led him to furrow his brow in concern. This young wretch had grown too bold, insisting on severing ties. With a heavy sigh, Wei Jiaoyang remarked, to demand that he yield the resources without caution would surely meet with refusal. Do you possess any strategies? The crowd exchanged awkward glances, all falling silent. What would they possibly do? Wei Hong was now impervious to flattery or appeals to sympathy, and attempting to leverage emotional ties was a futile endeavor. They found themselves utterly powerless against this individual. To make matters worse, Wei Hong was exceedingly vigilant, whether at home or abroad. He was always accompanied by 2 teams of bodyguards. In the entire Jiangzhou city, unless the police were mobilized to apprehend him, no one could dare to confront him directly. Even the assassins sent by Nie Xingyuan were unable to touch him, leaving the Wei family in a helpless predicament. Linlang, see to the matter I entrusted to you promptly. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Wei Jiaoyang sighed as he instructed. Understood. Wei Linlang nodded in agreement. The task at hand involved a thorough investigation of the mid to senior ranks within the corporation. Should anyone be found too closely associated with the old master or potentially inclined to ally with Wei Hong, they would be gradually phased out or relegated to secondary roles for their retirement. They must not be allowed to occupy significant positions. In summary, Wei Jiaoyang was determined to retain a firm grip on power. No one could challenge his authority, not even his own son. Dad, Wei Sheng suddenly inquired, where has Nie Xingyuan gone? I do not know, Wei Jiaoyang replied, shaking his head. She should have gone abroad. I'm not sure where exactly at the moment. However, she is a minor with an unblemished background. Even if the Nie family falls, it will not implicate her. So do not worry. Wei Sheng nodded, though his expression remained sour. His concern was not for Nie Xingyuan's well-being. Rather, he was preoccupied with whether he could still siphon off her fortune, for she harbored an immense reservoir of luck. Now that she was abroad, the distance rendered it impossible for him to draw any of that fortune. In other words, Wei Sheng had lost a source of sustenance for his ambitions. Simultaneously, the downfall of the Nie family had stripped him of a significant support system. The reciprocal losses were staggering, and how could he not feel vexed? Damn it, it's all Wei Hong's fault. Why didn't you just perish today? Wei Sheng cursed inwardly, lamenting that every encounter with him seemed to herald misfortune. Could it be that he is my personal jinx? Xiao Sheng, why does your complexion seem off? Du CVS kid. Concerned, as she offered him a piece of beef. Nie Qinglan is your friend, right? Don't fret. Individuals from her background will inevitably face such trials. They have various clandestine identities and gray funds abroad. They won't starve. Indeed, you needn't worry. Wei Linlang chimed in reassuringly. If you're truly concerned, just give her a call another day. All right. Wei Sheng forced a smile in response, inwardly showering praises to uplift the spirits of those around him. After dinner, he seized a moment to check his stock account. The gloomy mood he had been in lifted considerably upon seeing the numbers. His previously lackluster account was now filled with vibrant gains. Stocks that had been languishing in the red were now all glowing green. Some had risen by a modest 3 to 5 points, while others had hit the ceiling. Initially, Wei Linlong's account held merely 35 million. Yet, shortly after he took charge, the total returns soared to over 46 million, the figures accumulating like a rolling snowball. Wei Shengyan possesses no comprehension of stock trading. He merely relies on his extraordinary luck, randomly selecting stocks with his eyes closed. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint him. Indeed, luck seems to be an extraordinary force. With this alone, he stands to gain far more than if he casually purchased lottery tickets. Just wait, for this is merely the beginning. Once I extract sufficient fortune from the Wei family, I shall open my own account upon reaching adulthood and venture into overseas fund trading. I have heard that such activities allow for leverage. One cannot help but wonder if employing dozens of times leverage could yield profits in the billions overnight. The more Wei Sheng contemplated, the more elated he became. He even began to fantasize about how he would confront Wei Hong once he transformed into a financial titan. Chapter 59. I hope you maintain such dignity. Half a month later, in the early morning at the headquarters of the Wei Group, dozens of individuals, disregarding the secretary's attempts to stop them, stormed into the president's office with expressions of fury, bombarding Wei Linlang, who sat in the executive chair, with their shouts. President Wei, don't you think it's time you provided us with an explanation? Why am I being transferred from the finance department, where I was performing admirably, to the janitorial department to clean up refuse? Do you believe we have faltered in our duties? What is the meaning behind this sudden transfer notice? Please elucidate. The crowd clamored in unison. Wei Linlang, with a furrowed brow, lifted her gaze, scanning the faces of everyone present. Among them were men and women of various ages from different departments, including heads of the administrative and finance departments, as well as managers and supervisors, almost a third of the middle and senior management of the Wei Group. Recently, Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter Wei Linlang had embarked on a sweeping investigation of the entire organization. Those who had received support from the elder Wei, who had once been favored, and those who maintained close ties with Wei Hong were all scrutinized. Consequently, the internal atmosphere of the group had become tumultuous. This group was comprised of unfortunate souls who had received transfer notices following the preliminary investigation. Let us convene in the conference room. It is impractical to accommodate so many individuals here. Wei Linlang anticipated this uproar and, rising to adjust her high-end women's suit, strode purposefully toward the large conference room. The others, still seething with anger, followed in a hasty procession. Moments later, they settled into their seats within the conference room. Wei Linlang took her place at the head of the table, sipped her coffee provided by her secretary, and began. I trust that you are all feeling a mixture of outrage and confusion regarding the inexplicable transfer notices you have received, correct? The reasoning is rather straightforward. This is part of a significant transformation strategy recently implemented by the group. In recent years, our management has aged, with many individuals becoming complacent and unable to keep pace with the evolving times, yet they stubbornly cling to their executive positions. This behavior severely hinders the upward mobility of our younger employees and greatly diminishes their ambition and drive, which is detrimental to the development of the group. Thus, we have made the difficult decision to initiate these adjustments. In the future, a substantial number of young talents will be promoted, and I urge you to endure this temporary setback to lower-tier positions for the greater good of the organization." Upon concluding her official remarks, Wei Linlang continued to sip her coffee, seemingly indifferent to the uproar that erupted among the assembly. "How dare you? I have dedicated over 20 years to this company, establishing the framework of the sales department, and you dare claim I am outdated and unmotivated?" The head of the sales department, in his 40s, slammed his hand on the table in fury. "I have built several of the company's online projects. How can you dismantle what I have constructed? Indeed, we may not have accolades, but we certainly have our share of toil. President Wei, are you not concerned that this will lead to turmoil within the group? We will resort to labor arbitration if necessary." The crowd continued to express their threats and grievances. Wei Linlang set down her coffee cup, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "The earth continues to spin regardless of who departs. Surely, none of you believe that your absence will leave a void? The individuals beneath you yearn for your positions. As for labor arbitration, feel free to pursue it. The group maintains a substantial legal department for a reason. Transferring positions without a salary reduction is not unlawful, so you may lodge your complaints at will." The crowd, upon hearing her words, clenched their fists in indignation. The notion of a position transfer without a reduction in salary was merely a euphemism for not lowering their base pay. These individuals, all occupying high-ranking positions, did not rely on their base salary for their livelihoods. Their real income stemmed from group dividends, performance bonuses, sales commissions, and various gifts from distributors. Moreover, power often holds greater value than wealth. Should they be reassigned to the cleaning department, their dignity would be irreparably tarnished, rendering them unable to hold their heads high amongst colleagues, risking ridicule. "Is there truly no room for negotiation, General Manager Wei?" inquired a middle-aged minister, furrowing his brow. "The collective reassignment of our team would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval for the group. Would the board approve? And what of young Master Wei? You need not concern yourselves with that," Wei Linlang replied, her lips curling in disdain. "Wei Hong is still a minor and holds no position within the group. I am aware that you all are loyal subordinates of my grandfather, dreaming of his leadership. However, no one can rescue you now. Should anyone wish to change allegiances, relinquishing their connections, resources, and core secrets, I might consider restoring their former positions. Otherwise, prepare to languish in the cleaning department. Oh, and you may attempt to resign. But your advanced ages, who would dare to take you in after leaving Wei's group?" Her threats and enticements rendered the crowd's faces even grimmer. At this juncture, it became painfully clear to all that they were caught in a maneuver designed to compel them to choose sides. It was evident that Wei Jiaoyang sought to eliminate these potential threats to his son's ascension to power, and it was no wonder such a stir had arisen. Chairman Wei was indeed ruthless towards his own allies. "An arm will never outmatch a thigh," Wei Linlang remarked casually, toying with her manicured nails. What the old man's desire for Wei Hong to inherit the group? What if he bequeaths substantial shares to him? At present, the group is under my father's command. He will decide who leads it. Wei Hong is merely an insufferable child. Should you wish to follow him, be prepared to pay the price. Consider your options. If you feel aggrieved, you may attempt to approach Wei Hong or Su Mao Gong. Uncle Gong has a modicum of influence within the board. See if you can alter my father's will." Wei Linlang cast a smile that was neither warm nor genuine, surveying the assembly. A heavy silence settled, imposing immense pressure upon the gathered individuals. The dilemma of choosing between Wei Hong and Wei Jiaoyang loomed large. Aligning with the young heir would mean relegation to obscurity, a future fraught with uncertainty. Conversely, siding with Wei Jiaoyang would signify betrayal, requiring the forfeiture of valuable connections. With the potential for retribution still uncertain, the choice presented was exceedingly difficult, leaving everyone momentarily frozen in place. After a considerable pause, a middle-aged female manager let out a cold laugh, rose, and strode towards the exit. "If they wish to reassign me, so be it. I have dedicated over a decade to this group, enduring a myriad of occupational ailments. Perhaps a stint in the cleaning department will serve as a well-deserved respite. Indeed, what is there to fear about a reassignment? I refuse to be intimidated. They may covet my exclusive connections and confidential information, But they're mistaken if they think I would bow down, even in resignation. It is merely a job, and who are they attempting to intimidate? The executives are all capable and resourceful individuals, impervious to threats or coercion. After weighing the pros and cons, they all departed the conference room, grumbling in discontent. Wei Linlang, witnessing this scene, was infuriated, her face turning a deep shade of anger. She seized her coffee cup and hurled it to the ground, hissing, "Very well. I hope you all maintain this spirit of defiance. Do you truly believe that having Wei Hong as a backer will allow you to stand against the group? Dream on." Chapter 60. Establishing a new path, Hong Sheng Group. A change in position? How intriguing. In the afternoon, on the golf course, Wei Hong and Su Maogong engaged in leisurely swings, while several mid to senior level representatives from the Wei Group, recently reassigned, stood nearby, chattering incessantly. They recounted the repulsive antics of Wei Linlang and her father in detail. Their willingness to approach indicated a decisive choice had been made. In this struggle for power between father and son, they opted to align themselves with Wei Hong. Firstly, he was the heir personally chosen by the elder Wei, and secondly, they harbored distrust towards Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter, for reasons of self-interest or gratitude. Wei Hong emerged as the most suitable candidate. "Young Master Wei, what is your perspective?" inquired a middle-aged vice president, furrowing his brow. The small cleaning department in the group has become a chaotic amalgamation. Managers, vice presidents, and supervisors are all crammed in, and everyone finds themselves aimlessly unoccupied, rendered ineffective. Indeed, we are at a loss as to what to do. Young Master Wei, please provide direction. If this matter remains unresolved, we may find ourselves in serious trouble. Numerous scrutinizing gazes turned toward Wei Hong, their words laden with trepidation. In this era, the relationship between employer and employee is a mutual selection. Although they recognized Wei Hong's capabilities, whether he could shoulder significant responsibilities remained to be seen. Should he falter, these individuals would not squander their time. With a casual flourish, Wei Hong sent the golf ball soaring, tracing a perfect parabola before landing near a hole several dozen meters away. A satisfied smile graced his lips as he spoke. "All of you uncles have watched me grow. You are all well aware of the current situation. You expect me to mature and reclaim the chairman's position at the Wei Group, do you not? Indeed, who else can lead the group left by the elder? Although you are young Master Wei, you have been cultivated from a young age, spending your extracurricular hours in the group's office. We have faith in you. Once you come of age, you will inherit 30 of the group's shares. At that time, Uncle Gong can rally a group of old shareholders, and we shall hold the advantage. You have our full support, young master." The crowd chimed in enthusiastically. Wei Hong, however, shook his head with a light chuckle. That would be futile. Wei Jiaoyang, that old fox, may not excel in expansion, but he is ruthless in internal strife. Over time, he could easily dilute or mortgage shares, dragging me through protracted legal battles that would wear me down. The atmosphere grew somber. Wei Hong continued, "In truth, I have never aspired to inherit the Wei Group. Although it is the legacy of the elder, the organization has decayed over decades, riddled with internal maladies. I refuse to squander my energy in endless squabbles with the board. Are you suggesting the establishment of a new group?" The middle-aged vice president's face brightened with surprise. "Precisely. Wei Hong did. Initially, I plan to establish the framework for a new group upon reaching adulthood and gradually recruit all of you. However, given Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter's recent maneuvers, I must expedite my plans. Next, I shall send Uncle Gong to Hong Kong to register a multinational enterprise, with him serving as the legal representative and myself as the principal shareholder. Inheriting my grandfather's legacy requires one to be of age. However, there are no age restrictions for being a corporate shareholder. Thus, this is currently the only viable means to circumvent risks and swiftly establish a framework." A flicker of realization illuminated several faces, their breaths growing increasingly rapid. Wei Hong struck a pose and waved his arm, ardently envisioning his grand blueprint. The group's provisional name shall be Hong Sheng, with future ventures encompassing finance, the internet, investments, industry, real estate, beauty, and pharmaceuticals, expanding its reach across the globe. I aspire to create a colossal entity worth trillions. Once you depart from the confines of the Wei Group, your fortunes will only flourish further under my guidance. In that moment, all present were ignited with fervor by his words. Although they held esteemed positions, many were no longer content to merely retire within the Wei Group. Numerous individuals yearned to broaden their horizons. Wei Hong's vivid descriptions perfectly resonated with their aspirations. Hongsheng Group, splendid. What fine name. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wei is embarking on a new venture, and how could we possibly be absent? Just then, one of them exclaimed, I've had enough of the Wei Jiao-Liang duo's antics. We shall resign immediately to follow you. Several others eagerly voiced their agreement. Wei Hong raised his hand to stop them, saying no. Why resign? Remain at Wei Group and enjoy your respite. The procedures for Hongsheng Group will take several months to finalize. Why not relish the benefits? Laughter erupted as a middle-aged vice president chimed in. Indeed, after years of burning the midnight oil for clients, my body is riddled with ailments. If I could rest for a few months, it would surely extend my life. Excellent. I'll notify everyone to take it easy in the cleaning department. The surrounding individuals laughed heartily. Wei Hong playfully responded, while taking it easy is one thing. Do refrain from reporting any internal issues within the group, nor should you intentionally misplace crucial project data or poach our collaborators. Encouraging collective resignations is utterly unethical. More laughter ensued, and a middle-aged female supervisor jested, Young Master Wei, worry not. We understand. Without us, the Wei Group may not collapse entirely, but it will certainly descend into chaos, providing them with a taste of their own medicine. Very well, Wei Hong nodded. Please inform everyone that challenges are but temporary. In 3 months, once all procedures for Hongsheng Group are completed, each of you will receive a substantial onboarding bonus, one that will surpass your earnings from the past 3 months combined. Thank you, young Master Wei. That is splendid news. I shall notify everyone at once. Gratitude poured forth from all corners. Once agreements were made, they departed contented. Su Maogong furrowed his brow and surveyed the room, puzzled. Are they all to be accepted? Shouldn't we conduct a screening? Wei Hong understood the implication behind his words. Wei Jiaoyang, having expelled certain individuals, could not help but suspect that some may have been planted there as moles, while others were merely pretenders. Clearly, it would be unwise to accept all of them indiscriminately. It would be far more prudent to select only those of value to cultivate. However, after some contemplation, he shook his head and remarked, at the inception of a new group, we are indeed in need of personnel, regardless of their loyalty. Those who have ascended to mid-level positions within the organization must possess certain skills and capabilities. Prematurely filtering them out could lead to widespread unease. Thus, let's accept them all. Very well, Su Maogong exclaimed as he stretched his back. Alas, I am but a laborious soul. In a couple of days, I shall travel to Hong Kong to expedite the group's affairs and expand our operations. Wei Hong advised him, please personally attend to all the necessary paperwork, licenses, and various domestic processes. I would not feel comfortable entrusting this to anyone else. Understood. Su Maogong nodded in affirmation. I will take a team of lawyers with me to ensure that everything is resolved with utmost efficiency. Chapter 61. Turmoil in the Group, Deliberate Revenge. In the ensuing days, it came as no surprise that the Wei Group experienced significant upheaval. 1/3 of the senior executives were reassigned to the cleaning department, leading to a daily gathering of managers and supervisors who idly sipped tea and engaged in casual conversation, thoroughly enjoying their newfound leisure. The news swiftly created a sensation in the business community of Jiangzhou. There were those who reveled in the misfortune and others who sought to exploit the chaos. Yet, many could not help but silently marvel at Wei Jiaoyang's ruthless tactics. However, regardless of his meticulous preparations, the hasty replacement of so many mid-level executives inevitably brought considerable disruption to the organization. Within just a few days, Wei Linlang was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Inside the presidential office, a mountain of documents lay piled high. Wei Linlang, with a fatigued expression, sifted through the papers. Several secretaries busily assisted her, their efforts proving quite futile. Your efficiency is abysmally low. You can't even manage this small amount of paperwork? How did this statistical error occur again? At this rate, will there even be a bonus this month? Everyone, you're to work overtime tonight. Regardless of the circumstances, these documents must be sorted and completed. Wei Linlang, incensed, slammed the papers onto the desk, massaging her temples as she berated her staff. One junior secretary, feeling aggrieved, murmured previously, "These tasks of organizing and categorizing documents were handled by Assistant Lee. We are simply not familiar with this work." "How dare you say that?" Wei Linlang, enraged, struck the table and retorted, "Assistant Lee is merely an assistant. He is not some omnipotent figure. Why is it that, upon his departure, 5 of you cannot manage this small workload? Assistant Lee has been with the group for over a decade, familiar with every department. We cannot compare." They lamented. "Indeed, the workload handled by one person is beyond the capacity of the 5 of us," another added. "President, perhaps we should recruit a few more secretaries?" The group voiced their complaints cautiously, leaving Wei Linlang in a state of further frustration. She had assumed that the group was teeming with talent, believing that even with the dismissal of 1/3 of the mid-level executives, this vast commercial entity would continue to function smoothly. Little did she know that the absence of just one assistant Lee could nearly bring her to the point of despair. In normal circumstances, this assistant would efficiently orchestrate all affairs, facilitate communication across various matters, and provide sound recommendations, allowing her, as president, to merely sign documents with ease. Now, with his reassignment, she discovered the myriad trivialities a single assistant typically managed. "President Wei, there's a crisis." A female secretary rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. "What is it now?" Wei Linlang replied, her patience wearing thin. "The internal network has suddenly crashed. The finance, banking, and investment departments are all paralyzed, severely disrupting daily operations. If it is not repaired swiftly, it could have a catastrophic impact on our group," the secretary explained, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Then fix the network." Wei Linlang frowned, slapping the table. "What do you need me for?" "We're the network engineering personnel. They are currently attempting repairs," the secretary reported with a glum expression. "However, they mentioned that our internal network involves dozens of departments and numerous subsidiaries. The internal structure is exceedingly complex. If a bug arises, it could very well lead to a complete collapse. Previously, the responsibilities of cybersecurity and program maintenance were handled by Engineer Lee from the Network Engineering Department. Now that he has been reassigned to the Cleaning Department, they find themselves grappling with numerous unfamiliar raw data, feeling utterly helpless." Wei Linlang, stifled by frustration, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "Is the entire Network Engineering Department comprised of inept individuals? Can the departure of one engineer bring everything to a standstill? Continue to urge them to resolve the issues, and if they do not expedite their efforts, we shall deduct their quarterly bonuses." "Understood." The female secretary hastily turned to leave. No sooner had she departed than another male secretary briskly entered. Wei Linlang, already in despair, wearily inquired, "What now? If it's not urgent, please save it for later. Can't you see everyone is busy?" "It is quite urgent," the male secretary replied gravely, presenting a document. "Someone has anonymously reported to the tax authorities that our group has tax issues. The Tax Bureau has issued a notice for an investigation, demanding we submit a detailed explanation by the end of this month." "What?" Wei Linlang leapt up in alarm. "Tax issues are no trifling matter. Once the Tax Bureau determines that there are discrepancies in the accounts, we could face hefty fines, or worse, a complete overhaul. In this era of zero tolerance for tax evasion, what would happen if our rivals caught wind of this? Our tax records have been impeccable for years. How could we suddenly be reported?" Wei Linlang's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "Who is behind this?" "It's most likely Lin, the deputy head of the finance department." The male secretary responded with a wry smile. "She has been with the group for over a decade and is thoroughly familiar with all accounts. While her previous dealings have been above board, if she intends to create trouble, we are in for a headache." This wretched woman, Wei Linlang, incensed, swept all the documents off her desk, taking several deep breaths to regain her composure before stating, "Our Group S accounts have always been in order. How the finance department worked overtime to compile a detailed ledger and initiate communication with the tax bureau. Understood. The male secretary, seizing the moment, presented another document. Additionally, there have been issues with the customs declarations for several of our recent overseas orders. They have been rejected by customs. Please take a look. Must I review such matters as well? Wei Linlang, on the brink of breakdown, accepted the document with a grim expression, suppressing her anger as she queried. Where are the people from the Economic and Trade Department? Are they merely idlers? These customs declarations are all destined for Europe, where customers are notoriously difficult, and customs regulations are stringent. The male secretary explained. There are countless details involved, from the type of goods to weight, entity, units, and tax refunds. Previously, Deputy Minister Liu oversaw these matters, but now, Wei Linlang swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. It was evident without further elaboration that the seasoned personnel had been transferred to the cleaning department. The inefficacy of the Economic and Trade Department had led to this predicament. These foreign trade orders were placed by international clients who demand meticulousness. Only the most competent individuals can navigate such complexities. Multiple rejections of customs declarations could severely delay delivery, resulting in substantial penalties for the group. Such incidents had never occurred before, and now they all converged at once. How could Wei Linlang possibly manage this overwhelming situation? It is evident that those in mid to senior management are behind this, harboring malicious intent for revenge. These despicable individuals. Wei Linlang's face was filled with exasperation. General Manager Wei, the male secretary, hesitated. The chairman has been informed of the recent turmoil. He suggests that you address the situation promptly. Should we invite a few vice presidents back? Invite them back. After just being reassigned? Do we not care for our dignity? Wei Linlang firmly declined, her anger palpable. Do they truly believe that the company cannot function without them? They must be dreaming if they think I will plead with them. Immediately notify all departments to expedite the investigation, particularly the network engineering, trade and economics, and finance departments. Urge them to act swiftly. Those capable should be promoted without delay. I refuse to believe we cannot regain control of the situation. Understood. The male secretary hesitated once more, ultimately sighing as he departed. Chapter 62. Resignation and Shame? I have a way to turn the situation around. Wei Family Villa, third floor study. Wei Jiaoyong perused the report in his hands. His countenance dark, as if it could drip with water. What has been transpiring during this period? Why has the internal state of the group been so tumultuous? The overtime hours for various departments have significantly increased, and the employees are lamenting daily. Moreover, all ongoing projects have encountered issues, and the group is likely to face enormous losses. What on earth have you been doing? Is this executive president even fit for the role? If he cannot perform, he should leave promptly and not occupy a position without contributing. A waste of space, a fool. Wei Jiaoyong was evidently furious. A barrage of accusations and insults spilled forth. Standing at attention, Wei Linlang bit her lip, her face momentarily flashing with humiliation as she muttered her grievances under her breath. Was it not you who insisted on relocating personnel to the second and third tiers? Each of them possesses skills and capabilities, and such a significant upheaval would naturally lead to complications. Even if these individuals do not cause disturbances, our staff taking over their duties will inevitably face turbulence. Wasn't this all foreseeable? Wei Jiaoyong was rendered speechless with rage. This predicament was indeed a result of his own decisions. Eliminating 1/3 of the mid-level executives would inevitably lead to unrest. However, as the patriarch and chairman of the group, how could he possibly acknowledge a misjudgment on his part? It must be attributed to your lack of capability. Wei Jiaoyong continued his tirade. If you had a bit more adaptability, would you crumble at the slightest disturbance? Are you not aware of who among the departments is diligent and who is merely a pretender? Wei Linlang felt increasingly aggrieved and frustrated. Yet, she dared not retort further, opting instead to silently endure this indignation. Wei Jiaoyong hurled several documents aside, exclaiming, "Furthermore, these are the 4 projects you approved for advancement last time, 3 of which have encountered varying degrees of issues, with progress failing to meet expectations and profitability remaining a distant prospect. As for the 847 million borrowed by Wei Sheng hardware factory, it has become a troublesome matter. The short-term loan period has lapsed, yet they are reluctant to repay. Has this bridge financing truly been necessary for such an extended duration? At this, Wei Linlang broke into a cold sweat. Although 847 million is not an insignificant sum, it has not been long since her previous investment in Tongxing Pharmaceutical resulted in losses. If this amount cannot be recovered, the board will undoubtedly not be forgiving. Having incurred a loss in 1/4's profit last time, to suffer another quarter of losses, coupled with the recent unrest within the group, she would inevitably have to resign in shame. That cannot be. Wei Linlang took the documents, cautiously explaining, "The bridge loan, you see, is merely us lending money to Wei Sheng hardware factory to settle their previous loans. They will simply secure a new loan from the bank to repay us. There should be no issues, perhaps just a matter of procedural delays. Do not waste my time with excuses. Immediately call to clarify." Wei Jiaoyang's head throbbed with anger as he raised his hand to command. "Hurry." Understood. Wei Linlang steeled herself and made the call to contact her secretary. Before long, news came through on the other end of the line. She gasped, her complexion turning pallid in an instant. Her lips trembled, and for a moment, she dared not utter a word. Observing her distress, Wei Jiaoyang's expression hardened as he inquired, "What is happening?" The secretary had just inquired with the bank, revealing that Wei Sheng hardware factory had failed to repay its debts. Wei Linlang forced a bitter smile and spoke. "How could this be?" Wei Jiaoyang exclaimed, rising abruptly. "They have had the bridge loan for so long and still haven't repaid the bank? Could it be that the owner of Wei Sheng hardware is planning to abscond with the funds? It seems their owner traveled abroad recently." Wei Linlang timidly reminded him. You? Wei Jiaoyang was incensed, a sharp pain gripping his chest as he swayed, nearly losing consciousness. "Father, are you all right?" Wei Linlang exclaimed in alarm, hastily offering him a heart-saving pill. After a prolonged moment, Wei Jiaoyang finally rebuked, "Call the police, you fool. Did you not send anyone to monitor after lending the money? You are utterly inferior to your brother. Wei Hong would never make such a blunder." Upon hearing these words, both father and daughter felt an awkwardness settle between them, for they were acutely aware that Wei Hong possessed the true commercial acumen in their family. Yet, no one was willing to acknowledge it. Now, as they faced successive setbacks, the once celebrated glory they had attained through him was gradually fading, forcing them to reminisce about the past. "Call the police," Wei Jiaoyang said hoarsely, dejectedly returning to his chair, his voice tinged with bitterness. "This matter must not be disclosed for now. We must devise a remedy. If all else fails, you may have to resign." "Understood," Wei Linlang replied, her face drawn as she dialed the secretary's number. The legal department would soon follow up on this matter. However, with the owner of Wei Sheng hardware already abroad and the funds likely transferred, it would be too late to notify the authorities. The Wei family would inevitably suffer this silent loss, hoping only to see if any assets could be used to offset the debt. In other words, Wei Linlang's position as executive president was now on borrowed time. Once the board learned that she had botched yet another project, they would undoubtedly unite against her. At that point, Wei Jiaoyang would certainly cast her aside to quell their fury. All notions of her being an investment prodigy or a financial goddess, titles once conferred upon her through Wei Hong's endorsement, would dissipate alongside her executive role, leaving her with nothing but scornful ridicule from outsiders who would revel in her misfortune. Wei Linlang, heartbroken, exited the study. The relentless blows to her confidence had left her questioning her very existence. As the eldest daughter of the Wei family, she had been cherished like a precious gem, afforded the finest educational resources, and once held in high esteem by many. How could she possibly fall short of Wei Hong? "Elder sister, are you all right?" In the hallway, Wei Sheng approached with 2 cups of calming tea. Wei Linlang shook her head and managed a faint smile. "I'm fine, just facing some challenges at work." "Have some tea," Wei Sheng said kindly, extending a cup toward her. Wei Linlang's face warmed as she sighed. "If only Wei Hong were as understanding as you. It's all this little rascal's fault for being angry. He has ruined several projects for the group, and now all the departments are in disarray." "Is that so?" Wei Sheng said, confused but attempting to comfort her. "With your capabilities, Can't you resolve it? After all, Big Brother is still a minor. He hasn't even entered the group yet. Wei Linlang felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her face. Indeed, Wei Hong had yet to step into the group. He didn't need to do anything to cause turmoil. What would happen when he eventually joined? Would I forever remain overshadowed by this younger brother? Wei Linlang forced a bitter smile and murmured, "Never mind, I won't dwell on it. After some time, when I am relieved of my position as president, I shall go abroad to take a good break." "Relieved of your position?" Wei Sheng exclaimed in shock, hastily adding, "Sister, don't lose hope. I have a plan to help you turn the situation around." "You?" Wei Linlang regarded him with skepticism. Chapter 63. A Fortuitous Turn of Fate. Is this not a clear advantage? During this period, Wei Sheng's stock account has been yielding profits daily. The tens of millions in capital have been growing exponentially like a snowball. He could no longer contain his excitement and yearned to showcase his capabilities to the Wei family, proving his worth, at least not inferior to Wei Hong. Thus, upon witnessing Wei Linlong's despondent expression, Wei Sheng decisively expressed his thoughts. "Eldest sister, although I am unaware of the current issues plaguing the group, it seems to be merely a matter of capital and various project losses. Am I correct?" "Indeed." Wei Linlang nodded. "There have been some project setbacks recently, and we may incur significant losses. I will undoubtedly be held accountable by the board. If I help you recover the lost funds, can you evade this predicament?" Wei Sheng continued to probe. "You?" Wei Linlang was taken aback by his words and could not suppress a laugh. Wei Hong had been personally guided by the old Master Wei since childhood, adeptly navigating group affairs at a young age, earning her admiration. But Wei Sheng? He was merely a youth raised in a town village. Even though he had entered an elite private high school, the time was too short, and he had never been exposed to business knowledge. How could he assist Wei Linlang in making money? This was a staggering loss of 847 million. "Do you not believe me?" Wei Sheng said mysteriously. "Do you remember when I borrowed your stock account for investment?" "Of course," Wei Linlang frowned. "Is it that all the money has been trapped? It's just a few tens of millions. If we lose it, we lose it. It's not a loss, but a gain." Wei Sheng wasted no time. He set aside the calming tea and pulled out his phone, logging into the stock account and handing it over. Upon seeing a vast sea of red, Wei Linlang gasped in astonishment. 70 million? How is this possible? You had over 34 million in the account before, in less than a month. I more than doubled the funds, Wei Sheng declared proudly. "If you don't believe me, you can check. Every stock I invested in during this period has been profitable." "How can this be?" Wei Linlong's face was filled with disbelief as she hurriedly examined the past transaction records. To her amazement, she discovered that Wei Sheng was indeed truthful. He had profited from every investment as if he could foresee the future. Whenever a stock threatened to decline, he always managed to sell in time to secure his gains. "How did you accomplish this?" Wei Linlong's expression was complex. "I told you I am simply lucky." Wei Sheng winked, confidently explaining, "As I grow older, I find my luck increasing. Recently, I won the lottery 5 times in a row, earning around 8 to 9 million. The same applies to stock trading. I know nothing about stocks, yet whatever I buy seems to rise, and whenever I sell, they inexplicably drop, allowing me to double my funds in such a short time." Wei Linlang couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. Such luck is indeed terrifying. Although it sounds rather fantastical, the world is replete with individuals of remarkable talent, and luck seems to be a form of skill as well. Alas! Wei Linlang glanced at her phone screen and shook her head, saying 70 to 80 million is certainly a substantial amount, but is merely a drop in the ocean when it comes to filling the void created by the Wei Sheng hardware factory project. "Sister, do you not understand yet?" Wei Sheng, unable to contain his amusement, leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Good fortune can also serve as a cheat code. I can transform over 30 million into more than 70 million, effectively doubling our resources." Wei Linlong's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Indeed, isn't this a quintessential cheat code? Such a skill would allow one to earn in the stock market as effortlessly as printing money. If sufficient capital were entrusted to Wei Sheng's management, would it not dominate the stock market? Wouldn't it be simple to recover the vast cash flow? What significance do project deficits hold in comparison? The Wei Group could soar to unprecedented heights. "All right, let us go. Follow me." Wei Linlang exclaimed excitedly, pulling him along as she pushed open the door to the study. Upon seeing the two enter, Wei Jiaoyang furrowed his brow and instinctively asked, "What brings you here? Is there something amiss?" "Father, our Wei family is about to prosper." Wei Linlang eagerly handed over her phone and recounted their previous conversation in detail. With each word, Wei Jiaoyang's astonishment and shock deepened. He could hardly believe his ears, questioning if he was caught in a dream. Is there truly such an extraordinary phenomenon in the world? However, after confirming that it was not a simulation, he finally accepted the reality of it all. Overcome with excitement, Wei Jiaoyang rose and embraced them with hearty laughter. "Wonderful. I never imagined our Wei family would adopt a natural good fortune star. You are destined to bring us prosperity. Haha. Father, you are absolutely right. Xiao Sheng is indeed a blessing." Wei Linlang chuckled softly, her face aglow with pride. "It is our honor to have him in our family. Given the current challenges the group is facing, why not appoint him to a nominal position within the company to lend some stability?" "That sounds good," Wei Jiaoyang replied with a smile. "You arrange it. Let us give him the title of vice president." "It sounds impressive." "Thank you, father." "Thank you, sister." Wei Sheng beamed with joy. He had deliberately showcased his abilities, after all, for the sake of fame and fortune. Holding the position of vice president at the Wei Group at such a young age would certainly be a point of pride. Furthermore, from this moment on, he would earn the admiration of the Wei family, who would undoubtedly treat him as a treasured asset. Comparing himself to the solitary Wei Hong, Wei Sheng could not help but feel a surge of pride. "Father," Wei Linlang continued, "I believe we must not squander Xiao Sheng's talent. Why not establish a financial investment group within the company? Allocating funds specifically for investments in stock market funds would surely yield substantial profits. Initially, we can manage it ourselves, and once our reputation grows, we could even set up a private equity fund, leveraging a modest amount of capital to maneuver the vast stock market. This is undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity for the transformation and development of the Wei Group." As Wei Jiaoyang listened, his eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm. He was no fool. He understood the immense benefits that such a talent could bring. Once successfully implemented, the Weisher Group's market value would not merely be in the realm of 5 or 600 billion. It could potentially ascend to the heights of a trillion-dollar conglomerate. Excited by this prospect, Wei Jiaoyang promptly decided, "This matter should remain confidential for now, and you two shall take charge of its execution. Linlang, you are to allocate some personnel and inject 20 billion into the endeavor, aiming for swift results. Should this venture prove successful, the losses from the Wei Sheng hardware factory project would pale in comparison, and you will be able to stand tall in the boardroom, securing your position against any future challenges." Upon hearing this, Wei Linlang burst into laughter, repeatedly assuring, "Dad, rest assured, without Wei Hong, what does it matter? Xiao Sheng is even more formidable. Our family's prosperous days lie ahead." Chapter 64. The higher the palanquin is raised, the better. In a room on the second floor, Wei Hong removed his headphones with a peculiar expression. Ever since he had installed a listening Trojan on Wei Jiaoyang and others' phones, he had developed a habit of eavesdropping daily. To his surprise, tonight he overheard some explosive news. Indeed, Wei Sheng was no fool. He had realized the potential of harnessing luck to profit from the stock market, and had already made a modest sum. However, the notion of relying on luck to engage in private equity was truly naive. Wei Hong shook his head disdainfully, wanting to utter a single phrase: fanciful thinking. In this second chance at life, he understood perhaps better than Wei Sheng that luck was not omnipotent. It evidently bore numerous limitations and ceilings. One must never overestimate oneself. Wei Sheng might be able to earn millions by leveraging the luck he had acquired through investments in stocks. Yet once he held billions in funds, could the luck still sustain him? The answer was glaringly obvious. Nevertheless, Wei Sheng must have his own considerations. Perhaps he intended to proceed gradually, using the stock market gains to nourish the Wei family enterprise, thereby demonstrating his significance and enhancing his standing among the Wei clan, ultimately to garner more luck. In any case, this was not a favorable development. Whether the Wei family prospered or Wei Sheng personally profited, it was bad news for him. However, Wei Hong had no intention of intervening. In fact, he secretly wished for their situation to escalate, for he knew that in a little over a month, the A-shares market would face a catastrophic crash due to the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes and various financial reforms. This unprecedented stock market disaster would ripple from the U.S. stock market across the globe. The A-shares would plummet from over 4,000 points to around 3,200. More than half of the thousands of stocks would face a halving in value. Should Wei Sheng manipulate billions to plunge into the A-shares, it would be akin to leaping into a pit of blood. If he merely lost the Wei family's funds, that would be one matter, but his intention to drag others into the pit would yield consequences too dire to contemplate. Very well, if they sought their own demise, then I shall facilitate it. A multitude of schemes flitted through Wei Hong's mind. After much contemplation, he realized that in order to ensnare Wei Sheng, he would need to control the latter's luck. After all, when a person with formidable luck encounters a market crash, they instinctively sell off their assets to escape. It would not be easy to trap him. Only in the days leading up to the disaster could he orchestrate a few unexpected events to deplete Wei Sheng's luck entirely. At that point, he would unwittingly fall into the pit of the stock market crash. With this thought in mind, Wei Hong took out his phone and dialed Uncle Gong's number. Before long, Su Maogong's voice came through. "Young master, how may I assist you?" "Uncle Gong, is everything going smoothly in Hong Kong?" "All is well, young master, rest assured." "Good." Wei Hong stated directly. "Help me find a few individuals skilled in orchestrating accidents, capable of causing harm without leaving any trace." "Young master, are you planning to deal with him again?" Su Maogong couldn't help but recall the previous incident. Wei Hong did not refute this. He simply inquired, "Can you find them?" "I can." Su Maogong readily agreed, stating, "In this harbor city, while there may not be an abundance of opportunities, there exists a plethora of individuals engaged in dubious endeavors. I have acquaintances here from whom I can inquire. With a bit of investigation, we should be able to locate what we seek." In the past, there were certain individuals in the underworld who specialized in such undertakings, operating discreetly and employing their high intelligence to orchestrate traps for others, with the police often concluding these incidents as mere accidents. If necessary, I can enlist a few of the world's top assassins, who possess the means to eliminate someone without a trace. Rest assured, I shall ensure your satisfaction." Wei Hong, feeling quite content, hung up the phone. He did not wish to eliminate Wei Sheng immediately, for the latter still harbored numerous secrets yet to be uncovered. Wei Hong intended to suppress him, leveraging his past life's memories, seizing all opportunities before ultimately extinguishing him. Creating accidents was merely a means to control Wei Sheng's fortune. If such incidents were to occur sporadically, even if Wei Sheng managed to evade them each time, his fortune would undoubtedly be severely depleted. How could he then contend with Wei Hong? The notion of slowly dismantling a system owner with the dull blade of gradual attrition seemed rather intriguing. In his previous life, Wei Sheng had rendered Wei Hong friendless and destitute, ultimately meeting a tragic demise beneath the wheels of fate. In this life, Wei Hong envisioned repeatedly elevating him to great heights only to subsequently drag him down into the mire, allowing him to spiral into despair before ultimately snuffing out his existence. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Wei Hong's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed another number. Shortly, a respectful voice came through the receiver. "Young Master Wei, how may I assist you?" "Uncle Lin," Wei Hong replied with a smile. "How have you been managing in the cleaning department lately?" "Ha ha ha, quite comfortably." The middle-aged man's voice chuckled. "We've been slacking off daily, while every department is nearly overwhelmed. The employees under my supervision are brimming with grievances. Should I attempt to lure them away now, I would succeed without fail. No need for that at the moment." Wei Hong succinctly instructed, "In recent days, Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter have faced significant losses, with several projects encountering problems. They are preparing to venture into the stock market. Are you suggesting we create disturbances by leaking information?" The middle-aged man inquired tentatively. "No." Wei Hong coughed lightly and smiled. "Instead, we should assist them by lifting their spirits. The higher they rise, the better." "Understood." The middle-aged man responded cheerfully. After ending the call, Wei Hong slowly curved his lips into a smile. He was eagerly anticipating the expressions on Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter's faces when they ascended only to plummet into the abyss. They had fortuitously encountered a rare and calamitous market crash, and Wei Sheng, coincidentally, was eager to make a significant impact in the stock market. Was it a twist of fate, or had the butterfly effect of his rebirth instigated these developments? It is worth noting that in his previous life, Wei Sheng had only engaged with the stock market after his university years. This time, perhaps after enduring repeated bullying at the hands of Wei Hong, he was compelled to forge a new path. The stock market is not a realm one can navigate solely by luck. Wei Hong scoffed softly as he discreetly opened his investment software on his computer. Although he is a minor and unable to open a stock trading account domestically, he is a top-tier hacker who can remotely forge identities in countries with lenient regulations and successfully establish fund accounts. Armed with an unparalleled memory of his past life, Wei Hong possesses a clear understanding of the future economic landscapes, stock markets, and fund trends across the globe. Coupled with his solid financial theories, his investment endeavors are akin to a fish in water, yielding results that are not significantly inferior to those achieved by Wei Sheng through sheer luck. During this period, he has amassed 450 million renminbi from the Tongxing pharmaceutical incident, which has remarkably transformed into 12 million US dollars. Moving forward, Wei Hong merely needs to continue investing and accumulating strength. When the stock market crash arrives, he will decisively short international funds, allowing him to reap profits tenfold or even 100-fold amidst the turmoil of the impending financial disaster. Chapter 65: The Unexpected Team of Assassins, Invisible Killings. 7 days later, on a night in the bar district, Wei Hong sat in a private room on the second floor of a dimly lit bar. His gaze drifted through the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the vibrant scene of young men and women outside. After a while, he turned to the sofa, where a distinguished middle-aged man in glasses was poring over documents, his eyes shimmering with a subtle wisdom. "Mr. Wei, are you intent on dealing with these young individuals?" The refined, middle-aged man inquired, his expression stoic as he spoke in impeccable Mandarin. 600,000 each. Is that acceptable? 600,000? What? Is that too expensive? Wei Hong responded, reclining on the sofa with a mocking grin. No, it is far too cheap. I'm seeking a top-tier team of assassins. I cannot have just any mediocre individuals come to deceive me. What quality of service can one expect at such a bargain? The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched, his previously confident demeanor now cracking. Mr. Wei, your lavish spending may blind you to the market realities. In Southeast Asia, there are numerous killers available for hire, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. If one can afford it, even mercenaries can be acquired. Our kind requires extensive observation of the target's habits, routines, environmental conditions, and surrounding architecture before formulating an attack plan. This meticulous preparation ensures that we eliminate the employer's adversaries without attracting the attention of law enforcement. However, this process is time-consuming and fraught with uncertainties, resulting in a limited clientele. Our circle is small, and 600,000 is already a premium price. I assure you, you will find no one better than me. Pouring himself a glass of wine, Wei Hong took a sip and chuckled softly. You are indeed introduced by Uncle Gong, suggesting you possess some skills. How many companions do you have? 3. The middle-aged man raised 3 fingers. They're all professionals, and I have only contacted you directly, ensuring that not a shred of information is disclosed. For individuals for 600,000, Wei Hong furrowed his brow, assessing the situation. That means each of you would only receive 150,000 for a single job? In the context of the prices in Hong Kong, that barely covers a third of a restroom. The middle-aged man felt his composure slipping. He hastily defended. They would each receive 120,000, while I would take 240,000, and without taxes, the risks are minimal. Stop right there, 1 million. Wei Hong raised a finger, asserting 1 million per assignment. What? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. A client willing to raise the price? Such extravagance was indeed rare. Wei Hong savored another sip of wine before continuing. Of course, this price comes with conditions. You must work for me in the long term, remaining ready to heed my commands. Long term? The middle-aged man hesitated. Is there even a concept of long term in this line of work? Goodness, How many individuals do you intend to eliminate? Indeed, a long-term arrangement. Wei Hong tapped the documents on the table and remarked solemnly, having been in this profession for many years, you must understand that sometimes it is exceedingly difficult for an accident to claim a life, correct? Indeed, the middle-aged gentleman, exuding an air of refinement, pondered for a moment before responding. I find it perplexing that despite meticulously calculating all factors, certain individuals manage to evade certain death at crucial moments. Wei Hong smirked, his lips curling in amusement as he replied, allow me to elucidate. Such individuals are often blessed with profound fortune. They possess an extraordinary luck that allows them to survive seemingly lethal situations, be it a car crash, a heavy object falling, or a perilous fall from a height. This topic piqued the middle-aged gentleman's interest immediately. He retrieved a notebook from his pocket and diligently recorded Wei Hong's observations. These notions are quite esoteric. In any case, should you wish to explore them further, I suggest you observe them closely in the future. Wei Hong swirled his drink, continuing, my adversaries are surrounded by such fortunate individuals. I wish to enlist your expertise in orchestrating accidents to target them, thereby depleting their good fortune each time they narrowly escape. Thus, your aim is not to kill. The middle-aged gentleman furrowed his brow. No, Wei Hong shook his head decisively. Aside from the primary target, Wei Sheng, whose frequency of encounters must be controlled to avoid his demise, the fate of others is inconsequential. If they cannot evade these accidents, let them perish. Understand. The gentleman adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and stated, so, you intend to engage our services on a long-term basis to systematically eliminate these individuals? Wei Hong merely shrugged, opting not to elaborate further. After a moment of contemplation, the gentleman nodded and said, that is agreeable, but we require no less than 6 contracts per year. Otherwise, it would not be worthwhile for us to remain here indefinitely. At least 10 contracts per year, each worth 10 million, Wei Hong asserted, tossing a black card and a phone card onto the table. He instructed casually, you will be provided with a villa and a vehicle. The rest, food, drink, and personal needs, are your responsibility. In the future, our communication will be direct and singular. If any issues arise, you are prepared to handle them. Yes? The middle-aged gentleman stood and extended his hand for a handshake. No problem. You may call me Professor K. Wei Hong returned the handshake with satisfaction and then made his exit from the private room. Shortly thereafter, the gentleman proceeded down the corridor towards another room. After cautiously scanning the surroundings to ensure he was not being followed, he knocked on the door and stepped inside. Inside the room sat 2 men and a woman. A youthful girl in her 20s with a stylish haircut, an elderly man in his 50s with an unremarkable appearance, and a plump man likely in his 30s. The trio tensed at the sound of the knock, but relaxed upon seeing the middle-aged gentleman enter. Professor, have you reached an agreement? We traveled such a distance to the mainland. Let's not return empty-handed, the short-haired girl inquired in Cantonese. Speak Mandarin while on the mainland. Do not give away our origins. The middle-aged gentleman cautioned before producing a pack of cigarettes from his bag, lighting one as he replied, goodness, the wealthy in the mainland truly abound, with figures in the millions and billions being casually mentioned. Remarkable. How much? The girl frowned. 10 million per contract. With an expectation of long-term collaboration, the gentleman succinctly summarized. A minimum of 10 contracts per year, available at your beck and call. The trio could not help but gasp in astonishment. With 10 orders a year, and each valued at 10 million, does that not amount to 100 million? In the port city, they hardly receive 3 to 5 orders annually. Now, not only is the work abundant, but the potential for greater earnings is also evident. It is no wonder that one would marvel at the opulence of mainland tycoons. Ha ha ha. Does this not imply that we could retire in just a few years? Goodness, how prosperous this is. With such generous offers, I could easily reside in the mainland for the long term. How foolish it is that had we known of the wealth of mainland magnates, we would have ventured here to earn money long ago, rather than waiting until now. Ah, what a fortuna. The crowd erupted in excitement, exchanging hearty embraces and fervent applause, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Do not let pride cloud your judgment, cautioned a refined middle-aged man. The generous prices offered are not merely an invitation for idle play. Starting tomorrow, we must diligently observe and commence our tasks. Chapter 66. The Wei Summit, a rising star. In mid-November, the Wei group stirred once more. Wei Jiaoyang personally approved his adopted son, Wei Sheng, to assume the role of vice president of the group, establishing a financial division to engage in comprehensive investments within the stock market. This momentous announcement sparked heated discussions across various circles. Many netizens expressed skepticism regarding this audacious move. How could a 17-year-old high school student be entrusted with the vice presidency? It appeared as though shareholder funds were being treated as a jest. That very day, shares of the Wei Group plummeted. For several consecutive days, the stock price continued to decline. However, soon a different narrative began to circulate within the upper echelons of Jiangzhou. Rumor had it that the new Financial Division 2 of the Wei Group had assembled a team of elite professionals, focusing strategically on the A-share and fund markets. And in just a few days, they had invested over 2 billion, yielding remarkably impressive returns. In no time, news of Wei Sheng as an investment prodigy spread like wildfire. Some were incredulous, some scoffed, while others observed with curiosity. Yet, as time passed, various insider tidbits began to emerge from within the group, further solidifying Wei Sheng's reputation for investment prowess, igniting intrigue and astonishment among many. By early December, the annual summit of the Wei Group was held atop the prestigious Vienna Hotel. This summit not only attracted luminaries from the political and business realms of the city, but also included representatives from subsidiaries, partners, and suppliers. A multitude of dignitaries, wealthy businessmen, socialites, and celebrities graced the occasion, with even a few second and third-tier stars performing, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled exuberance. Amidst the crowd, the affluent and influential mingled, champagne and red wine in hand, navigating the corridors of power. They exchanged pleasantries and compliments, or sought to curry favor with the bigwigs. Undoubtedly, the spotlight of the day belonged to Wei Sheng, as Wei Jiaoyang took the stage to preside over the summit. He unhesitatingly directed the projection of a PowerPoint presentation onto the large screen. Ladies and gentlemen, the Wei Group has continued to thrive this year, with each of the first 3 quarters boasting profits exceeding 8. Although the fourth quarter experienced a slight downturn due to internal personnel adjustments, it does not overshadow our achievements. We firmly believe that once the management of the Wei Group undergoes a rejuvenation, we will unleash even more vibrant potential. Our newly established Financial Division 2 has already delivered remarkable results. Please take a look over the past month and a half. The Financial Division 2 has utilized 2 billion in liquid assets to invest in A-shares and domestic funds, achieving a profit increase of 12.7, becoming a significant dark horse in our group's fourth quarter performance. Wei Jiaoyang spoke with confidence and eloquence on stage, while below, Wei Sheng endured the gazes of astonishment, envy, and scrutiny from the crowd. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride and exhilaration. Once, he had been just a poor boy from a village in the city. Yet now, Wei Sheng reveled in the exquisite sensation of standing at the pinnacle of power and wealth, revered and admired by many. This feeling intoxicated him, fostering a delusion of invincibility. Indeed, the Wei Group lives up to its legacy. Who would have thought such significant advancements could be made in the realm of financial investment? Chairman Wei, you must guide us. Indeed, achieving a profit increase of 12.7 within merely half a month is nothing short of miraculous. Wei Xianji's prowess is astonishing, surpassing even that of your elder brother by 100-fold. The surrounding crowd clamored with compliments and flattery. Wei Jiaoyang and Wei Sheng were naturally delighted, unable to conceal their joy. Ladies and gentlemen, Wei Jiaoyang feigned a tone of regret. Our group is still in the exploratory phase of financial investments, and we currently lack a private equity fund license. Thus, we are unable to lead everyone in generating profits at this time. I hope for your understanding. Oh, what significance does a private equity fund license hold? Acquiring a small fund would suffice. One chimed in. Director Wei, you cannot be so ungrateful as to earn profits without including us. Indeed, we are in a bull market, the perfect opportunity to make money. You must guide us," the crowd urged, each person eager not to miss this golden chance. It is well known that many wealthy individuals are often in dire need of lucrative investment projects. They hold vast sums of money, yet remain oblivious as to where to invest. Bank fixed-term interest rates are too low, while mutual funds are unstable. Engaging in business brings both gains and losses, especially for those whose descendants are less than ambitious, who long to find a reliable fund to entrust their future. Wei Sheng mobilized $2 billion in funds to acquire several stocks. Under normal circumstances, fluctuations within 3 are to be expected, as gains and losses typically offset one another. However, a rise of 12.7 is exceedingly extravagant, and it is clear to all that he possesses considerable skill. To align oneself with such an investment virtuoso and partake in his success would be a boon. Consequently, it was no surprise that Wei Jiaoyong and Wei Sheng found themselves surrounded by eager onlookers. Not far away, Wei Hong and Hua Yinghao sat on a corner sofa, sipping drinks and quietly observing the spectacle, even exchanging a few light-hearted remarks. Why not approach them for a chat? Perhaps the Wei family would consider bringing you along for investment opportunities, Wei Hong jested. Bring me profits? More likely lead me into a pitfall, Hua Yinghao scoffed, swirling his drink in disdain. Besides, I do not require assistance with my investments. True enough, Wei Hong shrugged in agreement. This man had been a whirlwind since his arrival in Jiangzhou, engaging in bold investments across various sectors, including finance, real estate, dining, and jewelry. He had successfully secured several significant contracts from the Wei Group, and his enterprise, Zhenghao Group, was thriving, establishing him as a new elite in Jiangzhou. Such a person hardly needs guidance in his investments. Your brother is quite peculiar. Hua Yinghao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the crowd where Wei Sheng mingled. Surely you know his background. Care to divulge a detail or two? Guess for yourself. Wei Hong took a sip of his drink, his smile playful. Last time, Mr. Hua expressed interest in a collaboration. I wonder if that still holds true? Oh, you wish to partner with me? Hua Yinghao was taken aback. Certainly. Wei Hong nodded. I initially declined due to limited resources, but now that my foundation has strengthened, it is only natural to seek collaboration with someone of your caliber. Hua Yinghao's interest was piqued. He raised an eyebrow, indicating for Wei Hong to continue. Wei Hong lowered his voice and spoke earnestly. You desire to seize a substantial opportunity upon your arrival in Jiangzhou, and I too wish to partake in this venture. Should Mr. Hua be inclined to collaborate, all matters are open for discussion. How do you even know this? Hua Yinghao gasped in surprise. He scrutinized Wei Hong's youthful yet steadfast countenance, then glanced at the smugly triumphant Wei Sheng, unable to suppress his astonishment. Was the disparity between the genuine heir and the pretender truly so pronounced? One was reveling in the flattery of others, while the other was poised to negotiate a transaction exceeding 100 billion. How short-sighted the Wei family must be, oblivious to the true dragon they had birthed. Hua Yinghao jestingly remarked, if you wish to claim a share of the spoils, it is not impossible. However, you must wield at least 5 billion in capital. Do you possess such resources? I will, Wei Hong declared, downing the contents of his glass, his eyes radiating unwavering confidence. Chapter 67. Have you finished speaking? If so, depart. As the banquet reached its midpoint, Wei Sheng, accompanied by Ji Peng, CSCC, and a cadre of affluent heirs, strode in with an air of unwarranted confidence, exuding an attitude that invited disdain. Mr. Hua, I trust you won't mind our little chat? Wei Sheng inquired, feigning modesty. Of course not, Hua Yinghao replied with keen interest, raising his glass. Please, my dear nephew, proceed. It was evident that he recognized their intent was to engage with Wei Hong, and thus, he casually withdrew to the side, observing the unfolding drama with a bemused expression. Brother, I appreciate your presence at this summit. Wei Sheng began his performance with an air of a principal actor. Despite the chaos that ensued due to your actions last time, thanks to our father's and sister's efforts, everything has finally returned to normal. Though your absence has not disrupted the group's operations, you remain the heir personally nurtured by grandfather. I shall persuade father to forgive you. Come back. Return? But you are here. Wei Hong retorted with a sardonic smile. How imposing the financial division too is. Where is the vice president? If you are concerned about my overshadowing you, I could have father retract the appointment. Wei Sheng sighed dramatically. We are family. What cannot be discussed? You even deliberately instructed your subordinates to make things difficult for sister. Are you not turning your elbow outward? Take my advice, apologize to father at home, and then we can unite as a family to strengthen the group. Surely that is more advantageous, is it not? Huh. Wei Hong smirked, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue. Both parties were acutely aware of their antagonistic relationship. It was clear that Wei Sheng sought to provoke him, driven by an insatiable desire to flaunt his status. Have you finished speaking? If so, depart. Wei Hong raised his hand, signaling his bodyguards to prepare for expulsion. Wei Sheng hastily continued, Brother, do not act so superior. The group continues without you. I now generate billions in profits monthly, tens of billions annually. At this rate, it won't be long before your position is entirely obsolete. If you soften your stance with our parents now, they would still be inclined to forgive you. I am even willing to relinquish the vice presidency to you. Wei Hong was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity. Wei Sheng's self-satisfied demeanor was truly infuriating. He continuously flaunted his significance, claiming he would restore the vice presidency to him. Who was he trying to deceive? Depart. Wei Hong exclaimed, irritation etched on his brow. The bodyguards immediately positioned themselves in front of him, ready to push Wei Sheng away. Wei Sheng feigned hurt, retreating while sighing dramatically. This drew the ire of Ji Peng and CSCC, who rushed forward to shield him. Xiao Sheng, do not be overly kind. Some harbor jealousy toward your vice presidency and investment acumen. Why waste breath on him? Indeed, now that Chairman Wei recognizes you as his son, some would wish to reclaim their place in the Wei family, yet would not be welcomed. Xiao Sheng, mind your own affairs. Once you establish your footing in Wei Group, he will only be left to grovel. The wealthy heirs clamored in unison. However, the recent downfall of the Nye family has instilled a profound sense of trepidation among them. Consequently, even if they harbor discontent towards Wei Hong, they dare not voice it explicitly, resorting instead to veiled jabs and sarcastic remarks. Wei Sheng, concealed within the crowd, wore a smug smile, while Wei Hong chose not to waste his breath on these fools. His gaze, tinged with a semblance of amusement, occasionally flickered towards Ji Peng and CSCC. As friends of Wei Sheng, both were indeed favored by fortune. They were specifically included in the list he entrusted to Professor K. CSCC had yet to face an assault. Yet Ji Peng had nearly met his demise a few days prior during a reckless race on the mountainous road, barely avoiding a plunge off the cliff. His left arm still bore a bandage. Professor K and his entourage were truly professionals. Ji Peng had attributed his near-fatal experience to a mere skid of his vehicle. Never suspecting foul play, unbeknownst to him, his fortune had already dissipated considerably. Once completely extinguished, only a grim fate awaited him. Upon reflection, one might conclude that Wei Sheng was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message pinged on his phone. It was a text from Professor K, alarmingly succinct, containing only a single digit. 5, number 5, CSCC. A smile crept upon Wei Hong's lips. Professor K had just made a move against Ji Peng. Was this a precursor to an attack on CSCC? He reclined back on the sofa, engaging in jovial banter with Hua Yinghao, yet his eyes frequently darted around, eager to witness firsthand how Professor K and his associates would execute their plan amidst the lively festivities. Bang! A server inadvertently collided with CSCC, splattering various drinks all over her. CSCC and several nearby socialites gasped in shock. Clad in haute couture, their mobility was already compromised. The sudden drenching of wine rendered their elegant garments a chaotic array of colors, twisting the expressions of the socialites into masks of outrage, creating quite a commotion. Had it not been for the significance of the occasion, they would have unleashed their vitriol. What is the matter with you? Are your servers untrained? This gown is worth over 3 million. Who will compensate for the wine stains? How do you navigate? If your eyes are of no use, they could be donated to those in need. The socialites vented their indignation. The server, flustered and trembling, hurriedly bowed in apology. A middle-aged manager rushed over, bowing deeply, his face awash with concern. I sincerely apologize, ladies. It is our staff's lack of training. Please proceed to the changing room, and we will arrange for compensation. Forget it. I'll go change. Cici thought little of it, dabbing at the red wine on her face with a tissue, lifting her gown as she made her way to the changing room. However, as she approached a towering three-tiered cake, her foot suddenly slipped, and with a shriek, she lunged towards the confection. Be careful! The surrounding crowd gasped in alarm. It is well known that large cakes are supported by a fixed structure. The supports were slender, sharp plastic rods, inserted into the cake to provide stability. The moment someone fell onto them or pressed their head against the cake, they would instantly pierce the eye and cheek. In the blink of an eye, Cici was utterly alarmed. Her body lost balance, rendering her unable to evade the impending disaster. She could only raise her hands to shield her eyes and desperately twist her body. Then with a resounding thud, she crashed face first into the cake. A piercing scream echoed throughout the banquet hall. All eyes turned towards her as they beheld Cici, her face smeared with cake, sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony. Her neck, palms, and cheeks were punctured, blood oozing profusely, causing her to nearly lose consciousness. Oh heavens, how could this happen? Hurry! Someone call for help. Dial 120. Cici, are you all right? Please, someone help her. The surrounding wealthy heirs and socialites erupted into chaos. A throng of people rushed to her aid, frantically preparing to transport her to the hospital. Only Wei Hong scanned the scene, noticing a few figures quietly retreat amidst the turmoil. Chapter 68. You, my boy, are indeed stronger than that ingrate. At Renai Hospital, in the emergency department, Wei Sheng, Ji Peng, Wei Linlang, and Xie Jiang were gathered anxiously, awaiting news from the emergency room. As the door swung open, they hurriedly surrounded the doctor. Doctor, how is she? Is she all right? Li, what is my daughter's current condition? She is so vain. I hope her face is unharmed. Everyone clamored with concern. The middle-aged doctor quickly reassured them. Please do not worry. The patient is currently stable. She sustained 3 puncture wounds from the cake stand during her fall, on her neck, back of the hand, and cheek. The neck injury is the least severe. It did not penetrate the carotid artery or the trachea, merely affecting her vocal cords. She should refrain from speaking for the next 2 weeks to ensure proper healing. The facial puncture is more serious, with a 1.7 centimeters penetrating injury. We have already cleaned and disinfected the wound, but there may be scarring, so family members might consider cosmetic scar treatments later. The hand injury is the most severe. As the stand almost pierced her eye, she narrowly escaped a grave misfortune. Upon hearing the doctor's words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, except for Xie Jiang, who appeared pale and shaken, quietly murmuring prayers for protection. Doctor, may we enter now? Wei Sheng inquired. The patient has been moved to a VIP room. You may proceed there directly. Thank you, doctor. The group hurried to the VIP room. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found a nurse taking the temperature of the bandaged and bruised Cici, whose eyes displayed a lingering shock. Cici, are you all right? Xie Jiang rushed over, wanting to embrace her, but hesitating for fear of causing her pain, his expression torn with concern. It's all my fault. I should not have been so negligent. If I hadn't been preoccupied with socializing, this wouldn't have happened. Dad, it's not your fault. Cici forced a smile. This was an accident, and I'm just a bit shaken. My injuries aren't too severe, are they? Yes, indeed, thank goodness. Xie Jiang wiped his tears, forcing a smile. Truly, our ancestors have blessed us. You are our only child. If anything were to happen to you, how could I carry on? Uncle Xie, it's all right. Don't dwell on it. Yes, the fortunate have their divine guardians. Look, Cici is fine now. You needn't worry. It was merely an accident. How could the hotel be so negligent? We must hold them accountable. Ji Peng and the other affluent young socialites consoled. Yet, Wei Sheng stood silently, his expression grim, betraying a trace of fear. An accident? He felt otherwise. Last week, as Ji Peng had his car accident, everyone believed it was an accident too. Now, with Cici in distress, how could it be deemed merely an accident? Both Ji Peng and Cici were individuals of profound fortune, often leading lives of ease and longevity. Even with reckless habits, they remained in good health and vitality. How is it that a series of unexpected incidents nearly led to death? Moreover, with each mishap, one's fortune plummets significantly, raising suspicions. Could it be that someone is deliberately targeting them? Wei Sheng instinctively thought of Wei Hong. If he were to take action, it would not be surprising. Yet, why wouldn't he simply strike to kill? Much like the last time when he employed a hitman, direct action would have sufficed. Why go to such lengths to deal with Ji Peng and CSCC? Although the two had offended him, their enmity had not escalated to the point of mortal conflict. This perplexity left Wei Sheng in a state of confusion. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. He could only silently reassure himself. However, Ji Peng and CSCC, being those he interacted with daily, now had their fortunes diminished, which would consequently reduce the fortune he could absorb. In summary, this situation significantly impacted him. Recently, the financial department of the group was preparing to expand investments. In the past, managing tens of millions was effortless. Yet now, as the capital increases, every bit of profit earned consumes his fortune at an alarming rate. If this continues, he would not be able to sustain it for long. Wei Sheng felt an urgent anxiety within, regretting his overly ostentatious demeanor. Fortune, being intangible and elusive, is nonetheless a tangible resource. Surviving a calamity consumes it, as does utilizing luck to generate wealth. Now that he had made bold claims, numerous affluent individuals were eager to profit alongside him. If he were to suffer losses due to insufficient fortune, the consequences would be dire. Sister. Wei Hong abruptly pulled Wei Linlang out of the hospital room, glancing around to ensure no one was nearby before quietly asking, "Should we postpone our plan to attract external funding?" "Why postpone?" Wei Linlang replied, dissatisfied. "We have just delivered a satisfactory report and established the reputation of the Wei Group's financial department. Countless wealthy individuals are eager to invest in us. Now is the perfect moment to gather substantial funds for expansion. However, if we absorb too much capital at once, I fear we may lose control," Wei Sheng earnestly cautioned. "Moreover, we lack the qualifications to attract funds. Qualifications are not a concern. Father has already discreetly acquired a small private equity fund license, which we can use to legally attract investments." Wei Linlang reassured him with a comforting pat on his shoulder. "I know your sudden high profile must cause you anxiety, but worry not. Our internal team of financial experts will manage everything." Indeed, upon hearing this, Wei Sheng finally felt a slight sense of relief. During this period, Wei Jiaoyang had not fully trusted his abilities and had specifically assigned a group of financial experts to assist him. Every stock he selected underwent thorough research and analysis, significantly reducing the likelihood of investment errors. Reflecting on the glory of being in the limelight today, he could not help but feel a flicker of luck, while simultaneously loath to relinquish the wealth within his grasp. Striving to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, though somewhat audacious, is nevertheless a venture worth pursuing. After all, I have already taken a step into the echelons of the elite. If I can firmly establish my foothold this time, not only will my influence within the Wei Group soar, but I will also be able to secure my position in Jiangzhou independently of the Wei family in the future. At that point, even if Wei Hong wishes to confront me, it will not be an easy endeavor. Wei Sheng contemplated, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. He eagerly anticipated this opportunity to emerge, aiming to construct his own commercial empire, becoming a figure that Wei Hong would dare not provoke, and shedding the disgraceful identity of a mere adopted son of the Wei family. "What are you laughing about?" Wei Linlang inquired, playfully nudging him. "Oh, nothing, just pondering how to expand and strengthen the finance department," Wei Sheng replied, fervently urging his steed. "Only by earning more can I justify the sacrifices made by my parents and sisters. You, my dear boy, are certainly more capable than a certain ungrateful wretch," Wei Linlang remarked, her heart swelling with pride. Chapter 69. I can offer you one last chance. In the evening, as Wei Sheng and his sister Wei Linlang stepped through the threshold of their home, they were met with the sight of several unfamiliar faces among the bodyguards. Wei Jiaoyang sat on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper, and upon noticing their return, he raised his eyebrows and gestured, "You all, come and pay your respects to young Master Sheng." "Greetings, young Master Sheng," The four new bodyguards stood like tall pines, their demeanor solemn as they offered their salutations. Wei Sheng felt a flicker of joy at their greeting, but feigned ignorance as he inquired, "Dad, what is the meaning of this? Surely, our family does not require so many bodyguards. These are elite bodyguards recently hired from a security company, tasked with providing comprehensive protection for your safety," Wei Jiaoyang replied sternly. "You are now the prized asset of the Wei family and the Wei Corporation. To prevent any potential threats against you, we must enhance your security." "Thank you, Dad and Mom." Wei Sheng expressed his gratitude with a deep bow, genuinely touched, yet inwardly reveling in his newfound status. Previously, he had 2 bodyguards. Now, with an additional 4, the prospect of being accompanied by 6 bodyguards when he ventured out was undeniably impressive. While it might not rival Wei Hong's grand display, few second-generation wealthy heirs in Jiangzhou could boast such an entourage. Even many affluent individuals would not have 6 bodyguards, granting him considerable prestige. "Thank what?" Wei Jiaoyang waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Wei Hong, who was descending the stairs. He then raised his voice intentionally. "You are my son and have made significant contributions to the family and the corporation. Thus, it is only appropriate to enhance your treatment. Unlike certain individuals who merely consume resources without contributing." Indeed, Wei Linlang seized the moment to interject, sneering, "Some individuals have been nurtured by countless people since childhood. Yet upon growing up, they contribute nothing to the family and even turn against it. Do they truly believe the corporation cannot function without them? Now that the Wei Corporation is flourishing, with stock prices soaring and its market value nearing 700 billion, I am eager to see who truly embodies the role of the corporation's heir once the financial department establishes its reputation," she continued. As for these empty words, Wei Hong paid them no heed. Leisurely, he approached the bar to pour himself a glass of champagne, casually adding a few ice cubes before turning to head to the gym for a workout. Seeing this, Wei Linlang was nearly driven to destroy her beloved Herm's handbag in frustration. Taking a few deep breaths, she clenched her teeth and declared, "Continue your charade. Do you not pride yourself on being the heir personally cultivated by grandfather? Let me demonstrate how easily that title can be usurped. Feel free to seize it if you wish. Who would care?" Wei Hong scoffed, halting his strides to cast a disdainful glance. "Do you truly believe that with Wei Sheng's assistance, you can master finance? Beware of climbing too high only to fall harder. You're simply envious," Wei Linlang retorted triumphantly, tossing her bag to a servant and accepting a cup of tea from Wang Ma. Taking a sip, she smirked, "Oh dear, it seems certain individuals are about to be driven to the brink of madness." Laughter erupted among Wei Jiaoyang and the others, while Dusi Hui, though somewhat disapproving, chose not to intervene. Furrowing his brows, he turned to Wei Hong and earnestly advised, "If you wish to preserve your status as the heir, it would be wise to reconsider your stance. We are, after all, family, and there is no need for us to become estranged. Sometimes children may act out, perhaps seeking attention, but if taken too far, it can become quite irksome. I can offer you one final opportunity." Wei Jiaoyang set down his newspaper, reclining back with an air of authority, and declared, "As long as you apologize to the family and kneel before our ancestors' tablets for a full day and night, you may still have the chance to become the heir of the Wei Group. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." The Wei Group was currently flourishing, poised to reach a valuation of hundreds of billions within a year, and the prospect of becoming a multinational conglomerate was well within reach. Do not be ungrateful. If you persist in your obstinacy, it will be too late to return. Upon hearing this, Wei Hong felt neither anger nor indignation. Instead, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Did these individuals truly believe that a slight achievement would ensure their continued success? Did they think to manipulate him through psychological pressure, compelling him to labor for the group? Did they really think that the bait of being an heir would entice everyone? How foolish! With a sigh and a shake of his head, Wei Hong scoffed and ascended the stairs, leaving Wei Jiaoyang and the others momentarily stunned, their fury rising as they stomped and cursed in vain. After all, sometimes ignoring someone is far more disconcerting than engaging in a verbal duel. "Mom and Dad, please do not be too upset," Wei Sheng quickly interjected, feeling aggrieved. My elder brother simply looks down on me. If it bothers him, I can resign from my position as vice president of the group. Wei Jiaoyang retorted, Xiaosheng, pay no heed to that little wretch. Our son is only you. Wei Linlang added, Indeed, Xiaosheng, if he cannot appreciate your kindness, do not be overly benevolent. It is unwise to keep seeking approval from someone who shows none. Du Sihui hesitated, then sighed, We are still family. Perhaps I shall persuade him another day. Persuade him? Wei Jiaoyang shot her an impatient glare. You have spoiled him. Just look at what a wretched creature he has become. Spoiled? The servants in the villa wore strange expressions. How could this family dare to use the term spoiled? Had they ever truly indulged Wei Hong? Merely refraining from tormenting him was a feat in itself. Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. Wei Sheng quickly redirected the conversation. I believe there is more to what happened with Cici today. Should we consider hiring a private investigator? By the way, how is Cici? Wei Jiaoyang quickly inquired. Why would we need a private investigator? It was merely an accident. I can apologize to old Xie over drinks later. After all, it was our oversight. Though Cici is unharmed, this incident feels rather peculiar. Wei Sheng gestured for the bodyguards to exit and glanced upstairs before approaching the sofa and bowing slightly. A few days ago, Ji Peng had an accident while racing. He had never been in trouble before. Isn't it normal for accidents to occur while racing? It would be more unusual if nothing happened, Wei Jiaoyang scoffed. Du Sihui, however, seemed to grasp the underlying tension and frowned. Do you suspect someone might want to harm them? Was this accident orchestrated? Perhaps, Wei Sheng replied. Wei Sheng, feeling unable to articulate his thoughts openly, resorted to heartfelt transmission. Alas, I am uncertain whether to voice this, but the unexpected incidents involving Ji Peng and CC are exceedingly peculiar. I suspect that our elder brother may be intent on their demise. Yet, I cannot disclose this to our parents. It burdens me greatly. A collective gasp escaped Wei Jiaoyang and the others. Wei Hong wishes to harm Ji Peng and CSCC. What could possibly motivate such actions? It seems he has no apparent reason to target them. Wei Linlang opened her mouth to question, but ultimately refrained, instead suggesting, Father, perhaps we should investigate this matter? If someone is indeed scheming behind the scenes, uncovering the truth would provide an explanation to Uncle Xie, especially considering that CC nearly suffered a grave injury today. Very well, I shall engage a private detective to look into this. Wei Jiaoyang readily agreed. Chapter 70. An unexpected reappearance. Wei Sheng's misfortune. In the ensuing days, Wei Sheng basked in the glow of admiration, whether at school, at home, or within the confines of the corporation. He traversed the streets with 6 bodyguards escorting him, his tailored suit lending him an air of aristocracy. No longer the reclusive, silent, and self-deprecating youth he once was, he had transformed into a figure of confidence and flamboyance. Although he still fell slightly short of the cultivated elegance exhibited by the likes of Wei Hong, he was nonetheless indistinguishable from the typical signs of wealth. As mid-December approached, a detailed investigative report landed in Wei Sheng's inbox. Commissioned by Wei Jiaoyang, the report was the result of a professional private detective's inquiry into 2 recent incidents. The findings confirmed that both occurrences were indeed accidents. On the night of Ji Peng's reckless driving, a light rain had made the road slick, and having consumed some red wine, he inadvertently skidded while navigating a turn. There were no vehicles or pedestrians in the vicinity, and he had subsequently called his fellow racing enthusiasts for assistance. The details corroborated the absence of foul play. Even a police investigation would yield no discrepancies, given that the mountainous road lacked surveillance. The situation surrounding CSCC, however, was considerably more intricate. While the Wei Corporation Summit did indeed feature a celebratory cake, many of the waitstaff were university students working part-time, complicating the search for information. The report indicated the possibility of an intruder infiltrating the hotel to commit an act of aggression. However, such high-profile events prohibited the hotel from operating surveillance, leaving the specifics of what transpired that day shrouded in mystery. The waiter responsible for dousing CSCC with wine left no trace, and the floor had long since been marred by countless footprints, erasing any potential evidence. Ultimately, the private investigator concluded that the incidents were mere accidents. Damn it, useless. In the morning, seated in the back of a Mercedes, Wei Sheng silently absorbed the contents of the investigative report on his phone. In a fit of anger, he hurled the device onto the adjacent seat, his visage marred by irritation and discontent. At that moment, an inexplicable unease washed over him, though its source remained elusive. Frustration clouded his thoughts, and he pondered whether he should seek further investigation. Wei Sheng raked his fingers through his hair. His intuition hinted that the matters at hand were not as straightforward as they appeared. With his investments accumulating to a substantial sum of 20 million, he could easily afford further inquiries. Yet to harbor suspicion without concrete evidence felt unjust. As he wrestled with his thoughts, the vehicle ahead came to a gradual halt, causing his brow to furrow in concern. "What's going on? Aren't we still en route to school?" he inquired. "Sir, there's a traffic jam up ahead," replied driver Xiao Wu cautiously. Wei Sheng leaned forward to peer out, ultimately resigning himself to silence. His vehicle, along with those of his bodyguards, found itself ensnared in the bustling city center, where cacophony of voices filled the air and shops lined the streets. What should have been a brief stretch of road was now impassable. In the early morning, it is quite common for individuals commuting to work or school to encounter heavy traffic. However, Wei Sheng sensed an unusual ominousness in today's congestion. A profound unease enveloped him, rendering him restless. "Change the route," Wei Sheng commanded. The driver, Xiao Wu, glanced around helplessly and replied, "It's impossible, young master. The traffic is completely gridlocked here. We can't change lanes." How could this be? Wei Sheng's heart grew increasingly agitated, just as he contemplated whether to exit the vehicle. An old electric wire suddenly snapped above him, crackling with sparks and cascading to the ground. "By the heavens!" Wei Sheng gasped, his scalp prickling in alarm as he leaned forward, frantically patting Xiao Wu's shoulder. "We're in danger. Hurry, let us go." "Young master, we can't move," Xiao Wu exclaimed in a panic. "We're completely stuck. Get out. We must get out immediately," Wei Sheng urged, desperate to push the car door open. At that moment, his bodyguard raised a hand to intervene, declaring, "Young master, you cannot exit the vehicle. That old wire is still live, and the ground is slick from the rain. If we exit now, we risk electrocution." "Indeed, young master," Xiao Wu added nervously. "The wire is still a bit distant from us, and our tires are insulated. It is safer for us to remain in the car." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wei Sheng's forehead. For reasons unknown, everything around him exuded a sense of impending doom, compelling him to flee. "What on earth is that dangling wire doing here?" exclaimed a passerby. "Oh goodness, the wire is frayed and live. Everyone, keep your distance. Be careful. Heavens, let us hope the traffic clears. We need to get moving. There's a risk of electrocution. We'll call the power company to report this." The fallen wire caught the attention of others. Pedestrians pointed and cautiously retreated, some eager citizens prepared to call for help. As a result, the once bustling street became eerily vacant, save for a few vehicles honking anxiously. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Wei Sheng could almost hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. In the next instant, a stream of water, seemingly from nowhere, began to flow along the curb. It dripped and splashed into a nearby drain. "Oh no," Wei Sheng thought, uncertain of the potential danger, his gaze fixated on the water, instinctively perceiving it as a source of peril. Indeed, the water was conductive. The crackling electricity surged into the drain. With a thunderous roar and a flash of fire, the explosion ensued. Wei Sheng felt a violent force propelling him from beneath, and in an instant, he was thrown from the vehicle, his body battered and disoriented. The street erupted in chaos as electric vehicles blared their alarms. Bystanders screamed and fled, the scene devolving into turmoil. The bodyguard could only shield Wei Sheng with his own body, and both were struck by the tremendous impact, leaving them bloodied and disheveled. How can an explosion occur? Quick! Someone help! What a calamity! The aged wires have caused an electrical leak, igniting the methane that had fermented in the sewer. Who knows if there are still any lingering electrical hazards or residual explosions? Perhaps it is prudent to notify the authorities. Good heavens, several vehicles have been overturned, and, fortunately, no lives have been lost. How terrifying it is. The manhole covers soared to heights of over 10 meters. The gasps and murmurs of onlookers filled the air. Wei Sheng's mind buzzed, his vision awash in crimson. He let out a faint, delirious chuckle before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Young master, are you all right?" The vehicle lay on its side, and the young master had fainted. "Quickly, call for an ambulance. Be cautious of the wires. First, remove them." Amidst the cacophony of chaos, the driver and bodyguards frantically rushed to render assistance. Chapter 71. A difficult situation. Wei Sheng's unease. In the VIP ward of the hospital, as Wei Sheng's eyes fluttered open, he was immediately greeted by the faint scent of disinfectant and blinding white light. He lay comfortably on the hospital bed, yet every part of his body ached intolerably. "Xiao Sheng, you're awake? That's wonderful. Are you all right? Doctor, quickly call the doctor." A flurry of anxious voices surrounded him. Wei Sheng noticed Wei Jiaoyang, Du Sihui, Wei Linlang, Ji Peng, and CSCC all present in the room. It seemed the news of his incident had spread, prompting such a gathering of visitors. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but was interrupted as a middle-aged doctor in a white coat hurried over to examine him. After confirming that he was indeed fine, the doctor stated in a professional manner, "Mr. Wei, Mrs. Wei, your son has merely suffered a severe impact leading to a fainting spell. He may have a mild concussion and some bruising, but there are no other injuries. Rest for a few days, and he will be fine." "That's a relief." Wei Jiaoyang and the others exhaled in unison. Once the doctor departed, Ji Peng was the first to express his astonishment. "You've got to be kidding me. What terrible luck to encounter such a bizarre situation. Indeed, perhaps we should consult a fortune teller or bring a safety talisman home. How could one be so unfortunate?" CSCC complained, her tone laced with disbelief. "It wasn't an accident." Wei Sheng gasped, his voice hoarse and his eyes filled with terror. "Someone is trying to kill me. This is no accident." "Kill you?" The group froze in shock. Wei Sheng frantically grasped at the arms of those nearby, his panic evident. "Yes, it is definitely not an accident. Whether it was Ji Peng nearly falling to his death, or CC almost being disfigured, or my own near-fatal explosion, these were all intentional acts." A collective gasp filled the room. "No way. Are you saying someone wants to kill all three of us?" Ji Peng exclaimed, his voice rising with alarm. "But we haven't offended anyone." CSCC protested, confusion etched on her face. "Who would bear such a deep grudge against us? It seems unreasonable. Could it be Wei Hong?" Ji Peng asserted with conviction. "He must be envious of your recent successes and wishes to eliminate any competition, especially since our closeness has only fueled his jealousy. Let us not jump to conclusions. Your uncle and aunt are still here." CSCC quickly interjected. Wei Sheng opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by Wei Jiaoyang, who furrowed his brow. "I understand what you're trying to say. In fact, during the half-day you were unconscious, I have already reported this incident to the police. The police, fire department, and electrical company have all arrived on the scene for investigation and unanimously concluded that it was merely an accident. The wires had deteriorated, leading to a short circuit that ignited a fire. The electrical current followed the water into the drainage system, which had accumulated a considerable amount of methane gas due to various organic waste and was subsequently ignited by a spark, causing the explosion. From the investigation and surveillance footage, there is no evidence of foul play. Hence, the notion of murder is unfounded, and the police will not file a case." Wei Sheng remained skeptical. However, with Wei Jiaoyang's firm assertion, he could only suppress his thoughts for the time being, intending to investigate the matter further on his own later. He had an ominous premonition that this time it was certainly Wei Hong who was targeting him. Although he possessed no tangible evidence, he felt bold in his conviction. "Where has my fortune gone?" Wei Sheng cast a fleeting glance at the system attributes panel and was dismayed to see that his once abundant fortune points had diminished by more than half. Was it merely an explosion? The bulletproof vehicle had sustained no shattered glass. How could a mere scratch cost him so many fortune points? Wei Sheng muttered with a grim expression. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Host, this explosion should have directly ignited the fuel tank. It was your hidden fortune that allowed you to survive." Damn it. Wei Sheng's face was a tapestry of complex emotions, torn between laughter and tears. He was relieved to have survived, yet the cost was so steep that he could not help but feel a pang of regret. What next? Would this plummet in fortune lead to a decline in stock returns? Xiao Sheng, do not overthink it. Ji Peng, noticing Wei Sheng's distress, hurriedly reassured him. We three are unfortunate brothers who have encountered misfortune together. However, we can count ourselves lucky that it is not a grave matter. Just be cautious in the future. Hee hee. Wei Sheng forced a bitter smile and shook his head, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. Should he suggest that the three of them were individuals of considerable fortune, and their survival was merely a consequence of fortune's balance? Such matters were best kept private. He could only wait and investigate cautiously later. As long as Xiao Sheng is fine, you should rest in the hospital for a few days. Wei Jiaoyang instructed. Remember to take care of your health. Do not worry too much. Your elder sister will handle matters at the company. Upon hearing this, Wei Sheng hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Dad, perhaps we should withdraw the investments from the financial division too? I have a feeling that things have been awry these past few days. My luck seems a bit off. Oh, Wei Jiaoyang's demeanor shifted to seriousness. The financial division, too, relied on Wei Sheng's fortune for profit. If he claimed his luck was poor now, it could hinder their earnings. Are you certain? Wei Jiaoyang pressed, unwilling to concede. Recently, numerous influential figures and wealthy merchants have approached us for investments. Our newly established private equity fund has already amassed tens of billions, achieving a staggering 6% profit in just over a week. This profit is simply exhilarating. How many people would struggle to reach such interest rates with a year in fixed deposits at the bank? We have become the proverbial golden goose, attracting countless admirers. If we were to halt and withdraw now, would we not be throwing away our hard work? And how would we explain it to our investors? Wei Sheng found himself momentarily speechless. He felt even more regretful, realizing he should not have orchestrated such a grand affair. Now he truly found himself in a predicament. Dad, my luck is indeed poor. Wei Sheng could not help but continue to advocate for caution. Otherwise, I would not have encountered such a disastrous explosion, right? Perhaps we should pause for a time and resume when my luck improves? No, Wei Linlang interjected firmly. We absolutely cannot pause. You may rest in the hospital for now, but the current bull market is thriving. Numerous highly educated talents are keenly observing the financial division too. There will be no mistakes. Indeed, Wei Jiaoyang was reluctant to relinquish the rich morsel he had just swallowed. Thus, he resolutely decided on the spot. You will recuperate in the hospital. The second financial department has your elder sister overseeing matters, and there are numerous finance PhDs who have returned from studying abroad. With the current market conditions favorable, it is indeed a prime opportunity to profit. Wei Sheng, seeing that he could not sway them, resigned himself to the situation. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Akin to a sixth sense before an impending explosion, he harbored a persistent dread that the second financial department might also face a catastrophic downfall. The scale of operations had expanded too broadly. What would happen if disaster struck? System, is there a swift way to enhance my fortune? My luck is currently too low to continue attracting wealth. Wei Sheng lamented inwardly. The system responded coldly, there is none. The host must rely on opportunities presented by those close at hand to gradually absorb fortune. Damn it! Wei Sheng's expression darkened further. He was now in a predicament, unable to retreat, and could only reassure himself that nothing would go awry. Chapter 72. Our lives can only end in mutual destruction. 7 days later, on the day of Wei Sheng's discharge from the hospital, he found himself in possession of 3 investigative reports. These documents were the result of substantial financial investment in the expertise of 3 renowned private detectives. 2 of the reports concluded that the incident was merely an accident. However, the final report raised suspicions regarding the explosion. Methane? Wei Sheng's expression darkened. The report indicated that the concentration of methane gas at the site of the explosion was alarmingly high, clearly exceeding the normal levels found in sewers. It suggested the possibility of someone deliberately injecting a significant amount of methane into the drainage system, which could have ultimately triggered the explosion. Yet, more concrete evidence remained elusive. It was apparent that attempting to persuade the authorities to open a case based solely on these suspicions would be futile. How professional! Wei Sheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Even he could deduce that this was Wei Hong's handiwork. Although Wei Hong might not have been directly involved, He had undoubtedly engaged a professional team to execute such a complex and cerebral assassination attempt. In a country where firearms are prohibited, such unexpected attacks are particularly challenging to guard against, as one remains oblivious to when the enemy may strike or what objects nearby might take one's life in an instant. As the saying goes, the fear of the unknown is the most terrifying of all. That evening, the Wei family villa was adorned with festive decorations. To celebrate Wei Sheng's release from the hospital, Wei Jiaoyang had instructed the servants to prepare a welcoming banquet, laden with an array of exquisite dishes that were sure to whet anyone's appetite. Wei Jiaoyang raised his glass, proclaiming, "Today marks a joyous occasion with Xiao Sheng's discharge. Let us toast to his health." "Indeed, let us drink," exclaimed Du Sihu Wei and Wei Linlang, quickly raising their glasses. Wei Sheng feigned emotion and lifted his glass as well. The family shared a moment of warmth, while Wei Hong remained neglected at the side. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, Wei Sheng began his own performance, adopting a demeanor of hesitant contemplation. In his mind, he voiced his thoughts to the Wei family. Alas, should I confront my elder brother? The private detectives have discovered that the methane concentration in the sewer was excessively high at the time of the explosion, indicating foul play, with the suspicion pointing directly at him. Why would he want to kill me? I am so frightened. What should I do now? Perhaps it is best to refrain from questioning him directly, given that there is no conclusive evidence. I should proceed with caution next time. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the dining table shifted dramatically. The Wei family members looked up in disbelief. Their eyes, filled with disdain or fury, turned towards Wei Hong. In the past, every time Wei Sheng had schemed against him, he had been met with similar gazes from his family. Although there had been some changes during this period, the gravity of the murder case prompted them to revert to their old ways. With a resounding clap, Wei Jiaoyang slammed his hand on the table, startling the household staff, whose faces blanched in fear as his anger seemed to burn through the air. "You little wretch, is it you? What do you mean?" Wei Hong raised an eyebrow knowingly, feigning ignorance. Why is Chairman Wei inexplicably furious? Has menopause finally set in? I am not your son. Do not take out your frustrations on me. Do not change the subject. Wei Jiaoyang exclaimed, pointing accusingly. Did you hire someone to harm Xiao Sheng? Have you lost your mind? Wei Hong scoffed dismissively. What are you talking about, Chairman Wei? I can hardly comprehend. Feigning innocence. You may continue your charade. Wei Linlang interjected, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Is this the extent of Wei Xiao's abilities, daring to act, but not owning up? Let us not forget your past transgressions. Have you forgotten the last time you hired a hitman? With a light chuckle, Wei Hong appeared unperturbed. He leisurely wiped his fingers, retorting with a mocking inquiry. What if I admit it? And what if I do not? Perhaps you should consider reporting me? At that moment, Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter, Wei Linlang, were rendered speechless with indignation. Even Du Sihui wore an expression of profound disappointment, as if he had committed an utterly despicable act. Seeing the escalating tension, Wei Sheng hastily attempted to mediate. Parents, sister, please do not be angry. It was my fault before, brother. Let us reconcile. Reconcile? Wei Hong erupted with laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. In his previous life, he had suffered a grievous fate at the hands of the Wei family, leading to their utter demise. Could such deep-seated enmity truly be reconciled? Although none of this had yet transpired in this lifetime, Wei Sheng's continuous schemes had already caused him to shoulder numerous injustices. Now, he believed a mere plea for reconciliation could erase the past. Wei Hong fixed his gaze upon him, delivering each word with scorn. Do you think that is a possibility? Our fates are intertwined in perpetual conflict. I am willing to leave the Wei family and resign from my position as vice president. Wei Sheng stammered, desperate. Go to hell, and perhaps we could find peace. Wei Hong's callous retort ignited fury once more among Wei Jiaoyang and the others. As tensions escalated, Wei Hong casually glanced at his watch, a smirk playing on his lips. While you occupy yourselves with fruitless bickering, it would serve you better to ponder how to navigate the impending troubles. It is currently 8 o'clock in the evening. In just 2.5 hours, the U.S. stock market will open. You may indulge in merriment later. What do you mean? Wei Jiaoyang and the others were taken aback, sensing the gravity of the situation. Wei Hong was known for his calculated remarks. He typically dismissed provocations with ease. Yet now he spoke with peculiar conviction. A hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. Did he suggest that something was amiss with the U.S. stock market? Panic washed over Wei Jiaoyang's face as he lowered his voice. If there is a disturbance in the U.S. market, it will undoubtedly ripple through the global markets. We have recently invested a substantial sum in the stock market. We cannot afford any mishaps. Quickly investigate. Understood. Wei Linlang, drenched in cold sweat, fumbled for her phone. Wei Sheng's heart sank as he realized the potential ramifications. Anyone with a modicum of financial understanding knew that even minor fluctuations in the U.S. market could impact global stocks. They had made significant investments in the A-share market recently. Any adverse developments could lead to catastrophic losses. Dad, it will be fine. Wei Sheng attempted to reassure, forcing a smile. We are currently in a bull market. How can anything go wrong? Brother is merely jesting with us. Indeed. Wei Jiaoyang nodded in agreement, stating that nearly every stock purchase lately has yielded profit, as the majority of stocks in the market are on a rise. Your hospitalization during these days has had no impact. We have successfully captured several stocks that reach their maximum limits, rendering any issues impossible. Indeed, Wei Sheng turned, speaking with conviction. I can comprehend your desire to confront me, but the family business is the lifeblood of our clan. You cannot dismiss the value of the grapes simply because you cannot reach them, nor intentionally spread rumors to intimidate us. Huh, fool! Wei Hong scoffed, uttering no further words. They remain obstinate despite the impending reality. However, no matter how much disbelief they harbor, cannot alter the truth. A stock market crash is imminent. Chapter 73. You little brute, are you trying to kill us? As time ticked away, the atmosphere of the welcome banquet turned heavy due to a remark made by Wei Hong. After dialing 7 or 8 numbers in succession, Wei Linlang returned to the table with a furrowed brow and scoffed. Father, do not heed the nonsensical chatter of certain individuals. I have consulted with classmates and friends in America, and leading financial experts are quite optimistic about the U.S. stock market. There is no turbulence to be concerned about. Upon hearing this, Wei Jiaoyang and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. However, soon after, they were met with a barrage of disdainful glares. Wei Sheng feigned regret as he remarked, Elder brother, could it be that you are fabricating rumors to frighten us due to the exposure of your assassination plot? He chuckled. It seems some have been rattled. Wei Linlang echoed the sentiment with a cold laugh. It is likely they are envious of the substantial profits our private equity fund has been reaping, resorting to hired assassins and slander. How utterly ludicrous. Wei Hong, how have you become this way? Du Sihui finally mustered the words, her eyes filled with disappointment, seeing the others gearing up for a collective assault against him. Wei Hong waved his hand dismissively. Fine, believe what you wish. I cannot be bothered to waste more breath. Just wait. By 10:30 this evening, when the U.S. stock market opens, everything will be revealed. This left the Wei family in a state of bewilderment once more. Could he have truly received some insider information? Otherwise, how could he be so assured? Xiao Hong, if you possess any insider news, why did you not disclose it earlier? Du Sihui asked, her voice laced with conflict. The Wei Group is your grandfather's labor of love. Can you bear to see it suffer losses? Can't bear it? The group is no longer the Wei Group of your. I would rather see it destroyed. Wei Hong retorted with a scoff, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Didn't you all express disbelief? Continue your celebrations. Once again, the atmosphere turned tense. On one hand was his seemingly authoritative prophecy, while on the other was the calm news. Wei Jiaoyang and others found themselves at a loss as to whom to believe, and Wei Hong reveled in their torment. A stock market crash was indeed poised to erupt that very night. Due to the time difference, it was morning in America. At 10:30 in the evening here, the U.S. stock market would open, and 2 hours prior to the opening, the Federal Reserve would announce interest rate hikes. Within just a few short minutes that day, the U.S. stock market would see widespread surges, as high interest rates would attract global capital, creating a financial tidal wave that swept across the world. The stock market crash would ensue. The A-share market would also be significantly impacted, plunging wildly in a matter of moments. Many major investors and retail traders would find themselves trapped in a market that had nearly halved, leaving countless individuals in despair and others contemplating suicide. Prior to this, Wei Hong had quietly dispersed all his assets across various international funds, simultaneously utilizing leverage to short the market. Once the crash unfolded, he would amass an unimaginable fortune. Suddenly, Wei Linlang's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, her expression shifted dramatically, and she immediately answered, conversing fluently in a London accent. Moments later, her demeanor darkened gradually. As if struck by a dire omen, her lips had drained of all color. "Father, something terrible has happened," Wei Linlang exclaimed in terror, swallowing hard. "The Federal Reserve is set to raise interest rates." "What?" Wei Jiaoyang sprang to his feet in astonishment. Several cups and dishes clattered to the ground, shattering into a cacophony of shards, creating a scene of utter chaos. Yet, at that moment, no one cared about the mess. Everyone was rendered speechless, stunned by the news of the Federal Reserve's impending rate hike. Anyone with even a modicum of financial understanding knew that such a decision heralded the onset of a financial storm. The Wei Group had invested heavily in the A-share market. If calamity struck, who would bear the weight of such responsibility? "Impossible, this absolutely cannot be happening," Wei Sheng muttered, his face awash with disbelief. He recalled how Wei Hong had been coldly observing their profitable ventures, silently watching them dominate the stock market without lifting a finger. As the pieces fell into place, he realized he had seemingly walked right into a trap. It was evident that his adversary had been eagerly anticipating his increased investments in the stock market. "You bastard! Are you plotting against us?" Wei Sheng erupted, slamming his hand on the table, shedding his usual demeanor of gentleness and composure, his face contorted with a hint of ferocity. Wei Hong raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. "Plotting? Did I force you to invest in the stock market? Did I coerce you into rallying other wealthy individuals to purchase private equity funds? You are nothing more than a failure who perpetually seeks excuses for his own shortcomings. You." Wei Sheng was seething with rage, yet his heart churned with panic. He could scarcely fathom the consequences should the stock market falter. The thought of how to salvage the aftermath was too daunting to entertain. All he felt was a chilling numbness in his limbs, as an overwhelming dread enveloped him. Whether it was Wei Hong's meticulous scheming or the near-fatal explosion in the sewer, each incident left him feeling utterly powerless. The despair of being crushed by a superior intellect was beyond the imagination of most. In that moment, Wei Sheng felt akin to an ant, vulnerable to being extinguished at any moment. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I possess a system. I am a chosen one. I am destined for remarkable fortune and smooth sailing. How can I be outwitted time and again?" He ground his teeth in desperation, on the verge of collapse. Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter, Du Sihui, wore expressions of sheer terror. They were anxious about the stock prices and whether the Wei Group could weather this storm unscathed. "You wretched beast," Wei Jiaoyang gasped, swallowing a good portion of a bottle of quick-acting heart remedy before regaining his composure. "You knew a market crash was imminent, and yet you sat back and watched us fall into the pit. How cruel of you! From this day forward, I disown you as my son. Continuing to spout such nonsense is pointless," Wei Hong replied, digging into his ear and relishing their misfortune. "Did you honestly believe I still regarded you as family?" At that moment, Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui shuddered, finally grasping the brutal truth. Wei Hong had long severed all familial ties. No longer did he see them as parents, but rather as strangers he wished would vanish. In the past, they could still deceive themselves to some extent. However, now, such self-deception has become utterly impossible. They have, without a doubt, been completely abandoned by their son. "How dare you?" Du Sihui whispered sorrowfully. "We are your parents. What pretense is this? Perhaps it is time to consider how this will all conclude." Wei Hong's words shattered the melancholic atmosphere, plunging everyone into a state of anxiety and unease. A financial crisis is imminent. Can a Wei Group escape its clutches? The second financial division has just injected billions into the stock market. "You wretched child, are you trying to ruin us?" Wei Jiaoyang hissed through clenched teeth. "You will pay for this." "Father, do not worry," Wei Linlang reassured. "It will take time for the crisis to reach the A-shares. We still have the opportunity to withdraw our funds and ensure this scoundrel does not have the last laugh. Indeed, we'll be fine, Wei Sheng murmured, his eyes devoid of light. Chapter 74. The Great Stock Market Crash, Helplessness. This night was destined to be sleepless. The news of the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike stirred up a frenzy. On that very day, the U.S. stock market soared wildly, and investors from around the globe received the alarming news, leading to a chaotic rush of funds into the American market as a safe haven, while domestic markets plummeted dramatically. Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter, along with Wei Sheng, were also awake throughout the night. They hurried back to the group's headquarters to convene an emergency meeting. A multitude of financial experts pondered desperately on how to navigate the crisis. However, the next day, as soon as the A-shares opened, the private equity funds under the Wei Group's financial division plummeted catastrophically. Dozens of stocks experienced freefall, and even if Wei Sheng and others wished to sell, no one dared to take over, causing various rescue plans to fall flat. At the group headquarters, within the financial division's office, a group of senior traders anxiously attempted to sell shares. Yet, despite their continuous efforts, there was no effect, driving many to the brink of smashing their keyboards in frustration. Chairman Wei, one trader furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "We can't sell. Many stocks have already hit their daily limit down. If we only sell small amounts, there might be a chance, but with such a large volume, no one is willing to take over. Indeed, we have actively lowered the prices. Yet as soon as trading commenced, all stocks began to plummet, and no one dares to buy." Another trader lamented, "It looks like today we might see 1,000 stocks hit their limit down. Just look. Good heavens, this is a stock market disaster, an absolute catastrophe. I had millions in savings in the market, intending to make a fortune, and now it's all gone, turned into chaff." The room was filled with collective sighs of despair. Online, various media outlets published news reports. Headlines proclaimed a once-in-a-millennium stock market crash, conspiracy theories surrounding the Federal Reserve's interest rate hike, and other sensational narratives flooded the airwaves. In an instant, retail investors were in despair, and the online discussions surged with heated exchanges. The A-share market was awash in red. 90% of stock prices were in freefall. More than a third of the stocks hit their daily limit down. Naturally, the dozens of stocks previously selected by Wei Sheng suffered heavy losses, with all investments trapped and the profits earned over time obliterated, leaving even the principal difficult to recover. "What now?" Wei Jiaoyang shouted, slamming the table. His eyes red as he scanned the room. "You all either claim to be financial prodigies from Harvard or boast of experience on Wall Street. Yet now, faced with a crisis, you are utterly at a loss? What use is it for the group to employ you?" Chairman Wei, a sharply dressed financial analyst, countered with furrowed brows. "This is a stock market crash, not a minor setback. In the face of such overwhelming circumstances, we are all vulnerable. Many nations cannot withstand it. How can a few analysts alter the course of events? What do you propose we do?" Wei Jiaoyang pressed, suppressing his anger. "Patience." The financial analyst adjusted his glasses and replied earnestly, "During a stock market crash, major enterprises are all in decline, with only a few stocks like certain banks remaining resilient. We can either increase our investment to wait for the bottom or endure the first wave of the crash and choose to cut our losses." Wei Jiaoyang was no fool and certainly understood the implications behind the words. Larger corporate conglomerates find themselves powerless amidst the stock market crash. What significant impact can a modest entity like the Wei Group possibly make? In this moment of widespread panic among shareholders, some may choose to endure for 4 or 5 years in anticipation of a market recovery, while others gamble on potential governmental interventions to stabilize the market. Regardless, the outcome invariably leads to substantial losses. Will the government eventually introduce policies to rescue the market? Wei Linlang inquired with furrowed brows. "It is difficult to say," the financial analyst replied with a shake of his head, sighing. "Generally, unless the situation severely disrupts the economic environment, higher authorities tend to refrain from intervention. In past crises, there have been individuals who placed all their hopes on government action, only to find themselves ensnared even more tightly." Alas, Wei Sheng collapsed into his chair, his countenance a portrait of despair and frustration, wishing he could simply vanish into the earth. The splendor of his recent past, now felt like a distant memory, replaced by utter humiliation. He had once envisioned leveraging his fortune to dominate the stock market, amass great wealth, and gain influence over the affluent circles of Jiangzhou, with countless individuals clamoring for his investment guidance. Now, all his efforts had evaporated into thin air. He was left to confront a barrage of inquiries and scorn, the mere thought of which sent shivers down his spine. At this moment, Wei Sheng, Wei Linlang, and Wei Jiaoyang dared not turn on their mobile devices. For doing so would unleash an avalanche of calls seeking information. They were at a loss for how to respond. Chairman, a flustered secretary rushed in, her urgency palpable. Mr. Li and Mr. Liu are here in a frenzy, demanding to see you. Sighing deeply, Wei Jiaoyang's face flushed with embarrassment. The impending confrontation was all too predictable. Reflecting on the absurdity of the situation, the Wei group inexplicably diving into the stock market, then facing an unforeseen crash, dragging numerous individuals down with it, left him in a quandary, unsure whether to blame Wei Hong or Wei Sheng. Father, allow me to handle this. Wei Linlang insisted bravely. This market crash has come as a shock to everyone. It is only natural for the invested uncles and relatives to be upset. However, as a younger generation, I feel it inappropriate for them to press too hard. I shall take responsibility. This is all my fault. Wei Sheng stepped forward, displaying a facade of courage while internally lamenting. I must bear this burden, even if it means enduring the ire of my uncles and relatives. I cannot let my father and sister suffer. The expressions of Wei Jiaoyang and his daughter softened in that instant. Deep down, they harbored some blame towards him. Yet, Wei Sheng's unique talents made it difficult to hold him accountable. After hearing this, they felt a twinge of compassion and hesitated to continue their reproach. Let me go. Wei Jiaoyang sighed, weary as he rose to his feet. Everyone understands the inherent risks of investment. It is merely the pain of lost funds that stirs dissatisfaction. I shall put aside my pride to apologize and propose several valuable projects. This situation can still be resolved. With these words, he appeared to age tenfold. Even his silhouette appeared to have hunched slightly. Wei Linlang gazed at him, her heart aching to the point of tears. A sudden thought surged within her. If the family had not quarreled with Wei Hong, could this situation have been averted? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. This fellow possesses an acute sensitivity to the financial winds. If he could foresee a stock market crash, surely it would have been a trivial matter for him to steer the family clear of such calamity. Alas, she failed to cherish such an extraordinary brother, instead lavishing affection on a false sibling who led the corporation to ruin. A flicker of regret welled up in Wei Linlang's heart, inevitably entwined with a tinge of resentment towards Wei Sheng. Chapter 75, 2 billion assets, Tianrun building. In the ensuing days, both the Wei family villa and the Wei group were shrouded in a somber atmosphere. Employees remained hushed, fearful of incurring the displeasure of the higher-ups. Even the household staff treaded lightly, wary of provoking the ire of the Wei family. Amidst the stock market crash, the market value of the Wei group plummeted, further compounded by losses from private equity funds and pressure from various affluent elites, leaving Wei Jiaoyang utterly exhausted and overwhelmed. He began to leave home early and return late, his demeanor betraying his disarray and fatigue. Wei Linlang, having made an erroneous investment, faced accountability from the board of directors. Both she and Wei Sheng were dismissed, rendering the siblings the subject of ridicule within the upper echelons of Jiangzhou, while the Wei group appeared to be on the brink of collapse. However, a dead camel is still larger than a horse. Despite Wei Jiaoyang's incompetence, as long as he refrained from further blunders, he could still barely maintain the dignity of being Jiangzhou's wealthiest individual. Many were willing to extend him the courtesy of goodwill, and the tumult surrounding the private equity fund losses gradually subsided. In this regard, Wei Hong was rather pleased. He relished the sight of Wei Jiaoyang and others stumbling, as he did not wish to see the Wei group's premature downfall before his own ascendance. On the 5th day of the stock market crash, Wei Hong decisively liquidated his overseas short-selling fund. Prior to the calamity, he had invested 450 million renminbi, equivalent to 63 million US dollars, in the international fund market. Over the course of a month, Through incessant trading, he had managed to nearly triple his investment, reaching 154 million US dollars. During the crash, Wei Hong short sold with a leverage of 50 times, causing his 154 million US dollars to instantly balloon to 7 billion renminbi on paper. After 5 days of widespread losses in international funds, his capital was diversified across multiple funds, yielding returns of approximately 41 at best and no less than 32 at worst. Ultimately, Wei Hong's paper gains amounted to 77 billion renminbi, resulting in a total profit of 37. In other words, his initial investment of 154 million US dollars transformed into a staggering 88 billion US dollars within a mere few days, an astonishing increase of 7 times, roughly equivalent to 26 billion renminbi. The outcome of a mere month's engagement in the international market yielded returns of 4 to 5 times his initial capital, culminating in over 20 billion renminbi, a feat that would surely leave many astounded if revealed. Indeed. In his study, Wei Hong contentedly shut down his computer. These funds had already been transferred back to his Swiss bank account, readily accessible, though there remained opportunities to profit from the ongoing market turmoil. The lion's share had already been seized, and he was disinclined to exert further effort. Having ascended from a penniless second-generation rich kid to a titan of capital wielding 20 billion renminbi in liquid assets, Wei Hong's spirits were undeniably buoyant. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of humility. After all, it was his possession of memories from a past life, coupled with his foresight, that enabled him to reach such heights. Furthermore, this lucrative opportunity was singular. In his previous life, he had never encountered a second stock market crash before his demise. In the future, it appears quite unlikely for him to amass such exorbitant profits in the stock market. Therefore, it is imperative that these funds are not squandered, but rather invested in an orderly and judicious manner, allowing them to generate further wealth. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Hong retrieved his mobile phone and sent several messages. One was directed to Professor K, requesting him to temporarily cease his activities and lay low to avoid being exposed, which could jeopardize his future plans. Another message was sent to Uncle Gong, inquiring about the progress of the Group S registration. As soon as the messages were dispatched, Su Maogong called. "Young master, the trademark for Hong Sheng Group has been successfully registered with a capital of 10 billion. All necessary approvals, licenses, and documents are being expedited. You can rest assured." "Excellent," Wei Hong replied with a satisfied smile. "In that case, there is no need to wait 3 months. We can begin acquiring the headquarters building and setting up the office now, ensuring we are ready for official operation after the new year." Unbeknownst to him, the new year was approaching swiftly. Over 3 months had passed since Wei Hong's rebirth. In his previous life, he was still enduring the slander of Wei Sheng, entangled in the emotional turmoil of his family's affections, seeking their approval for the sake of a trivial familial bond. In this life, he had already amassed a fortune of 20 billion in just over 3 months, while simultaneously outmaneuvering Wei Sheng repeatedly, keeping his fortunes within a manageable scope. "I am no longer the person I was in my past life, and he is no longer the person he once was either. The chasm between us will only widen in the future, and he will find it impossible to escape my grasp," Wei Hong mused with confidence. That afternoon, Wei Hong stood atop the highest commercial building in the city's CBD, surrounded by bodyguards, gazing into the distance, nearly encompassing half of Jiangzhou in his view. His spirits lifted immensely. "Wei Xinzi, are you certain you wish to purchase this building?" inquired a man dressed like a prosperous businessman, his face a mask of disbelief. His name was Su Yongqiang, once a renowned real estate tycoon in Jiangzhou, responsible for many large residential complexes and commercial districts. However, recent investment failures had compelled him to sell properties to recoup losses. Wei Hong's visit was undoubtedly to acquire a building. "Director Su," he chuckled lightly, "please don't find it amusing. As a young nephew, I have established a small group, and I am in need of a headquarters." Su Yongqiang gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, a 17-year-old high school student aspires to establish a group and purchase a building for its headquarters? Are the youth of today truly this audacious?" Although he had long suspected Wei Hong was exceptional, he was taken aback by just how extraordinary he truly was. It is worth noting that aside from a few top-tier enterprises like the Wei Group, no other company in Jiangzhou could afford to purchase a commercial building. Even he himself had merely borrowed from the bank to construct buildings and profit from rentals. Suzhongqiang Markt. This Tianrun building is currently the tallest and most modern commercial edifice in Jiangzhou, standing at 127 meters with a total of 33 floors. Its overall area reaches 286,000 square meters, with a construction cost amounting to 165 billion. At present, I still owe the bank 23 billion in loans, in addition to annual interest costs and the appreciation of property prices over the past few years. If you wish to acquire it, you must offer at least 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Wei Hong let out a derisive laugh. Mr. Su, you truly have a penchant for audacious demands. Do you think that my youth and delicate demeanor render me an easy target for exploitation? He shook his head and continued, in the entirety of Jiangzhou, how many would dare purchase an entire building? Moreover, you are burdened with an overwhelming debt, eager to recover your losses. Enough of this, my dear nephew. 95 billion. 8 billion. 9 billion. 8 billion. All right, 8 billion it is, but it must be paid in one lump sum. I need to receive the funds promptly. The two engaged in a spirited negotiation, ultimately reaching a swift agreement regarding the ownership of the commercial building. Chapter 76. Shall I schedule a hearse for you? Early the next morning, Wei Hong dispatched a team of professional lawyers to sign a transfer agreement with Su Yongqiang. No sooner was the contract inked than the news inevitably leaked, triggering a seismic shift within the upper echelons of Jiangzhou. 18 billion? The Tianrun building has changed hands? Who could afford such extravagance? Hongsheng Group? Where do they spring from? Could it be true? The rumors confirmed that Su Yongqiang, burdened by a mountain of debt, might finally experience a remarkable turnaround. As word spread among corporate executives, gasps of astonishment echoed. It is crucial to understand that this was not merely a building. It was the headquarters of a major corporation, a group capable of acquiring such a grand edifice to serve as its base. Suddenly entering the Jiangzhou business arena was akin to dropping a depth charge into a tranquil lake, an event with profound implications for every local enterprise. In no time, a flurry of information circulated. When many learned from Su Yongqiang himself that the newly established Hongsheng Group was under the leadership of Wei Hong, the legitimate heir of the Wei family, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. A 17-year-old founding a corporation, initiating operations with an 18 billion investment to purchase a headquarters. Any one of these feats would obliterate the local elite, yet this astonishing youth remained out of favor within his own family. In that moment, everyone couldn't help but ponder the mental faculties of Wei Jiaoyang. Within the Wei family villa, the atmosphere remained as oppressive as ever. Wei Jiaoyang had just managed to address the troubles stemming from the stock market crash, having gone days without sleep. Various ailments, from stomach pain to hypertension, converged upon him, nearly incapacitating him. Just as he contemplated taking a few days off to recuperate, old friends and acquaintances began calling in to offer their congratulations. Initially bewildered, Wei Jiaoyang struggled to comprehend the reason behind their jubilation. Upon grasping the situation, a suffocating sensation gripped his chest, and despite swallowing half a bottle of heart medication, he could not regain his composure, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. How dare that little wretch? Fueled by fury, Wei Jiaoyang fumed. 18 billion was no trifling sum. Moreover, Wei Hong's establishment of the Hongsheng Group signified a public severing of ties with the Wei family conglomerate. The Tianrun building he acquired was even grander and more opulent than the Wei building, a place once shared by hundreds of corporate groups, now singularly claimed by him as his headquarters. Such audacity was nothing short of astonishing. Yet this brilliant young man was none other than his own son, his son with whom he shared a strained relationship. Listening to the gleeful congratulations of his old friends, he felt as though he might spew blood from sheer frustration. It was clear that many were now disparaging him behind his back, calling him a fool. "Dad, have you heard?" Wei Linlang entered the study, her expression one of constipated inquiry. Wei Jiaoyang, fully aware of her intentions, rubbed his temples in exasperation and replied, "How could I possibly have missed it? This young scoundrel seems to have acquired an enormous sum of money from an unknown source. Could it possibly be an inheritance from the old man? Unlikely. Wei Linlang shook her head and remarked, "We are fully aware of the assets left by grandfather, at most. There are a few antiques and paintings stored in the bank safe. Could this money belong to Uncle Gong? That, too, is improbable." Wei Jiaoyang sneered as he lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes to analyze. Although Su Lao Gui has earned a considerable amount over the years, his fixed assets amount to no more than 20 billion, and his liquid funds might only be a few billion. There is simply no way he could afford to spend such a large sum on purchasing a building. Establishing a conglomerate requires substantial investment. Even the most affluent scions of wealthy families dare only to rent premises. Wei Hong's willingness to invest such a significant amount in real estate indicates that he possesses even greater liquid assets. Goodness, Wei Linling gasped. Considering the precarious state of the Wei Group due to the recent stock market crash, with each of them suffering dire losses, it was astonishing that Wei Hong had quietly amassed wealth and confidently ventured to establish his own enterprise. This fellow is truly extraordinary. Father, have we made a grave mistake? Wei Linlang said bitterly. If we hadn't shown such favoritism towards Xiao Sheng, Wei Hong would not have fallen out with us. Had he remained on good terms, he could have brought great honor to our family. Yet now, we're the subject of ridicule for our lack of discernment. Nonsense. Wei Jiaoyang's face flushed with anger, filled with indignation. He refused to accept any blame for the situation, insisting that all grievances originated from Wei Hong's actions. After all, there are no parents without fault. How could a son dare to oppose his father? This little wretch has truly grown wings. He is far from the obedient Xiao Sheng. I wish I had never fathered him, Wei Jiaoyang exclaimed through clenched teeth. But what good is obedience? Wei Linlang sighed softly. Xiao Sheng may be charming with his words, yet he has rendered no assistance to the family and has instead brought us considerable trouble. Wei Hong, once so obedient and sensible, held our family in his heart. Yet we failed to cherish him, and now. Enough! Enough! Wei Jiaoyang was beside himself with rage, his emotions heightened by exhaustion and various stimuli. Unable to withstand the overwhelming sensations, he finally succumbed to dizziness and collapsed to the ground. "Father, are you all right? Father!" Wei Linlang cried out in alarm as she rushed to support him, continuously calling out in desperation. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of servants and bodyguards. By the time Du Sihui and Wei Sheng arrived, the study was crowded beyond capacity. As everyone wore anxious expressions, the family doctor also hurried in upon hearing the news. The middle-aged doctor examined Wei Jiaoyang's eyelids and checked his pulse, ultimately declaring with urgency, "Mr. Wei is suffering from shock-induced fainting due to extreme emotional distress and chronic hypertension. He must be taken to the hospital immediately. If possible, have young Master Wei come over to administer some acupuncture to alleviate his condition. Take him to the hospital," Du Sihui urged, maintaining her composure as she instructed everyone while gesturing to Wei Linlang. "Go and fetch Wei Hong for the acupuncture, quickly." "Understood." Wei Linlang hurriedly dashed downstairs. At a glance, Wei Hong was mixing drinks in front of the liquor cabinet on the first floor. In a state of urgency, she rushed forward and grasped his arm, tugging insistently in an attempt to lead him upstairs. She anxiously exclaimed, "Hurry, Dad has fainted. We need to save him." With a derisive laugh, Wei Hong remained utterly unmoved. Regardless of Wei Linlang's persistent pulling, he merely waved his hand dismissively, causing her to stagger back a few steps. "Your father's fainting has nothing to do with me." He sneered coldly, articulating each word with chilling precision. "Shall I arrange a hearse for you?" "You?" Wei Linlang stood in stunned disbelief. Duo Sihui and the others, who had just carried the patient down from upstairs, were equally taken aback by his words. How could he be so heartless, indifferent even to the life of his own father? "You can't be so cruel. Human life is at stake. He is your father," Duo Sihui cried, tears streaming down her face, but received only Wei Hong's frigid gaze in return. In that moment, the rift of kinship widened infinitely, transforming into an unbridgeable chasm. Chapter 77. Expelled from the family tree. Such a son is unwanted. In the VIP ward atop Renai Hospital, Wei Jiaoyang lay pale and frail in a deep slumber. Upon receiving the news, his daughters, including Wei Sheng, hurried back through the night. Now gathered in the ward, an air of concern and unease enveloped them. "Director Wong, is my father all right?" one asked. "Indeed. Why has he been unconscious for so long without awakening?" echoed another. Their inquiries overlapped in anxious murmurs. A group of doctors in white coats conducted a thorough examination, and finally, a middle-aged female doctor put away her stethoscope and spoke. "Mr. Wei has merely suffered from hypertension shock due to emotional distress. There is no immediate danger. We have stabilized his blood pressure. He should awaken within a few hours to half a day. However, upon regaining consciousness, it is imperative that he remains hospitalized for a period of recuperation. He must avoid excessive work, late nights, and emotional upheaval, or he may face risks of cerebral or cardiac incidents in the future." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped the gathered family. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude and seeing the doctor off, the fifth sister, Wei Sheng, could no longer contain her frustration. "Mother, eldest sister, how have you been caring for father? How could he collapse so suddenly?" The second sister, Wei Hong, chimed in. "Indeed, it terrified us. I was in the midst of negotiating a significant project when I had to hastily buy a ticket and return." The others share her displeasure, their faces etched with discontent. Du Sihui opened her mouth to explain, but before she could, Wei Sheng had already knelt on the ground, fiercely slapping his own cheeks. "Do not blame mother and eldest sister. It is all my fault. Woe is me. Xiaosheng, what are you doing? Get up. Are you out of your mind? Why are you hitting yourself?" The others were taken aback and hurried to help him up. Through tears, Wei Sheng lamented, "It is entirely my fault for trying to establish a private equity fund, causing father to incur significant losses in the stock market. This has led to his recent exhaustion and distress. I am unworthy. I am so sorry. What is happening?" Wei Qingqing and the others were left bewildered. Wei Linlang sighed and succinctly recounted the events leading to their father's condition. In conclusion, she remarked, "In truth, we cannot entirely blame Xiaosheng. Who could have foreseen the stock market crash? The real blame lies with your dear brother." At that moment, she recalled her father's face when he collapsed, cold and resolute. A pang of pain surged within her, mingled with a growing resentment as she gritted her teeth and declared, "That scoundrel anticipated the market crash, but chose not to inform anyone, watching us suffer in silence while he profited handsomely. Just yesterday, he acquired the largest Tianrun commercial building in the city and plans to establish a company called Hongshin Group, clearly intending to sever all ties with us. Many have called to revel in our misfortune, and it was this that ultimately distressed father. If only he had administered a needle to father, perhaps the situation could have been swiftly managed. Instead, he stood by, indifferent as father collapsed, even asking if we should call for a hearse." Upon hearing this, the sisters were enraged, their beautiful faces frozen in anger. The second sister, Wei Hong, exclaimed, "Despicable! That ingrate! I wish I had let him drown as a child. Sister Wei Xia, where is he? I shall deal with him right away. He truly deserves it day after day. Sister Wei Ruyun, count me in. He must be punished to kneel in the ancestral hall today." The few of them rarely gather at home due to their busy work schedules. Although they are aware that Wei Hong's relationship with the family has grown increasingly strained, they subconsciously still perceive him as the easily bullied brother of yours, which ignites their righteous indignation to confront him. Wei Qingqing returned not long ago, having previously endured Wei Hong's coldness on multiple occasions. She dares not speak up at this moment. Confront him? Wei Linlong's countenance was shrouded in frost as she remarked, "He has become quite formidable now, accompanied by a dozen bodyguards whenever he ventures out, with at least several billion in liquid assets. Even Ye Xingyuan, who has long held power in Jiangzhou, has met his demise at his hands. What makes you think you can confront him? Do you truly believe he remains the defenseless brother who would not retaliate against blows or insults?" In an instant, silence enveloped the hospital room. Confusion and regret clouded each pair of eyes. Indeed, where has their once defenseless brother vanished to? How has their family descended into such discord? Let us summon the great aunt. Du Sihui's voice was hoarse, her gaze vacant. "We cannot afford such a son. He must be expelled from the Wei family lineage." "What? The crowd gasped in shock. A flicker of wild joy crossed Wei Sheng's eyes. "Mother, have you lost your senses?" Wei Qingqing stammered. "It is one thing for the family to quarrel. But how could you expel him from the lineage? Would it not sever all ties?" "Yes, while I too harbor disdain for this brother. He is, after all, the only male heir of our family. Your actions will not be sanctioned by our great aunt. The two other aunts aware of this matter would surely chastise you." Wei Linlang and the others were utterly astonished. Though they were not fond of Wei Hong, they had never contemplated expelling him from the family tree. "We have indeed wronged Wei Hong in the past, but how can a family hold grudges overnight? We have scolded and fussed. What more does he desire? Must he resort to killing us to feel satisfied? He is now so heartless and ungrateful, showing no concern even when his own father collapses before him. Such a beast we cannot afford to raise. We must sever all ties with him." Du Sihui's expression was icy, each word carefully articulated. Clearly, her statement emerged after profound deliberation. "Mother, you cannot do this." Although Wei Sheng's heart rejoiced, his face remained sorrowful as he said, "The elder brother merely resents me for taking your affection. We ought to be more forgiving towards him. If necessary, I can leave the Wei family." Du Sihui decisively countered, "No, it is not you who will depart. It is he who must go. Your actions will not receive your father's approval." Wei Sheng weakly cautioned. Ahem. At that moment, a series of coughs echoed from the hospital bed. Wei Jiaoyang, awakening from his coma, quietly opened his eyes and hoarsely declared, "I agree. Father, you are awake? Splendid. How are you? Should we call a doctor?" "Father, what did you say? You agree?" "My mother was merely jesting. Do not involve yourself in this matter." Wei Linlang and the others hastily gathered around, expressing their concern and offering comfort, fearful of an erroneous decision being made. However, it was evident that Wei Jiaoyang, amidst his unconscious state, had overheard the entire conversation. He took a deep breath and commanded, "Summon both of your aunts and your grandaunt. I intend to expel this unfilial son from our family and sever all ties. Furthermore, I wish to officially inscribe Xiao Sheng into the family lineage, granting him the rightful status of a true member of the Wei clan." A collective gasp escaped the onlookers as they struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The two elders of the Wei family had unanimously resolved to cast Wei Hong out of their home, a clear indication of their profound heartbreak and intent to sever all bonds. Chapter 78. One must have something to care about to be manipulated by others. In the subsequent days, the atmosphere within the Wei family villa became increasingly oppressive. Wei Qingqing, Wei Kailan, and others entirely abandoned their work, seemingly awaiting some significant event. On the third morning, unable to contain herself any longer, Wei Qingqing approached Wei Hong directly, candidly advising, "Xiao Hong, you ought to visit the hospital and plead with father. He intends to expel you from the family lineage." "Oh." Wei Hong, who was preparing to leave for an errand, paused, turning his head at the entrance with a scoff. "So, this is the reason you all have forsaken your duties, to stay home and watch the spectacle? We're not here to watch a show. We merely wish to counsel you." Wei Qingqing sighed, hastily explaining, "There's no need for our family to fall into such discord. Your actions have been excessive. Establishing a group outside is tantamount to severing ties with the Wei family. And your indifference towards father in his time of need has left both him and mother utterly disappointed in you." And then what? Wei Hong retorted nonchalantly. "Stop feigning ignorance," Wei Qingqing exclaimed, exasperated and clutching her forehead. "Father and mother have unanimously instructed that our two aunts and grandmother return. They intend to formally expel you from the family lineage in front of everyone." Wei Hong scoffed, "Is that all? Isn't that serious?" Wei Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. "Have you not considered what it means if you are cast out? It signifies freedom for me, the fulfillment of my desires, and liberation from the need to feign civility with you foolish beings. Is that not sufficient?" Wei Hong's cold retort left her dizzy with anger. At that moment, his two sisters, Wei Kailan and Wei Chuyan, emerged upon hearing the commotion. The former, the executive president of a leading entertainment company, was known for her decisive nature, embodying the essence of a strong woman. The latter, a professor at Tsinghua University and a hacking expert, was wise, elegant, and revered by countless students. Both were exceptionally intelligent and accustomed to commanding authority. Seeing Wei Hong's disrespectful demeanor towards their sister, their brows instinctively furrowed. No wonder our parents are so furious. It appears you truly are an ingrate, Wei Kailon reprimanded coldly. As a human being, one should be grateful for the nurturing provided by parents. To act otherwise is simply unconscionable. Ah, yes, indeed, Wei Hong mockingly responded, digging into his ear. The nurturing you speak of refers to their provision of biological material, allowing me to emerge from surrogate womb and then be handed over to my grandfather for upbringing? Should I express gratitude to the surrogate or to my grandfather? Merely because they contributed sperm and eggs, I deserve to be trampled, insulted, and disregarded, subjected to daily slanders and accusations. Is that it? Wei Kailon felt a twinge of guilt at his words. Meanwhile, Wei Qian adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, a flicker of disdain in her beautiful eyes as she retorted coldly. No parent is without fault. Why is it that only you are criticized and overlooked? Why are we not subjected to the same rebuke from our parents? One should introspect and seek the reasons within oneself rather than incessantly lamenting about the circumstances. Professor Wei, true to his calling as an educator, speaks with profound wisdom, exuding an air of righteousness and moral virtue. Wei Hong, undeterred, retorted with sardonic laughter. Next, are you planning to have me kneel in a hospital to apologize, and then dutifully assume the role of a filial son? Indeed, Wei Chuyan, habitually inclined to preach, began her sermon. After all, we are family. Although our parents are quite furious this time, if we unite to plead on your behalf, you may still have a chance to remain within the Wei household. Calm your heart, hand over all your enterprises to our father to manage, and return to school obediently. The family will never cease to provide you with sustenance. Wealth may procure numerous things, yet it cannot buy familial love. Do not let a moment of impulsiveness cost you the most vital aspect of your existence. Once father disowns you from the family tree, you will be a child without a home, left isolated in times of trouble with no one to aid you. Wei Qian grew increasingly animated, adopting the stance of a teacher reprimanding a student. Her eyes gleamed with arrogance and disdain, as she spoke with a condescending tone. However, Wei Hong's gaze gradually turned frigid. One must possess something of value to be manipulated by others. The audacity of them attempting to leverage familial ties against him was nothing short of ludicrous. In his previous life, had he learned of being disowned, Wei Hong would have trembled in fear, begging for forgiveness. Yet now, did he truly care? Have you finished? If so, then leave. Wei Hong's eyes brimmed with disdain as he swept all the vases at the entrance aside. The sound of shattering porcelain startled them into retreat. He could no longer be bothered to engage in further pointless discourse, turning to stride toward the exit. Wei Chuyan, her face flushed with anger, stamped her foot and declared, I wonder how long you can maintain this bravado. Our aunt will arrive tomorrow, and she will surely deal with you. If you wish to make amends, do so swiftly. Tomorrow is your final deadline. Wei Kailon coldly reminded him. Fool! Wei Hong responded with an obscene gesture, infuriating the three of them even further. Their aunt, referred to by them, was the paternal aunt of the Wei family, who married into a prominent family in Yinjing decades ago. The two families maintained regular correspondence and exchanges during festivals. The Wei family is not numerous. Aside from this aunt, only Wei Jiaoyang's sister and younger sister remain. Eldest Aunt Wei Chunlan married into Yinjing through the introduction of their aunt, while younger Aunt Wei Qiujuan went into the provincial capital. All three of their husbands hailed from respectable backgrounds, far more illustrious than the Wei group. Whenever they returned to their maternal home, they always did so with an air of superiority. Wei Jiaoyang and his wife would find themselves submissively accommodating in their presence. This time, their invitation to return was likely a ploy to exert pressure. Young master, upon entering the car, Su Maogong couldn't help but furrow his brow and inquire, Does Wei Jiaoyang truly intend to disown you? And has he summoned our aunt? What shall we do now? What to do? Wei Hong replied, buffeted. I would relish the opportunity to sever ties with them. Now that my wish is fulfilled, why should I be concerned? Of course, we shall celebrate. But Su Maogong wore a conflicted expression, instinctively believing that being cast out from one's family was an unfortunate occurrence. Yet, he found himself at a loss to articulate precisely why it was so detrimental. Wei Hong was no longer an ordinary scion of wealth. While others relied upon their family's protection and affluence, he needed neither. Wei Jiaoyang and his wife depended on the influence and status of their aunt and two uncles by marriage, yet he regarded such dependence with disdain. Therefore, what leverage did they possess to threaten him? The notion of being ostracized from the family was hardly a pleasant prospect. After much contemplation, Su Maogong finally suggested, "Perhaps we should have a conversation with them? Surely, the old man in the heavens would not wish to witness this scene unfold. Even if I am removed from the family tree, I am still his grandson." Wei Hong sighed softly and replied, "The old man in the heavens would only care about my well-being. He would never bear to see me suffer humiliation." Ultimately, Su Maogong Zaitet, your aunt is not to be trifled with. Maintain a respectful demeanor and avoid antagonizing her further. Chapter 79. Beware of my family's discipline for the disobedient young ones. On December 29th, a private jet arrived at Jiangzhou International Airport. Wei Linlang personally led 12 bodyguards and 9 luxury cars in an impressive procession to receive her great-aunt and 2 aunts, who had just disembarked from the plane. Eldest Aunt Wei Chunlan and second Aunt Wei Qiujuan were both impeccably maintained, exuding the aura of affluent ladies, their every gesture radiating nobility and grace. Great-aunt Wei Xiaoying, approaching 70, possessed a youthful visage and robust health, her wise and discerning eyes emanating an undeniable air of grandeur that commanded respect. Each of the 3 was accompanied by their respective bodyguards, personal doctors, and assistants. The entire entourage confidently boarded their vehicles and set off towards the Wei family villa. Inside the car, elderly Lady Wei Xiaoying, gripping her cane, surveyed Wei Linlang and Wei Sheng with a furrowed brow, inquiring, "Is this Xiao Hong? How has he changed so much over the years?" Wei Chunlan expressed her astonishment. "Indeed, it has only been 2 or 3 years since we last met. Why has Xiao Hong become somewhat less attractive? He seems darker as well." "Great aunt, eldest aunt, second aunt," Wei Linlang introduced, her face flushed with embarrassment. "This is our family driver Li Shu's son, Xiao Sheng. His father died saving my dad, and he was just adopted a few months ago. I haven't had the chance to introduce him to you until now." "Hello, great aunt. Hello, eldest aunt. Hello, second aunt." Wei Sheng greeted them obediently. The 3 affluent ladies, with their lofty standards, could not help but curl their lips in disdain upon learning he was merely the son of a driver. They nodded curtly, making it evident they were unwilling to engage further. It had long been rumored that the eldest brother had created a rift with his biological son over an adopted child. Wei Qiujuan muttered in dissatisfaction, "I wonder if elder brother has lost his mind, especially since he insisted on summoning us all the way back." "You don't understand." Second aunt, Wei Linlang sighed. "This matter is exceedingly complex. In short, Xiao Sheng is a genuinely good person. Wei Hong, however, is malicious and filled with jealousy. He cannot tolerate Xiao Sheng, causing turmoil in the household, and now everyone is in distress. A few days ago, my father was so incensed that he was hospitalized. In his despair, he contemplated calling you all back to expel Wei Hong from the family lineage in a formal ceremony. This is a significant issue, and I hope you will help persuade him." All 3 women gasped in shock. Great-aunt Wei Xiaoying, leaning on her cane, exclaimed furiously, "What nonsense! Wei Hong is the only male descendant of our Wei family. Although I have little regard for this nephew, surely we cannot cast him out of the family. What madness! What are your parents thinking?" Wei Chunlan and Wei Qiujuan also wore grim expressions. Wei Linlang sighed once more, continuing, "Since Xiao Sheng joined the household, he has pushed people down the stairs, stolen my mother's design drafts, and committed various misdeeds without any sign of remorse. Recently, he even struck my father with a whip. Fully aware of the troubles facing the corporation, yet choosing to turn a blind eye, declaring his intent to sever ties with us. A few days ago, my father fainted at home. Despite his medical expertise, he turned a blind eye to the suffering, leaving our entire family heartbroken." Wei Linlang incessantly voiced her grievances, unleashing a torrent of accumulated discontent. Upon hearing her, Wei Xiaoying and the others fell into a prolonged silence. listening to her one-sided account. It indeed seemed that Wei Hong had acted rather unreasonably. If their family had such a son, they would likely consider severing ties as well. In any case, I shall seek clarity on the matter later. Wei Sheng, leaning on her cane, spoke with grave seriousness. This matter pertains to the future of the Wei family. It cannot be decided unilaterally by your father. Huh. Wei Linlang shook her head with a bitter smile. Aunt, you wish to defend Wei Hong, but he may not show you any respect. He dares. Wei Sheng's eyes widened as she brandished her cane, declaring sternly, if the younger generation does not heed my words, they should beware of my family's discipline. Very well. If you do not believe me, then let it be. Wei Linlang sighed and ceased her protest. At present, Wei Hong was resolute in his decisions. He would hardly be swayed by an elderly woman's words. She surmised that her parents intended for her aunt to reprimand her son. Hence she chose to remain silent. At that moment, Wei Sheng seized the opportunity to express his thoughts. Oh dear, is this the esteemed aunt of the Wei family? Indeed, she exudes majesty and impartiality. No wonder she is so beloved. Now that she has come to uphold justice, my elder brother can no longer bully me, right? While I can endure his harassment, it is unbearable to see my parents and sisters constantly exasperated. Finally, someone can put him in check. What was that sound? Wei Sheng and the others were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing around for the source. Once they confirmed that no one else in the vehicle had spoken, their gazes swiftly converged on Wei Sheng. He feigned ignorance, saying, Aunt, no one is speaking. Was it him? The three women gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had indeed heard Wei Sheng's voice in their minds, unmistakably matching his tone and inflection. Yet he had not uttered a word. Could it be that they were privy to his thoughts? Being astute, they refrained from revealing their surprise, silently exchanging glances before observing him closely. Noticing their reaction, Wei Sheng continued to broadcast his thoughts with fervor. My goodness, Aunt, your bone structure is exquisite. You must have been a great beauty in your youth. And both aunts are truly lovely, surpassing even the wealthy ladies in films with their grandeur. The genes of the Wei family are remarkable, alas. I'm not of their bloodline. I wonder if my aunt and these two aunts would ever take a liking to me. Oh dear, I am merely the son of a driver. Surely, they would look down upon me. Yet I am so fond of them. They evoke a sense of familiarity. After this outpouring of thoughts, the expressions of Wei Sheng and her companions grew peculiar. They were astonished not only at being able to hear Wei Sheng's inner voice, but also at the revelations it contained. Instinctively, they accepted the authenticity of his words, leading to a subtle shift in their perception of him. What a well-behaved young man he is. Wei Sheng cleared her throat softly and surveyed Wei Sheng from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. Since you have entered our Wei family, you are one of us. If you ever lack anything or face any bullying, do not hesitate to tell your aunt. I shall stand up for you. Thank you, Aunt, Wei Sheng replied, his face brimming with joy. Indeed, you are a splendid child. Wei Chunlan chuckled, retrieving a card from her bag and presenting it to him. As this is our first meeting, I regret not bringing a gift. This card contains 3 million. Please accept it. I shall also give you a card as a token for our first encounter. Wei Qiujun added cheerfully, handing him another card. Thank you, Aunt and second aunt, Wei Sheng said as he accepted the cards, his heart overflowing with emotion. Oh, how warm and affectionate my aunts are. The three exchanged smiles, and their attitude toward this adopted son of the Wei family subtly shifted. Chapter 80. Do you think I would regard you as human? As the afternoon descended, the Wei family villa gradually buzzed with activity. A multitude of servants busied themselves, diligently cleaning and preparing ingredients, while a chef from a 5-star hotel was invited to oversee the culinary preparations. It was evident to anyone observing that they were preparing to receive distinguished guests. When the convoy arrived at the entrance, Wei Jiayong and his wife stood at the door, accompanied by several daughters, courteously awaiting the visitors. As the car doors swung open, they stepped forward in unison. Eldest sister, younger sister, and aunt. Wei Jiayong forced a smile, straining to greet them. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience of your long journey. It's no trouble at all. Wei Sheng, leaning on her cane and supported by a female bodyguard, descended from the vehicle steadily. Her gaze swept across the scene, finally landing on Wei Jiaoyang's pallid complexion and the white strands at his temples. With a sigh, she shook her head, as women of the family, we are indeed idle. With such significant matters occurring at our maternal home, it is only natural for us to make the trip. Aunt, eldest aunt, younger aunt. The crowd gathered around to exchange greetings. Wei Sheng's aged face radiated warmth. Good, good, good. You are all wonderful children. Let us enter and converse further. The group entered the villa in a grand procession. Immediately, servants arrived with tea and pastries. Wei Linlang and the others attentively engaged in polite conversation, ensuring the three visitors were made comfortable. Second brother, I heard you fainted and were hospitalized a few days ago. Are you all right now? Wei Sheng inquired earnestly. It's nothing serious. Wei Jiaoyang replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. In recent years, I have been preoccupied with group affairs, and my health has inevitably suffered a few minor setbacks. The doctor advised me to rest. As long as you're fine. Wei Sheng's gaze hardened as she coldly asked, Where's Xiao Hong? Why does my dear nephew not wish to greet us personally? The atmosphere suddenly turned frigid. Wei Jiaoyang and the others instinctively glanced towards the second floor. It was clear without further words that Wei Hong was currently upstairs. Disgraceful. Wei Chunlan scolded impatiently. Not knowing to come out and welcome your elders. Have the rules of propriety been learned by a dog's belly over the years? Wing Ma, hurry and fetch the young master down. Wang Ma, standing nearby, wore an awkward expression and cautiously explained. The young master is resting and has instructed that no one disturb him. I cannot relay the message. What nonsense! Wei Qiujun exclaimed, throwing her Hermes bag onto the coffee table, glaring as she rebuked. Does he not know who we are? Tell him to come down immediately. Must we go fetch him ourselves? Yes. Wang Ma hurriedly ascended the stairs. As she fretted over how to announce their arrival to Wei Hong, he finally emerged. Having heard the commotion, Wang Ma breathed a sigh of relief and quickly approached him, lowering her voice. Young master, you must hurry. Your aunts have arrived. And if you delay further, they might become irate. Irate? Do they dare? Wei Hong scoffed, striding calmly toward the hall, displaying none of the panic one might expect from a young heir confronted by elders. Wei Sheng, his aunt, shared a rather lukewarm relationship with the old master of the Wei family. In the past, she often displayed a frosty demeanor towards Wei Hong. However, his aunts, Wei Chunlan and Wei Qiujun, were relatively amiable, though they did not indulge him. They had never mistreated him either. Moreover, their families wielded considerable influence, granting them substantial authority within the household. Now, with all three of them visiting simultaneously, one could easily imagine Wei Hong feeling anxious and apprehensive, as he would have in his previous life. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he confidently approached the wine cabinet, poured himself a glass of red wine, and, unperturbed by the myriad of gazes upon him, settled onto the sofa with an impassive expression. Ah, are we playing a game of 3 rounds of interrogation? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste everyone's time, he declared. His words elicited a noticeable change in the countenance of those present. Wei Jiaoyang, his father, was evidently taken aback by his son's audacity, behaving so nonchalantly in front of 3 elders. The others were equally astonished. In the past, when Aunt Wei Sheng visited, he had always shown her utmost respect, behaving like a dutiful grandson. Why was he so brazen today? Very well. Wei Sheng's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing into menacing slits. Initially, she had considered whether there was a misunderstanding and thought that, as the last living ancestor of the Wei family, she could impart wisdom to the younger generation. However, she quickly concluded that there was no misunderstanding. This young man had truly lost all sense of propriety. Kneel, she barked, brandishing her cane with authority. The formidable aura she had cultivated over decades of privilege crashed down like a tidal wave, rivaling even that of the late Wei patriarch. A single glance from her could instill fear in the heart of anyone present. Wei Sheng and others felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the floor. Yet Wei Hong, the focal point of this intimidation, merely curled his lip in disdain. He not only disregarded her threatening gesture, but also boredly scratched his ear. You little brat. Wei Sheng seethed, her chest heaving with indignation. I traveled all the way from Yanjing, and this is how you treat your elders? What happened to the manners you were taught from childhood? Kneel. Manners are meant for people. Do you honestly believe I would regard you as such? I kneel to no one. You are nothing to me. Wei Hong retorted without reservation. His audacity left everyone in stunned silence, unable to fathom the venom in his words. You. Wei Sheng stammered in fury. Seeing this, Wei Chunlan hastily slammed her hand on the table and scolded, You insolent boy, have you lost your mind? Who taught you to speak to your elders in such a manner? Do you have no sense of decorum? Wei Chiojuan, equally incensed, reprimanded him with a frosty glare. Before coming here, I heard tales of your recklessness, but I didn't believe them. Now, witnessing it firsthand, it is evident you lack the grace expected of a Wei family child. If I were your elder brother, it would not be enough to merely expel you from the family registry. Breaking your limbs and casting you out would be entirely justified. Wei Hong regarded the three of them with a cold smile. Although they bore him no personal animosity, their status as elders demanded respect, a line that should not be crossed. Their visit today was undoubtedly to bolster Wei Jiaoyang's position. They naturally exuded an air of arrogance and condescension. Had Wei Hong adhered to their expectations and engaged in a debate of reason, he would have been easily subdued by their familial ties, ultimately reduced to tears as he begged his parents for forgiveness. Unfortunately, he has never been a person who treads the conventional path. A married daughter is akin to spilled water. It has been decades since she was cast away, hasn't it? Wei Hong took a sip of his drink, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Now you wish to meddle in affairs of the maternal family? Is your reach not a tad excessive? In a good mood, I might address you as Annie, but should my spirit sour, what would it matter if I called you an old wretch? Is it not simply a desire to sever ties? Could we not be more straightforward? Why the incessant prattle? Do you truly believe I possess an abundance of time and inclination to indulge in your theatrics? With that, he kicked the coffee table with force. The tremendous noise sent a tremor of fear through the crowd, their eyes wide with terror and astonishment. Chapter 81. How dare you command me to kneel? At this moment, Wei Hong's unyielding and ruthless approach completely stunned the audience. Wei Jiaoyang and his wife believed that inviting their aunt would subdue him. They planned to criticize and reprimand him, hoping he would recognize his mistakes and mend his ways. However, who could have anticipated that Wei Hong would not even spare the face of his aunt? This was utterly outrageous. Wei Xiaoying's heart surged with fury, her breath quickening as she leaned on her cane and commanded, Why haven't you apprehended this rebellious wretch? Today, I shall administer my family's discipline upon him. At her command, the two bodyguards at her side immediately advanced towards Wei Hong. Yet as they moved, a dozen suited bodyguards emerged from the surroundings, their piercing gazes locking onto them, effectively blocking their path. Break their legs and toss them out. Wei Hong waved his hand dismissively. Instantly, the surrounding bodyguards sprang into action with ferocity. The two men, flustered and desperate, attempted to defend themselves, throwing punches and kicks. Nevertheless, two fists could not contend with four hands. In just a few exchanges, one of them received a kick to the knee and collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, they were pinned down by the bodyguards, who brought down their batons with merciless force. Their pitiful cries echoed as they writhed on the ground, one of them having suffered a grievous injury. Isn't it punishment you wish to enforce upon me? Come on, continue. Wei Hong smirked, gesturing lightly. The bodyguards promptly dragged the two men away, discarding them like refuse, effortlessly resolving this minor nuisance. Wei Xiaoying, Wei Jiaoyang. Everyone was once again struck with fear at this spectacle. Who would dare to provoke him now? Even the dimmest among them understood that this man had lost his sanity. Familial ties and status no longer held any value for Wei Hong. To enforce discipline, one would need a fist even harder than his. But he had 4 groups of bodyguards at his disposal. Anyone attempting to act forcefully would be courting death. Very well. Wei Xiaoying trembled as she spoke coldly. I initially intended to mediate this matter out of respect for your grandfather, but it seems I am unfit to discipline you. So be it. I shall not interfere further. You may do as you please. Wei Chunlan's gaze turned icy, laced with disdain. Did grandfather teach you to bully others? He taught me to retaliate against oppression, but he did not instruct me to allow anyone to trample upon my dignity. Wei Hong retorted with a cold firmness, leaving her speechless. Wei Chiojuan, the younger aunt, rose in indignation, rebuking. Did he not teach you to show respect to your elders? You dare to lay hands on your aunt? You are truly audacious. I do not recognize my biological parents. Why would I acknowledge an aunt who appears from nowhere, try to wield her age as authority? Wei Hong leaned forward, his voice laden with menace. Do not think that just because your family possesses some power, you can act recklessly in my territory. This piece of land in Jiangzhou does not belong to you for your impudence. You? Wei Chiojuan's fingers trembled with rage. Over the years, she had basked in the glory of her husband's family, returning to her natal home to receive nothing but reverence. Wei Jiaoyang and Du Sihui treated her with utmost courtesy, striving to please her. The daughters of the Wei family were well-behaved and obedient. When had she ever endured such indignities? Do you understand what it means to provoke your aunt? Wei Chiojuan questioned with exasperation. It signifies her impotent fury, suggesting she cannot truly challenge me. Wei Hong retorted defiantly. What? Do you truly believe I am unaware of her true nature? On the surface, she has enjoyed decades of grandeur in Yanjing, married into a prominent family intertwined with political, business, and military clout, compelling everyone to show her some measure of respect. In reality, the Zhou family in Yanjing has 3 branches. The first holds power, the second commands wealth, while the third merely exists as a marginal entity. She, Wei Sheng, married into the third branch, enduring humiliation until her husband's death before life improved slightly. Does she truly consider herself formidable? Presently, she relies on her age to wield false authority. In truth, her voice within the Zhou family is nearly non-existent. Her children and grandchildren are all inept, merely living off the family legacy. Had it not been for the Zhou family's nostalgia, they would have been expelled long ago. At that moment, the onlookers exchanged glances filled with peculiar intrigue. Aunt Wei Xiaoying's face flushed with anger. Am I incorrect? Wei Hong spat, continuing his tirade. In Yanjing, you act like a coward, but upon returning to Jiangzhou, you wish to assert your seniority and dictate terms. What would happen if I were to incapacitate you? You would merely seethe in silence. It was only because my grandfather once cherished sibling bonds that he indulged you. Now that he is gone, who recognizes you? You dare demand that I kneel? Who do you think you are? His words struck like a slap, leaving Wei Xiaoying nearly speechless with rage, ashamed and furious. She never imagined that at her age, she would endure such humiliation. Her aged visage felt as if it were being stripped bare, leaving her nearly unable to hold her composure. This is outrageous. Wei Chiojuan trembled as she raised her hand, her voice sharp with admonition. How dare you speak to your aunt in such a manner? Have you lost your mind? Wei Hong swatted her hand away, sneering. So wrapped up in scolding her that you forgot to chastise yourself, did you? Your husband openly brought his illegitimate child home, and your son may not even secure his inheritance. You dare return to your family and flaunt your authority. You? Wei Chiojuan was filled with shame and fury. These were secrets she had desperately sought to conceal. In the past, her family only knew she had married the chairman of the Lin Group in the provincial capital, seeing only her glamorous facade, compelling them to treat her with undue deference. But now, Wei Hong had stripped away her disguise. At that moment, Wei Chiojuan wished for nothing more than to disappear into the earth. You little wretch, do not go too far. Wei Chunlan, witnessing the scene, quickly rose to defend her. Wei Hong glared at her, scolding excessive. You 3, as elders, come here to meddle without understanding the truth. Who is truly excessive? You endure humiliation in your husband's household, but return to your natal home, puffing up with arrogance. At your age, you still lack the wisdom to temper yourselves. Is that not excessive? Wei Jiaoyang, this fool, has always believed that your family holds significant power, which is why he wishes to invite you back for support. If you were to discover that your family has relied solely on your grandfather's efforts over the years, with the second generation barely touching the fringes of local authority, would he not be infuriated to the point of apoplexy? In a few years, when your grandfather has departed this world, The Liu family will fade entirely from the circles of power in Yanjing. Will you have to assert your dominance before me then? You think I owe you any respect? Wei Chunlan's expression instantly transformed into a vibrant palette of emotions. Meanwhile, Wei Jiaoyang and the others were left utterly speechless, witnessing Wei Hong effortlessly dismantle the lofty reputations of their esteemed aunts and relatives one by one. Ironically, they dared not retaliate. Chapter 82. Capital is merely a plaything. How much success can one expect from them? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Wei Jiaoyang inhaled deeply and coldly remarked, "What is all this commotion? The reason for gathering the relatives and elders of the Wei family today is to fulfill your long-standing wish. We shall sever all ties completely. There is no need for further trivialities." "Very well." Wei Hong gestured for him to proceed. Wei Jiaoyang nodded at a bodyguard, who promptly emerged from the study on the third floor, respectfully presenting a wooden box. The box, crafted entirely from agarwood, boasted an ancient and dignified design, within which lay a golden thread-bound tome inscribed with the 6 prominent characters: genealogy of the Linghuai Wei clan. The Wei family is not a lineage boasting centuries of heritage. It was merely a few decades ago that old Master Wei fortuitously rose to prominence and commissioned an expensive restoration of the family genealogy for the sake of cultural refinement. Previously, this artifact was nothing more than a decorative piece, yet today it stands as a testament. Feigning solemnity, Wei Jiaoyang approached the portrait of his grandfather, offering incense and bowing. "Father, do not blame me. It is your eldest grandson who is truly heartless and ungrateful. Our Wei family cannot retain such a person. Today, I must inform our ancestors of his expulsion from the family genealogy, and I hope you will not hold it against me in the afterlife." Having completed this ritual, he turned and retrieved the genealogy from box. After a cursory search, he located Wei Hong's name. "You still have an opportunity to reconsider," Wei Jiaoyang coldly threatened. "As long as you are willing to repent and surrender all your assets and funds, I may refrain from expelling you from the genealogy." What a joke! Wei Hong chuckled outright, unfazed by the notion that such tactics could intimidate him. Would he be reduced to a pitiful, weeping son who obediently relinquishes all his assets? Wei Hong possessed 2 billion. This was not the pocket money of childhood that parents could simply take away. "Thank you, Chairman Wei, but this opportunity is not particularly appealing to me." Wei Hong shrugged, urging, "Please sign quickly. Do not dawdle and become tiresome." "Humph." Wei Jiaoyang remained somewhat reluctant, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "Do you understand what expulsion from the Wei family signifies?" "Of course." Wei Hong shrugged nonchalantly. "It means that I shall lose my status as the heir of the Wei group, severing all ties with the Wei family. From henceforth, I will not receive any familial support and must rely solely on my own efforts, correct?" "Precisely." Wei Jiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief, sneering derisively. "It is good that you understand. If you are willing to humble yourself and admit your wrongs, we elders are not without the capacity to grant you another chance. But do you comprehend what your departure signifies for the Wei family?" Wei Hong raised his gaze, earnestly questioning. Wei Jiaoyang, momentarily taken aback, could not help but laugh mockingly. "What does the loss of you mean for the Wei family?" "It is merely the loss of a male heir. In this day and age, the preference for sons over daughters is no longer in vogue. Do any of your sisters lack talent? Which one is incapable of sustaining the family business? Apologies, but not a single one of them can uphold it." Wei Hong's fingers delicately swept across each individual as he delivered his merciless critique. "Wei Linlang, this useless wretch, has spent 7 years in the conglomerate without a single achievement. Were it not for my covert assistance in project evaluations over the past 3 years, does she truly merit the title of investment prodigy? You, the chairman, are invincible in internal strife, yet utterly inept at external expansion. Maintaining the family estate is a challenge in itself. The Wei group is already in a state of decline, and its downfall is merely a matter of years. The second, Wei Kailan, appears to be the vice president of a top domestic entertainment company, but is nothing more than a high-ranking employee. The third, Wei Chuyan, presents herself as a distinguished professor from a prestigious university, yet she merely instructs with a sour demeanor, her only value to the family being through marriage alliances. The fourth, fifth, and sixth siblings, one a screenwriter, another a singer, and the last an actress, are merely playthings of capital. What substantial achievements can one expect from them? The expressions of the crowd were as varied as a palette of colors, with Wei Lang and her companions seething with anger, yet unable to retort. Though their professions might gleam in the eyes of the average person, they, in truth, held little merit within the context of a prominent family, their contributions seemingly limited to the avenue of marital alliances. And now, let me elucidate what the loss of my representation signifies for the Wei family. Wei Hong's finger pointed firmly at the coffee table as he spoke with a face devoid of warmth. It signifies that the Wei Group will lose a remarkably gifted commercial talent capable of creating miracles. It means the Wei family will forfeit a pillar that could ensure a stable acquisition of benefits, allowing you inept individuals to forever bask in the comforts of wealth and privilege. The villa fell into a profound silence. Wei Hong raised an eyebrow and approached the wine cabinet, pouring himself another glass before continuing. Do you know why I fear not being expelled from the family tree? Because I have already transcended the ordinary second-generation affluent class that relies on family protection and resources. In the recent stock market crash, I shorted international funds and amassed over 20 billion. With this fortune, I acquired the Tianrun building and established Hongsheng Group. If I so wish, I could even leverage my substantial cash flow to forcibly acquire the Wei Group. And what of you? The conglomerate has just suffered significant losses in the stock market, with numerous projects collapsing. Do you truly believe that in severing ties with this family, I would suffer? The world will only praise my keen insight while mockingly laughing at your failure to recognize a gem among stones. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Wei Jiayong was equally astonished. Over 20 billion? He had actually profited so immensely during the market crash? Wei Xiaoying, gripping her cane, trembled slightly, her disdainful laughter betraying disbelief. What utter nonsense! At merely 17, where did you acquire the capital to earn such a sum? Not only did Wei Xiaoying harbor doubts, the entire assembly wore expressions of skepticism. How could a 17-year-old possibly amass over 20 billion? Throughout Jiangzhou, Jiangnan province, and even among the illustrious families of Yanjing, one could scarcely find such an exceptional second-generation heir. Yet, only Wei Jiayong comprehended the truth. Wei Hong was not boasting. This young man had indeed purchased the Tianrun building outright and registered Hongsheng Group in Hong Kong, with a capital of 100 billion. The previously marginalized mid-level executives of the Wei Group were likely to be lured away by him, though he was loath to admit it. However, this sun truly shines with a brilliance that evokes a sense of self-reproach. And Wei Jiayong sighed and remarked he did not lie. Just a few days ago, he spent 1.8 billion to acquire an entire building. Wei Xiaoying gasped in astonishment. Wei Chunlan and the others were equally taken aback. They suddenly realized how absurd this trial was today. Such an exceptional descendant of the Wei family, and the only male heir, would undoubtedly be cherished in any family as a pillar of support. Yet within the Wei family, he evidently endured substantial grievances. Jiayong, Sihui, how could you conduct yourselves in such a manner? Wei Chunlan exclaimed in shock. How can you not cherish such an outstanding son and instead favor an adopted child? This situation has escalated far too much. Eldest brother Wei Qiujuan hurriedly interjected. Our Wei family has finally produced a true dragon. How could you possibly dare to cast him out so carelessly? Chapter 83. Severing Ties, a Plot in Ruins. As the ancients wisely remarked, the world is bustling with individuals pursuing profit, and they jostle for their own gain. Though Wei Xiaoying, Wei Chunlan, and Wei Qiujuan were summoned to apply pressure and had recently endured considerable humiliation, their hearts brimmed with a modicum of resentment towards Wei Hong. However, upon learning of his extraordinary acumen in business, having amassed over 20 billion amidst a stock market crash, their outlook swiftly transformed. Any grievances they harbored paled in comparison to their own interests. The three women found their lives in their respective households rather unpalatable. Should the Wei family thrive under Wei Hong's leadership, their maternal family would flourish and their lives would undoubtedly improve. At the very least, They could entrust their private savings to him for investment, relishing the prospect of effortless profit. Hence, they were naturally disinclined to see Wei Hong expunged from the family tree. Jiaoyang, we must deliberate this matter with caution. To sever ties with such an exceptional son is no trifling matter. Indeed, one must think thrice before acting. Impulsiveness can lead to dire consequences. Xiaohong, if you have any grievances, do confide in your aunt. Today, even if the king himself were to arrive, we would stand by you. The three women spoke in unison, their voices overlapping. Wei Jiaoyang's expression darkened, caught in a dilemma as he gripped his pen, unsure whether to write or not, his countenance more distressed than one suffering from constipation. His intention in inviting them was to seek their support while applying pressure on Wei Hong, the unfilial son. Yet, now they were turning the tables and pressuring him instead. Wei Jiaoyang had no doubt that should he acquiesce, they would insist on apologizing to Wei Hong. Aunties, leave this matter be. This unfilial son must be removed from the family tree. Wei Jiaoyang, feeling trapped, coldly huffed. Silence, Wei Xiaoying exclaimed, striking her cane down emphatically. If we were unaware of this matter, it could be excused, but now that we know, we must uphold justice. Xiaohong, if you have suffered over the years, do voice your grievances. I am willing to advocate for you. There is no need for our family to become embroiled in such conflict. Enough. Wei Hong impatiently raised his hand to halt the discussion. The ramblings I just uttered were not to seek reconciliation, but to convey to everyone that departing from the Wei family brings me only benefits, not detriments. It is not that you do not want me. Rather, I do not wish to be associated with you any longer. Henceforth, we shall go our separate ways, and none shall interfere with the other. Moreover, even if you do not remove my name from the family tree, I shall publish a notice to sever ties. This is non-negotiable. With his declaration, the atmosphere shifted palpably, the expressions of those present darkening. What was initially perceived as a trial against Wei Hong had unexpectedly reversed course. His unwavering stance rendered the situation exceedingly awkward. To sever ties would mean losing a commercial genius. Yet, to refrain from severing ties would compromise their dignity. After a moment of tense standoff, Wei Jiaoyang, in a fit of indignation, retorted, "Very well. Do you truly believe that the Wei family cannot thrive without you? Today, I shall expel you from the family tree and publish a notice to sever our relationship. You had best follow through on your threats. Do not give me cause to look down upon you." Wei Hong, unfazed, countered him once more. Wei Jiaoyang lost control once more, slamming his hand on the table and roaring, "Whoever dares to challenge me is a fool. However, you shall not take even a fraction of what your grandfather bequeathed. This is the wealth of the Wei family, and it is not for an outsider to covet." Wei Hong shook his head, attempting to negotiate. "I am willing to sign an agreement relinquishing my inheritance of the group shares, but the villa and the antiques in grandfather's safe are rightfully mine. Dream on. You shall not lay claim to a single cent." Wei Jiaoyang's stance was unyielding, seemingly intending to use this as leverage against him. Yet Wei Hong raised his hand, halting the ensuing tirade, and spoke coolly, "The villa and antiques are worth at most 700 to 800 million. In comparison to the value of 30% of the group's shares, it's but a trifle. I seek only a keepsake, and should you refuse, I cannot guarantee my actions will remain restrained." Wei Jiaoyang trembled slightly, and after a moment of internal conflict, he nodded, "Fine. We shall move the items in the next few days." "Splendid." Wei Hong's lips curled in satisfaction. He beckoned, and a bodyguard promptly delivered a contract, which he tossed onto the coffee table, indicating for Wei Jiaoyang and his companions to peruse it. The others exchanged complex glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts. While only Wei Xiaoying couldn't hold back her admonition, "Young man, do not let your ambition blind you. Just because you believe you possess some business acumen does not grant you free rein. Sometimes, connections are far more valuable than money." "Indeed." Wei Chunlan chimed in with a cold laugh. "Do you think that merely by lucking into some wealth you can sever ties with the family and stand alone? Do not be so naive." Wei Qiujuan added, "Xiaohong, you are still young and do not grasp the intricacies of society. It would be wise to remain composed, lest you find yourself seeking our assistance in the future. I will not aid an outcast from the family tree." The three women attempted to wield their influence. Their family held considerable power. Despite any lack of recognition, they still had a voice. Should Wei Hong truly sever ties with the Wei family, he would forfeit 3 significant connections, a loss that would sadden anyone. Yet, Wei Hong remained unfazed. He tossed the pen before Wei Jiaoyang and his wife, declaring, "Sign it. Do not make me repeat myself." Ha ha ha. Wei Xiaoying was thoroughly enraged. She jabbed her cane and coldly stated, "Jiaoyang, sign it. I want to see how well he fares without the Wei family. Let us see if he finds himself struggling in this country and comes crawling back to us." Wei Jiaoyang forced a bitter smile and silently signed the document. Du Sihui felt a touch of pity. She hesitated several times, glancing over, but met only Wei Hong's cold, resolute gaze, ultimately signing her name on the severance agreement as well. Beep, beep, alert, alert. The plot of the original story is collapsing. The host must prepare it promptly, or unknown risks may arise. Alert, alert. A mechanical voice abruptly echoed in their minds. Wei Hong and Wei Sheng froze in place simultaneously. "System, what is happening?" Wei Sheng anxiously inquired within. "What the hell? I did nothing. I merely witnessed their severing of ties. This has nothing to do with me, right?" In the original narrative, the protagonist Wei Hong shares a profound bond with his family. As the destined child of this tale, severing ties with his kin results in his fortune no longer being intertwined with theirs, leading to a potential unraveling of the plot, with consequences unknown. Suddenly, Wei Sheng exclaimed in frustration, "I can't prevent this now." Observing the discontent etched on his face, Wei Hong felt a fleeting surge of astonishment, quickly masked by composure. Such a brief exchange of dialogue unveiled an abundance of information. It seemed he still played the role of the protagonist. Could it be that this world was indeed a novel? Had he inadvertently disrupted the storyline? Chapter 84, The Golden Finger. The legendary fortune. Upon signing the contract and amending the family lineage record, Wei Hong effortlessly severed ties with the Wei family. What remained was merely a public announcement made by both parties to widely disseminate this matter. The relationship between Wei Hong and Wei Jiaoyang, among others, would henceforth be conclusively dissolved in name. While the law does not recognize the formal termination of familial relationships, it is of little consequence. All parties involved are reputable individuals. Once the Wei group publicly discloses this news, no member of the Wei family shall have the audacity to impose moral obligations upon him under the guise of kinship and familial bonds. In simple terms, Wei Hong would be entirely liberated. After meticulously reviewing the signed documents and confirming their accuracy, he exhaled in relief, wearing a distant smile as he addressed Mr. Wei and Mrs. Wei, along with the others. "Please vacate my residence promptly." Furthermore, it would be prudent for the Wei group to publish a formal statement of severance on the official website within 3 days. "Thank you for your cooperation." The gathering fell into a perplexed silence. Most were not accustomed to this newfound estrangement. Did this truly mean they were no longer related? Henceforth, encounters would necessitate a veneer of civility, and even opportunities for conflict would be elusive. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the room. Du Sihui's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she opened her mouth several times, yearning to articulate something, yet met with Wei Hong's indifferent gaze. She ultimately sighed and fell silent. Today, the Wei group would indeed announce the severance on its homepage. Wei Jiaoyang coldly remarked, "From this moment forward, we are no longer connected. Do not harbor regrets. Of course, I shall only feel relief." He retorted with a scoff. The father and son exchanged no further words, and Wei Jiaoyang, with a disdainful huff, turned to instruct others to begin packing. This hillside villa, the most prestigious in Jiangzhou, boasted comprehensive amenities and meticulous security. Thus, he was reluctant to leave. Instead, he hastily arranged for the acquisition of another villa within the same community. The process of relocating was made effortless, with servants gathering belongings and a moving company on hand to assist. Within half a day, a significant portion of the villa was emptied as antiques, artworks, luxury items, and jewelry were all transported away, creating quite a stir that piqued the curiosity of other affluent residents in the neighborhood. Wei Hong, however, remained unfazed. Following the severance from the Wei family, he felt a profound sense of relief, as if shackles and burdens had been lifted from his shoulders. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled how familial ties had ensnared him in traps, leading to betrayal from those he held dear and forcing him to relinquish his possessions to Wei Sheng repeatedly. Now, with these ties severed, he faced no lingering threats. The Wei family could no longer siphon his vitality or betray him. If this world were indeed a novel, he had, in essence, liberated himself from the constraints of the plot and embraced a brand new life. Suddenly, Wei Hong rubbed his eyes, realizing he might be experiencing an illusion. He perceived ethereal glimmers surrounding those around him, like mist encircling each individual. The servants and bodyguards were clad in ordinary gray, with the occasional hint of black. However, Wei Sheng was enveloped in a large swirl of crimson mist, while the other members of the Wei family also exuded a similar red aura. In stark contrast, Wei Hong himself radiated an astonishing violet haze. What was this? He felt a surge of astonishment, unable to comprehend why he suddenly perceived these phenomena. Could this be the unexpected boon he had acquired following the narrative's collapse? Much like hearing Wei Sheng's true thoughts, it was indeed a delightful surprise. Wait, could these be the fabled fortunes? Gray symbolizing ordinary luck, black denoting misfortune, red representing good fortune. And here he was, the destined child bathed in a purple glow? A spark of insight flashed through Wei Hong's mind, effortlessly connecting the dots. It seemed he truly was the protagonist of this tale, implying that Wei Sheng might be a book traveler or perhaps even an antagonist. In his previous life, this fellow had repeatedly plotted against Wei Hong, siphoning the fortunes of those around him to keep the protagonist beneath his heel. From a dialogue between Wei Sheng and the system, it became evident that severing ties with the Wei family would mean the fortune would no longer be shared. This meant that without him, the Wei family would lose its luster entirely, transforming into a mere affluent household with limited potential for future growth. Whether Wei Sheng sought to slander and suppress him for fortune or attempted to siphon the Wei family's luck, it would become increasingly difficult. A serendipitous turn of events indeed. Wei Hong stroked the ring on his left hand, deep in contemplation. Regardless of what allowed him to perceive everyone's fortunes, he had no desire to delve into the details. As long as it benefited him, that was sufficient. In the future, should he catch sight of the abundant fortune surrounding Wei Sheng, he would promptly instruct Professor K to take action to eliminate and suppress him. This lifetime, he would never rise again. Although this boon seemed rather trivial, it could prove invaluable at critical moments. In the afternoon, Su Maogong hurriedly arrived with a group of people. Upon seeing the nearly emptied villa, he turned to Wei Hong, who was seated on the sofa, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master, is it truly severed?" Indeed, Wei Hong nodded, affirming it is severed, and an announcement will be made shortly. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Su Maogong couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This young master was indeed decisive. Once a decision was made, he never lingered. Just like that, he effortlessly cut ties with the Wei family to relinquish 30 of the Wei group's shares, valued at 2 to 300 billion, was truly commendable. Money, after all, is merely a number to me, as one cannot take it with them in life or death. Perceiving his thoughts, Wei Hong poured him a cup of tea and reassured him, billions can be easily earned in the future. Shedding a family of leeches is worth celebrating above all. Indeed, Su Maogong smiled faintly, though his eyes betrayed an unshakable weariness. Recently, he had been preoccupied with the group's administrative matters in Hong Kong, and upon his return, he had been tirelessly overseeing the renovation of the group's headquarters. Hardly pausing for breath, "Uncle Gong, you have worked hard." Wei Hong sighed and remarked, "Had it not been for your assistance, many matters would not have proceeded so smoothly. Young master, feel free to command me. I do not find it burdensome." Su Maogong Juke, habitually updating on his recent endeavors. The Tianrun building has now been renamed Hongsheng Commercial Building. The first 2 floors are occupied by retail stores, while the underground 3 levels serve as a parking facility. Floors 3 to 25 have been leased to various companies as office spaces, generating an annual rental income of several tens of millions. The 25th floor and above are reserved for Hongsheng Group, although the group presently resembles an empty shell, With fewer than 100 employees, renovations are already underway. Wei Hong smiled with satisfaction. He felt quite reassured by Su Maogong's diligence. You should move here. Let's hire a new batch of servants for the villa, ensuring no outsiders infiltrate our affairs. Wei Hong took a deep breath and said solemnly, additionally, expedite the departure of the former senior executives of the Wei Group we previously contacted. In a few days, Hongsheng Group will officially commence operations. Our era is upon us. Understood. Su Maogong's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Chapter 85. The 17-year-old chairman of a billion-dollar group on January 7th, at the top floor of the Hongsheng Commercial Building. The Hongsheng Group officially opened its doors. A plethora of former senior executives from the Wei Group graced the occasion, accompanied by dozens of local and provincial media reporters, as an array of camera flashes illuminated the scene. Simultaneously, television stations broadcasted live, alongside various internet personalities invited to stream the event, attracting considerable viewership. Amidst the crowd, Wei Hong appeared in a crisp white shirt and a bespoke black suit, exuding an air of sophistication akin to that of a cultivated scion from a prestigious family. His entrance captivated all attendees. Following the customary ribbon-cutting ceremony, Wei Hong stood poised, enduring a barrage of camera flashes before he commenced addressing the press. Esteemed journalists, I extend a warm welcome to you all at the inauguration ceremony of the Hongsheng Group. He began, his voice calm and measured. I am Wei Hong, the founder and chairman of this esteemed organization. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Wei, the Wei Group's official website recently announced that Chairman Wei has severed paternal ties with you. Is this true? One reporter inquired. There are allegations that Wei Dong expelled you from your home due to accusations of bullying his adopted son. Furthermore, we understand that Hongsheng Group has just invested a staggering $1.8 billion to acquire this landmark commercial building, in addition to registering a $10 billion operation in Hong Kong. May I ask where the funding has originated? The reporters clamored to pose their questions, many eager to uncover sensational stories, while a few harbored ulterior motives. Their inquiries were sharp and unyielding, showcasing no mercy. Wei Hong, however, remained unfazed by their fervor. Initially, Su Maogong had intended to invite numerous local officials and chairpersons of significant enterprises to lend their support, believing that such alliances would mitigate potential challenges and enhance his reputation. Yet, Wei Hong ultimately declined to rely on anyone, unperturbed by the prospect of adversity. First and foremost, I must clarify the question posed by this reporter, Wei Hong interjected, raising his hand with poise. The Wei Group has indeed issued a statement regarding my severance of ties with Chairman Wei Jiaoyong. However, this decision extends beyond him alone. It encompasses the entirety of the Wei family. I have formally signed a contract to terminate all familial connections with the Wei clan and have requested my removal from the family genealogy. Henceforth, Wei Hong shall have no association with the Wei Group. At this revelation, the room erupted in astonishment, camera flashes ceaselessly capturing the moment. Reporters surged forward, eager to seize this explosive story, a narrative that resonated with the public's fascination for secrets of affluent families. Moreover, regarding the assertion that Wei Dong expelled me from his home due to claims of bullying his adopted son, I must emphasize that such statements are entirely unfounded. Wei Hong continued with confidence. Should anyone recklessly disseminate falsehoods, our group will pursue accountability. Upon hearing this, a male reporter expressed his discontent, promptly stating, if there are no underlying reasons, why would Wei Dong forsake his biological son while elevating his adopted son to such heights? Indeed, Wei Xiao, may I inquire about the underlying reasons? To my knowledge, Wei Dong's adopted son, Wei Sheng, has just stepped down from his position as vice president of the Wei Group. Does this have any connection to you? The reporters pressed on with relentless questions. Wei Hong, unperturbed, shrugged and responded, Mr. Wei's personal preferences are his own affair. Moreover, I was not expelled from the Wei family. Rather, I chose to leave voluntarily. The details are not for public discourse. Next question. Wei Xiao. A female reporter quickly raised her hand. How much did you take with you when you departed from the Wei family? Was the funding for your property acquisition and the establishment of your group supported by the Wei family? No. Wei Hong shook his head. My grandfather nurtured me as his heir. According to his will, Upon turning 18, I would inherit 30 of the Wei Group's shares. However, upon leaving, I only took a villa and some antiques as mementos. I left without a single penny. The capital for my entrepreneurial endeavors was earned through my own investments. But you are merely 17. How did you amass a fortune of 100 billion through legitimate means? As a minor, why would the group's shareholders trust you? The questions continue to pour in. Wei Hong listened attentively before responding earnestly. Firstly, my investment channels cannot be disclosed at this time. Secondly, our Wei Sheng group has only 2 shareholders, myself and Mr. Su Maogong, our legal representative and vice president, who holds 5 of the shares, while I retain 95. Thus, the question of shareholder trust does not apply. He continued, the primary reason for registering our group in Hong Kong is to establish a vast conglomerate that will encompass future industries such as finance, internet, investment, manufacturing, real estate, beauty, and pharmaceuticals, with an ambition to expand globally. Wei Hong spoke eloquently, and the interview was simultaneously broadcast live on television and various online platforms. Many viewers were left astounded. Wow, a 17-year-old chairman of a 100 billion group? Is this for real? Even the offspring of tycoons cannot compare. At 17, he is a chairman, while I was still fumbling around. Oh, the number of wealthy individuals in this world is overwhelming. What difference does one more make? I am utterly envious. My heavens, he is so handsome, even more so than our idols. The online discussions erupted with admiration, jealousy, and fervent admiration alike. Wei Hong inexplicably rose to fame online, even trending due to his striking good looks. With newfound fame comes scrutiny. Some began to delve into his past. Others took to various comment sections to voice their criticisms. Seriously? 100 billion at 17? The Beijing elite can't hold a candle to him. Who is he really? His wealth must be dubious. This cannot possibly be a new method of money laundering. I urge the relevant authorities to conduct a thorough investigation. I am acquainted with this individual. He wields considerable influence in Jiangzhou, often bullying his classmates and preying on the vulnerable. It is truly ironic that he has now transformed into a young entrepreneur. What kind of reputable business can someone who does not even acknowledge their own family establish? I recommend that everyone collectively boycott him and allow him to experience the bitter taste of bankruptcy. A minor aspiring to establish a business, speaking so audaciously. I wager that Wei Sheng Group will undoubtedly collapse within a year. The comments from netizens are filled with envy, propelling Wei Hong's popularity to unprecedented heights, nearly rivaling that of top internet celebrities. Amidst the myriad of doubts and insults, Wei Sheng Group has officially commenced operations with great fanfare. Chapter 86, Refusal to Go Public. Reward Mechanism. The following day, in the conference room atop the Wei Sheng Group, Wei Hong sat at the head of the table, surrounded by dozens of former senior executives of the Wei Group. They constituted the entirety of the remaining employees within the company. Today, the framework for each department had been established, and the Human Resources Department was swiftly recruiting new talent. Within a month, the Wei Sheng Group will be fully operational. Wei Hong refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, he quietly surveyed each individual present, observing their aura. Most of them emitted a grayish-white energy, with occasional hints of pale red. And 2 individuals were shrouded in a trace of black aura, indicating that their fortunes had recently faltered. Rumors circulated that many large corporations sought the guidance of experts to assess their feng shui and fortunes. Although Wei Hong's unexpectedly awakened ability appeared somewhat trivial, selectively placing fortunate individuals in key positions could potentially benefit the entire group. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wei Sheng Group. Wei Hong's lips curved into a slight smile. After a courteous nod, he continued, we are all familiar faces, so I shall dispense with the pleasantries. First and foremost, I wish to express my profound gratitude for your trust. Additionally, as the founding members of this nascent group, I assure you that none of you will suffer any losses. Effective immediately, all of you will receive double your previous salaries. Moreover, with the establishment of this new organization, your potential for advancement is considerable. I hope we can work together to expand and strengthen Wei Sheng. Thank you, Chairman. The room erupted in joy. Salary and opportunities for advancement are always paramount concerns for employees. As long as these two aspects were guaranteed, there was little room for discontent. Next, the list of department heads was announced. Wei Hong raised a hand to calm the room and gestured for his secretary to distribute the documents. This list had been collaboratively drafted with Su Maogong. Wei Hong would assume the roles of chairman and executive president, with 3 vice presidents appointed beneath him. Su Maogong was one of them, while the other 2 vice presidential positions remained vacant for the time being. Following that were the administrative, investment, human resources, development, and security departments, among others. The attendees were all former mid-level and senior executives of the Wei Group, and each individual's position had already been determined. Wei Hong needed little effort to allocate them to their respective departments based on their previous roles. Those who had worked in human resources would go to the human resources department. Those from administration would head to the administrative department. Each individual would see some degree of advancement, and given the new group's nascent state, as newly added veterans, they would find the environment more accommodating than ever before, without the need for backstabbing. Are you all satisfied? Wei Hong tapped the table and inquired. If there are no objections, the Human Resources Department should expedite the hiring process. You may also bring in any familiar colleagues. I will grant each department as general manager and head the maximum authority to offer double the salary to any recruits from your industry. Upon hearing this, the attendees beamed with excitement. Chairman, since you put it that way, we shall not hold back. We indeed know many capable individuals and will be sure to bring them in. Indeed, with such lucrative salaries, countless people will be eager to join us. To ensure quality over quantity in hiring, the Human Resources Department must maintain stringent standards. If necessary, we can enlist headhunters to scout for exceptional talent. Various opinions filled the room when a well-dressed gentleman in his 30s, adorned with glasses, inquired, Chairman Wei, I have several questions that I hope to pose. This was Li Jiang, the chief special assistant from the Secretariat of the Wei Group. An orphan by origin, he had received support from the elder Wei and subsequently joined the Wei Group, demonstrating unwavering diligence and loyalty, as well as remarkable adaptability. He was appointed as the head of the Secretariat, destined to assist the chairman and the CEO in overseeing the organization. What questions do you have, Minister Li? Wei Hong asked. Li Jiang produced a paper notebook and a fountain pen, adjusting his glasses before addressing the gathering in a formal tone. Additionally, everyone is eager to understand our group's current key development direction. For instance, do we have plans for an IPO? And how will the equity incentives be structured? His inquiries illuminated the room. All 3 questions struck at the core of the matter. True to his role, Li Jiang had articulated the sentiments of the attendees. Wei Hong nodded, responding with composure. Firstly, the Hong Sheng Group does not intend to pursue an IPO in the foreseeable future. I understand this may disappoint some, as many are counting on the prospect of going public to reap substantial profits from their initial shares. However, the reality is that we are not in need of external funding. Our current capital reserves amount to nearly 20 billion, and our financial situation will only improve moving forward, eliminating any necessity to rely on public investment for growth. This revelation sparked immediate turmoil among the attendees. Without going public, what are we striving for? Are we merely working for a fixed salary? Wei Hong raised his hand to quell the unrest in the conference room and continued. While an IPO can indeed facilitate rapid capital accumulation and yield significant benefits for early stakeholders, it also exposes us to the risks of market manipulation. My refusal to allow the Hong Sheng Group to go public does not mean that you will not enjoy substantial rewards. I plan to allocate 20 of our annual profits to be shared among the departments. As long as everyone performs diligently, each member will receive a considerable bonus yearly. We can discuss the specifics of the reward mechanism later, but surely, compared to the fleeting gains from an IPO, the steady sharing of the group's developmental dividends is far more advantageous, is it not? The attendees pondered this, each calculating their interests, unwilling to risk loss. Wei Hong remained unperturbed, aware that true allegiance would emerge only when the Hong Sheng Group achieved remarkable results and demonstrated significant annual profits. He envisioned a united front, devoid of shareholders who might challenge his authority or financial tycoons poised to undermine him in the stock market. Hence, every potential crisis had to be extinguished at its inception. The Hong Sheng Group would not go public, and the future would be governed solely by his decisions. Li Jiang remained composed, diligently jotting down notes in his notebook without uttering a single word of opinion. I have already made a decision regarding the group's initial developmental direction. Wei Hong cleared his throat and continued, at present, our group is in its nascent stage, and each department is severely understaffed, making it unsuitable to embark on large-scale projects. Initially, we shall vigorously develop our core industries, which include media and entertainment, the internet, and financial investment. In the medium term, we will gradually expand into real estate investment, physical industry investments, and the pharmaceutical and beauty sectors, progressively extending our reach into various fields. Ultimately, I aspire for us to establish a firm foothold domestically before extending our ambitions globally, thereby creating our own vast commercial empire. A wave of fervent ambition swept through the room, as everyone was utterly captivated by the magnificent vision he had painted. Their eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Chapter 87. A Subtle Scheme, Unwavering Loyalty. The inaugural high-level meeting of the Hong Sheng Group continued for over 2 hours before reaching its formal conclusion. Wei Hong addressed the myriad queries from the senior executives, establishing the foundational framework of the group, elucidating future developmental strategies, and assigning a plethora of detailed tasks. Consequently, the great vessel of Hong Sheng Group finally set its developmental tone, laying a solid groundwork for future ascendancy. Within the confines of the chairman's office, Wei Hong reclined in an opulent executive chair, facing a grand solid wood desk. The bookshelves were replete with an array of world-renowned literary masterpieces, complemented by a sofa, coffee table, and a designated smoking area. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, an expansive cityscape unfolded, evoking a sense of exhilaration akin to standing atop a lofty peak. Surveying the vastness below, Li Jiang rapped gently on the door, entering with a female secretary who held a folder in her hands. "Chairman, here are the documents that require your signature. Please take a look," he stated with a sense of formality. As the group is in its nascent stages, many procedures necessitate your personal attention for signatures. "Very well. Have a seat," Wei Hong replied, rising to the sofa. He accepted the documents, scrutinized them for any discrepancies, and only then began to sign. Perceptive of his thoughts, Li Jiang gestured for the secretary to exit before settling onto the sofa to prepare tea. "What are your thoughts on the developmental tone established in the meeting?" Wei Hong inquired without lifting his gaze. "Quite professional," Li Jiang remarked while brewing the tea. "Given our current manpower shortages, embarking on other large-scale projects is indeed ill-advised. Focusing primarily on media entertainment, internet ventures, and financial investments is a clever strategy. We can achieve maximum benefits with minimal resources and personnel, swiftly establishing a foothold and encouraging potential partners, who are presently hesitant, to decisively choose us." Wei Hong nodded in satisfaction. Li Jiang demonstrated considerable intelligence and professionalism, effortlessly identifying the core issues, a testament to his experience as a former chief assistant at the Wei Group. "I am often preoccupied, only able to oversee the group's directional growth and major projects," Wei Hong remarked, taking a sip of tea. With Uncle Gong's advancing age and waning energy and the absence of other vice presidents, the weight of responsibility rests squarely upon your shoulders. "Rest assured, Chairman, I shall exert every effort," Li Jiang replied earnestly. Wei Hong studied him for a moment, a non-committal smile gracing his lips. He understood that Li Jiang's allegiance was not entirely genuine. His decision to join the Hong Sheng Group stemmed from being sidelined at the Wei Group and a lingering gratitude for the kindness shown by Wei's grandfather. While Li Jiang would undoubtedly commit himself to the forthcoming tasks, Wei Hong yearned for an individual imbued with passion and a sense of belonging to the group, someone who could alleviate all his concerns. "I have conducted an investigation into your background," Wei Hong stated candidly. "You emerged from an orphan past, diligently attaining a prestigious education and dedicating over a decade to the Wei Group. Though you appear merely as an assistant, you are, in truth, the stabilizing force, pivotal for the integration and mobilization of various departments. Over the years, you have devoted a substantial portion of your income to supporting orphans and children in mountainous regions, refraining from romantic entanglements and abstaining from luxury goods, embodying an extraordinary level of selflessness rarely seen in this world. Li Jiang, however, remained expressionless, showing no sign of reaction. In truth, any mid-level or senior executive is subject to thorough background checks. It is not surprising that the other party is aware of his entire situation. Let me put it this way. Wei Hong continued, I can assure you that regardless of how vast the Hongshan Group becomes, we will allocate 10 of our annual profits to charitable endeavors, and you will have the privilege of overseeing this charitable foundation. Li Jiang's expression shifted in surprise. 10 of the annual profits? He inquired, astonished. Are you joking, Chairman? Given the current scale of the Hongshan Group, as long as we avoid catastrophic decision-making errors, our net profits will be at least 2 to 3 billion each year. Are you certain you wish to commit 1/10 to charity? Indeed, Wei Hong nodded affirmatively. Moreover, our group is unlikely to settle for merely 2 to 3 billion annually. It is entirely plausible that we could earn hundreds of billions or even a trillion in the future. Li Jiang, rarely displaying astonishment, was taken aback. He marveled not only at Wei Hong's ambitious vision, but also at his magnanimity. While many large corporations engage in philanthropy to enhance their image, most merely engage in superficial acts of charity, donating a few $100,000 to remote areas while spending millions on marketing their benevolence. Few, if any, are as audacious as Wei Hong, who openly promises to allocate 10 of profits to charitable causes. What does the chairman mean by all this? Li Jiang asked, somewhat puzzled. It means nothing much, Wei Hong replied with a light smile, raising his teacup once more. You may interpret it as an attempt at alliance or as a declaration of intent. We are of the same ilk. Sometimes, using wealth to aid the less fortunate is indeed a commendable pursuit. Wouldn't you agree? I understand. Li Jiang, a perceptive individual, nodded in agreement. From now on, I will dedicate myself fully to managing all significant and minor affairs of the group, striving to ensure its swift and stable progression. Very well. Wei Hong nodded in satisfaction. Li Jiang's benevolent inclinations aligned perfectly with his own aspirations for charity. By fostering this bond, it was only natural that they would work diligently toward a shared goal. In a previous life, after Wei Sheng had completely drained the Wei family's fortune and taken control of the Wei group, he had sought to win over Li Jiang for his own ends. Unfortunately, no matter how high the stakes, Li Jiang had unwaveringly chosen to depart. Now, with merely a slight maneuver, Wei Hong had secured Li Jiang's loyalty. The contrast between the two situations was striking. Now go ahead and get to work, Wei Hong instructed, handing over a document. Have the HR department promptly recruit a group of agents and executives from entertainment companies to establish our group's first subsidiary, Hongsheng Entertainment Media. Additionally, the investment department should also consider engaging in some external investment projects. Your intention is to have Hongsheng Entertainment Media serve as a spearhead to carve out a path for us, Li Jiang concluded. Li Jiang inquired with a summary. Shall we utilize ordinary venture capital projects as a lifeline to sustain the normal operations of the group? Quite so. Wei Hong chuckled lightly, spreading his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. In truth, the profitability of venture projects is secondary. It primarily serves to engage newly recruited personnel and to better integrate human resources. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. Li Jiang rose, bowed, and exited the office. Wei Hong, meanwhile, cradled his teacup and strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window, a subtle smile curving his lips. Why did he choose to launch the group's reputation with an entertainment company? Because he possessed the memories of a past life. He could effortlessly replicate a plethora of future hits, songs, films, television dramas, and variety shows. Furthermore, he could secure contracts with emerging stars before they gained prominence. It was merely a matter of profit. How challenging could it be? Presently, everyone regarded this young upstart as incapable of sustaining the group. Yet, when he transforms Hongsheng Group into a veritable money-printing machine, one can only imagine the dismay that will adorn their faces. Chapter 88. The CF Family Banquet. Young Entrepreneurs. As the year draws to a close, the venerable patriarch of the CF family celebrates his grand birthday. An invitation has arrived in the hands of Wei Hong, and the entire Jiangzhou city is now aware of his newfound independence in the business realm. Accordingly, various commercial gatherings are graced with 2 invitations apiece from the major conglomerates. As this marks the inaugural soiree of Hong Sheng Group, Wei Hong graciously accepts the invitation and attends in splendid attire. On this illuminated evening at the CF family estate, luxury cars abound. Guests, holding flutes of champagne and glasses of red wine, engage in lively conversations resembling a grand commercial gala. As Wei Hong enters the hall alongside Li Jiang, an array of curious gazes is drawn towards them. "Please, continue your duties," he remarks casually, taking a glass of champagne from server's tray, before turning to approach the affluent elite. This evening is primarily for networking. While Wei Hong aims to connect with influential figures, Li Jiang is tasked with fostering relationships with corporate executives. Their collaborative efforts complement each other splendidly. "Mr. Li, Mr. Liu, it has indeed been a while. You both seem more invigorated than ever." Wei Hong greets several wealthy individuals with a smile. In the past, he would have addressed them as uncles, but now he deliberately opts for the titles of Mr. and Director. This subtle shift in address signifies a transformation in status. The assembled crowd, astute individuals in their own right, display smiles that may be either genuine or feigned. "Mr. Wei, you are indeed a promising young talent. We are merely aging. Your Hongshan Group has certainly made quite an impression lately, even poaching 2 of our senior technicians, causing us considerable distress," one remarks. "Indeed, several of our executives have also made the leap to your company. Mr. Wei, such behavior is rather unbecoming." They jest. In this moment, Wei Hong transcends his previous identity as the heir of the Wei family. No longer is he the 17-year-old high school student, awkward and yet to find his footing. Instead, he stands as a chairman capable of engaging in equal discourse with anyone present, even worthy of their admiration. Before long, the venue is enveloped by a throng of admirers, some eager to ingratiate themselves, while others seek to stir controversy. Wei Hong navigates the interactions with poise, leaving no room for criticism. His eloquent discourse and profound insights leave many thoroughly impressed. What a remarkable young man. No wonder he has been personally groomed by the esteemed Mr. Wei. His demeanor is effortlessly graceful, and his words are impeccable. Indeed, this youth proves to be more astute and formidable than any cunning old fox. In the circle of Jiangzhou's affluent second generation, few can rival him. The Wei family must be foolish to cast out such a son. Were it me, even if he were to trample upon my entire family, I would still praise him for his prowess. Truly, it is a fool who would choose an adopted child over a biological son, especially one so capable. As these wealthy gentlemen converse quietly from the rear of the gathering, Mr. Wei Jiaoyang and his wife, caught off guard, overhear their words. Their gazes once again fall upon the remarkable Wei Hong, standing out amidst the crowd, and their hearts ache with a profound sense of loss. The Hongshan Group is making bold strides in its development, showcasing an upward trajectory. The more Wei Hong Yue is sought after, the more it highlights the incompetence and folly of the Wei family, becoming a subject of subtle ridicule both overtly and covertly. Wei Jiaoyang and his spouse find themselves increasingly reluctant to attend various gatherings. "Uncle and aunt, you have arrived. Please come in." CSCC and Xie as the hosts are warmly welcoming the guests. Upon noticing the Wei family's presence, she promptly approaches them, signaling the Xie family's stance on their relationship with the Weis. A faint smile finally graces Wei Jiaoyang's face as he exchanges polite pleasantries with Xie Jiang and begins mingling with others around him. Father and son are evidently in the same venue, yet they tacitly avoid one another. Is there a greater distance in the world than this? Wei Hong disregarded their occasionally complex glances, briefly locking eyes with the disgruntled Wei Sheng, noting the dark circles beneath his eyes. Clearly, during this period, without his infusion of resources and luck into the Wei family, Wei Sheng has found it difficult to reap substantial benefits from his kin, leading to challenging times. "Mr. Wei." At this moment, a somewhat awkward young man emerged from the crowd, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "I am Wu Feng, the founder of Qiyuan Electronics Technology. I've heard that your Hongshan Group is currently exploring various venture capital projects. May I take 2 minutes of your time?" "Oh." Wei Hong surveyed him from head to toe. The young man exuded an ordinary demeanor, clad in an ill-fitting suit, and is eager. Obsequious smile revealed him to be a recent university graduate venturing into entrepreneurship. Such individuals often utilize various means to infiltrate upper-class social gatherings, seizing every opportunity to pitch their products to investment magnates in hopes of securing funding and soaring to success. At every banquet, such characters are invariably present. Should the wealthy take a liking to their pitch, they are often willing to engage in further conversation. Wei Hong, indifferent to a slight delay, nodded politely and inquired, "Do you have your company information?" "Here it is." Wu Feng, taken aback by Wei Hong's willingness to engage, excitedly handed over a document while nervously introducing, "Our company is a small startup consisting of 5 people including myself. We aim to develop an air purification device. As society progresses, people increasingly value quality of life, and urbanization has deteriorated air quality. Our air purification device holds significant potential." Wei Hong casually flipped through the product brochure and project proposal, then raised his hand to halt Wu Feng's discourse, posing a few succinct questions. Finally, he nodded and asked, "How much investment are you seeking?" "5 million, oh no. 3 million will suffice," Wu Feng exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "With 3 million, we will surely complete the product and it will not disappoint your esteemed company." "3 million is insufficient," Wei Hong replied. 10 million for research and development, another 10 million for distribution, and yet another 10 million for promotion. At least 30 million. I would say. Wei Hong extracted a finely crafted fountain pen from the inner pocket of his suit and swiftly inscribed the words 30 million onto the project proposal. He then handed it to Wu Feng, instructing, "Tomorrow, visit the Secretary Department of Hongsheng Group and seek out Li Jiang. He will make the necessary arrangements." "Thank you, Director Wei." "Thank you, Director Wei," Wu Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement as he bowed fervently. The onlookers could not help but murmur in astonishment. Goodness, these young individuals truly are audacious. They can so nonchalantly dispense 30 million. Is it sheer folly or merely an abundance of wealth? How can one so readily agree to an investment? Are they not concerned about being deceived? It appears this gentleman is merely a faade. His 100 billion fortune will soon be squandered. The crowd discreetly exchanged their judgments, convinced that Wei Hong was destined to be divested of his wealth. Meanwhile, a throng of aspiring entrepreneurs, akin to vultures sensing an easy prey, eagerly flocked towards him. Chapter 89. The Heart's Voice and the Perils of Inaction, Mr. Wei. Our company as project is exceptionally promising. I kindly ask you to take a look. Mr. Wei, would you also consider our company as project? A throng of entrepreneurial youths surrounded him, thrusting various project proposals into his hands. Wei Hong, however, welcomed all with open arms,